born a magical prodigy, yet afflicted with a disorder from birth. What will Mana feel like? When one door closes, another opportunity is sure to open. Follow Lewin Aiden's journey, a young man who found himself in such a predicament. From the moment he was born, he was seen as a beacon of light. Lewin was different, and it all started the day the butler and his father spoke. The butler was preparing for his trip to gather marine resources, and young Lewin earnestly warned him not to take the road near the southern mountains, sensing a strange mana flow there. On the day Bin departed, the sky was covered in dark clouds and lightning, and he didn't rush back until late that night. It turns out Bin listened to Lewin and took a detour, narrowly avoiding disaster. Begin had heard that the area had been attacked by monsters, and no one who went that way returned safely. It was from this moment that Lewin's innate talent began to be noticed. Bin believed he could sense the mana in the air. His father sensed that Lewin was the future of Adello, though he didn't know how. Indeed, at the age of 6, Lewin sensed mana, and summoned it just a year later. Then at the age of 10, Lewin became the valedictorian at X-Nit Magic Academy, the kingdom of Jadi's most prestigious magic academy, earning him the title of prodigy, and a touch of arrogance. He was sure he'd elevate his family, but this is as far as he got. On his first day of class, Linus realized he was nothing. As the teacher urged him to cast magic, Lewin struggled, not even understanding what was wrong with himself. For the first time, Lewin and everyone else realized he had mana disorder, and in that moment everything inside him shattered. His body was incapable of releasing magic even from a meter away. For a mage, this body was truly pathetic. Then everyone realized he came from a humble family and possessed no talent, and their attitudes quickly changed. A casual brush of shoulders is met with scorn. To his envious classmates, Lewin is now just a magicless cripple, useless in a magic academy. Now, of course, he's their favorite pastime. In these moments, Lewin can only sob helplessly, wondering if he can ever become a mage. Lewin Adele, who entered the academy with top scores, who was more anticipated than anyone, who was more diligent than anyone, became a magical cripple because of the mana disturbance curse. Was this the end of everything? No, Lewin thought it was all over, then unaware that magic still existed, and the story of the forgotten genius would continue. A new journey of trials begins to weave itself from the depths of despair. A blinding light of hope shines with the system message: the treasure has been activated. As a system screen materializes, Lewin feels like he's falling into the depths of the universe, and when he vaguely awakens, he doesn't even know where he is. All he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep into water, and an incomprehensible message appeared before his eyes. The figure declared him to be the incarnation of Orica, the world destroyer. This colossal god had brought Lewin to this place. His appearance was unlike any human or any hero Lewin had ever seen, and he barely had time to process it all. His lips moved as if to speak, and then Lewin's pupils dilated in utter shock. Let's rewind a few hours to the Itni Academy training grounds, where it was Lewin's turn to practice. The professor encouraged him to simply follow his instructions, create a fireball, and strike the dummy. Surrounded by the scrutinizing eyes of his classmates, Lewin knew that while fireballs were simple magic for most students, it was different for him. Lewin wasn't sure he could do it this time either, but at the professor's command, he was determined to succeed. An orange flame begins to form in his hand, growing larger with Lewin's fierce determination. The other students were surprised by his mana capacity, and Lewin thought he could do it this time, but the familiar feeling washed over him, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite his desperate pleas, mana disturbance defeats Lewin once again, and he can't take it anymore, giving up. But the instructor still wanted him to try, even though Lewin felt it was impossible. According to his mentor, he's a senior student now, and if he can't even cast a basic spell like Fireball, how will he pass the graduation exam? Even Lewin feels like he's a lost cause. This training exercise is target practice, but Lewin can't even cast a spell, let alone hit a target. At this rate, becoming a third-rate mage is truly hopeless, and the mocking laughter echoes once more. They branded him the Academy's disgrace, but Lewin was used to the bullying, and paid it no mind. What truly broke him was the realization that he never had a chance to begin with, all because of the curse that had plagued him for 6 years. A disorder is it? Lewin has struggled for years, but now he wonders how much longer he can endure. After training, Lewin trailed behind the crowd into the main hall alone as always, but trouble was brewing. 2 students approached him, taunting him with sarcastic remarks, repeatedly calling him Lewin the dullard, with smug expressions. Their words went too far, shifting from mocking his achievements to insulting his home and territory as a backwater. They deliberately called the Ale family nameless, neither wealthy nor renowned. Lewin's tolerance reached its limit. He could take insults, but his family was off limits. The student was immediately silenced by Lewin's powerful punch, sending him flying several meters. Lewin was furious at his reckless words. Despite the beating, the other students continued to shout. Lewin doesn't hold back either. He knows this is Ben Phone, and he's nothing to mess with his father and family. The other students with Ben Phone fearlessly charged forward, but as expected, Lin's punch overwhelmed him, forcing him to kneel like a dog. What Lewin didn't expect was that Ben would dare to use combat magic inside the academy, risking expulsion to unleash a massive surge of mana. Though skilled in hand-to-hand combat, Lewin was completely outmatched in mana power, his body frozen in place. The professors intervened, but they were a second too late. Lewin was struck by Ben's immense mana. He thought he would fall into a never-ending sleep, but now Lewin stands before a colossal god and a system window. He couldn't understand what was happening, lost in a strange space. Meeting a mysterious man left him wondering what was going on. He strained to listen, but could only make out the last syllable Dio. Then the deep voice echoed again. This time it was clearer, definitely his name, Lewin Adeo. And then, from the void, a faint sound echoed, seemingly calling his name, Lewin A. Lewin A slowly opened his eyes to the sight of a blonde woman, the high-ranking healing mage Helen. Her face filled with worry, she asked if he was awake. As the haze cleared, he was startled. Slowly sitting up, he wondered, where am I? Seeing this, she rushed to support him, gently replying, the recovery room. It's okay, don't try to sit up. He wearily held his head. I'm fine, just a little dizzy, but I can sit. As he spoke, he wondered to himself he had just fainted. Fragmented images flashed through his mind, a mysterious man in a cloak, a mysterious space, the system's voice. What was that? It's still so vivid. With that in mind, he asked Helen, how long was I out? She replied, almost a day. She continued, luckily it wasn't worse. God was on your side. After a moment of silence, you quietly asked if you were fully recovered. Her face showed concern, her words hesitant. We still need to monitor you, but you seem remarkably healthy for someone who was directly struck by lightning. No burns, no injuries, no organ damage. I've never seen a case like yours, but after living for over a decade, you're shocked to witness something like this. What is going on? Is this even possible? He stared at his palm, lost in thought. Lightning magic is terrifying. It can incinerate a body instantly, and I took a direct hit, so why am I unharmed? Suddenly the professor and his lackeys entered, interrupting his thoughts. Excuse us for a moment. Hearing this, Helen leaned down to remind him. The professor is here. I'll go check the results. Let me know if there's any problem. At this moment, he unconsciously looked up as the professor approached his bed, crossed his arms, and calmly asked, how are you feeling? He replied, I'm fine. The professor's stern face softened slightly. How fortunate. He then informed him of the situation after he fainted, and that there was a meeting going on between the professors about the accident. He looked directly at him as he listened in silence, head bowed. First, Ben Phone would be expelled for using powerful offensive magic with malicious intent. He spread false rumors about the Ale family, and treated you unfairly, even bullying you. The teachers have decided on this judgment for all of it. His face darkened as he muttered, full of remorse. But I fought back against Ben. He responded, of course you will be punished for what happened. You will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month. He nodded slightly. Yes. It seems there's still something weighing on his mind. And one more thing, are you in possession of a relic? His question makes him look up. Know that it's a legendary weapon left behind by an ancient mage with infinite mana. He quickly waved his hands in denial. A treasure, I definitely don't have one. If I did, I wouldn't be bullied. He narrowed his eyes, hand on his chin, his voice deepening. After all, considering its value and rarity, the Ale clan leader would have used it for the clan's benefit. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, but why are you asking me? After a moment of silence, he recounted the scene, recalling a red light enveloping the boy just before the lightning struck, like a high-level artifact, protecting him, repelling Ben's magic. Hearing this, he was dumbfounded. What was he talking about? He wondered what treasure the teacher was talking about. Then it hit him. Could it be related to that dream? Then he immediately denied it, thinking he was crazy. He sighed softly, thinking that even though he didn't know what was going on, she definitely didn't have the treasure. All right. He turned and walked away, as Lin watched him go. Rest now. He stared intently at the professor's retreating figure. He told the professor he didn't know what happened, but the professor didn't say anything more. What was the professor thinking? Alone in his room, he sat in contemplation. What he'd experienced felt like a dream, and that strange voice, Draka's treasure, destroyer of worlds and player. He repeatedly tapped his forehead, muttering, I think there was one more thing. What was it? Lewin muttered in disbelief. Status window, and immediately a blue panel appeared in midair, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. As if seeing a ghost, he instinctively recoiled, yelling out loud. What in the world? Helen heard the noise and rushed in. Seeing his dazed face, she asked Lewin, Are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? He pointed to the blue screen floating in the air, stammering, No, that's not it. Can't you see it? The blue screen in front of me. She looked confused. What nonsense are you spouting? There's nothing there, Lin. Are you sure you're okay? An idea suddenly flashes in his mind. No way. If she really can't see it, then only I can. His stats appear on the status window. Lewin Adel, the incarnation of Draka, destroyer of worlds, the result of a quest for endless power. Draka, the mage, was destroyed along with his world, but for Draka, who was born with a mana deficiency power, was the source of his strength. Those who await Draka's treasure can open the status window and gain infinite power by completing quests. Strength 150, Agility 100, Wisdom 1000, 550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, he quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, I was a little confused. She laughed helplessly, burying her head in her hands. Holding the test results, she happily announced that everything was normal, and he could return to the dorms. He smiled, feeling a weight lifted. Yes, thank you. Lewin recaps all the strange events that have occurred. Today he survived, being struck by lightning, the red-eyed man he met in another dimension, and the status window only he could see. Then he remembered the first status window he saw in his dream. It said he was the reincarnation of Draka. Could it be that the treasures of the mage Draka have been transferred to me? In the blink of an eye, night fell on the training grounds. Another strange window appears before him. He's startled, but curiosity quickly takes over, and he clicks on it. There it was, his first quest, a repeatable task, since he had become a player linked to Draka, the destroyer of worlds. You must train your body to prepare for your power ascension, 100 punches, kicks, and spins each. The reward is 10 strength points and a new skill. After reading, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to begin. His face still held doubt and confusion. Punching and kicking to gain strength. How could that help him become a mage? But this isn't the time for questions. He has to try it first. With that thought, he took a deep breath. He threw a right punch. The count went up by 1, then a left, and it went up by 2. He chuckled, a hint of triumph in his smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. Great, it's increasing. At this rate, I'll be done soon. Keeping up that momentum, he continued to throw punches. High shouts with each strike, but the punch count remains at 2. He studies the task again, frowning, realizing it won't count if he throws them wrong. That thought made him even more serious. Okay, how do I punch correctly? The moon hangs high in the still sky. While everyone is sound asleep, he's panting like he's been chased by a dog for an hour. Exhausted, he leaned on his knees, finally done, and smiled with satisfaction. It is done. The status window appears: quest complete, awarding 10 strength points, skill unlocked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced up, wondering, what's the reward? Suddenly he felt a cool energy flowing into his body. He marveled, what was this feeling? It was gently flowing through his veins, something more fundamental than mana. He clenched his fist, each finger tightening his arm, trembling slightly with excitement. I really have become stronger. If there's a call, you have to answer. He takes a deep breath, raises his hand and swings it forward. Let's see. With just one punch, he tore through the air in front of him. Feeling like he's on top of the world, he smiles contentedly, realizing that power infused with magic is indeed stronger. Speed, air pressure, and destructive force have all truly changed from before. As he marveled at his newfound power, he suddenly remembered the skill unlock reward. An internal force circuit replaced with power. The mana circuit has been replaced with a power circuit. From now on, all magic and movement will be affected by the player's strength, he wonders, replacing the mana circle with a power circle. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling his heartbeat, realizing his mana would be replaced by power. Everyone who senses or learns mana has a circle around their heart. A mana circle which plays a large role in releasing and enhancing mana increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage can control. He closed his eyes slowly, sensing the faint movement in his chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than other kids my age, but they're useless because of my defect. Suddenly his eyes widened as if sensing something. His mana circles had truly disappeared, so the powerful circle spinning wildly in its place must be the power circle. With that thought, he was stunned, falling backward in surprise. But that shock quickly turned to confusion. A power circuit instead of a mana circuit. Without mana, he can't be a mage. If this new circuit can't do what the mana circuit did, what will become of him? A shadow of sadness crosses his face. Is this the end of his life as a mage? But there's no use being pessimistic now, so he quickly regains his confidence. No, it's too early to despair. I'll try it first. He reached out, focusing all his will on a familiar incantation, Fireball. Instantly, power surged from his palm, and in a flash, a fierce fireball materialized. Staring at the flame, he exclaimed, how can it be this fast? He couldn't take his eyes off the flame, feeling more powerful than ever, and the moment he saw the size of the fireball, he realized. Lewin grinned, realizing this must be the artifact's power. Holding the flame, he thought since magic has a basic activation mechanism, it takes about 10 seconds to recharge before unleashing this power. He mused to himself that he could bypass that 10-second mechanism and create a fireball with his own power, as expected of the protagonist. He clenched his fist, realizing this was the power of a treasure. Suddenly, something strange appears before Lewin, piquing his curiosity. What is that? It turns out, it's the system's message board. As a berserk mage, Draka, your inability to release energy normally has created this ability. Focus your mana on your body and your enemy. You are unaffected by your own magic. When casting, an enhancement effect will be added. A magic attack will inflict additional mental damage. He pondered the system's information, wondering if he should focus mana into his body to attack. How could this be? He wondered to himself. Now thinking seriously, Lu Wai realizes that Draka suffered from the same mana disorder curse as him, and he focused his mana into his fists and feet. The more Lewin reads, the less he believes. Why would he create a method like this? Just then, a quest notification appeared. The protagonist snaps out of it, exclaiming, a quest. The quest's objective: practice the Berserker magic method, using power and magic circuits to attack a target. With each target attacked, the reward points will increase by 10. The protagonist seems a bit doubtful. Attack a target. He squinted, never having considered this method. If he could become a mage using this method. Luin reached out to grab the fireball, knowing he had to try. The fireball in his hand blazed with brilliant light, as if wanting to incinerate everything. With that, a satisfied smile crept across Lin's face as the system notified him that the quest was complete and his strength stat had increased by 10. Luin collapses to the ground, gazing contentedly at the starry sky, finally having completed the quest. He recalls failing to unleash magic time and again, yet now he's succeeded using his fists. Luin wondered how Draka came to be. He wanted to know more, but his body felt so heavy. Suddenly, strange sounds echo around him. Oh, what's that? Is he sleeping here? He must have been training hard, but is he really sleeping here? Should I wake him? Voices echoed in Lin's head. What was going on? Have I died and gone to heaven? Wait, how could I be dead? He took a lightning strike like it was nothing. Impressive. The murmurs continued, as Luin opened his eyes, wondering what all the noise was about. Everyone's in a panic. Oh my god, you're awake too. Luin, you scared us half to death. Luin calmly stretches. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Have you guys never seen someone sleep outside before? They nod. Of course, they're suspicious. What noble would choose to sleep out here, instead of in a warm, comfortable bed? Hey Luin, are you drunk or something? He doesn't seem to care, and waves goodbye as he leaves for a drink. What does alcohol have to do with it? I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Everyone else could only stand there stunned. They buzzed with speculation, Luai seeming like a different person altogether as one asked with doubt, what's going on? Suddenly, a noble student turned around, spotting something that piqued his curiosity. But what about the scarecrow that was beaten to a pulp, leaving only the pole? Did Luin do it, they wondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. Nah, it couldn't be. At the noble dormitory, Luin approaches a blonde friend and asks, yeah, what is it, Luin? He asks, were you out all night? This is Jason's son Damon, a 6th-year student at XNet Academy. He kept asking what was wrong, saying I never left the academy for so long. The main character brushes him off, saying it's none of his concern. Don't let the blonde hair fool you. He's the eldest son of the Giamor family, a renowned mining clan, but at least he treats a supposed good-for-nothing like me well. Gia-sun persists with his teasing. Don't tell me you went to see some girl. He's just getting back now. But his one flaw is that he's a drunk and a womanizer who often sneaks out of the academy. He wouldn't stop talking, saying, could it be that after being struck by lightning you've finally learned to enjoy yourself? Come on, tell me what you did last night. Luin tossed something at him, saying, what nonsense, I need a bath. In the bathroom, Luin relaxed and stretched out. Ah, I'm alive. He suddenly remembered something. Ah, that's right, I have a quest to check, Luin says. The mission, a repeatable quest to train your body, now that you can connect with Draka, the world destroyer. You must train to increase your strength. Each punch, kick, spin, or completed task adds 10 points of strength. The main character sighs. The rewards are the same, but the tasks have doubled. He sinks into thought, realizing the tasks will likely double again. He knew it wouldn't be easy. But if he can become a mage this way. A month later, Luin is still training. The task can be repeated once a day, but the rewards remain the same while the requirements increase. If I fail a task on any given day, all progress will be reset the next day, but if I don't miss a single day, Luin gasped for air. The task requirements wouldn't exceed 3,000 reps per day. Any more training and he'll die from overexertion. He pivots lightly on his heel. Finally, the training quest board has been updated. All stats like punching, kicking, and spinning have been completed 3,000 times, yet the total points added are still a meager 10 points. So the main character spent the entire month training, and he acquired a new skill, passive body art, which enhances his physical abilities. His body becomes more flexible from training at the dorms, and during mealtimes everyone gossips, saying Luin has been acting strange lately. He never even dared to blink during meals, but now he's sleeping like that. Another person immediately retorts, is that all you see? He's practically been eating and sleeping on the training grounds lately and only practicing kicks. Someone else chimes in, hey, leave him alone. This is the first time he's been this weird. They speculate that he's just doing that to cope with mana disorder. It won't work anyway. For Luin, a month passed just like that. I completed the quest and got a clue about Draka, but I couldn't find the name Draka in any records. Nowhere. Not only that, but things like destroyer players, quest boards, systems, and status windows, there's no trace of them anywhere. He couldn't help but wonder, Draka, who exactly is he? Just then, his status window appeared. Luin Andal, the embodiment of Draka, the world's destroyer. A question lingered in Luin's mind, who exactly was providing him with power? Suddenly, a voice calls out, Luin, come here. It's Jason. The protagonist is curious. What is it? John asks again, do you know what happened? What's so puzzling? Gia-san looked slightly apprehensive. So you really don't know anything, which is why you're so relaxed reading a book. Luin asks, is something serious going on? Ji-sun glances at the head of Andal, who is present. The main character's eyes widen in realization. What? Ji-sun repeats, Lu. In your father? Heavy footsteps echoed as Luin burst through the door, gasping for breath. Everyone's father immediately looked back, and his father exclaimed, Luin, my son, you're here. The two of them chose to sit apart. The main character speaks first. It's been 6 years, hasn't it? Has your father been well since I enrolled in this academy? He nods. Yes, I'm doing well. He doesn't forget to ask. And what about Luina? He proudly recounts, you mean my daughter. She's all grown up now, and she's even been practicing her swordsmanship lately, saying she'll protect her weak older brother. Luin laughs, utterly embarrassed. He dismisses it, asking if she's always been so audacious, and Luin's expression suddenly changes. Father, I assure you I'm doing very well right now. Your father is puzzled. What do you mean? Luin reiterated that she was truly fine, unharmed in both body and spirit, as the An family head took a sip of tea, his voice strangely calm. Actually, I came to the academy to ask your opinion about leaving it. If it's too difficult, you can always return to our territory. I know you're facing difficulties you're not telling me about, aren't you? He understands too. I already guessed why you came here, Father. But Father, I think I've found a way. So please promise me one thing. He promised that he would score high on the upcoming practical exams. In return, if I fail, I'll stop doing what I want and listen to you from now on. And then the exam he'd been waiting for finally arrived. The proctor spoke up. All right, listen up. Standing at the podium, the instructor began to explain the rules for today's magic fundamentals, exam warning that any cheating would result in failure. The test begins, and our hero grips his pen tightly. The school exam consists of 2 parts, theory and practice. The practical exam has 4 sections: target identification, magic measurement, practical combat, and one-on-one duels. As a mana disorder, our hero has consistently aced the theory portion for the past 6 years, while McCole of the Gage Hill family always tops the practical exam. Luin's fist clenches, but this time things will be different, everything will change. He emphasized that this time would be different. Luin was sure he would take first place in the practical exam. With the written exams now complete, a voice suddenly rings out. Luin, or rather Jason, approached, and I couldn't help but notice he seemed different lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? He nods. Yeah, I'm going to try a new approach. Gia is surprised. Huh? Really, what way have you found? A scornful voice echoes. Luin, what are you doing here? It's Mo. He crosses his arms dismissively, saying he wouldn't use that body for the practical exam. With your mana disorder, it's all pointless. Luin strokes his chin. So what? That's right, I'm here to compete. Mick still has no intention of giving up. He scoffs Luin as a model student if you want to give advice to someone who's failed the practical exams 6 times. His voice dripped with mockery. Did he come here just to be humiliated? Why don't you just give up now? Luin retorted. Who knows, I don't think your advice would be helpful. Mi clapped him on the shoulder, saying, I think you're misunderstanding something. You think someone with mana disorder can complete the test. He wondered with annoyance what that bastard was up to. Miko gritted her teeth, remembering how subservient he used to be, and now he's so confident. How annoying he's challenging me. I'll show him in the one-on-one battle, just wait and see. Finally, the exam begins with the first part being target acquisition. Its official name is the multi-target takedown exam, and it tests how many targets can be eliminated in a single attempt. However, this year's exam differs from last year's in that the difficulty has been increased. The targets are constantly moving, the examinees are constantly competing, and the organizers will announce the number of targets taken down. First 1 target down. Next Angelina gets 0, and the highest score is only 4. As a result, this year's average score is terribly low. Next, the following person got 3 targets. The instructors in the back frowned. Just a slight increase in difficulty, and the scores have plummeted. The quality of this year's students is just awful. But suddenly a voice reminds him, Professor, it seems a little early to be disappointed. Professor Ellick, professor of potion making and Mikkel Gage Hill's uncle. He seems very proud. Mikkel's up next, so keep an eye out. Professor Ellick seems to be looking forward to his nephew's performance. He's up next. He prepares to strike thoughts, still swirling in his mind. Watch closely. Luin, he's confident, and I don't BS, so what will you do? Professor Eric Hor M is confident that this is what sets him apart. Then he strikes. A series of dummies were hit by that fatal blow, leaving everyone in awe. Wow, that's Mike Gu hitting so many targets with one move, he's sure to be number 1 again. What does Professor Eric Monman think? He's truly worthy of the blood of the Gadi Hu lineage, isn't he? He boasted incessantly. At this point, M is truly the pride of our academy. He'll surely be the representative for this year's students. Suddenly, an interruption cuts through the air. All right, Professor Eric, we've seen enough of this year's abilities, we think. The one who spoke was Professor Tion Snit, the Academy's headmaster, and a level 7 Grandmaster, but Professor Hidell still wouldn't give up. Why don't we stay a bit longer? Luin is up next. Professor T asks about Luin Endel, Professor Hilo. That kid's still at the Academy, he agreed. Well, with that kid's enthusiasm, I might as well stay and watch. It wouldn't hurt to sit back for a bit. Luin loosens his wrists. All right, this is a good opportunity to test my strength. The instructor spoke up. Luin, begin. Luin, holding a fireball in his hand, agreed. Yes, sir. A brilliant flame erupts around him, shimmering as if gilded in gold, leaving everyone in awe. What's happening with his casting speed? The students buzzed with excitement. Wow, so many targets. I really don't know. This can't be happening. Meanwhile, Migo gritted his teeth in anger and reminded him with disdain. Don't you guys know Lewin has mana disorder? Even if he casts 1,000 times, there's no telling if he'll hit the target. That useless trash can't do anything right. But unbeknownst to everyone, a power-up has been activated. Time refraction activates warping space-time for 30 seconds, increasing speed by 200% and allowing for faster movement. He moved beyond the time distortion cooldown is 5 minutes. Lu Yi recalls the skill he recently acquired, time refraction, which allows him to move incredibly fast to any place he desires. In other words, Jie Ming is like, the energy radiating from the main character is so immense it overwhelms everything around him. A brilliant flame surrounds and protects him as the professors watch intently. The student's eyes widened in disbelief. It was over. Lu Wei smirked satisfied. It was done. Splintered wood flies through the air as Luin hits 27 targets. The instructor's face turned pale, drenched in sweat, while Luin stood panting, staring at the targets before him. Whispers begin to spread. What was that? Did he cast magic on his hands and then strike the targets? 27 targets? He set a new record for targets destroyed in this test. How can he move so fast? Did he really use magic to strike the targets? There are just too many surprises here. But then, breaking the silence, a clap echoed. Headmaster Tyrion Exnet of Exnet Academy. He was the first to stand and applaud Luin, praising his outstanding performance. While everyone was still stunned by his Pick Cerberus overachievement, even the headmaster acknowledged him. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Lin's incredible achievement. But amidst the cheers, some still refused to acknowledge his abilities, some angry, some silent, some questioning. But what can he do? The hype train is at full speed, and of course the MC has to have his moment. Judging by that angry look, he definitely can't accept it, but all he can do is mutter to himself. Luin, that brat, how could he? He grits his teeth, his eyebrows practically marrying each other, but he can't do a thing as cheers of celebration echo all around. He stood there silently, secretly rejoicing, basking in the praise and recognition of everyone, something he hadn't experienced in 6 years, a testament to how little praise he'd received. My chest is burning. Luin stands tall, a faint smile on his face. Sunlight graces his youthful face, his eyes reflecting pride and recognition. That's right, this is the feeling I've always wanted. In the meeting room, Eric said uncomfortably, casting magic on the hand and hitting the target directly. How can you call that magic? I've never heard of magic like that before. Just look at his sour face. Of course he wouldn't accept it. The two immediately retorted, but you know magic has no limits. It's a field where anything can happen. He turned serious, saying if everything followed a set pattern it wouldn't be magic, but mathematics. Eric wanted to argue with the two professors, but before he could, Tyrion signaled him to shut his beak. He spoke softly. Today, I witnessed a student create a miracle. His face radiated joy. It's a magical miracle, like how we all came to meet. However, the professors seemed to disagree. Everyone fell silent, seemingly agreeing with the headmaster, while Eric seethed in disbelief. Damn it, Dan, Luin has really stirred things up. Who would have expected this? Gee. Sun threw his arm around Linus and shouted, hey, the Supreme Mage is here. Linus was about to shrink into the ground from G. Sun's embraced, but just whispered, stop it. Hearing this, a few people approached them. Oh, it's Luin. Everyone greeted him, saying, greetings, Luin. How did you do on yesterday's practical exam? He returned the greeting, but couldn't say a word. The questions from his classmates kept coming. Luin, do you know my name? We've been in the same class for 6 years. You hurried away from the crowd, thinking that until yesterday, you were just another nobody in this school. Turning his back on everyone, Luin hastily said to Jason's son, John, I'll head back first. Even now, he couldn't believe how drastically things had changed. Everything had changed overnight, and he hadn't adjusted yet. Truthfully, he was more comfortable alone, but he knew very well that there were still plenty of people who didn't like him. He slowly opened his door to find a blonde kid standing inside who spoke as soon as he heard him. There you are. Oh, barging into someone's room and acting like you own the place. What are you doing in someone else's dorm? Mick's face darkened as he spoke, his eyes burning with rage. Mo turned back to him, his voice dripping with disdain. So you've gotten a few points with that non-magical garbage, and now you think you're all that. Your arrogance makes me sick, so I'm here to remind you not to be so conceited. But he retorted, or are you just embarrassed that your score is lower than someone you've looked down on for 6 years? I thought he was something, but it turns out he's just like this. Just saying that was enough to make him fly off the handle and grab Luin's collar. What did you say, you bastard? But Luin remained cold, betraying no emotion in the face of his outburst, calmly removing his grip with ease. Luin's calm demeanor only served to shake him further. Miko was panicked, his brow furrowed. What is this? Is this loser really this strong? He couldn't believe his eyes, they both needed to graduate. Luin moved closer, his eyes burning with anger, and said, if you really want to suppress me, then wait for the one-on-one combat test, and let's have a fair fight. Luin barely said a word, yet Mick was already sweating bullets and he shoved Luin's hand away. Mick glares at him enraged. You think you're good enough to fight me? Someone who's failing all their classes, Luin immediately retorted. Just wait, and you'll see if I'm up to par or not. And who even decides what par is? His eyes locked onto Mgu's dog-like face with determination. He turned and left, but not without shooting a sharp glare back at him. Pass the next test first, then we'll talk. He walked away, his mind still consumed by his sworn enemy. That arrogant fool will never pass today's practical exam, let alone the combat test. Just look at Mo's angry face, isn't it precious? Just looking at him makes me want to punch him. Suddenly he pulls his hand out of his pocket, but it's still trembling. Is he really a mage? He wondered. No matter how many times I see this statue, it never ceases to amaze me. A massive elf statue standing tall in the mana testing area. Practical exam, 2 mana performance measurement area. The Academy's treasure and a rare artifact. There are only a few on the entire continent. The ancient elf Kingram. 500 years ago, the Archmage Far transformed the living elf into this treasure. Kingram is held within this artifact, absorbing mana and acting as a magical punching bag. This mana efficiency test requires students to cast spells on Kingram to earn points. Luin asked Jason's son. So all we have to do is cast the magic we're most confident in on that statue, Jason's son replied. Succinct, yes, but that spirit is notorious for grading harshly. Anything over 20 is considered excellent. Before him stood a student with a striking purple aura who unleashed his magic, the lightning tempest, upon the elf. The elf spoke, retake the class, 1 point mage. There's still time to drop out. The student was stunned. Everyone started to whisper, I thought he did well, but I guess it's not that easy. Everyone marveled at the goblin's harsh grading. Next step, right up. The rejected student dejectedly returns to his seat, clearly distraught. Now a female student steps forward. Haha, now it's my turn, huh? She raises her hand for a closer look, very confident. Ice ball, she casts her magic. The elf speaks. I certainly won't forget you. Quite the impression. She asks again, delighted. Really? Kingram agreed, but didn't let her celebrate for long, immediately throwing cold water on her hopes. This is the first time I've seen such garbage magic. That's enough. This is more like it. He bluntly gave her a score of 2, causing her to burst into tears, unable to accept the reality. No way, I did my best. Others stepped up, but they weren't much better. A 5. Get out of my sight. Anyone would be upset with those scores, so it's no wonder they're yelling. What is going on? He continued to complain. What kind of weak magic is this? Did you mix it with water or something? That's 100% mana. The goblin bastard was so mad he started cursing, prompting the teacher in charge to speak up. Jackson, no longer screaming, quickly returned to his seat, averting a potential auditory catastrophe for the other students. Oh, that's not it at all. Jackson, realizing he'd been called out, scratched his head innocently and hurried back to his spot. Next up, Gary Hill. The instructor calls his name and his face looks like he's been through 50 lifetimes of marriage, 49 court cases, and 33 caught in the act DNA tests. His face is as black as soaked poop. But it turns out that was just the expression before casting magic, as waves of mana assault the goblin statue. Kingram spoke up. Gary Hill, I'm a little disappointed. Are you the son of Jorge Gary Hill? When asked, he proudly replied, yes, I am the 3rd son of George Gary Hill, McCole Gary Hill. Proud are you? Haha, your father was a sniveling fool who begged me for extra points. Mike Gary Hill, you're even more pathetic than your fool of a father. 27 points. Enraged, he roared, you're just a common goblin. How dare you spout such nonsense? The instructor quickly intervened, telling Mo to be quiet. The teacher called the next name Luin Ale, who immediately responded. Lin stepped forward, seemingly without emotion. But inside, he's burning with anxiety. He seems so nervous. Just try it. I can do this. A flame appears in his hand. He looks up and introduces himself. I am Luin Adele. It's a pleasure to meet you. A gaze of determination, emotions unchanged, truly powerful. Ho, this is the first time I've seen your face. He seems a bit surprised. But no matter, let's get to the test. He was unconcerned, but he and his magic were ready. The flames burned as bright as his eyes, and a student recognized Lin's magic explosive fire energy. His face is a mask of disbelief. Other students recognize it as a 4th-tier magic. The others are shocked and disbelieving. What? He can do that, Kingram wondered. What's with your stance? Did you change your posture to cast magic? I'm going up. Luin leaps from the ground. The mana that was in his hands is now in his feet. Is Luin trying to pull a Son Goku? It's like Son Goku's Nimbus Cloud. Everyone thought he'd use his hands, but he keeps surprising us. Instead of using his hands, he channels mana to his feet and delivers a devastating kick to the Kingram statue. How could he transfer mana from his hands to his feet and make it explode like that? He can't figure it out. The students were shocked, and one of them spoke up. Didn't you just say it was 4th circle magic? The other person immediately replied. No, that attack's energy was at least level 5. So Luin landed after the divine growth kick with 3-meter legs. Does that mean Luin is at least a level 5 mage? He gasped for air as if it would be his last, but his mind raced with thoughts. What was going on? My firestorm spell was executed correctly. Luin remained slightly anxious. But why is Kingram reacting so strangely? Did I mess up somewhere? Only then did he speak. Who? Who are you? He wondered. What do you mean? I already introduced myself. I'm Luin Ao. Before Luin could finish, Kingram interrupted. Are you Draka? The question makes his face change instantly. Draka, I've been waiting for you. Even with just those blood-red eyes, one could imagine his expression. Desperate and longing, Kingram's voice echoed. "I've been waiting for you, Draka." The whisper cut through the silence, sowing confusion. The crowd erupted in whispers, their eyes, searching questions swirling. "Draka, who is that? Is he mistaking Lewin for someone else?" Lewin's mind raced back to the last 2 months, spent poring over every document he could find. But he found nothing. Despite 2 months of searching, he found no trace of Draka. But little did he know, Kingram knew all along. Lewin's face darkened, a sense of dread washing over him, as he truly understood the hidden meaning behind his words. "You know Raka?" Lewin asked, his voice a mix of surprise and faint hope. In response to that probing question, Kingram uttered a single word, concise, but full of weight and certainty. "Yes." Seizing this rare opportunity, Lewin presses on, hoping to glean even a sliver of information about this mysterious figure. "Could you tell me more about him?" A mysterious smile flickered across Kingram's weathered face as he murmured, "How interesting to find his incarnation here at the Academy." His deep voice resonated with an inexplicable ambiguity. Lewin blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of his words. What did he mean by incarnation? Suddenly Kingram's voice cut through Lewin's thoughts. "What is your name?" Though caught off guard, Lewin quickly answered. "Lewin Ale," he answered the abrupt question. "Okay, Lin, I'll remember that," Kingram said. Each word etched into his mind, he stood firm. Kingram's massive frame was like a towering mountain, so large it seemed to block the sun from Lewin, casting a giant shadow over him. As Kingram turned to leave, a voice suddenly stopped him in his tracks. "Please, before you go, could you tell me how many points I have?" The question echoed. "Too many people around, I'll tell you later. The evaluation ends here. This magic is beyond my assessment." Kingram's cold, decisive words struck like a bolt of lightning, causing his opponent to cry out in disbelief. "What? What are you saying?" He couldn't believe what he'd just heard, his face etched with indignation. "According to school rules, you must provide an assessment of the Academy, a step that must be followed for 500 years after the death of Great Wizard Fronzignit." The man tried to invoke the rules, his voice laced with frustration. "Enough." Kingram cuts him off with a terrifying roar that echoes all around, carrying incredible menace. "You dare mention the rules in front of me? For years I've had to evaluate kids who look nothing like mages." His face was strained, his eyes burning with rage, causing the other to falter. I apologize, but I don't care about that brat." Kingram spoke through gritted teeth, his contempt palpable, but a deal was a deal. "I'll tell you the score." He was silent, his gaze sharp as daggers, causing the other man to gulp, cold sweat beading on his forehead, a clear sign of extreme anxiety. 0 or 100 million, which do you want? Little destroyer." Kingram's deep voice resonated, directed at Lewin, who immediately reacted. A bright smile spreads across Lewin's face as he answers without hesitation, his eyes filled with determination. "Of course, a perfect score." The news spread like wildfire, buzzing through the Academy halls. "Hey, did you hear Kingram gave him a perfect score on his exam?" Whispers immediately followed. "Huh. Kingram. Who did he give it to?" Another person asked, their surprise evident in every word. "I heard he gave it to that legendary dropout, Lewin A." Whispers spread like wildfire, faces etched with disbelief as the shocking news sunk in, until a stern voice cut through the noise. It was Professor Haidu approaching Lewin with a scrutinizing gaze. "You're causing trouble again." Startled, he turned toward the voice. "Professor Haidu, what are you doing here?" Lewin asked, surprised. Professor Haidu crossed his arms, sternly approaching Lewin. "The headmaster has heard about Kingram giving you 100 points. He's decided to reward you, as this has never happened before." Professor Du's words carried a special gravity, hinting at the importance of the matter. "Here, take this first." With that, he held out a scroll to Lewin, who read the words aloud with a bewildered and doubtful expression. "Treasure room." Without explanation, Haidu simply waved him forward and turned to leave, signaling him to follow Ta. After a long walk through silent corridors and past mysterious doors, the professor stopped before a room with a tightly shut door, an ancient, imposing door that seemed to have stood for centuries. As it opened, a cold draft swept out. Professor Doyu gestured for Lewin to enter, and they both ventured deeper inside. "Wow, I didn't know there was a place like this here." Lewin followed his eyes, curiously exploring the unfamiliar place he was now entering for the first time. Everything here was completely different from what he'd seen in the Academy. Of course, the professor explained, this is the only forbidden area in the Academy. A question formed in Lewin's mind, the only place forbidden in the Academy. So why did he bring me here? Curiosity, mixed with anxiety, began to creep into his mind. Finally, they stopped at another door, more securely shut than any other. The professor stopped, turning to Lin, his eyes filled with gravity. "This is the path to the treasure room. This is as far as I'm allowed to go." He looked at the professor, a wave of worry washing over him. "So I have to go in alone?" "Yes, go on in. I'll be right here waiting," he reassured him. He finally opens the door before him, his mind still swirling with unanswered questions. He doesn't know what's going on, but his master said it was a reward, so he'll give it a try. With a mix of courage and curiosity, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Lewin was met with an empty yet overwhelmingly large room shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Dim light filtered in just enough for Luin to grasp the immensity of the place. This was the treasure vault. He glanced around, sensing countless treasures despite the lack of any visible items. There were so many kinds of treasures here that he had only heard of. This must be the Archmage's treasure vault. As Luin surveyed the vast shadowy chamber, a deep voice echoed from behind, startling him and putting him on guard. Do you feel lost? Who is it behind him? Luin wondered, his eyes scanning for the source of the voice, which spoke again with a profound tone, as if reading his deepest thoughts. It's as if you don't recognize your true worth. It was then that Luin realized the voice was strangely familiar. It was Kingram sitting firmly on a chair placed right in the middle of the room. Kingram, why was he here? But what Luin noticed and what shocked him the most was Kingram's appearance, no longer an unfeeling statue but a living, breathing and powerful man. He was no longer a stone statue either. As if reading Luin's mind, Kingram explained, his voice deep but still laced with mystery. Surprised, I'm no longer a statue. This is the only place I'm allowed to use this body. Thanks to the mana filling this room, I can exist in my original form, no longer just a relic. I see. Luin looked up at him, his eyes full of doubt at Kingram's words. But what do you mean I don't know my true value? Kingram's sharp teeth seemed to become more prominent as he spoke, exuding a terrifying aura. Literally, you have no idea what your true value is. Even the artifact you wield is similar to Draka's. Kingram's words struck Luin like a knife, as he realized a shocking truth he knows about the artifact. Luin thought to himself, utterly astonished, as Kingram stared back, his eyes piercing. That treasure is one of the rarest in the world. How did you obtain it? And what is your connection to Draka? Kingram paused, awaiting Luin's answer, but Luin simply stared back at him, serious. His voice laced with curiosity and a hint of helplessness. He said, I'm wondering that myself. Who is Draka? He stared at Luin in silence for a moment before explaining, his tone filled with nostalgia and reverence. He was an entity seeking divinity. One day he came to the High Elf tribe where I lived. He was small, short, and unsightly. Yet his power was so extraordinary that none of the Zenith could match it. And with each passing day he only grew stronger, so even if all the Zenith attacked him at once, they couldn't defeat him. We respected him. He lived among us as one of our own, teaching me, the future chieftain, the language of magic for nearly 100 years. What 100 years? How could a human live for 100 years? Luin looked up at Kingram again, his eyes wide with shock. Luin's mind struggles to comprehend what he's just heard, as Kingram smirks, his sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. Perhaps because he is not human. This revelation strikes Luin, unveiling an unbelievable truth about Draka and igniting countless new questions. His true identity is the Black Dragon Dracagonia. Kingram's words were a crushing blow to Luin. Unbelievable. Luin gasped, his voice choked with surprise. So dragons really do exist. Reeling from this revelation, he asks again, seeking confirmation. Is it true? Don't you know, dragons are the source of all magic? He answered quickly without hesitation. Indeed, Luin reflected he had heard of this, but it was only an unsubstantiated claim. Luin's mind reels as everything he thought he knew crumbles before this shocking truth. He interrupted Luin's thoughts again with another piece of information, but Draka couldn't use magic. He interrupted Luin's thoughts with another piece of information, the reason Draka developed his unique fighting style using magic on his limbs. Do you understand what that means? Kingram paused, posing a loaded question. It dawned on him then, a spark igniting in his mind, connecting the disparate pieces. Draka must have been treated as he was in the past. He immediately replied, picturing a mysterious figure shrouded from head to toe. I think I understand a little now. Kingram continued, his tone growing darker. Draka created an ability that only he could use. By turning magic into power, Draka became the strongest entity in the world. However, he wasn't satisfied, and continued to expand his power, infinitely, ultimately destroying everything, including himself. He destroyed everything. So that's why he was called the Destroyer of Worlds. I can't imagine how strong he must have been to destroy an entire world. A mix of awe and fear crept into Luin's heart as he imagined that terrifying power. Suddenly, a familiar system window appeared before Luin with new content. You have achieved the Draka Traces Discovery milestone, receiving the Elf Companion title, the Frenzy Elf skill, and the Spirit Equipment Incarnation of Power. The Elf Companion title increases your affinity with elves and allows you to communicate with them. After reading each line, he touches his chin, thinking, why am I suddenly getting communication rewards? Well, it's better than nothing. Despite his confusion, he accepts these unexpected gifts, and the system window reappears. Details of the new skill are displayed. Elven Frenzy, actively borrowing power from an elf's rage to instantly boost strength. Power reaches 300 for 30 seconds. The effect gradually increases under the influence of the body's skills. Cooldown time is 3 minutes. As he read the reward details with a serious expression, Luin muttered, this seems like a high-level skill. The moment he reached out, a glossy blue orb appeared, fitting perfectly in his palm. But the orb already had cracks in it, as if it had existed for a long time and suffered much damage. Chang, what is the embodiment of power? Why is it in my hand? Luin wondered with curiosity and a hint of worry, as Kingram rose from his stone throne, his massive frame blocking out some of the room's light. Looks like you just got a quest reward. Draka used to stare into space and talk like that too. Kingram's words confirmed Luin's suspicions, and he looked up at him, still holding the blue orb, his eyes full of questions. Then do you know what this is? He replied confidently. Very well, let me see it. He leaned down to examine the glowing orb in Luin's hand. He examined it carefully before stating, it is him. Do you know anything about this item? Eager for more information, Kingram responds with a profound tone. An item. It's not an item, it's an incarnation. He looked at the orb in his hand again, skeptical, almost not believing his ears. What this thing is an embodiment. Kingram began to persuade him, his tone, certain as if he had witnessed everything. He was always by Draka's side. How could I not know? Judging by the current state, I'm certain Draka sealed him within this spirit stone before his death. He continued to explain Strang's nature. He's an avatar of power called a spirit, but unlike any other. He's hot-tempered, constantly begging Draka for limitless power, but if you satisfy his desires, he'll grant you limitless strength. Kingram concludes, revealing a powerful but risky bargain that the entity will be resurrected from the stone. Luin frowned, raising the orb higher before his eyes. It appeared slightly more cracked than before. Tiny cracks have begun to appear, so you don't need to worry too much. He reassured him. As Kingram finished speaking, something unexpected happened. The sphere suddenly cracked even more, the fissures growing larger, until it seemed ready to burst. Luin held it, watching the cracks slowly spread. His heart pounded. It had shattered. He inwardly screamed in shock. But what Luin imagined in his head as a small object in the palm of his hand appeared as the smoke and debris of the sphere dissipated into the air. Luin stared at it, surprise evident on his face. It's a bear. And it just rubbed its eyes and cursed at him with a sharp, annoyed voice. You dare call me a bear, you brat, and this bear can talk. How can a bear talk? His curious questions only fueled the creature's rage. Don't you dare call me a bear, you little brat. It roared, its irritable voice echoing through the vast treasure room. Feeling that Luin's words were too much, the bear pointed at him, fuming. Don't call me a bear, you incompetent, but you are a bear. His face now a mask of bewilderment and confusion, sweat trickling down his cheek. How could a bear talk? It was furious. Hey, are you deaf? It stood with its hands on its hips, fuming, barely able to catch its breath. How dare you compare me to those things? I'm not a bear. He wondered then. What was it? She crosses her arms, smirks confidently, and says, I am an avatar. I can become whatever I want. I'll show you. With a face full of determination, he declares, Behold, I'll show you my power. Hearing this, the protagonist waits patiently, but nothing impressive happens, and the other's face turns pale with embarrassment. After a moment of silence, he panics, as if unable to believe the absurd reality before him. What the heck is this? Where's my power? What's with that look on your face? What is he doing? I suddenly spoke up. It's probably because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Give me food you've seen and assessed it. Why is this bear so rude? You deliver some bad news. There's no food here, and I don't even know what you can eat, he cries out in despair as if struck by lightning. What? There's no food either. Why is my master so weak this time, he wondered. As for his master, he just curled up into a ball like cotton candy and fell asleep. Whatever, I'm sleepy. Wake me when it's time to eat. He was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like his father. What's that all about, calling me master and saying I'm weak? He gently hoisted the sleeping Trang onto his shoulders, and the innocent scene made King Graham chuckle. Hey, a leopard can't change its spots. Seeing you and Trang reminds me of the old days. He seemed lost in memories of the past, recalling his days confronting Chang and Draka in the old Sky Clan. As the reverie ended, he sat regally in the vast treasure room, his eyes fixed on him. Luin Ale, the little destroyer carrying Draka's will. What do you intend to do, he asks. About what? The power you wield will make you stronger. It can lead you to glory, or consume you entirely. I'll ask again, what will you do once you're strong? Hearing this, he pondered for a long time. The reason he wants this power is to protect his loved ones from monsters, to bring glory to his family, and to prove himself to those who dare to look down on him. He smiles contentedly, as if that's enough. I have too much to protect. I can't let this opportunity slip away. I will live as I wish for my loved ones, my family, and myself. Seeing the kid before him was quite good, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I'll look forward to that future of yours. He understood more about Draka thanks to Kingram, and each day began with missions. The only thing that changed was in the training yard, where Luin tirelessly trained, wiping away the sweat of exhaustion and reminding Chang, wake up. Are you going to skip eating? The mention of food instantly woke it up, eyes sparkling, mouth watering. Food. As if a second later the food would be gone, it quickly ran up to him. While he prepared his magic, it opened its little mouth wide. Ah! He glanced at its ravenous expression, feeling helpless. This kid was crazy about food and ate a lot. It eagerly scoops up the 3 flames burning in his hands, streams of crimson fire swirling into its mouth. Sated, it pats its chest and lets out a loud burp. I feel much better now, he thought. The food I'm referring to is the power gained from the quest. Strang will devour my power. Strang, the embodiment of the unique 1-star spirit's power, reacts to the primal essence of strength. The power is proportional to its vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the power. Having challenged the Seven Kings and the Black Dragon Dracagonia, it was destroyed. After it ate its fill, his power points increased thanks to its special companion skill. He compliments you so you're useful after all. It puffs out its chest proudly. Of course, he confirms that each time he grows stronger, he'll receive a maximum of 100 strength points. Ah, it explains. If I reach 2 stars, that's 200, 3 stars is 300. Before being sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing that left him speechless. 31 stars, 3,000, 100 power points, and he's already this strong with less than 1,000. It seems what you just heard made you envious, wanting to quickly become as strong as he once was. How did Draka do it? Besides, quests, are there other ways to increase strength? Sensing his thoughts, it smirks deviously. Haha, now you understand my worth, huh? If you want to know, get me a glass of tea. He threatens to stay silent, warning of the consequences of starvation. The creature, terrified, reluctantly complies. Shyly it answered, "All right, I'll tell you." She explained in detail that there are many ways to increase strength, such as doing high-difficulty quests for better rewards, forging items, finding treasures, or even cooking goblin tendons to practice the zither. Then she threw a bucket of cold water on him, saying those methods weren't suitable for him. He wondered why there were so many ways as she plopped down on his shoulder, arms crossed, and mocked him. Only those with at least 1,000 strength points can perform those techniques. His strength is increasing too fast. His body is still in its infancy. What's with all this level nonsense? He pursed his lips, his eyes lost in thought. And here I thought I was getting stronger. Turns out I'm only at the starting point. So the goal now is to reach 1,000 power. He must continue to train as before. He trained daily to increase his strength, reaching 930. Now the third test, real combat, begins. Arriving at the arena, Gang asked, "So you're doing combat today? You're brimming with confidence." "Yes, I've been waiting for this day. Usually mages attack from behind, so there's a chance the spell will hit allies in the chaos. This test examines the mage's risk management skills, perhaps the most crucial aspect." At that moment, Jason was taking the test. He mustered all his strength to cast a fireball, but instead of hitting the monster, it flew straight towards the knights, terrifying them. "What are you doing? Don't aim at us." Even the monster next to us is confused. The proctor watching on the sidelines could only shake his head and sigh in disappointment. "Jason Sun Diamond, you're eliminated." Dejected and lifeless, he slinks away amidst the jeers of his classmates. "Sir, the foreign knights have arrived to assist with the exam, ensuring student safety and evaluating teamwork. The 10-day exam pits students against different monsters based on their scores, and on the final day 13 top-scoring students remain. Since it's the final day, everyone is curious about what kind of monster will appear. Suddenly, the entire stadium shakes violently as if there's an earthquake, and everyone's faces are filled with terror. A brown-haired boy spoke up, "What's that sound?" A colossal creature emerges, its towering form and ferocious face, with sharp fangs revealed in a roar, sending the crowd into a terrified frenzy. Is that a water monster? They live in scattered herds across the continent, much larger than humans and just as intelligent. They're violent by nature, so wars between them and humans are common. The students' eyes widened, sweat beading on their foreheads. Was the professor sure this was going to be okay? "What if someone dies from the sea monster?" The professor calmly explains. "You are all mages, so you must always be rational. Treat this as real, and give it your all." Though fear still lingered, they responded with a resounding yes. "Yes, sir." A moment later, the test officially began, and the monster, once released, roared madly and charged forward. It lunges towards the knights, with its powerful arms forcing them to raise their shields for protection, while Mugu seizes the opportunity to cast his ice magic from behind. Ice arrows shot forth from his hand, ordinary ice, but sadly they only struck the ground. It ambushes them from above. By the time they realize it, it's already upon them. Someone shouts from above. The professor watching nearby anxiously shouted, "Miko, get out of the way," but his whole body was frozen, trembling uncontrollably. Though he muttered about getting revenge for the other day, fear kept him paralyzed. Sensing the danger, the professor had to intervene. Before the monster could strike, thousands of vines erupted from the ground, binding it in place as he watched in disbelief. Enraged by their treachery, it thrashed and roared, still ferociously reaching for him despite its restraints. Seeing this, he panicked and quickly backed away, his face pale as a ghost. And the result of his pathetic performance is 2 cold words. "Mikhail Gary Hill, you're eliminated." His nephew. Eric slammed his hand on the table in anger. Gritting his teeth, he thought, damn it, failed again. Planning to interfere with Lin's exam, he turned to talk to teacher Tyrion Exnit. "Headmaster, are you going to continue the exam?" He turned curious. "What do you mean?" Eric then stated his purpose. "Luine's lot is coming up next, isn't it?" He replied, a clear look of sarcasm on his face. Luine is the only one Kingram gave a perfect score to, so judging the others the same way wouldn't be fair. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I understand your point, but we don't have any other monsters." He revealed his true nature, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Oh, but we do. When the foreign knights brought the sea monster, they also brought a sprite." The headmaster pondered. Using an imp for the exam was dangerous, but with Professor Hido and the knights on the front lines, he was curious about Looney's abilities. Down a long corridor in the grand castle lit by torches, Heido leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching the boy emerge from behind the long door. He gently called out to Luin, who looked up bewildered. Luin greeted him, Professor Huedo. He approached, one hand in his pocket, and quietly warned, I need to tell you this before the exam. Today, your portion will be more difficult than everyone else's. Luin didn't quite understand what he meant. What do you mean, Professor? Haidu was worried about him. The academy had high expectations ever since King Graham gave him a perfect score. Many felt it unfair for him to fight the same monster as everyone else, so his test would be more difficult. Luin frowned. Harder meant, as the professor replied, that his target wouldn't be an aquatic monster, but an elf. His words shocked everyone present. Trang blinked her round eyes and replied, Ah, so your first real enemy is an ogre. This is going to be fun. The scene shifts to a massive scaled hand tightly gripping and pulling on a thick chain. It's a massive rugged ogre, its orange-brown body screaming in fury, as the two guards assigned to watch it look on in fear. The blonde Jia-san curiously turns to Eric and asks, Is that thing the leader of the water monsters? The dark-haired one scolds him, saying it's an ogre, and he grimaces in disbelief. An elf is impossible. He gripped his sword tightly, realizing he had given the suggestion. It was a bit confusing and dismissive, but there's no way they'd pit students against a goblin in an exam. How strong could students even be? Goblins resemble monsters, but they are many times stronger, able to crush skulls and snap spines with a single blow. Eric gritted his teeth, glaring at the person behind him, and angrily asked, Are you sure about this? Even knights have trouble catching them. The two men looked serious. I'm sure it's the headmaster's orders. Eric scoffed. Ah, so he changes his tune. Did you bet your life on this exam? From afar, the sound of black leather shoes echoed as a magnetic voice approached them. Yes, I bet my life. Eric turned to the newcomer, surprised. You. The two faced each other, and he stared intently. I'm Luin, an exam candidate. He questioned you. Eric scanned the boy, unable to shake off a feeling of disdain. This kid is going to fight the goblin. How could he possibly win? Eric, still focused on Luin, thought he and the professor would protect him, but he coldly walked past him. Eric is startled. Where is he going? He says sternly. You're going the wrong way. What are you doing? Luin responds as if it's obvious. I'm preparing for the test. I'm in the wrong position. I should be behind you. He frowned, reminding her, as she confirmed with Elk that she would stand there. He frowned, confused. Luin's piercing blue eyes turned cold as he explained with utmost seriousness. My magic is a little different, Eric retorted. We won't be able to protect you if you're in front. He's not as easy to deal with as a water monster. He reaffirmed his opinion. Yes, I know, but he's still acting like that. Why are you toying with your life like that? Luin said, tossing aside his cloak, looking every bit the modern CEO. You're lazy and don't explain anything. I'm out of options. With that, he stepped forward towards the goblin, and Eric couldn't help but worry about his recklessness. His eyebrows have been furrowed so tightly, they might as well be getting married. I don't see any fear in him at all. There must be something different about him. The professor finally speaks, observing the situation from behind. Luin was ready to go, and then shouted loudly. Your test officially begins. He snapped his fingers as he spoke. With a click, the shackles on the massive ogre's hands burst open. Falling to the ground, its freedom officially begins. The ogre explodes, roaring in every direction, charging straight into the soldiers with swords and shields. He was ready for battle, his hands sparking with fire magic as he flew straight up past the astonished soldiers. Aaron shouted, What are you doing? He's going head-to-head with the goblin. No, what is he doing? He couldn't stop it. The goblin and Luin, along with his blazing magic, collided. The ogre roared, raising his hand to summon more magic. Boom! The ground crumbles as Lin advances, hurling a fireball at the demon. The clash of magic echoes as their powers collide, illuminating the area with an intense light and threatening to overwhelm the onlookers. Everyone is caught up in the fiery clash between Lin and the elf, as Eric watches with a look of surprise. He dares use close-quarters magic in this situation. The professor waved away the dust in front of him. He must have foreseen this moment. Luin hasn't disappointed his teacher in the slightest. Well, except for him. The others are already wide-eyed, half-blind with panic. Even those in the stands were stunned. The arena was filled with smoke and dust, and the soldiers stood motionless, unsure of the battle's outcome. A student daring to engage an elf in close combat. Let's hope he's still alive. Before anyone could react, that familiar black shirt emerged from the dust cloud, startling even Eric. He's alive. His face emerges, shocking him even more. He's still standing, and Luin is ready to attack again. His expression is the same, but now there's a smugness, his face filled with pride. Suddenly a hand struck Luin's shoulder, and Eric's voice boomed. His face was grim, as he angrily reminded him that he almost died. He calmly looked up at him, still indifferent but politely replying. I apologize, but if I had warned you have let me charge in. Eric, at a loss for words, could only ask Gao as he glanced at the enraged elf. We don't have time for this, let's finish the test quickly. The goblin was now more enraged than ever, and Eric, brushing past Luin, waved his hand, warning, stand back. I know you're strong, but this one's dangerous. Not satisfied, he repeats himself. The volumes increased significantly. Stay back and let me handle this. Ignoring Eric's words, Lewin swiftly moved forward, stopping just in front of him. With a serious expression, he declared, "This is my test." Elk, seemingly deaf, kept asking, "What?" Lewin, with unwavering resolve, declares he will complete his exam. A massive and ferocious monster appears, its body enormous, 5 times larger than before. Looney seriously observes the monster with unwavering determination, while Gutter behind her appears tense, anticipating a surprise attack. He focuses intently, unwavering his courage, fueled by 2 reasons. And he remembers the goblin's possession skill, the title earned from Kingrum, that will allow him to speak with the goblin. The ferocious monster hissed, "Don't come near me, set me free." But he wasn't afraid because he understood its cries. To others it's a fearsome monster, but to him the goblin is terrified of being surrounded by mages and knights. And the urgent quest to strike first and defeat the enemy with a reward of 30 strength points, and the player's eye skill. He smirks confidently, and charges forward, knowing the reward is well worth the effort, a task that grants him 3 days' worth of points in one fell swoop. With a whoosh, he shot forward, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake, summoning a fireball in his hand, and striking like a gust of wind before Gutter's astonished eyes. In an instant, his punch collided head-on with the descending giant monster, creating a massive shockwave and scattering sparks everywhere. It takes a direct hit and roars in fury before a fiery vortex sends it flying. Quickly, the immediate threat was neutralized. He smirked. It wasn't over yet. It roared, its red eyes wide, its sharp teeth grinding menacingly. "I will kill you." The monster leaps high, pouring all its power into a surprise attack, screaming, "I'll crush your skull." Its blow shook the earth, but his long legs allowed him to narrowly evade it. He carefully observed the monster's every move, searching for its weakness. After landing safely, he uses time refraction to advance, leaving the captain in awe of his incredible speed. "How is he so fast? He's using fire magic while moving. I have to get closer." He instantly closed the distance, targeting its weak point. Before the monster could react, the punch landed squarely in its gut, and it howled in pain. Meanwhile, among the knights, one was stunned. He didn't flinch against the goblin. Just what is this guy? Someone hid behind their shield to avoid the sparks. The students were just as shocked. What was going on? "Hey look, the goblin's fighting back." It throws a powerful punch, but he blocks it with his bare hand. Refusing to yield, it attacks with its remaining hand, but he blocks it once more. He kicks the monster's hand, but it unexpectedly grabs his leg and throws him like a sandbag. His body spins through the air like a leaf caught in a storm. He clings to the wall like Spider-Man, but before he can recover, his eyes widen in shock. It launched a fiery punch, which he narrowly dodged, causing a large section of the wall behind him to crumble. He landed gracefully as the monster turned to face him, its grinding teeth, a clear sign of its animosity toward the inferior human. He darted forward, spinning into a devastating kick that would leave his foe reeling. He unleashed a spinning kick, honed through countless hours of practice, straight into its head. The goblin crashed to the ground, shaking the earth and sending pebbles flying. He leaped onto its chest. Wanting a swift end, he activates the Berserk Goblin skill, unleashing a torrent of red energy around his hand as the ogre sweats and trembles. "Are you really human?" he replies. "I doubt you need an answer, do you?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "You understand what I'm saying?" He nonchalantly unleashed his attack, replying, "You understand me, don't you?" Before he could finish, a burst of fiery energy slammed into his face, and the Berserker's fury intensified, sending him into a frenzy. This makes controlling the energy even harder. His pupils contracted, his teeth clenched in pain, and flames engulfed the monster's massive form. He stopped the monster, scorched and defeated. Was it really over? From afar, Trang watched and admired. "Not bad, huh?" He even exceeded expectations, stepping away from the monster's corpse. Perhaps exhausted from the fight, he panted heavily, much to the surprise of those around him. He defeated the goblin, it seems so. "Hip hip hooray," they cheered, showering him with praise. The crowd cheers for the awesome Lewin while Eric seethes with disbelief at his victory. In contrast, Headmaster Tyon Exnit smiled with satisfaction as the murmurs continued, some still finding it hard to believe what had just happened. He actually defeated the goblin on his own. How is that possible? The guards quickly moved in to examine the monster's corpse. Gutter approached him, curious. "Louis Adele, who taught you magic and combat skills," he replied. "No one." His face remained skeptical. "You learned it all yourself?" He seemed earnest. "Yes." He turned to the professor, who stood silently beside him. "Professor, how did I do on the exam?" He paused, lost in thought, before finally speaking. "I didn't think you could handle it, but I didn't even have the chance to stop you." He looked directly at him. "You always exceed my expectations." He wanted to confirm that meant he passed. That single sentence caused an uproar in the hall amidst the lingering smoke and debris, as the handsome and radiant Lu Inan smiled confidently. The status window confirms the mission's completion and issues an urgent quest identical to the last one, rewarding the Eye of the Connoisseur skill and +10 strength. He was quite surprised. The eyes of a gamer. Upon further inspection, it's a skill that allows him to see the essence of all things, collect and digitize all information, and unlock stealth, allowing him to see others even when they're hidden. Trang, perched on Luin's shoulder, seems quite excited. The eyes of a gamer. Now you're a true player. You know about this skill, she asks with a sly grin. Of course, it's something only players possess. With hands on her hips, she enthusiastically explains, you can see enemies using stealth abilities. At that time, there would be a faint outline around them, he exclaimed. That's useful. Suddenly, a status window appears unlocking the mini-map. He wonders Mini, and it smiled with delight as this function allowed him to observe everything within a 500-meter radius. Furthermore, this skill allows you to view the status of any target with the amount of accessible information, depending on the target's level. There are plenty more surprises to come. New toys must be tested immediately. He suggests looking at the name of the unconscious goblin and activating the all-seeing eye. He glances down at the large body, staring at that goblin. He focuses intently, channeling energy to use the skill, and the status window gradually appears, revealing the monster's name, origins, traits, and even an evaluation. He was so amazed that he exclaimed, "This is awesome." He wanted to experiment with other subjects, this time targeting Professor Huedo, but only level information appeared. Suddenly he understood there were things he couldn't read. The information was limited. Trang replies, "Of course, you can't read the information of someone above your level. You can't read information that far above you." Raising a finger as if lecturing, she adds, "Once you become stronger, the amount of information you can access will increase." He listens intently. He smirked, raising a hand to his chin, a calculating half-smile playing on his lips. "I understand." After the combat test, rumors of Luin defeating the goblin spread throughout the academy. Confused, he says, "I don't know, it was my first time." Suddenly, a brown-haired girl approaches him. The girl spoke sweetly, her eyes sparkling with affection. "Are you Senior Luin?" Not only that girl, but two others approached, offering lunch bags, saying, "You were so cool in the third test. Eat them when you're hungry." As soon as he took the bags, they shyly left, leaving him bewildered by the quick turn of events. Embarrassed, he offered the bag to Jay Sunday. "Do you want to eat this?" He panicked and shouted, "What?" He flew into a rage, saying that I was disrespecting the ladies who overcame their embarrassment to make me lunch. Confused, he thinks. Why are you getting so worked up? Looking at his friend who is now sobbing with envy, he recalls the system saying Jia-san has great potential. He teleported beside him, patting his shoulder. "I've been checking everyone's status for the past few days and only yours. M shows high potential." He wore a serious expression, but his eyes were full of trust and determination. "Jia-san, just keep at it. I'm sure you'll do great on the next test." He was confused. "What are you feeling sympathy for me?" He immediately denies it, saying sympathy. "What sympathy? I just mean you have potential. Your skills are fine. You should regain your confidence and work harder." He's surprised. "Is that so?" He advised, "Yeah, try not to slack off so much." He chuckled softly. "Yeah, okay. In the next exam, my goal is to get into the top 10. You're helpless, so that'll be a little difficult." 1 second he's joking, the next he's all serious. "Are you really being serious right now? Sometimes even I can't believe it. Why are you so flustered?" He confided in me, and I wondered if he was really the Luin I'd known for 6 years. A look of surprise crossed his face. "Oh." Luin looks up at the vast blue sky. Even I find it hard to believe sometimes, so I understand how he feels." He suddenly remembered, "Oh right, there's been some rumors going around about you lately." "What rumors are you doubting?" he continued. "Rumor has it, you'll surpass Michael, Gary Hill, becoming not only the valedictorian but also the Academy's representative." Unfazed, he stands up. "I don't care about that, let's go inside." Afraid of being left behind, he hurriedly scurried after him. "What do you mean you don't care?" This year marks the Grand Festival, where representatives from prestigious academies gather every May for a magical competition to determine the very best. And every 8 years, all mages gather at the Olympiad to choose the strongest, and the Grand Festival takes place in years when both events coincide. The Grand Festival is a nationwide competition where the most brilliant students from each academy display their abilities. The winner brings prestige and fortune to themselves and their academy, and they receive countless privileges. That's why the number of students participating in the Grand Festival is limited: 1 individual and 30 inches a group. 31 of the top students from each academy will participate in this grand competition, and the solo contestant will be the academy's representative. At the An Academy, everyone is eagerly discussing the upcoming festival, with many speculations being made. Will Mike be La Iha's student representative again this year? At his table, the topic was also under discussion, and Jia-sun spoke first. Of course, Luin will be the representative. The orange-haired boy next to him agreed, adding that he was the only one to ever receive 100 points from Kingram, as he chewed thoughtfully. "And if I remember correctly, how did Mo do in the magic tournaments he participated in?" The brown-haired student at the table quickly responded. "Well, the team competition is a given, but he ranked 4th out of 5 in the individual round." The orange-haired student scoffed. "That's why we're called the bottom-ranked academy." The bottom-ranked academy. They can't even compete as a team, let alone individually. As lunch ends, everyone cleans up, but this topic is far from over. Luin is our only way out of that label. You guys agree, right? Absolutely. Luin, what do you think? Your face is serious. The test isn't over yet. You tell yourself it's not time to cheer and get excited. After all, the one chosen for the Grand Festival will be the top scorer in the exam and receive recommendations from the professors. And the fourth test, the 1v1 battle between you and Mo, is about to begin. He stares straight ahead, his eyes unwavering. That's why I have to focus on the next test. He vowed to himself that all he could think about was beating him to a pulp. 4 days later, the practical exam was underway at the training grounds. Luin leaps into a spinning kick sweat, pouring down a testament to his rigorous training. Status windows flash incessantly. You have gained 1,000 power points. You have received the title of training completion. I stretched finally. This is the day. Let's level up right away. It crouches down, focusing all its internal energy, drawing in the surrounding air. Feeling ready, it leaps, landing lightly on his shoulder as a powerful flame erupts around them. The quest difficulty has doubled the reward, tripled it. Focuses intently, compressing the fire into its hand, and swallows hard. Its small frame straightened head tilted back as it strained to unleash its inner power. In moments, a sun-like inferno erupted, threatening to incinerate everything it touched as it turned towards him, the intense heat forcing him to shield his face. What's this? This flame seems to have noticed something. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking as he looked at it. Elsewhere, Eric stood pensively by the window, arms crossed, recalling Luin's victory over the goblin, his face a mask of displeasure as he pondered how to score him. He imagined Luin declaring war on M, wondering if Luin Adele's current strength was enough to defeat M, but the thought of him being defeated at Luin's feet made him dismiss the idea. That's unlikely. With gritted teeth, he considered the possibilities. If he wins M's position at the festival and the valedictorian title will be threatened, the Gary Hill family must remain at the top of this academy. His face tightened as if he was suppressing an imminent eruption of anger at any cost. Back at the training grounds, Trang has reached level 2 though. She looks exhausted. The surrounding firewall has weakened significantly, but in return he gained 200 points of strength, and in his hand a blazing orange flame. He stares at her impressed, as Trang notes that he seems much stronger. And he expresses his gratitude. Wow, I was able to reach 1,200 power points so quickly thanks to you. He puffed out his chest, striking a pose of pride and a hint of vanity, then chuckled, scratching his chin with a grin. This is just the beginning. The difficulty and rewards of the quests have increased. They both stared intently at the status window, reading the daily physical training quest to complete all the following tasks. 5,000 punches, and kicks a 15 kilometers run, and combat training will earn him 30 strength points. Luin considers this, thinking it won't be too difficult, since he's already intensified his training. He turned to it and asked, "So what's this practical combat training?" Suddenly its face darkened, and a villainous smile spread across it. "Do you remember when we first met I told you I could transform into anything?" He replied, "Yes, I remember." It grinned, "From now on I can shapeshift, but there are still limits." "So can you turn into a human?" "Yes, but it's difficult to become one before level 5. He wondered. "So what can you transform into?" Its face turned sinister. "Want to see?" Suddenly a small tornado surrounds its body. Gradually the whirlwind grows larger, then dissipates, revealing a tattered and mysterious scarecrow that makes him laugh. "Is that a scarecrow?" Annoyed that he wasn't as surprised as it expected, it grew angry. "What's with that look?" he chuckled. "Nothing, you're just not what I expected." It's conceded, saying not to underestimate scarecrows. It claims to have helped Draka when he first started training. "You mean you were his target during practice?" He confirms it. "Exactly. I'm very useful for missions. From now on you will spar with it every day. It manipulates the whirlwind around itself, exuding an air of mystery. My power is weak, only on par with a third-rate mage." Deep inside the scarecrow it smirks slyly. "Once I regain my power I can play with anything, even dragons or demons." Intrigued, he wants to test it out immediately, asking what he should transform into. He boldly suggests it, and the mage, as if poked in just the right spot, activates challenge mode. Alright. Trang focuses his power, creating a magic orb that transforms into a staff with a fiery red gem, his arm instantly bulging with muscle as he grips it. "Even if I hit you, it'll only shock you, not hurt you." Luin remained calm. "What about you?" Hearing that his attack had no effect, he raised an eyebrow and said, "I see you really are the perfect sparring partner." He wasted no time unleashing a fireball. "Alright, take this." He unleashed a massive surge of magic, but Luin dodged it with ease, leaping away. He was excited, convinced Mick was training, and couldn't wait to challenge him, the complete opposite of what he thought. He was in Elk's room admiring the leaf. "That bastard is such an eyesore, what should I do?" Enraged, he retorted, "You dare speak to me like that? If you were stronger I wouldn't have to hear any of this." He waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, don't say another word. I heard you helped Luin get a better score," he sneered, showing no restraint. "Did that make you flinch? Of course you're the one who came up with the eugenics plan." He looked like he wanted to devour him whole as he slowly stepped forward. "Thanks to you he got a perfect score. If our family finds out you won't have an easy time. I can't believe this grandson dares to be so insolent with me." He was bitter but helpless. How dare that brat speak to me like that? he urged impatiently, then stop nagging and figure out how to solve this. If he were to become the Academy's representative, a firm answer would come from his mouth. No, that won't do. I have an idea. In his hand, he held a small bottle of jade green liquid. Take it. He recognized it instantly, a burning bloom, an awakening herb. Burning flower, a rare herb from the northern illusion region used to make special elixirs. He instructed him to drink it to achieve an awakened state. The mana deployment time will be greatly reduced. He was wary, but it dulls the pain and makes it difficult to distinguish friend from foe. He stared intently at him, or rather saw nothing at all. He should really pay attention in class. McCall didn't understand a word his uncle was saying. But why did he want him to drink this? Yes. He was furious. Was he out of his mind? Standing before him, he felt powerless. Did he want to further disgrace the family after losing to that guy? However, he knew Professor Dew's keen eyes wouldn't miss a thing, and this was too risky. If he found out, he'd be done for. He smirked, patting his chest. Have you forgotten who I am? Drug testing is my domain. A true professional of dirty tricks, he'd planned everything meticulously. Take this. It'll cover your tracks. The remaining purple vial was placed in his hand after the flower. Now this. He reassured his frightened grandson. Don't be afraid for the Gary Hills bloodline. This is the only way forward. Will you take it or not? I can't believe you'd ask me to do something like this. He hesitated, caught in a deep internal struggle. Finally, the one-on-one combat exam has arrived as the warm sunlight bathes the magic barrier square. Everyone looked down excitedly, voices and laughter echoing as always. The exam area was packed whenever a combat test took place, and this was the final battle. Luwin and Mikkel stood facing each other, the atmosphere thick with tension, as footsteps echoed, signaling a swift advance. Luwin's expression turned serious. The final test was here, a direct confrontation with Mikkel. He listened intently as Trang warned him that his opponent knew he specialized in close combat, and if he prepared, it would be tough. Luwin smirked, but what if I can get close? He nodded curtly. Then one punch from Luwin is all it takes. The man between them spoke. This test is designed to simulate real combat as closely as possible, with a diverse range of terrain elements prepared and arranged within the arena. He asked, "Are you both ready?" And they answered in unison. Luwin's looking at Mole, and something just feels off. He frowned thinking, but all Mole saw was a strange expression on his face, his whole body tense. Luwin observes that his condition seems abnormal, noticing M biting his lip while staring back but not attacking. He wasn't acting arrogant like usual. Something was off. He needed to use the gamer's eyes to investigate. Luwin activated the skill, and a circle of blue light appeared before his eyes. Information appears above him. Mick Gary Hill, Level 3, Mage High, Potential Dual Magic Affinity, Special State, Hidden Frenzy. Luwin was suspicious, wondering about this berserk state. He'd never seen it before, and the system window said it was hidden. Had he done something to conceal his illicit drug use? He recalls that before the test, students were checked for banned substances, and Professor Elric was in charge of that test. Could Mikkel's uncle, Professor Elric, have given him something and covered it up? The man laid out the rules of the match. Listen carefully, the only magic forbidden in this battle is dark magic. He explains that they can use any magic within the 4 elements, and points will be awarded based on the rank of magic used. They don't need to worry about their opponents. Inside this mana-shielded hall, the power of magic is reduced by 99%. Now, any further questions? Seeing Luwin raise his hand, he asked, "What is it to Luwin Adeo?" Mikkel's face stiffened at the question. "What if one of us is caught using banned substances?" He replied sternly. "They will be disqualified and fail this test. And it could even lead to expulsion depending on the severity." "But why do you ask?" Luwin glanced at Mo and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing." Mikkel gestured for them to stand apart and raised his voice. "And into position." He clenches his fist, concluding that's all he can do for now. "And because I'm the only one who can see the status window, no one will believe me." Luwin's eyes hardened. He had to find proof. The two stood facing each other, the air thick with tension, as he took a deep breath and shouted, "Prepare yourselves." As the signal dropped, Luwin and Mick charged forward, and he summoned a glowing blue orb, raising his voice. "Luwin, go to hell." Immediately, green vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Luwin's feet. He teleported his foot, and the vines were instantly severed, shocking the audience. What? How did he break free so quickly? Could it be that Moku's spells have no effect on Lin? Luwin wondered to himself. The mana barrier only weakens the students, not him. He immediately rushes towards Mo. He used another move, a pink light and a skull spewing fire at Luwin. Mo growled, "You think that's all I've got?" With his fire roar unleashed, a blazing inferno hurtled toward Luwin, but he teleported away, narrowly dodging the fiery blast. Luwin quickly turned and ran the flames, relentlessly pursuing him, as if possessed. Louis quickly jumps away to dodge, taking cover behind a rock as the intense heat spreads around him. Luwin glances back, realizing Mick's potion reduces casting time and increases mana. Mo laughs maniacally. "Don't hide, come face me, you coward." He focused, recalling what he'd learned. M was more excited than usual, and that herb. Lin's memories flashed in his mind, burning passion flower. He listed M's traits: trembling hands, extreme excitement, dulled pain, and inability to distinguish friend from foe. It was obvious. Meanwhile, he continues to laugh, taunting. Come out, show your face me. Louis narrows his eyes. The only effect not yet displayed is pain suppression. He rises to face Emko, saying meaningfully, so that's why you're so confident. Is it because of that thing? He exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Louis calmly watched as Emko frantically spoke a name. Hearing Lin's words, his face froze. But no matter, I don't need such things to defeat you. He raised his hand, his voice laced with sarcasm. I'm coming up. Meek Lewin surged forward like an arrow using his time refraction skill, as Mick frantically summoned ice and snow. Damn it, how is he so fast? A wall of ice appears before Lewin. Undaunted, Lewin shouts, useless. His leg sweeps forward, a flash of golden light, surprising Miko. Whispers spread among Tyon Xnit's group. What kind of magic was that? Is that magic? Is that even magic at all? Inside the arena, Mike summons third-level magic. The fire spirit roars, taking the blow, as Lewin retaliates, tightening his grip, his fist unleashing an earth tremor. With that punch, Miko's fire magic was blown away, and he staggered backward, his massive body seemingly in great pain. The crowd in the stands gasps as he uses earth to block the fire. Miko is sent flying backward, landing hard on the ground, screaming in pain. Suddenly his pupils contracted in horror, his face frozen. Mick looked up at Lewin, his voice falling flat. Don't come near me. He flicks his fingers and smirks. Don't be such a coward. Take this. Mick watched Lewin's thumb and middle finger touch his voice, trembling as the golden light flared. With a bang, the scene inside and outside the mana barrier returned to normal, and as Lewin's fingers parted, the golden light expanded and shot towards Miko. The crowd in the stands leaped to their feet, only to see the arena shrouded in dust obscuring their view. Mole's eyes narrowed, surprised by the scene before him. Because Miko was now looking down, chuckling. Lewin, you dare underestimate me. Before he could finish, Lewin charged, headbutting Mole in the face, then unleashed a flurry of punches. With a thud, Miko slammed into a rock and lay sprawled on the ground, his body trembling, yet his laughter echoed. So weak, and you thought you could beat me, didn't feel a thing, Lewin thought to himself. He was still conscious after all those hits. At this rate, Mick could die from shock. He reached for M's shoulder, intending to pull him up, knowing things were about to get dangerous. Then suddenly M was lifted high into the air by gnarled green trees known as prisonwood. Lewin raised his hand and asked, Sir, is McCole using banned substances? He asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Why would McCole use banned substances? Are you sure? If I'm wrong, I'll forfeit my rights, Lewin said with conviction. Yes, I'm sure, because it's possible the use of banned substances has been covered up, he continued, or someone discovered it but turned a blind eye. He hesitated. Lewin's voice lowered as he looked in the direction of the one person capable of using rare materials and responsible for pre-match inspections. He turned his gaze toward Eric as well, and his voice echoed once more. Only one person in the entire academy could pull that off. Lewin hesitates, then recalls that Professor Ellick is Mikkel's uncle. Wait, could Professor L? Eric rushed over in a panic. Lewin, do you know what you're saying? He snapped back, annoyed. Are you saying Mikkel used banned substances and I turned a blind eye? But Lewin, unfazed, calmly replied, Yes, I have proof. Eric gasped in shock. Huh, he chuckled. Very well, let's test him again. He walks away. No need, you've already used a special elixir to hide his symptoms. Eric was confused. So what do you want now? Where's the proof you were talking about? Lewin touched the large tree and replied with a smile. Let me show you. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted with golden light flashing from the tree's core. His hand remained in its previous position, fingers still outstretched. Lu Wai stared at the tree, now missing a large chunk. This was from his earlier flick. He argued that even if M's magic had increased through training, there was no way he could remain conscious and laugh after taking so many hits. At this point, his skull must be rattling violently, and at least Tyrion Zit's ribs must be broken. With bloodshot eyes, he laughed without a care. Lewin remarked, and yet he laughs as if he feels no pain at all. Eric's face stiffened at the question. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Up above Tyrion Zignit rose his voice, booming. Professor Ellick. Seeing his guilty expression, he knew all he needed to know. Enraged, Tyrion Zignit boomed. How dare you do such a thing in a sacred place like this? Professor Elric, come with me to my office immediately. Hearing his furious tone, Eric hesitated, glancing at his grandson, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, laughing mindlessly. And so Tyrion Xnit's second exam quickly passed. The Gary Hill bloodline's degradation has been exposed, and whispers echo through the halls. Word has it, Professor Elric was fired and McCole was expelled. I have a new nickname. Someone put their arm around Lynn and chuckled. Hey, excommunicated St. Lewin. Footsteps echoed rhythmically in the silent space as Lewin stood before a massive door. The space around him lit up because Headmaster had summoned him. He felt time stop, no sound in his ears. Then a faint noise made him look up, eyes widening in shock and disbelief, for Lewin now stood in a large grassy field before a red chair. Lewin looked around in confusion. This is the Adeo family's territory. he muttered to himself, but it doesn't seem like it. Lewin then looked at the object before him, recognizing the throne of Tehran, the seat of the supreme mage. Why was it here? Suddenly Tyrion Seat's voice echoed from behind. See anything interesting? Lewin turned to greet him. Ah, hello sir, he said as he walked. This place was created by the Eyes of Manlurk. Have you heard of the Eyes of Manlurk? Tyrion Ignat asked. Lewin, following close behind, replied, yes I have. Manlurk, the leader who started the invasion of the Frelia continent, had the power to show people their greatest desires. After his death, his essence was forged into a treasure. Tyrion Ignat glanced back and continued, the Eyes of Manlurk are the treasure that allows you to see what you desire. What you saw just now reflects your deepest desires. Lewin lowered his head, lost in thought. What I desire most is to restore the Ale territory and become the most powerful mage. He suddenly asked, aren't you curious what I saw? Lewin asked curiously, what did you see, Master Tyrion? Ignat smiled softly, his eyes full of warmth. A world where everyone fulfills their roles, students as students and mages as mages. The two stood before a door as he continued, of course that won't be easy. Lewin softly replied yes. With a click, the thick, heavy door opened. Lewin turned back for a moment before stepping inside, remembering the trophy in his hand, and the cheering crowd that had lifted him high. Lewin won, then a graduation cap appears and voices echo. Congratulations, valedictorian Lewin. Lewin's lips subtly curved into a faint smile, almost imperceptible, unless closely observed. The scene shifts to a different location where a quiet space is broken by a soft sound, a cup of tea being placed on a table, along with an invitation to drink. Lewin nods. Yes, thank you, sir. Tyrion Ignat silently watches him lift the teacup for a sip. Once Lewin finishes his tea, he asks, I called you here because I need answers. Among all the forbidden substances, Tyrion Ignat clasped his hands together, his voice turning serious. How did you know what Miko used? Nientia Hoa Lewin remained silent, as if organizing his thoughts before listing the characteristics. Mko's attitude was different than usual, aggressive, yet restless. Not to mention the amplification and mana flow were abnormal, so I deduced what he used. Ignat then asked, but you seem certain, not just speculating. Why is that? Lewin frowned, explaining that the mana barrier only weakens magic, not physical strength. And what you used was physical strength, not magic. Lewin thought to himself, deciding not to mention the Eye of the Master. Lewin's voice dropped, convinced that she must have been in shock. And yet, he could still laugh and didn't seem to be in pain at all. Which could only mean he used. Nientu Hoa silently praised the boy, who at only 16 was perceptive enough to notice even the slightest changes in his opponent, not to mention his calm demeanor and perfect magical ability. Tyrion Ignat placed his hand on the table and spoke with a determined voice. As headmaster of the academy, I deeply regret this incident. I sincerely apologize, Lewin. I'll ensure the Gary Hill family can't harm you. He stroked his long white beard and added, also, I have a proposition. Lewin was taken aback when Tyrion Ignat asked if he would like to attend the Grand Festival in July as the Academy's representative. Though he had prepared himself, he couldn't hide his surprise. The Academy representative, a position everyone craves. I had a feeling this was coming. Tian Xn listened intently as Lewin replied, thank you, sir. I'm honored by the offer. But Lewin's voice wavered. You know I still lack experience. I haven't had a single real battle in the past 5 Ls. He lowered his head slightly, his voice softening. During that time I couldn't do anything or achieve anything because of my mana disorder. The Grand Festival is a gathering of the most skilled individuals, and I don't know if I'm strong enough to compete. Tyrion Jit's voice made Lewin look up. That wasn't a problem, as he was a judge at the Grand Festival. He raised his index finger, saying with certainty, I think you deserve the title of champion candidate. Lewin hesitated. Why do you say that, sir? A champion candidate. Tyrion Ignat stroked his long beard, adding, I assure you, you're a very promising contender, as Lewin's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this. You will be a secret weapon that no one expects. Tyrion exhaled contentedly. To them, you're an enigma. They have no information on you, no idea of your techniques or fighting style, and certainly no way to counter you. Hearing this, he rejoiced inwardly. So that's it. Because I'm always last, they're not wary, and they don't have as much information on me as Miko. Seems like this time I can pull off a surprise. Lewin clenched his pants, considering the offer join or not. After a show of careful thought, he replied, I'll do my best to live up to your expectations. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Tyrion Ignat announced perfect timing. Come in. He looked at the person who arrived, then said to him, Lewin, I think physical skills will be more useful to you than magic. I've invited this professor to help you develop those skills. Upon hearing the greeting, how have you been, the boy was at a loss. Lewin was momentarily stunned. It was Gutter Parante who had come. He chuckled. What's with that face? Aren't you happy to see me? Lai recognizes him as the captain of the knights in the foreign territory, one of the only elk-level Elk knights in the Jadi kingdom, the same man he met in the 3rd exam. Seeing Gutter before him, Lewin can't help but marvel that he'll be learning body skills from him. He then spoke. First, I need to confirm a few things. Gutter asked, I heard Professor Hai do say you're a special mage, who can only fight in close combat. Is that true? He nods slightly in response. Yes, that's right. He comments on Lin. From what I see, your movements are quite good, quick, clean, with no wasted motion. He paused, taken aback by Gutter's words. Frankly, it's obvious you've never studied martial arts. Your moves might work on goblins, but against us, you'd be completely exposed. No matter how strong you are, opponents with good physical skills can recognize your attacks by the way your shoulders and hips move. Lewin thought to himself, his hands clenching slightly. He's right, my moves are just repetitive motions from quests, so they're not very useful in combat. Suddenly Gutter stood up. But don't worry, if you learn from me, your movements will change from the most basic things. He looked straight into his eyes. So let's begin. And with that, they moved their training to a new location. The sound of metal echoed. For a knight, the most important thing is their feet. Only with a firm stance can you swing your sword with power. Furthermore, your feet will help you predict your enemy's next move, so your first lesson will be how to walk correctly. Sitting on the platform, he said, only when you learn to walk correctly can you use your body's skills. Lewin reached out his hand seriously, following Gutter's instructions. Celestial martial arts, a discipline often used to train knights. Each of his blows landed whistling through the air. He slowly stood up, watching Lewin strike the air, and said, this discipline encompasses 36 stances, not to mention swordsmanship. Nearby Gutter crossed his arms, silently observing Lewin's every move, his expression growing serious. Remembering his words, she wondered Lin had asked what benefit he received from teaching her martial arts. If that's the case, and you have to come to the academy every day, then why? Gutter then replied, just think of it as an investment. Hearing this, he asked again, confused, investment. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I found someone with the potential to become a talented mage in the future. If I could help support that person, wouldn't that be a worthy investment? Lewin remained silent as Gutter continued. He then bowed deeply, saying, I'm counting on you, teacher. Professor Gert. He suddenly coughed a bit embarrassed and suggested, by the way, being called professor feels a bit much. Just call me Hyung. I'm only in my late 20s. Hearing this, Lu Inan was shocked. Huh, no way. Back in the present, he continues to train diligently, throwing punches left and right. Nearby, Gutter calmly observes a hint of satisfaction on his face. This kid's got potential. He's got guts. Gutter recalled checking the goblin's wounds, the whispers still ringing in his ears. Had its jaw really been broken? Seeing Lewin kick high once more, he thought to himself, a close combat mage stronger than an ogre is indeed an interesting kid. And just like that, 3 weeks had passed. Lewin saw the system notification. His body art skill had leveled up, reaching level 10. He received the title My Body is a Weapon, and the reward increased the Frenzied Mage skill effect. With the Frenzied Mage skill, he could channel magic throughout his body. He remarks to Trang that mastering celestial martial arts was worth it, and laughs gleefully. Of course, that's how I reached level 3. Lewin looks at the notification. With a power of 2,130, he clenches his fist. This power is immense. I can feel it so clearly. Chang sighs. His rate of power acquisition is even more terrifying. It took him over a year and a half after meeting me. Draka only reached 2,000 power. Is it because of the difference in time perception between humans and dragons? Suddenly a voice calls out from afar. Lewin saw Ja-sun rushing over and asked curiously, what's wrong, son? He put his hands on his thighs, panting, and asked, have you seen it? He asked suspiciously. Seen what? Ja-sun replied. The list of participants for the Grand Festival is posted at the Academy Gate. Lu In was stunned, the great festival on his mind. Memories flood Lin's mind, accompanied by a voice. First place, Lin Adel. At the entrance ceremony, I represented the new students on the podium, making me the target of envy and suspicion. To answer this envy, I've acted pathetically for the last 5 years. All I could do was watch McCole receive everyone's congratulations from afar. And now Lewin and Jason are rushing towards the academy gates, where they find a crowd gathered. Seeing the announcement, he couldn't help but exclaim, drawing everyone's attention. Lewin could hardly believe his eyes. He had really become the representative. The male students also noticed him. Huh, it's him. It's Lewin. They rushed toward him, shouting, congratulations on becoming the representative. Lewin, I'll represent you at the Grand Festival. It's been a long time, but I've finally become the Academy's representative again. Lewin beams at everyone, while next to him Jia-sun cries tears of joy, having made the list at 31st in the team competition. Cut to another location where Haidu praises him, saying he was surprised that Gutter said he had mastered it. Tian Wu. His voice falters, but an S-class student at 16. Sometimes your genius scares me. Then Hai-Tu's voice shifted, becoming resolute. I believe you can do it. And so Lin and the others smoothly prepared for the Grand Festival. Just in time, we arrived in Antan, where the Grand Festival was being held, and people were waiting for the ship to arrive, murmuring amongst themselves. We're going up. Is this the mana train? This is my first time riding one. I hear they're incredibly fast. Lewin stood in the crowd, the murmur of voices ringing in his ears. There are only 2 transfer points in the Kingdom of Jadi, but they say the Ja Imperial Federation has over 100. Of course, they are an empire. We're the smallest of the small countries. Lewin and John frowned simultaneously as they heard someone click their tongue. You country bumpkins act like you've never seen a mana train before, he scoffed. Stop acting like country bumpkins and be quiet. The nobleman snapped. What he then angrily shouts. Are you done talking, you bastard? Lewin remains silent, not interjecting. He recognizes him, it's Hanker M's lackey, who participated in last year's magic festival with him. Hanker didn't care and continued, if you think Lewin will pull off some miracle at the grand festival, give it up. He's so arrogant just because he got high scores in the first semester. That's right, the representatives from the other academies are like ghosts, the male student next to Hanker chimed in. We'd have a better chance if you Migo who fought them were chosen as the representative. Jason trembled with anger at the declaration. Either way, I won't accept Lewin or the academy's representative, so fend for yourselves, he roared. What Lewin said quietly. There are plenty of bastards who'd leech off the Gary Hill family if they could, but I have to do well in this competition. Even if it means teaming up with those jerks. Lewin, you're in a tough spot, aren't you? Hanker glanced in his direction. Mo will be pleased. Lewin smiled, his expression as cold as ice. Dogs remain loyal to their masters even as they're about to be driven away. Han approaches, raising his voice. Did you just call us dogs? Lewin chuckled. Good, I tried to make it as clear as possible for someone of your intellect. So you understand what I'm saying. He continued, just because you're a representative of the academy. Before Han could finish, Lin interrupted, his voice turning serious. This grand festival will be unlike any magic festival you've ever attended. If you perform well, you'll gain opportunities that Gary Hill cannot offer. Han found this ridiculous and burst out laughing. Of course, if we do well, that's how it'll be. But is that even possible? The participants in this competition are all monsters. In the end, our fate is to be stuck in the Jadi kingdom, working under the Gary Hill family. You shouldn't dream anymore. His voice remained calm. We can do this. Lewin turns and walks away, stating that unity is paramount in the grand festival. We should eliminate anything that hinders teamwork. Seeing this, Hanker called out, so you're competing without us. He left him with a loaded statement. On the way there, think about who you're really representing. Hanker gritted his teeth at Lewin's words. And no home. Gary Hill isn't here to acknowledge your loyalty. He screams in anger. You're ruining your first individual match. I won't take any orders from you at the festival. With a rhythmic chugging, the train speeds through the forest, and inside the passengers gaze out the windows in awe. How fast? Trang laughs from his shoulder. What's going on here? The world has become a better place. Back in my day, the fastest mode of transportation was, and you look incredibly embarrassed. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from a nearby door, followed by a voice in Lewin and John's ears. Ah, I thought I smelled the stench of losers somewhere. 3 male students stood there, the one in the middle speaking with a sneer. Well, who do we have here? Hey, you hicks from the dumb academy. Lai looks at the crest on the speaker's chest. That crest, Oyota National Magic Academy. From what he knew, Oyota National Magic Academy, the only academy in the desert kingdom of Oyota, was famous for its ancient history and its focus on honing swordsmanship and the body to their limits. Lewin looked over, puzzled. What were the Oyota National Magic Academy people doing here? Sita called out. Hey, you dumb academy. Kids, where's Mikkel Gary Hill? Could it be that it ran away because of the adversity I was planning on having it take care of us this year? He laughed, saying take care as in enslave, and Sita waved to those near him. So you're stuck with last place again this year. Let's try to get along. Trang stifled a giggle, saying, oh my, look at his patience. Lewin remained silent, but as he glanced at the mocking carriage, he realized their academy was being treated poorly, something he hadn't known before visiting this place. His eyes drifted to another spot nearby, where 2 figures seemed engrossed in a notebook, feigning disinterest. Lewin realized the professor had no intention of interfering. The grand festival was a competition between students, and his position was simply that of a guide. He lowered his head slightly, his brow furrowed now that the authority and responsibility of the entire team rested in his hands, the academy representative. Hey Hanker, where's your Gary Hill representative? At least he was interesting. But Hanker remained silent, and a sudden sound caused Zeta to turn his head. Probably lies in bed praying his broken ribs will heal quickly. He saw Lewin standing tall, confidently meeting his gaze. Hanker said hesitantly, he's our academy's representative. Said is doubtful. An Oyota representative. This is the first time I've seen him. With that, he turned and walked toward Lewin, his footsteps like drums beating in their hearts, and no one dared to breathe. Standing before Lewin, Seta introduced himself. I am Oyota's representative, Seta Mankiri. What is your name? He replied calmly without fear. Lewin's voice drops. I think that's enough of an introduction. If you're done causing trouble, get out of our compartment. Seta retorts. What was that? He smirked. Of course you'll apologize for calling us stupid academy brats before you leave. And with a polite attitude, I mean. Lewin repeats. Shouldn't you apologize for calling us a bunch of dumb academy students before you leave? Oh, I mean a sincere apology. Zeta's veins popped as his voice turned ice cold. What did you say? He moved closer to Lewin. Did you just tell me to apologize? Then Zeta turned back and angrily shouted, Hey Hanker, didn't you tell him who he is? Hanker's whole body trembled. Hearing that, Zeta flew into a rage, saying me couldn't even handle that one thing and threatened to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. Seeing his reaction, Lewin understood, so that's how it is. He saw the fear etched on everyone's faces. This was why those participating in the grand festival were terrified of the Oyota Academy. Lewin's unwavering gaze was fixed on Zeta, who was being bullied by Zeta Maniri, and he could feel the oppressive atmosphere of fear filling the ship. They're doing this on purpose, trying to demoralize everyone before the match. Lewin clenches his fist in anger. So the festival has already begun. He suddenly smirks provocatively. So you want to try your luck? My car seems to have overheard a joke. Huh. Has this bastard really lost it? With that, he prepared to throw a punch, not forgetting to threaten. You think I'm scared? Don't come crying to me when you get punched. But before the blow could land, a voice boomed out. Set, stop this at once. Set withdrew his fist, his voice now faltering. Professor, the man said sternly. Can't you just sit still? What are you doing before the match? Starting to make enemies already, he sincerely apologized to Haidu. My students were rude. Please accept my sincerest apologies. Duo also nods slightly, then pushes Zeta, ordering him back to his seat. But Zeta is still unwilling, shooting a hostile glare, thinking, just you wait. Lu Yi watched the figure disappear into the distance, lost in thought. It was never going to be easy. Meanwhile, in another cabin, an angry voice echoed. Professor, why did you stop us? Zeta wondered, still confused. You were the one who came up with this plan. So why? Tay sighed, head bowed, and asked, Can't you see? He was stunned. Yes. Are you saying? He was startled by your question and you didn't see him smiling. He recalls the scene he witnessed before Professor Haidu of XN Academy. He was smiling as he watched you, as if waiting for you to make a move. Zeta cautiously voiced his thoughts. Just confidence, or something else, he wasn't sure. He recalled the aura emanating from Lewin. There was something more to that kid than they knew. It's not the same as the Mikkel Gary Hill you fought before. Seta can tell from the tone that things aren't as simple as he thought. The train continues its journey, but after the Oyota group departs the atmosphere, in the cabin shifts strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin to discuss the situation. Hey, what's the first match? The first match is a team battle with no representatives, so that means you're not in it. Lewin, I don't know if we can do this. Han raises his voice with determination, saying, of course they can't lose. Someone agrees loudly, saying they can't let those bastards win. Lewin looks on with satisfaction, seeing how they've united, shedding their egos and jealousies. Everyone anxiously asked if he was okay, wondering why Lewin was being so intense. Those guys have been fighting since the day they were born. Yeah, he's right. Didn't Lu Wei's words bother you when he said that in a real fight we'd freeze up? He emphasized each word. They openly look down on you, on our school's representatives. As one of those representatives, what would happen if I did nothing? Back in the ship, Lu Inan's voice echoed again. They'll just enjoy it more, and look down on us even further. What's more, one of you hesitates and you cut him off. If we do nothing, then we're just the idiots they say we are. Is that what you want? The group hung their heads as Lu Inan questioned them. Did they want to be looked down on forever? Suddenly raising his voice, he said that because they had given in, they had been looked down upon for the past 5 years. Lin continued, so what do you want to do now? This isn't the time for egos to break our unity. One of them nudges Hanker forward. We were thinking of having Hanker as the goalkeeper for the send-off match. What do you think? He scratched his head, embarrassed. Me, a goalkeeper? Luin was somewhat satisfied. It seems M's tail has decided to join in as well. As the competition ends, the sound of the Antonucci tram echoes, followed by voices urging everyone to disembark. We're here, everyone, grab your luggage. Antonucci is a state within the Danak Royal Federation, and the only state recognized as neutral by the Empire. Therefore, upon entering, even sworn enemies must set aside their hatred, for if blood is shed within Antonucci, the Danak Empire, as overlord of the continent, will judge the matter. Therefore, major international competitions are held in Antonucci, such as the Grand Festival of the Magic Society and the Great Sword Assembly of the Swordsmanship Society. So this isn't the Antenne Empire, someone asks, only to be corrected. It's not the Empire. This is just the Royal Federation under the Empire's control. One person's disapproval doesn't change anything. Looking around, Jia-shan thought this place was like another world. Ha, Luin, we thought Damon was impressive, but this place. Luin's eyes drooped slightly. So this is the capital. Looking at the two men chatting happily, he thought, as expected of the kingdom's capital. Then looking at the two girls laughing with delight, everything exuded antiquity, and everyone seemed at ease. Luin thought to himself, coming here really shows how small our place is, when suddenly a voice rang out. We'll head to our lodgings now, everyone, please board the carriages. Following that, everyone climbed into their respective carriages. The carriages rolled along the road as Luin and Ji Sun, sitting opposite each other, warned, this is just in case, but even by accident don't go to the other academies. His eyes flicked up to Lin, a silent warning that causing trouble now would do no good. He became flustered. Why did you say that while looking at me? Suddenly Chang looks away and exclaims, whoa, look at that. Luin looked at it quizzically and asked, what is it? Chang raises an eyebrow, then continues, I just caught a very interesting scent. His eyes widened in surprise. What smell? Suddenly it leaped down from above, landing on Luin's feet and opening its mouth. It seems Trang has sensed the remnants of Draka here. Cut to the next day at the XNJ Sun Academy Lodge, where a sleepy Luin is quickly putting on his jacket and asks, is Luin going on a date? He doesn't answer and speeds off like the wind. The system screen lights up before Luin as he runs, asking Trang a question. Are you sure? He nodded in response. Are you sure? It'll show up on the minimap in a bit. Even I can sense it. When they arrive at a place with a workshop sign, a memory stirs and Trang exclaims, "We're here." Luin slowly opened the door and stepped inside, observing, "I thought the Black Dragon stuff would be in a more special place, but this looks pretty ordinary." Luin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I expected a black market or a rich man's basement." Trang laughed. "Draka's relics are useless to ordinary mages. They're just trash to them." Activating damage immunity, Luin's eyes widen as a brilliant light erupts, striking the man and catching him off guard. A ring floats in that light, the player's intrinsic treasure, a system information device, and Draka's first failure. Its damage immunity resists physical impact, increasing the ability to nullify physical damage. Seeing this, Luin asked with doubt, "A failure?" Smiling, Trang explains, "This one's a bit special. It doesn't just resist attacks, but also normal physical contact. Even a lover's embrace is off limits." Paige chuckled wryly, "Never around when you need it, and useless when it is hence a failure. But you still need it, don't you?" Knowing he couldn't refuse, Luin could only nod. Luin nods, seeing the system notification, Mike's stat increased, no strength required. Just that alone makes him want to wear it. He then tried the ring on his middle finger, admiring his hand with great satisfaction. "Perfect. It fits like it was made for me." He asks the vendor, "How much for this ring?" He chuckled, gesturing, "Just take it. It's been here so long and I don't know how to care for it." Helpless Luin could only offer, "Then let me buy something else." He chuckled again, saying, "Be my guest." He walked along the aisle, looking left and right. With the eye of discernment, things sure are convenient. Looking at the rarity of the books before him, Luin thought to himself, it even determines the value of objects. Suddenly his eyes were drawn to something. A blinding golden light emanated from a book, along with the information high rarity, quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Luin was startled this. Just as he reached for the book, someone suddenly appeared blocking his hand. He stared in shock at the white-haired girl before him, the information hovering above Irene Prius's head. A highly promising S-rank mage. Lai recognizes her as Irene Prius of the prestigious Girls' Magic Academy. The King of Mages, the Supreme Mage Terran Armus, personally selected Irene Prius as one of his 11 successors. Lin's expression turned serious. He'd heard she was a genius on the verge of reaching S rank. He looks at Irene, recalling the information from before, but she's already S-class. It seems the rumors downplayed her abilities. She growled, "Let go." Luin wouldn't back down. "I was here first." Irene's hand remained firmly on his. "Judging by your uniform, you must be from Snid Academy. I'm Irene Prius from C Women's University. You found what you needed, and now you're just looking for more, right? I'm only here for this book." She offered to let me have it if it wasn't too important. Luin frowned, realizing the other student had overheard him. "Did he buy this book for the Grand Festival? What do you need it for? Usually not many people want to buy books like this." Irene's voice falters. She retracted her hand, turning her slightly flushed face away. "It's for an assignment I can't really explain. Just know that." Luin, suspecting it's not schoolwork or related to the Plague Monarch, suddenly says, "Just take it. It's important to you." Without another word, he offered her the book, leaving Irene flustered. Thanks." Luin continued his search, wondering, "What should I buy now?" Irene watched him leave a flicker of confusion on her face, and when Luin returned, he was met with a barrage of questions. He met Irene Prius. What did they say? Is she as beautiful as they say? Jason, Sun, and Hanker, eyes gleaming with excitement, asked, "Where did you meet her? How did you manage that?" Luin was speechless. "Can you ask one question at a time?" John looked up, sadly envious. "My dream is to touch Irene's hand just once." Hanker seized the opportunity to brag. "How pedestrian. I met I at the festival too, and even sat next to her," Jia Sun interrupted, annoyed. Luin endures their childish bickering. "What, look at yourself. He hasn't even gotten close to her, let alone anything else." Hanker Ko suddenly chimed in as if remembering something. "He may be strong, but he's always second best. Apparently he loses to Doompram every year, even to the point of death." Jason jumps up yelling, "How dare you talk about my Irene like that?" Hanker sighed. "Irene yours. Please, he was #1 at the military academy. In other words, in this continent, he's the most recognized among his peers, not to mention he wields the light sword." Luin was surprised to hear this, recalling the book, so that's why Irene needed it. He needs it to defeat Doom, Bram Luin realizes, but being a swordsman isn't all that great. Compared to other weapons, a magic sword doesn't offer much power, and mastering swordsmanship isn't easy. Hanker added, "But Doombram is different. His Azure sword is an S-class treasure, and his skill is at least on par with a regular knight." Jia Sun sighed. "Mastering swordsmanship, magic, and possessing S-rank treasures, it's not just a weekend hobby, not to mention the prime real estate, influential parents, and handsome faces that make girls swoon." Hearing him complain like that, are there really people like that in the world? Luin remained silent. He remembered Irene, a 5th Circle mage at only 16, and a swordsman who always took first place. Luin frowned, wondering if he could win against such prodigies. He recalled his encounter with Zeta, certain that no one would notice someone like him. But Luis closed his eyes, remembering Tyrion Snit's words, "It's no exaggeration to call you a championship contender." He told himself, I want to see what I can do. Suddenly, someone rushed in shouting, your opening ceremony lineup is ready. Hearing this, determination flashed in Lewin's eyes. Good. Then he stood up and headed toward the door. Lewin walked towards the light streaming in from outside his coat, billowing in the wind, a sign that this was only the beginning. He thought to himself, the debut lineup has finally been announced as Lewin waited with a serious expression. Our opponent glances at the bracket surprised. Monkey's a match against those dumb academy kids. Suddenly a voice echoed from behind, saying it was going to be too easy. So that's Zeta. He arrogantly approaches and issues a challenge. Fighting you guys just gives me more time to mess around. He immediately turns around and thinks of the Oyota students. Lin stared at them, unfazed, but inwardly knew this fight would be tough, carefully assessing the group before him. They're notorious for fighting dirty, and even their own allies whisper in fear when they see them. Damn it, why did it have to be them? Yeah, they look pretty intimidating. Hearing this, he thought about how many students were traumatized by them. The leader mocked them arrogantly, saying they were too weak to even excite them. How boring, this is so boring. His henchman, hearing this, laughed gleefully. Seeing the whispers around him, he sneered with arrogance, relishing the chance to fight the ignorant academy students like winning the lottery. But aren't you afraid they'll hear you? Lewin smirked, thinking, fine, I'll use this opportunity to show you all. Immediately, he clenched his fist, pride swelling within him. We're not the same anymore. Then he declared, I've been waiting for you. Immediately, he approached them, provoking. There are so many participants at the festival, aren't there? Hearing this, the man angrily asked, what do you want? He stepped closer and said softly, allow me to introduce myself. Then he roared, pleased to meet you all. I'm Lewin Adele, the representative of the so-called Stupid Academy. Lewin continued, I won't say much, just one small request. With a sinister look, he continued, don't ever call us the Academy of Fools again. It's unpleasant. His mouth curled into a menacing sneer. Lin, tired of being at the bottom, looks at them and makes a surprising declaration. I want to be number one, Lin declares, provoking a fierce reaction from the others. What else should I call you but a bunch of fools? Stop talking nonsense and acting so high and mighty. Hearing that made me uncomfortable and I said, you think this is some small-time competition? The leader's ears are burning. Who does he think he is? Hearing that, he thought of his white-haired grandfather and confidently declared his trump card, determined never to back down again. Meanwhile, back at the White Building, the others were buzzing with excitement. Who is that guy, Lewin Adeo? The group was stumped. I've looked into him and apparently he used to be at the bottom of his class. A dead last student as the student representative, one of them replied, clearly annoyed. I'm not sure, but I heard he suddenly changed completely at the beginning of the semester with top scores. The other guy was stunned and asked, changed completely. Hearing that, the other guy added, yeah, that must be why he's so confident. He then recalled the old man's words, that kid, there's something we don't know about him. He sighed, I'm probably just overthinking it. Then he stood up, stretched, and said, those arrogant fools, I'll teach them a lesson. His face filled with confidence and pride, he said, using our school's traditions. The scene shifts to the Ixnit Academy's lodging area where Lewin's group has gathered to discuss their plan. Tomorrow is the Mana Grenade Challenge, a team event where all members except the student representative can participate. He then analyzes the strategy for his teammates. The challenge requires participants to throw mana grenades at a Midran golem, and the team that takes it down the fastest wins. One of his teammates then asks him if they'll be okay without him tomorrow. Lewin then stood up and announced to everyone, it's true that our individual abilities don't match those of the Oyota, but with unwavering faith he rallied the group, saying, I believe you will win. Hearing this, his worried teammates asked in bewilderment, how can we win? Seeing this, Lewin stood up and told everyone that if they worked together as a team, they would surely win. Then he laid out his plan, starting with dividing into smaller groups. Hanker was taken aback, exclaiming, small groups. Lin had a detailed plan for dividing into groups, and he shared it with everyone. Group 1 would heat the grenades, Group 2 would transport them, Group 3 would attack the golems, and Group 4 would hinder the opponents by healing their golem. Upon hearing this, the group buzzed with discussion, realizing it would take a long time to defeat the golem. That's right, the Uyota clan attacked with 30 people at once, and we have fewer, not to mention there are no pushovers. He looked earnestly at his teammates, then shouted, what's wrong with you guys? Upon hearing that, Han dazedly exclaimed. With a serious face, Lin declared, remember what I said in front of them? I said, we'd be number one. Those words were serious. Immediately after, he slammed his hand on the table and fanned himself. Whether I join or not, I will help you all I can, he declared before the group. If Oyota lands one blow, we'll land 2 or 3. Oyota's members are exceptional, which is why they can follow the traditional path. But for us to do that would take too long. Seeing this, Jia-sun declared with unwavering resolve, all right, I trust you. Lewin Kenko agreed, as did I. And then the others chimed in full of enthusiasm. We do too. We believe in you. Immediately, Lewin assigned tasks. Hanker Ko will be the commander, and Zola, Minmora, Ayake, and Freya, you'll prime the grenades. He then turned to the others and issued further orders. Once the grenades were primed, Simon would transport them. He stared intently at the plan, reflecting on how he'd divided the teams based on each person's abilities, a feat made possible by his unique skill. Immediately, he activated his ultimate move, the Player's Eye. He looked at his teammates, assessing their strengths, knowing that with his ability to see through their capabilities, he could minimize disadvantages and focus on their advantages. They were all talking excitedly, full of confidence. This time it'll be okay, right? Yeah, we might actually win. Seeing everyone so excited, he thought to himself that once they were in the right group, they would gradually become more confident. Everyone was happily chatting at that moment. I'm not great at throwing, but I can warm up in 5 seconds. What am I not good at? Am I really that good at throwing? Lewin thought to himself, feeling extremely pleased. Seeing everyone laughing and talking happily made Lewin feel a little better. Confidence has grown and trust has been solidified, but suddenly someone burst through the door in a panic. His face was covered in injuries as he collapsed to the floor. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked and cried out his name as he trembled and spoke. Seeing him like that, Elle rushed over, worried, and asked, "What happened to your face? Are you okay?" Gathering his strength, he stammered, "The Oyota." "What about the Oyota?" It took a while for Fun Luom to finally speak, leaving Lewin in shock. The representative called his comrades and they dragged me away, cutting to the team's room where the driver saw him enter and exclaimed, "Oh wow." He looked down on him and said, "See? I told you he'd come. What do you think you're going to do? What do you think you can do to us?" With a deadly serious look, he fixed his gaze on him and said, "Bring out Seth Mankir now." In that room, Lewin raised his voice and shouted for him to come out. "Say Ta Mankir, come out here now." Seeing this, the man sneered and cursed. "What the hell? Is this guy crazy?" He rose, approached him, and gritted his teeth. "What makes you act like you're all that?" At that moment, Lewin fixed a murderous gaze upon him, placed a hand on his shoulder and hissed, based on what immediately after he put force into his hand. He was immediately overpowered and forced to his knees, leaving the others to wonder at his strength. He immediately rose, enraged, clenching his fist and shouting, "You bastard!" But Lewin swiftly dodged his punch. And with a swift move, he snapped the guy's arm, sending him screaming in agony, his face a mask of menace. "I'm warning you, if you ever lay a hand on one of us again, it won't end here." His subordinate Dom, seeing this, rushed over in a panic to ask if he was all right. "What's wrong? Are you okay, Z?" His face contorted in pain as he clutched his shoulder and screamed in agony. Lewin stood before him, threatening, "Why don't we make a bet?" Back on his own turf, Lewin told his brothers, who panicked and shouted, "A forehead flick." They were stunned, unable to believe their ears, exclaiming, "If we beat Oyota's students, Seda Mankiri will get a forehead flick from you. Don't tell me it's like Mix." Just then, he delivered even more good news, not only that, but they'll have to apologize to us in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Wow, we're definitely going to win this time. What a motivator. Haha, our job now is to win." Just then, someone rushed in to announce that it was time to head to the arena. Soon after, the group arrived at the Grand Festival, a festival for mages and the entire continent. And among the mages gathered here, each one seemed confident, destined to become a key player in shaping the fate of the entire continent as the audience cheered with fervor. Little Nit's Academy, go for it. Lin thought to herself with confidence and satisfaction, never imagining she'd be a part of this place, a place that creates legends in history. Immediately, the host announced to everyone that the opening ceremony had concluded and asked them to return to their seats. They immediately returned to their seats, but then he saw someone. It was the Zeta guy. His face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth. "Prepare yourself, I won't be careless this time." Then he stormed off. Lewin, unfazed, thought to himself that his target wasn't Maniri. Suddenly, something caught his attention, Doom Pram. Looking at his face, he thought to himself, "You won the Magic Festival and are the best of the Zionist Military Academy." He looked at him with determination, knowing that if he went deeper into the rounds, he would have to face him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. "You must be the troublemaker." Lewin immediately turns to see Irene Prius, who asks if he was the one causing trouble yesterday. She pressed him further, catching Lewin off guard, even causing trouble at the Oyota Academy. He was stunned. "How did you know?" She walks away, replying, "This place is small. Everyone here probably knows." Hearing that, he felt embarrassed and replied, "Oh, really? I didn't cause any trouble, just a little chat." Then she turned back to him and said, "Anyway, you let me have the book last time, so I'll give you some advice. Don't make yourself too conspicuous." He then replied, leaving her stunned, "Like you, right, you're hiding your talents too." Swift as the wind, Lewin dashed off, bidding her farewell. "See you later, I have to go. We have to participate in the first event." Seeing this, she was stunned and surprised, just standing there dumbfounded. Soon after, the competition began, and in a few minutes, the mana grenade throwing event would commence. The first two teams are X-Nit Academy and Oyota Academy, and he rallies his teammates ready to fight. They encouraged each other, eager to show everyone their strength and prove they were no longer just a bunch of dumb students. The team marched forward with determination. The first event, the mana grenade toss, has officially begun, leaving everyone confused, including the audience, who are questioning each other. "What's this? What are they doing?" His team's formation left everyone puzzled, as group competitions were typically won through individual skill. Their knight-like formation was strange to everyone, even surprising the mage groups watching from the sidelines. They've split into warm-up and throwing groups. Oh well, Oyota will win anyway. But he remained calm, ignoring the whispers and the posturing of those so-called leaders. Foolish academy, truly foolish. That's why they're at the bottom. They probably don't realize there are things beyond human comprehension. Even Iron's group held their breath in anticipation, and she herself was shocked, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" Immediately, his team shot off the stone man's arm, shocking everyone. "Look at Exnit's golem, its arm is gone." Seeing this, he immediately ordered the group to charge and urging them onward with a commanding shout. "Ken, the warm-up is complete. Mora Ayake. You two handle the transport. Jiashan, target the right hand." Immediately, the members followed the order, and his right arm was destroyed. At this point, the Zeta was furious, grinding his teeth in rage. Seeing the situation, he was seething and cursing. What the hell are these idiots doing? How could they lose to those pathetic academy students? Immediately, he pulled out the control panel, yelling, "These bastards are weird. They're healing the golem so it's not getting any weaker." Seeing this, he was furious and could do nothing but curse. "Damn it, Luinao." As for Iron, she was deeply impressed and exclaimed, "Impressive." Seeing Luin's team fight so hard made her wonder. Was this how X-Knight Academy overcame Oyoda's advantage in individual power? And because he used tactics, she admired him greatly, but these tactics are only effective if you know everyone's abilities. Then she recalled the moment he found the book she needed in an instant. Seeing his members execute the plan so flawlessly filled her with admiration. He could even divide the members into groups based on their abilities. Then her eyes turned to him as she wondered, just who is this person? Why haven't I seen him at any magic festivals before? Right now he's creating a massive energy orb in his hand. Jia-san then put all his strength into throwing that ball. "You're done for, you monster." Quickly, that power shatters the stone giant, leaving Zeta pale and frozen in place. He scoffed in anger, and the giant rock monster collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the group cheered with joy. "Hoo-hoo, we did it, we won," and with that the group took off. At the first event of the Grand Festival in a competition, everyone thought Oyota would win. The group joyfully ran to hug Luin and celebrate. But the victory belonged to the foolish academy. Overjoyed by their victory, they exclaimed, "The idiot academy isn't last place anymore, Oyota is. So what do we call them now? Oyo losers. That sounds awful." Immediately after the referee announced the next event, a flag-snatching competition between student representatives. In this round, Luin will fight, and his team's enthusiastic support bolsters his confidence. "Go get 'em, Luin, crush them." And now the referee announces the start of the match. The first match is between Luin Adele from Snip Magic Academy and Seda Mankiri from Oyota Royal Magic Academy. And again, he's approaching the car with extreme anger. Seeing his tense expression, Trang mocked. "Why so tense, Luin?" But he didn't seem to care, muttering to himself, "We're currently in the top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's perfect." Hearing this, Trang asked in confusion, "Why is that just right?" His attention collided with the audience's surprise and bewilderment as he analyzed. "After that match, people are starting to pay attention to us, but it's not enough to shake off our long-standing reputation." He then declared with determination that we must achieve a spectacular victory. Luin stared intently at his teammate, declaring that only a spectacular victory against Oyota would change how people saw them. Hearing that, Strong finally understood and exclaimed, "Oh, I see." His gaze then turned upward toward the Mage's crucible, and he resolved, we must prove ourselves to the Supreme Mages as well. Meanwhile, in a darkened chamber, the Supreme Mages observed the duel within the orb where the two stand side by side. Tehran, the king of the underworld, watched them pensively, then turned to Luin Adele beside him. He was once a candidate among 11 ordinary children. The man beside him was surprised and said, "You still remember?" Hearing this, he lowered his head and explained, "I make it a habit to remember talented people. That boy was a natural genius capable of learning how to use mana at such a young age." Immediately his face twisted in disappointment. "So I was very disappointed to learn that he had mana disorder." Hearing this, Exni was surprised and disappointed, replying, "Weren't you the one who treated him like he was useless?" Tehran paused, then shared his thoughts with the group, surprised that the instructor would choose such a student as the representative. "I didn't think you were doing this to prepare something interesting like before. Those two solved the curse after all these years." Hearing this, the old man was silent for a long time, then looked directly at Luin and said with great confidence, "See for yourself and you will find the answer." Stong then turned to him and asked, "What are you going to do now? Whether it's dazzling or freezing, you have to get close to do it, or are you planning to summon your guardian spirit?" He immediately denied it. "No, guardian spirits aren't that smart." Hearing this, it asked confused, "Then how do we fight this battle?" He cracked his knuckles, a confident smirk on his face, and declared, "Head on it is." As the referee began to announce the start of the match, he shot forward like a bullet towards the evil senator. Not to be outdone, he unleashes his power, roaring, "You'll pay for what you did to me," summoning his guardian spirit to attack. Seeing the giant councilman closing in on Luin, he doesn't panic, immediately using the time refraction technique, deftly dodging the blow with ease and quickly flies forward. In the blink of an eye, he's already behind the councilman. Enraged, he lashed out, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Damn it," but without fear he effortlessly blocked the punch with his bare hand. A smug look spreads across his face as he taunts him. "I knew it." Seeing his hand immobilized, he curses, demanding to be released, but the protagonist calmly responds, leaving the other stunned. I don't think you should be saying that right now." It turns out the senator he created charged towards the other man, yelling, "Humph. Seeing this, the driver paled and yelled, "Stop, you stupid guardian spirit." The senator moved closer, terrifying the cart driver, who realized with frustration, "I can't move." His face was full of defiance as he taunted, "Try to run." Suddenly he realized something. He remembered the image of the boy defeating him with a single blow. So that feeling was real, it wasn't just me being careless. The spear was about to pierce through me, but now it falls limp. Defeated, he closed his eyes and waited for the end, but nothing happened. This caused him to open his eyes and assess the situation, but to his surprise, he saw the boy rushing out to take the senator's blow. Seeing this, Zeta couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there frozen, thinking, no way. Seeing him strike the senator repeatedly with his bare hands, he couldn't help but admire him attacking a steel guardian with his bare hands. Yeah, the councilman got pummeled by him. Lewin defeats the senator, shocking him, and then slowly approaches Zeta, who is terrified. The politician looked at him, touched, and stammered, "Did you just save me?" Lewin feigned ignorance and coldly replied, "Save you? Why would I save someone who humiliated my friend?" Then, with a dangerous look, he approached him and said, "I want to end you myself." He then reminded him, "Remember the bet." Lewin, having trained his finger strength, casually remarks, "Just a flick of the forehead." His flick was so light it only sent him flying. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, thinking, "The sky is so blue." The audience was equally stunned, exclaiming, "Oh!" Witnessing this, his academy rejoiced with elation, and the arena erupted with praise. "What the heck, what kind of magic is that? I'm out." And then Lewin caught the eye of another. Looking over at him, the man thought, Here we go again." Tehran stared blankly, lost in thought. "A demigod like myself, the only level 8 mage, the supreme sorcerer, and yet I've never seen magic like this." He couldn't believe his eyes. He stared intently, a question in his eyes. "Just who are you?" He watched him laugh and joke, and a name flashed in his mind, Lewin. Enraged, Tehran bared his teeth and glared as if he would devour him whole. "Tyrion Ignat, tell me everything you know about Lewin Adel." Suddenly he spoke with a mysterious tone, pausing in thought, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He was a student who always did his duty, someone everyone thought would give up but never did. He rested his hand on the chair and began to tell what he knew about him. Someone who turns weakness into strength, and a mage, more like a mage than anyone else. That's what I know about Lin. After hearing that, his lips tightened as if he were angry, and he suddenly pushed himself up, speaking with a sarcastic smile. "Ho, so, you're trying to protect your student from my curiosity. What if I just brought Lewin here and asked him directly?" He smugly declared with a triumphant look, implying that if he tried to force the boy to speak, he would only pique his curiosity further. "Then I'll have to stop you." Tehran was nearly incredulous. He turned his displeased gaze towards Tyrion, sighed, and smirked at Tyrion's words and actions. "So you're invoking a mage's right to secrecy, the oath of Millie." They stood gazing at each other, ignoring everyone else. "Very well. But a little trade wouldn't hurt, would it?" He looked back at the orb, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "The one to reach the pinnacle of magic must be me." Tehran stared intently at the orb, determined to discover its magic. Lewin laments late one night, "We've only won one round." He puts his hand to his head and sighs, "We should focus on resting now. If we keep partying like this, the other schools will be here soon, so why worry?" A group of drunk students laughed and joked loudly. Facing them was a helpless Lewin who said, "I always thought if I came to Anton I'd have to stop by this place." "Come on, Lewin, celebrate your victory. It's a festival after all." Jia approaches him from behind. Lewin could only sigh in resignation. And there was even coconut juice thanks to Van. They even have Dragon Kiss. 2 delicious drinks laid out before him. Dragon Kiss. He was surprised to hear of this drink. "You know I always have love for my homeland," he said, handing the drink to him. "So this is a local specialty, of course, but that's not why I ordered it." Footsteps approach. As he describes the drink, a single sip is like kissing a dragon. "Is it really that good?" Jia uses every good word he knows to market this drink. "Come on, Lewin, don't make that face. Just try it. Just one sip will do it. No, one sip, and you'll taste perfection." He eagerly offered Lewin a taste of the strange liquid, as a tall figure loomed behind them. He looked up in surprise at the figure behind him. The large man was Seda, who had lost to Lewin in the previous match. Seda Mankiri. They exclaimed his name in surprise. "I know your pride was wounded by losing to Lewin, but you should leave and not spoil our fun." Seda Mankiri. "You can hardly believe he's here. Why would he come?" "Looking for trouble, I came to apologize," he said, swallowing his pride and forcing out the words. Their faces morphed into question marks, stunned as he said, "I apologize for looking down on you all this time." He bowed slightly, trying to offer the most sincere apology he could. "After being defeated by Lewin at the arena, I realized I shouldn't look down on others just because they're weaker than me." Words once thought impossible were finally spoken. "There are many stronger than I, and to them I am but weak." The group was still reeling from his words. "I truly feel that what I've done to you all this time was wrong." "Wait, what's with the sudden change?" Ji-san asked, confused, his face beaded with sweat. "I know these words won't easily earn your forgiveness, but I just want you to know. I'm truly sorry." He bowed deeply, showing his sincerity as Lu Wei watched him, his face softening slightly, but he remained silent. Awkwardly, the others looked at each other, scratching their heads in embarrassment. Yeah, that's right. I apologize for ruining the mood. I'll be going now. After speaking his mind, he stood up to leave, but a voice calling out his name made him turn back in surprise. Are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you truly sorry? Lai asked sternly. He was skeptical of the sudden apology. Was it genuine? He looks at her, his honest face, saying everything, and after hearing him she breathes a sigh of relief and smiles. Thank you for the manly apology. He's surprised as you approach and offer your hand in encouragement. His eyes spoke volumes as emotions welled up within him. He reached out to shake his hand, a handshake that was truly indescribable. Wow, this is really good. What is it? They returned to their unfinished business, and my friends accepted Zeta's apology, so we all gathered together. And so they drank Dragon Kids until late, falling into a drunken stupor, when suddenly Luin opened his eyes, a look of panic on his face. He was silent as Jia, Sun, and the others stared at him, then burst into laughter. Luin, you're awake. He pushes himself up with one arm, rubbing his head with the other. So you guys were all sitting around my bed waiting for me to wake up. Do you remember anything from yesterday? Are you that fond of Dragon Kiss? Hanker's words made the two family members laugh until their stomachs hurt, remembering him crying and saying, thank you for believing in me, at least for now. Wow, school life is so tough. Luin cried while holding a bottle of liquor, and my car applauded in response. While the others were laughing to tears, remembering it only made them laugh harder. Who knew the perfect Luin had this side to him? Ha 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 ha, from now on Jason and the others will have something to tease him about. Luin muttered angrily as he walked down the hallway. Those devils just woke up and are already looking for trouble, they're all crazy. His face stiffened as he recalled Jia-sun coaxing him to try Dragon Kids. What kind of drink makes a person so sensitive? From now on he'd better stay away. As he strolled along, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Luin, it's me again. Did you sleep well last night? Ta said, driving up with a grin. Just last night they were apologizing for fighting, promising to be brothers from now on. They embraced and wept openly, while he, blushing, hurried away as I stood in the hallway and shouted, my friend, I'll see you later. Lai quickly ran off. Aren't you ashamed? His face was as red as a tomato. Exhausted, Lai continues onward, realizing he's jumped from the frying pan into the fire. He runs into Professor Hai again. Trouble seems to follow him everywhere. The professor's words made him uneasy. Does he know about it too? Instead, he mentioned someone wanted to meet him, leaving Luin to wonder who it was. They stood face to face, the professor warning him that this person was dangerous despite their kind appearance. If anything, this only piqued Luin's curiosity. Who could it be? Luin is shocked to learn that the person who wants to meet him is the false god known as Tyrone, and even the two-headed professor warns him. Be careful. Lunin Taran is an enigma. He continued sternly, saying that those who hide their true nature are very dangerous. Luin listened intently. That's all I can tell you. He continued after a moment of somber reflection. I'll keep that in mind. Luin seemed to be soothing the professor's worries. Yes, I'll let you know the time after the exam today. After hearing Luin's story, the students were excited and a little surprised. Tehran, the underworld monarch, the supreme magician, is watching us. Some were excited, others fearful, as he stood with his arms crossed, speaking with conviction. Well, that's even more reason to win. I've already been thinking about tactics. The strategy is called, if possible, defend. Everyone was confused. What do you mean? Luin confidently pointed at himself like some MLM hustler. I'll run to the goal. The next game is arrow sending. This is a match using arrows with the ability to move. They'll be flying everywhere. Each team has 9 members divided into offense, defense, and goalie. The team that launches more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the game demands a high level of strategy, knowing when to use defense and when to use control. You have to know how to catch arrows and throw them into the opponent's goal. Usually you have to consider many things, but with Luin, the rules are just words. A teammate shouts an alarm, watch out. He flies toward the opposing goal. As the match begins, his opponents cry out, ice spears, ice thorns, as they unleash a barrage of ice magic. Someone with mana gathered in their hand unleashed a giant fireball called Fire City towards Luin. He shattered the ice with one hand and extinguished the flames with the other. They unleashed all kinds of magic, but it was useless. In the stands, even our team cheered for Luin louder than the students from Snit Academy. Go Luin, go Snit. People looked at him with disdain, wondering what was wrong with him. He was so cocky after losing yesterday. Luin must have really done a number on him. He's lost his mind. That must be it. Hearing those words, he roared in anger. What are you talking about? Lost what? Did you become brothers after fighting? One of the trainees spoke up. Fighting. More like you getting beat up, right? Those cutting words reached his ears. What did you say, punk? The frightened friend replied nothing. Then no one dared to speak in front of me, and instead whispered behind my back. Seriously, what's wrong with these representatives? The tall, dark, and imposing man stood with his hands in his pockets, lost in thought. Luin Adel, after fighting you, I'm sure of one thing, you will be the next generation's mage. He sees you as a total badass. Irene Prius of the Girls' Academy. Then there's Dalian Manson from Frelia Academy of Holy Arts, and finally Doom Pram from Jenk Military Training Academy. Seda had fought the best at the festival, but Luin was stronger. Not only that, but he had leadership skills and patience. His image replays in his mind. He never imagined Luin would still accept his friendship after everything. Captain, we're next. Aren't we going to have a strategy meeting? Yeah, let's go. So we can't cheer Luin on anymore, one of them shouted. Block Luin. They're desperately trying to stop him with their lives, throwing everything they have at him, ice, fire, earth, wood, the whole shebang. They shout in unison, desperately trying to keep Luin at bay, nimbly dodging every attack. He smirks. Is that all? Now it's my turn, and they're desperately throwing up thick ice barriers out of sheer terror. He grunts, then punches the ice, shattering it into shards. They scrambled to escape, tripping over themselves had they forgotten about the rest of us. While Luin disrupted the enemy's formation, Jia-shan caught the arrow ball. He caught it. Stop him. Even if they wanted to stop him now, the defense was already in tatters, and they still had to deal with Jia-sun, the throwing expert. He shouts as he scores, bringing the score to 2-0, and the crowd roars. Nice, another point. All eyes are on Luin, as Jia-sun and his teammates exploit the weakened defense. He charges forward with incredible speed. Luin Il is unstoppable, and their defense crumbles. The entire stadium couldn't believe what they were seeing while on the field. Everyone was panting with exhaustion. They're monsters. We're done for. We lost. In a typical Manosphere match, there are usually 3 to 4 goals, but XN Academy has set a record with 11 goals, not allowing their opponents to score even once. A signal of surrender. The commentator's voice echoed throughout the stadium. The winners are the XN Magic Academy, and the team celebrates their victory amidst the roaring cheers of the stadium. Our academy won overwhelmingly, with a score difference of 11 goals. Looks like that guy wasn't bluffing. Yeah, he might actually be number 1. The crowd began to talk about the XNIT Magic Academy. Back in the waiting room, the group celebrates their victory. Goa, we won again. At this rate, they're sure to take first place, someone wondered. While basking in victory, he suddenly hears someone call his name, Luin Adel, a professor with 2 faces. He opens the door as if he's been waiting all day. He enters to meet Luin already on schedule. Tonight at 7:00, his hand on the boy's shoulder evoked a romantic scene. Cut to the crimson sky, as the king of the underworld enjoys a glass of red wine gazing into the distance. Remember not to eat anything before you come. Luin, a majestic tower, is being consumed by black and red. That day, as promised, Luin strolled leisurely down the hallway. You've arrived. Luin was startled when Tyrion Exnit suddenly appeared but quickly recognized the silver-haired man as his master. Greetings, master, Luin said, clearing his throat. Tyrion Exnit stood silently observing him for a long moment before offering a gentle smile. Let's go inside. The door opens, and Luin and Tyrion Snit step out. Welcome. A steady voice echoes. Luin stops, his eyes widening in surprise as he follows the voice. Before them stood a figure, and Paige reacted swiftly. This guy's magic. Is he also a dragon? Luin frowned. Luin struggled to remember, and then a thought struck him. He realized this was the supreme mage close to becoming half-dragon. It was Tehran, the underworld king. A lavish meal is laid out on the table. You probably don't know that we've already met. Tehran remained calm. I saw you from afar back then, while Luin looked curious upon hearing that. Tehran spoke as he ate. It was 5 years ago when I was searching for the truest self. You were once on that list as well. Tyrion Exnit turned to Luin and nodded in confirmation. Luin was surprised, but before he could speak, Tehran interrupted him, implying things have changed. I'll get straight to the point. Luin looked up at him, focusing on what he was about to hear. Can you tell me what's happened? Luin thought to himself. So in his eyes, I'm a mistake. The thought only deepened his somber expression, proof that even the supreme mage had once erred. He wanted Luin to admit it to prove that he himself was not wrong. He looked down vaguely, guessing his intentions. Forgive me, but at this moment I can only say one thing. Luin's hoarse voice made him pause slightly, and he frowned warily. Luin continued, no matter my talent, my efforts will be ignored. Efforts? Tyrone rested his chin on his hand, his eyes mocking as if he'd heard an old joke. Are you two related or something? Why do you always talk about effort? Tyon Exnit seemed to smile kindly as he looked at Luin. That's another reason why I like this kid. He smiled slightly, looking back at him. So what efforts have you made? He replied. I've been focusing on martial arts lately. You're telling me you overcame mana deficiency through martial arts, gaining immense power. His tone grew sharper, laced with cold mockery, even casting spells without incantation. You want me to believe that? Or did you simply use some kind of artifact? His words implied that his power came from an item, suggesting he was as ordinary as everyone else, even though he'd never heard of such a treasure. Tiong hesitated. It's possible. Tehran says, all right, there will be plenty of opportunities. He assures me that I will continue to observe you. I wonder if my efforts will even make a dent in those kids. Luin remained unfazed. Please continue to observe me. He suddenly stood up, stunning Tehran. Now I'm a little curious. Luin smiles, wondering if the one the Archmage chose is any different from her. He's a little surprised by her words. At the grand arena, the unrestrained cheers of the commoners reached a fever pitch. Such a warm welcome indeed. A maid approaches. Oh, are you afraid? I'll devour your student. Of course not, that's not it at all. The two veteran mages sat across from each other. Talented mages are always welcome. Tyrone smiled faintly and shrugged, saying it was just curiosity, as the maid quietly poured tea. Tyon snickered his eyes, scanning his opponent. Well, has your curiosity been satisfied? Tyrone muses, wondering if his master is hiding something, but surely he has no secrets. He closed his eyes, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he sipped his tea. Now something else has piqued my curiosity. He repeats that he's curious about something else. You heard it too, right? That kid is subtly threatening me. Tyrone shrugged. Tiri could only offer a wry smile, seeing him as just a snot-nosed kid. That boy shows no fear while many wizards tremble before me. How intriguing. In the silent space, Tyrone with a calm expression hopes that the one he has his eye on will do something worthwhile. Outside, cheers erupt as the door bursts open and Doompram leads the way like the alpha of the pack. He frowned in annoyance. What good is cheering? To me it's just… The door burst open and a man rushed in, nearly falling as he whispered into Doompram's ear. Are you sure? Doompram asked again. I definitely saw it with my own eyes. The Luinadel representative has arrived at the tower, igniting Doompram's fury. The King of Hell doesn't challenge me but someone else. He trembled with rage, recalling the battles he had witnessed. I've watched his matches a few times. He caused quite a stir at the festival. Rumor has it he's a tough opponent. His magic may be special, but I couldn't care less. No matter how high he climbs or how much he rides, he'll never be my opponent. Doompram fell into thought. In my eyes, he was just a freak, plain and simple. Reaching his peak, he seemed to lose control in his own thoughts and jealousy. The others noticed something was off and anxiously watched him. What's wrong, Doom? What's wrong? Their words echoed with concern, worry, and a hint of caution. I can't forgive you, Luinael. I should be the only one he acknowledges. On the other side, the gate to the mystical realm opens. Behind the gate was Luin, the boy everyone was talking about, who stepped through and stared at the black robe before him. It's Doomcram, and he's staring right at him with a slightly displeased look. What did you say to the Yama? He glared, baring his teeth as he questioned. You waited for me just to ask about that. Don't you think there's anyone that free in the world? In the hall, the man's furious roar echoed, his eyes blazing with rage. Answer me. But in stark contrast to his anger, Luin responded with indifference. You're not even flinching at his rage. A calm voice echoes. Why should I answer? The soft words were like a slap in the face. Doombram frowned, drawing his sword without hesitation as a threat for no reason at all. The air in the hall grew heavy and his sword emitted a cold light. But I want to hear it, he said, unfazed by the other man's anger. This guy was looking for a fight. His face hardened, his eyes like bullets as he glared at him. Are you challenging me? This isn't an arena. Yang clenches his fist in provocation as the two face off with completely different powers. Come at me. Feng Mang challenged, his eyes wide, and the ground trembled as he finished his sentence. A blinding light erupts, attacking like a whirlwind, reflexes too slow to react to the imminent danger. Their energy floods the hall. He's strong. I can't see any weaknesses. My initial arrogance has been extinguished by his power. Is he really planning to start a fight here? This isn't the arena. He doubted his existence as he watched him prepare for another attack, silently drawing his sword. You two stop right there, an unexpected voice boomed, startling them both. Iron Prius, a girl with long white hair, approached them, asking if today was the day for a gathering. Everyone's here, she said, approaching them. It's not a meeting, I just don't know if I should greet them properly. Iron stood next to him, crossing her arms in exasperation. Help me. He remained silent, not uttering a single word. Humph. Seething with anger, he turns and walks away, ignoring the two figures watching him. Is he always like that? He looked at her inquisitively. No, except for days like today. He rarely opens his mouth normally. What does that mean? Luin didn't understand what she was saying. Doomcram was agitated by anything related to the Underworld King. The image of him kneeling in servitude to the fearsome King Yama surfaces in her story. More than anything, he craves the king's recognition. It's rare for the Underworld King to summon anyone, she continued. He must think the Underworld King is paying attention to me. He stood there, pondering her words. Suddenly, she turned to Lin and smiled, leaving him speechless. Were you really going to fight him back there? She asked, curious. Of course not. That would be like forfeiting my right to compete. He probably wasn't going to really fight anyway, he replied, waving off her suggestion. He was just trying to scare me. So are you scared? Iron asked, playfully catching him off guard. Doom Prime is like an impenetrable fortress, and ordinary attacks won't do anything to him. She continued, but he raised his hand and looked at it. I don't think I'll lose either. He clenched his fist, showing his will and determination. No matter how strong the wall, constant attacks will break it down. I'm strong too, right? He asks a question that makes her giggle. He really is a strange one. She responds, telling him to be careful. Doomprim will show no mercy. From somewhere, silent footsteps echo. After what happened today, he's definitely going to keep an eye on you. Elsewhere, his gaze is fixed forward. Elsewhere, in the X-Academy dormitory, the morning sun gently streams through the windows. Disappointment, utter disappointment. Gee. Sun lies there, sighing heavily. But Luin, despite his exhaustion, pats him on the shoulder, offering comfort and encouragement. Yeah, getting 4th place in team battles without Luin is pretty good. What's so good about it? Extraordinary is more like it, another friend chimes in. It's a shame to lose the streak, but at least it proves the Academy's capabilities. Do you have any plans for the upcoming individual exams? As they were talking, a cheerful friend came in, carrying 2 bulging bags. Who wants a crazy coca? Of course, victory is the only option. He answered the question while taking the drink. Thanks. I have to hold on to the top spot until the very end. He cracked open the can, staring at it with fierce determination, knowing he was currently tied for first place in the individual rankings. Irene Prius, Chucky Dalian Manson, Doom Prim. The names of talented players appear, and I'm competing with these formidable opponents for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be crucial, a battle for survival. This is a battle for survival between 32 representatives on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points, last place gets 1. Players earn points based on performance, so rankings will fluctuate greatly. I know you'll do well, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? His friend curiously asks what he's planning, but Lewin responds with confusion. Yeah, everyone else is scrambling to find allies. Jia Shan looked at him and said, Is that so? He hesitated to answer. In this battle for survival, the candidates have the right to form alliances to survive together. Distinguishing friend from foe and knowing how to form a strong alliance is also considered an effective tactic. Everyone else will have alliances. How can you take them all down alone? They continued chatting, and his friend suggested teaming up since Lewin had helped him in the dodgeball game, while Lewin was lost in thought planning his next move. The first person he thought of was her, the white-haired girl. But would she join him? He was conflicted, unsure of what to do, and even if she did, they'd still be short on members. Hey Lewin, let's form a team, Zeta said excitedly as he stepped into the car. He looked at him surprised. You're right. We still have him. Lewin, with a triumphant look, said, Don't betray us halfway. I should be the one saying that. They rushed out the door and hurried away. Our car is very honest. He's a reliable guy. He glances at the car, his eyes filled with hope and trust. Hurry, we need one more person. With that, he ran ahead, leaving the car behind as I shouted after him. Hey, who else is there besides me? He asked, chasing after him. Who should I try again? No, never mind. I'll never reach her anyway. Could it be that she hasn't accepted anyone else or doesn't want to team up with anyone? Amidst the bustling crowd, 2 young men stood staring intently. Hey, don't tell me it's you. Z was taken aback as he spoke of what lay before them, a vibrant red banner, with a 5-petaled flower fluttering in the wind. He wants to team up with Irene Prius, a championship contender. They must be close, but he can't believe it. With a slight hesitation, he answers the abrupt question. Oh wow, just how close are they? Great. So does that mean I'll be on a team with Irene Prius? He eagerly continues to probe him. Take it easy. I haven't even asked yet. He turned back helplessly to ask him. He blushes, worried they'll be rejected like everyone else, and starts to feel faint. He retorted that it sounded like they were going to confess their love embarrassed. He noticed something nearby, and glanced over. It was Irene, the girl with the distinctive white hair, standing there smiling at him. I've been waiting for you. Lin suddenly smiled brightly as if they were old friends. Inside the small room, they stood heads bowed in concentration, before a large wooden table covered with maps of the competition, contemplating their strategy for victory. Lewin spoke first. So the largest team has 14 people, Irene replied. Yes, this team is led by Dank of the Frella School of Holy Arts. He's a genius, always a top 5 contender for the championship. His magic is primarily light and holy magic, making him a formidable opponent, and everyone's face is filled with caution. Numbers aren't the issue, and of course his team is the most formidable. Sensing his words weren't entirely accurate, he interrupted, surprising them both. There's someone even more formidable. Just the name Doom Bram silences the entire room. This must be a dangerous opponent that everyone should be wary of, but somehow they forgot. He remained unmoved, his expression serious. The content of the test would change depending on each person's abilities. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrives, dawning bright and clear. Sunlight glinted off the ship, making it sparkle, a good omen or a fleeting hope before the storm. The instructor confirmed everyone was wearing their armor, then reiterated the rules to the attentive students. Remember, if your armor's durability reaches its limit, you'll be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the exam. Before long, the luxurious ship delivered everyone to an artificial island. One by one, they disembarked, some with tense expressions and heavy steps, anxiety etched on their faces. Others were full of confidence, ready to face any challenge that awaited them on the mysterious island ahead. I'm already shaking while Lewin stares intently ahead without blinking. He raised a hand, gazing at the island, shrouded in a barrier, and asked, Just 72 hours there, right? With a calm demeanor and sharp eyes, he nodded slightly in confirmation. Yes. Everyone's attention was fixed on Doom Prime, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The air on the island grew heavy with anticipation of his power far surpassing pickle bows. As expected, Doom Prime was indeed alone. Though Lewin had anticipated this, they still eyed him warily. Irene tilted her head, her voice soft but firm. That may be so, but don't underestimate him. It wasn't just the two of them. Everyone understood that being alone didn't equate to weakness, but was sometimes the mark of a beast waiting to strike. There was no time to waste. He suggests they leave as they need to take a boat from here to the main island, and the others agree. Let's go. Their boat slowly makes its way across the clear blue water. Gradually it passes through a barrier and she reaches out to touch it. This is our safe zone, he replies. Yes, it will shrink over time. As they arrive, the three run for their lives. Hurry, we have to secure a good spot. On the island, trees grow lush sunlight, filters through the leaves, illuminating the dense forest with a faint glow like a halo amidst the tranquil nature. Suddenly, the sound of someone's stomach rumbled, shattering the peace. It turned out to be Zeta. After the three settled in the trees like monkeys, his stomach began to rumble fiercely. He wondered, Luin, I don't mean to be difficult, but why didn't we grab some food at the entrance? Her eyes were filled with a mix of sadness, helplessness, and resignation, leaving her to offer only a wry smile, prompting the girl beside her to chime in with a few sarcastic remarks. Weren't you the one who wanted to ambush them in the first place? Is that you, Mankiri? He asked, embarrassed sweat beading on his forehead. All right, we're on the same team. How long are you going to keep your distance? Suddenly, a loud noise from behind cuts off their conversation and everyone turns to look. In the distance, a violent explosion erupts in the forest, a blinding flash, forcing everyone to shield their eyes as the shockwave shakes the area. He was confused. Was the fighting already starting? He crossed his arms, looking down below his face, clearly showing the delight of a wild beast that had found its prey. It's our turn. Not understanding, he quickly asks. Huh. He reassured, I told you not to worry about food. Now you'll eat until you burst. Our prey has arrived, he said calmly. Below them was a group of 5 people cautiously moving about. They cautiously probed like vulnerable prey, ready to be ambushed. One of them couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. Why don't we wait a bit before getting supplies? The leader looked exhausted, but urged everyone on, saying it would be easier to find food and water up ahead. Suddenly, an ice arrow appeared out of nowhere, striking a hapless member head-on, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Meanwhile, everyone around him was still confused. They finally realized the gravity of the situation, raised their spears in defense, and shouted, Ambush, ambush, hey there, I've been waiting for you. He stood there with a chilling smile, conjuring a magic orb in his hand. The brats had been waiting for this moment. He unleashes the power and ice spears rain down upon them like a storm. Meanwhile, Iron clasped her hands together, her expression unwavering. Above her, a massive blue power blazes, brilliantly dwarfing Seta's earlier attack, radiating blinding energy and swirling violently. The sight left him speechless. A level 5 ice spell, Blizzard Tempest, unleashed a torrent of power with overwhelming force and scale erupting like a cyclone of light. Streaks of sharp energy tear through the air, as if ripping the very fabric of space, and the thunderous roar speaks to its devastating power. The sheer force of it left him speechless. Iron Prius, casting high-level magic without even flinching. As he continued to cast his spell, his eyes widened in shock, sensing a massive energy surge behind him. The group refused to yield, launching a fierce counterattack led by Irene Prius, with a coordinated offense and defense, throwing everything they had at him. The relentless attacks blanket the space in an eerie green light, the aftershocks rippling outwards, forcing those nearby to shield themselves. The scene before him wasn't surprising. It wasn't impressive enough because he never underestimated his opponents. He considered that they were formidable mages, after all, representatives of the academy. Realizing it was time to act, he leaped from the tree, while a brown-haired boy's sharp ears caught something amiss, putting him on guard. He muttered, hearing a noise, and stared at the bushes, certain the other one was hiding there. Desperate to survive and become a legend, he immediately attacked Luin. There, the attack pierced the leaves and came right for him, but he didn't flinch, facing it head-on. He quickly activates time refraction, passing through each person effortlessly until he reaches the last one. His speed leaves everyone in stunned silence as he leans forward, ready to unleash a devastating kick. A direct kick lands, and he's instantly incapacitated, leaving the others stunned and speechless. To avenge his comrades, one of them uses the Prison of Trees skill, sending countless vines surging from the ground towards him. But having faced this move before, he simply leaps away. At the same time, he unleashed a fireball in his hand. Sensing the danger, they scattered like bees from a hive, shouting, "It's a pyrokinetic berserker, get out of the way." Unfortunately for him, he was stopped in his tracks by Zeta's ice shurikens. Zeta, like a passionate fan, cheered him on from behind. Lu didn't disappoint his teammates, striking like a basketball player going for the score, putting everything he had into this attack. As for that unfortunate guy, no matter how hard he ran, he couldn't dodge the fireball. His face turned pale, his eyes widened, and he could only scream in vain. Ah! A massive explosion erupts, spreading in a hemisphere like a shockwave, obliterating everything around it. Trees are blown away, and a blinding light engulfs the area. As a result, he loses consciousness, foaming at the mouth on the ground. Ugh. At the same time, the armor's resistance reached its limit, so he was eliminated, and automatically teleported out of the exam. He glanced at the others, who felt their hair stand on end as they exclaimed, "Ah, with the mindset of a victor, you're calm. So it's 3 against 4 now, huh?" Behind him, Irene and C approached. Realizing they were outmatched, the gang leader surrendered in humiliation. He couldn't hide his excitement now they had food. Having defeated their opponents and seized their supplies, they acquired a good amount of food, including meat. If this is enough, they might be able to eat for 3 days, right? Those guys were really careful. Our cart driver checked the bags, grinning with satisfaction. Iron and Lewin each have a black bag. Well, thank you. We were about to dig in when a distant explosion suddenly rocked the area, startling Zay. The three quickly turned their attention to. It wasn't that the direction of Dan's team. Whatever's happening, it's big. Who would take on a team of 10 or more? This is what's known as a bottleneck. Iron crosses her arms. Few mages reach this level of power. Wow, has he improved that much in just a year? Z exclaimed in astonishment. Lewin pondered this, acknowledging his remarkable strength. His expression turned serious, even a little frightening as he thought of the master swordsman Doom Pram. Everything is proceeding as he predicted. Lewin remained silent, his expression thoughtful. This central village is the only place on the island large enough to house a great number of people. The paper depicts a large island filled with countless trees and hills. The Dalian squad will likely head there. Yes, that makes sense. And Doom Pram may also be headed there, a name that darkens his expression. Even knowing how many people are there, he's still going alone. Isn't that too reckless? Iron voiced her concerns. No, he'll definitely be there. That's the best way for him to win. Hearing Lewin say that she couldn't understand why. The massacre points display a shocking increase with each elimination. If I were Doom Prime, this would be a great idea, a stroke of genius actually. I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes and think about what I would do. He laughed awkwardly, not to mention he's trying to get the attention of the King of Hell right now, so he has no choice but to act recklessly. You're really something else. Iron eyed Lewin suspiciously, causing him to become flustered as a figure lurked outside the house in the darkness. Have you checked how many there are? Lyn asked Iron, peering through the curtains. Just one. They know someone's lurking around and they're investigating quickly, not letting their guard down. I turned off the lights to avoid detection. I don't think they know we're here. Is he headed this way? He carefully observed the stranger. Go wake the carriage driver. While danger lurks outside, he sleeps soundly. I'll keep watch. The mysterious figure approached the entrance, his footsteps rustling on the grass in the still of the night. He paused at the door as if sensing if anyone was inside. Lewin lay in wait, ready to strike as soon as he opened the door. If he were alone, his face would be etched with tension. The figure entered and closed the door, unaware that Lewin was hiding nearby, ready to seize his cloak from behind, taking him by surprise. He threw him forward, sending him crashing to the ground, and before the man could react, Lewin silenced him. Quang Iron appeared using magic to shine a light on him, and as his face became clear, Zeta was taken aback. It's Canalis. Lewin releases him, and he collapses to the ground in pain. I apologize everyone, I didn't mean to intrude. I just needed a place to rest. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come. Lewin still has him pinned. He was alone, extremely wary, his brow constantly furrowed. But what about the rest of his team? I thought there were 6 of us left. Zeta carefully peeked through the curtains to observe the situation outside. Doombram. Just the mention of his name ratcheted up the tension. We had walked right into his trap. He imagined Doom Prime's ferocious face as he slaughtered everyone. From the start, they had made bold moves. Outnumbering them, we planned to ambush Mank's team for kill points, and there were many cloaked figures. But then he appeared, Doom Prime, leaping down from above to ambush their group, targeting them as they scattered to find food. So you're saying all 6 of them fell into Doom Prime's trap? Iron was astonished. No, there was only one survivor. We had prepared for situations requiring immediate defense, but what happened next was the real problem. After hearing the explosion, Dalian led his team to attack us, forcing them to fight Doom Prime while also being wary of other opponents. Despite our fierce resistance, I couldn't hold out. Only 2 of us managed to escape, including myself. But that wasn't the end of it. As Canalis and another wounded comrade desperately fled, it was then that Doomcram appeared once more, radiating a murderous aura as he stood before his prey. He had been hiding, silently observing us, waiting for the battle to end, then secretly followed us while we were injured. He recounts with fury how Doomcram exploited their weakened state. That was a clever move. Lewin couldn't help but commend Doom Prime's cunning. He's definitely profiting this time. So I know this is a bit much to ask, but can I join your team? He pleads so pathetically. Huh. Seda was surprised by his offer. He's exhausted, sure, but he's got some good tactics. He stroked his chin in thought. No way. When Lewin said that both Seda and Ain were surprised. What's going on? How did you escape? Callus asked, his cold gaze causing sweat to pour down the man's face. Right. If it was Doom Prime, how could he have let you escape while injured? The sphere's expression turned serious, as if interrogating a criminal, and the other 2 finally noticed something was amiss. See points. Oh, so you're saying there are only 3 possibilities. Either he's lying, Doom Prime let him live on purpose, or someone is watching everything from afar. Lewin begins to deduce like a detective. Otherwise, he could use the system to check his identity, but the result was 5 huge question marks, identity unknown. The imposter, feeling exposed, gritted his teeth in anger. You're not Callus, Lewin says, clenching his fist with a menacing look. A loud crash echoes through the silent night, startling even the owl into flight. The floorboards are shattered ablaze, and all that remains is a cloak where a person once stood. A doppelganger. Witnessing this, Iron and C were stunned. Hurry, dawn is breaking over the mountains. Callus may have been attacked by the creator of that doppelganger, and it's likely the entire team is gone. Lewin, Iron, and Sita packed their things and quickly left the area. Perhaps that doppelganger wasn't lying after all. I want to talk about the one who faced Callus. The other two turned their attention to Iron. Chai's expression turned serious. There's a saying in the Mazero Sea, to fight pirates you have to use pirates. Lewin calmly slings his pack over his shoulder. Let's go catch our enemies. He smiles, a glint of determination in his eyes. In a large house, deep in the forest, has Chow found their location yet? They're hiding out on the west coast. Haha. He covered his face, smirking, while Dalian looked at him with a disgusted expression. I faked almost everything, but unfortunately they still found me out in the end. Your puppet was discovered. How? Dalian raises an eyebrow in confusion. I don't know. Even you're surprised. The puppet was destroyed because someone crushed it. He grins, his face twisted into a sinister, murderous expression. What will you do now? Dalian. He pondered his next move, his brow furrowed. Iron Brow, Seda, Mankiri, and Luina Del, all troublesome opponents. It seems he knows their strengths, and will likely devise a countermeasure quickly. An ambush from behind a blinding light suddenly appears, startling the three, as the holy spear bursts forth, weapons in hand. It's not Luinael. He thought he was the one surprising them, but he was the one surprised. A flash of light reverberates through the forest. It's Dion's divine magic. Everything is going according to plan. The three of them are actually hiding in a tree, watching the carriage being devoured. Comfortably seated as if watching a movie, they flock to the sound of explosions, unaware that we're not even there. He smirks with an apple in hand as Iron intently watches the drama unfold. So what do we do now? Let's go get some kill points. Lewin rises, smiling at the success of their deception, as the other two prepare for battle, and blood splatters across the scene. Diane looked in shock at the three people who were mistaken for their group, cowering with faces ashen. Lewin, Iron, and Seda have arrived just in time to help. Is this what you'd call a temporary alliance? Worth a shot, I suppose. Our ride seems rather interested in this. There are only 6 of them charged. Don't be afraid. One of them quickly regains his composure, foolishly rushing forward to attack. Suddenly, a massive force erupts from behind our vehicle, surprising even Lewin. The would-be attacker is struck by the power and sent flying hundreds of meters. It all happened so fast that no one could react. Dalian's group was shocked to see their comrades blown away with a single blow. This power surprised our 3 main characters as well, and they turned to see Doomprim. Lewin's pupils contracted as he shot between them with incredible speed, a blue aura surrounding him. With a single strike, Doomprim had defeated 3 men before their very eyes. Wow, you want to join us? Doomprime, Seda, and Aaron frowned. Looks like we have another temporary ally. Agreed. Though wary, Lewin sees the advantage, eliminate Dalian's team first. His sharp eyes calculate every possibility. The survivors are all here. It seems the battle is nearing its end. Why are we the only ones being attacked? It's Doom Prime. Everyone retreat to the base. The Dalian team is running away, but Chucky and Dalian are still holding on. Don't retreat, everyone fight together. Earthshaker Lewin punches the ground, creating an earthquake to attack those charging at him. Pitiful screams echoed across the sky. Oh! Lewin's attention is caught by a voice, and he looks up to see Doom leaping over an unconscious body to stand before him. He stared intently at him. Lewin felt him brush past his shoulder, his low, terrifying voice causing Lewin's eyes to widen. I will end you myself. He glared at him with vengeful eyes, a firm declaration. With that, Dumbram dashed off, sword in hand, leaving Lewin in silence as he watched his figure disappear into the distance with a sigh. Meanwhile, in a secluded cabin deep within the forest, a young man trained relentlessly at Base B near the island's center. Lu Inan throws furious punches drenched in sweat. After that battle, the largest alliance was reduced to Dalian, Manson, and Chucky. The temporary alliance vanished, along with Doompram, and the daily grind continues. 5000 punches, 5000 kicks, a 15 kilometers run, and live combat training. He stops, looks up at the quest board and pants heavily. Good, finally done. It's been a while since he's done a quest. The door gently opens, and he turns to see Iron smiling as she steps out. You're awake. Yeah, just training. She walks down the hall towards him. Yeah, I'm just feeling a little stiff. I mean, we were fighting like crazy last night. Hearing her question, he didn't know how to respond, so he remained silent. I asked our chef to prepare breakfast for you. Be sure to eat it. I'll be in later. Lai quickly changed the subject. Oh, thank you. On the table was a neatly arranged plate of beef and eggs. Iron takes a bite of the thick, juicy cooked beef. It's so beautiful. Oh, after one bite, her eyes light up like fireworks. Delicious, isn't it? He's quite talented. Lu Inan walks in from outside, hands in his pockets, looking cool. I went to bed without saying anything last night. I'm sorry. Iron is embarrassed, but he smiles, approaches her, and offers comfort. It's okay, you must be tired after your shift. Luin sat down at the table and poured himself a hot cup of tea. Luin was about to drink his tea when he turned his attention to her. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. What is it? Luin replied indifferently. What are you planning to do after graduation? Iron looked at him intently, and he paused for a moment. Why do you want to know? I'm just curious. With your extraordinary abilities, you surely won't choose an ordinary path. The mages who compete will eventually enter society and begin a life of symbiosis. Some will join the ranks of knights in a territory shouldering the responsibility of protecting the country under the royal army. Some will become members of the magic tower, and others will join special teams to earn money. Those are the ordinary paths. Lewin gazes thoughtfully into his teacup. And what about me? Truthfully, I don't know. I've never really thought about it. He put down his cup, clasped his hands together, and spoke seriously. Just last year I was still at the bottom of my class. I didn't have time to think about the future. His eyes were glued to the table as Irene watched him intently. Back then he was just trying to figure out how to become a mage. Once this competition is over, I should have some idea of what I'm going to do. Maybe I'll go back to the academy. Lewin smiled and sighed, but she remained silent. What about him? Irene, I'm like you, I don't know either. I've never been sure what kind of mage I'll become. I simply followed the words of those around me. Now it's Irene's turn to look down at the table. Irene should become a great mage. She raises the teacup with both hands and takes a sip. Seeing this, he said nothing. So I made my own decision. Irene placed her teacup on the table, declaring she wanted to defeat Doom Prime first. She placed her hand on the table and said seriously, I think this will help me find my path. Determination shone in her golden eyes, a firm declaration of Irene's future. I'll figure out what kind of mage I want to be. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, no longer like a casual conversation. Every year I ranked second in the fight against Doom Prime. Doom Prime was the mountain she had to climb, the lesson she had to learn. Okay, let's do it together. Lewin understood her feelings and smiled, respecting her aspirations, because everyone has their own problems to solve. Irene smiled brightly at his words. Thank you. That night a full moon hung in the starry sky. The safe zone is shrinking rapidly. We should leave in about an hour. So tonight the only safe zones left are the central village and the base. Assuming Dalian and Chucky are both in the central village, seizing it would be a good idea. But we can't rule out Doompram ambushing us. Hearing this, the two were immediately stunned, and if they just sat around waiting to be attacked, Seda would be too tense staring out the window. Irene grew anxious, realizing they'd be in trouble with the safe zone. Does anyone have a plan? He clasped his hands behind his head. Can't we just attack? Irene is speechless at this musclehead. We shouldn't attract attention right now. We need to be careful. That's true. Lewin crosses his arms, his brow furrowed as he finally speaks. Wait, I have an idea. Irene and C stop talking and turn to look at him. With only a few people left, climbing just one rank will earn us a lot of points. As Irene said, everyone will be acting cautiously. Lewin begins to lay out his strategy, explaining that after this morning's brawl, no one will expect their next move. So what now's our chance to catch Doom Prim? The others were astonished by Lewin's bold move, as Dalian and Chai had lost all their members, and the remaining survivors were sure to hide. But if it's Doomprim, he'll show himself confident in his skills. And we can't ignore him, or we'll be in danger. Lewin frowned, his expression grave. But where could Doomprim be? Irene's question is valid. How can they catch him if they don't know where he is? Before Lewin can answer, an explosion shatters the front door. From the smoke and dust, a towering figure emerged. Doombram, his face contorted with rage, eyes bloodshot. He glared at Lewin, seething with murderous intent. Sleep well, did you? Without flinching, he calmly faced Doomprim. We need to go somewhere. Outside the night was still the atmosphere thick with tension. Lewin, has Doomprim captured you? I cautiously moved forward, worried about him. Lewin raises his hand to calm him. What do you mean captured? I brought him here. What do you mean brought him? We should have been discreet and set up an ambush. Xe loses his patience. But I never intended to ambush anyone in the first place, Lewin thinks confused. Doomprim hasn't said a word this whole time. Doomprim. He turns to face him. Your opponent isn't me, it's Irene Prius. He smiled at Irene, who was clutching her dress tightly, clearly nervous, while Seda looked surprised by Lewin's decision. Doombram sighs, while Lewin crosses his arms, closes his eyes, and exhales in frustration. Irene is strong, but always second best. She's worried about constantly losing to Doomprim. He thought of the girl who always turned away awkwardly, avoiding him with a pitiful look. Well, it was about her family, so it was difficult to give details. She doesn't like answering a lot of questions. He wondered about Irene's serious and determined face. He figured this was her way of dealing with things, trusting in the kind of mage she wanted to be. Lost in thought, Lewin guiltily assessed the small girl trying to fight against the great power with a blue light that seemed about to explode before his eyes. But in stark contrast to the calm figure across from her, Irene struggles, drenched in sweat as she fights. She casts a spell, creating a blue orb of swirling power, then summons all her strength to push the magical mass forward, shouting Ice Storm as a flash of cold ice streaks away. It hurtled toward the man wielding his sword in defense. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, dwarfing even a barrage of bombs, shaking the forest, the earth, the trees, and every creature within. Irene frowned, startled by the sight of her blue light fading, replaced by a blazing red power that obliterated everything. It's a shield spell. A red orb appears protecting the area where Doombram stands. Moments later, the orb cracks and light seeps out into the dark sky. Then it explodes, revealing him standing amidst the destruction, looking cool as hell with a sword in hand. As the dust settles, his cold face is revealed, veins, bulging teeth, grinding eyes, burning with a fiery rage like a dark overlord. Iron is exhausted, drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the two men watch arms crossed, seeing that she's about to reach her limit. Lewin, is it okay to just let her continue like this? He appears calm, but his brow is furrowed in thought, while Long can barely restrain himself from helping her. The battle rages on one side, fierce the other, exhausted as Doombram, cold-faced as a devil, prepares to strike. He swings his sword, sending a blazing red magical fire toward Iron, who has long been exhausted. Helpless and terrified, she watched the approaching power, unable to dodge it, as the man stepped in front of her, shielding her from the fatal blow. Like a surfer riding the waves, Lewin sliced through the magical surge as she stared in stunned disbelief at the man protecting her. Lewin calmly faces Doombram, answering her question without fear. I said I'd let you attack first, not let him finish you off. Hearing that she collapses to the ground, relieved. He glances at her, smirking with an air of undeniable dominance. I can't afford to lose a useful teammate like you, even if it's just for the sake of victory. Iron was speechless. She must have been moved to tears. Lewin turned to face him, kicking up fire and wind as he charged forward, shouting a challenge. Doombram, let's make some chaos. He scoffed, sizing up the group with disdain. You intend to face me alone. So your group's just gonna let the musclehead handle this. That musclehead isn't deaf, by the way. He might even look more like the main character than you do, and he's getting pissed. Lewin approached him. Of course I'll do this myself. Aren't two people too much for you? These guys really know how to run their mouths. He smugly recalls learning how to face swordsmen from Sir Ger, remembering that observing a knight's footwork is most important. It not only focuses their power, but allows them to anticipate their enemy's moves. So if I target Doomprim's legs, he thought as he made his move. At the same moment, Doomprim leaps into the air, his yang sword charging forward, ready to strike with devastating force, anticipating Lewin's next move. At this moment, Lewin, eyes wide with satisfaction, believed victory was at hand. So as Doomprim swung his sword, he nimbly leaped back narrowly, avoiding the fierce blow. Lewin smirked that familiar sneer, looking confident. But appearances can be deceiving. His eyes widened in shock as the shadow flashed past him, impossible to know what anyone is truly thinking. He was already in front of Lewin, magic flowing through the sword in his hand. Before Lewin could even process it, drops of blood began to fall into the dark night. I'm not a knight, I'm a mage. Doombram growls, a stark reminder to the unsteady Lewin. He clutched his arm, wound sweat beating on his forehead, but still looked up at the taunting voice as the swordsman raised his blade, reminding him that they had never witnessed a true magic swordsman. Instantly, magic reverberated as Doombram advanced each step, accompanied by a swing of his sword, forcing the other to retreat. He angrily defends against Lewin, who clicks his tongue, finding it hard to believe he's never faced someone like this before. He racked his brain, thinking back to his battles with mages where he used time refraction to close the distance and exploit their weaknesses, and then he considered the man before him. But Doomprim has overcome this weakness by using a sword. Lewin stops with nowhere left to retreat, but his eyes widen as he looks down at the scratch through his pants on his thigh. Not only is blood seeping out, but the area around the wound is bruised, the blood turning dark. Before he can question it, Doomprim continues. This is called the radiation effect. Advancing, he explains that the wound will continue to absorb Lewin's movements, trapping him completely, just like iron. Doomprim's expression shifts, his voice laced with menace. Alright, let's end this. He slammed the sword into the ground and it emitted a swirling light, no longer a fiery red. The power has now transformed into a brilliant, pure black-purple surrounding Doomprim. Boom wings of dark purple burst open their feathers, swirling around him, blending into the night. Seeing the shift in power, the onlookers worry for him as Lewin's eyes roll back, a precarious situation to be casting fifth circle magic. Doomprim roars as he summons the demonic wings, a surge of magic erupting with a beautiful emerald light. But those dark wings, each feather, are anything but beautiful. The wind howls around him, tearing everything apart. It's terrifying, it's even blowing people away. The two bystanders desperately cling to a nearby rock, screaming in fear. Oh heavens, Doomprim stands amidst the battlefield, the earth and road torn to pieces by the power from his palms. But where is Lewin? He hides behind a rock to escape this monstrous power. Unbelievable, that man truly lives up to his title as the annual champion. He's far too strong. Struggling, he tore a strip of cloth from his sleeve, wrapping it around the wound on his thigh to keep it clean. Then noticing a light, he looked to his other hand where the ring on his middle finger was glowing. Meanwhile, Doomprim stood amidst the dust and rubble, everything around him utterly destroyed. He sighed, seemingly saddened by the devastation. Lewin, I had such high hopes for you, but it seems I was wrong. With that, he stepped forward, facing the large, imposing figure. Doomprim, you're really strong. For a moment, I thought you were an impenetrable wall. He glanced over, venom dripping from his words. Have you given up already? Not so easy. Lewin's expression shifted, his eyes now sharp, piercing through him. His eyes are like a blade filled with power, the power built upon the trust of those who believe in him. He thinks of them, then declares to Doom Prime, I still have many people who believe in me, don't I? That's what drove me to break through this wall, he said, raising the hand with the ruby ring in front of him. He doesn't understand Luin's actions, smirking, you're insane. Then lifting his sword from the ground he taunts, let me teach you whether you'll have any words left. Without waiting, Luin cried out, unleashing a surge of power. His hair flared with fury, mirroring his explosive rage. Doombram better watch his mouth. The clash resumes, neither side willing to yield. Doombram leaps high, ready to strike a fatal blow as Luin prepares to unleash the power of his red ring. Two powers collide sword against ring, a tense standoff where neither can afford to falter. The massive blade bears down on the ring, threatening to cleave it in two. Sometimes the immunity barrier activates and resists physical damage, and then the ring flares, shattering the sword. Countless shards from the sword pelt Doombram, spraying blood everywhere as Luin darts past his stunned opponent. Doombram stared at his wounds, his voice trembling. Then Luin seized the opportunity, kicking his shin and sending him crashing to the ground, completely off balance. Then a foot stomps down on Doombram's chest as Luin slowly speaks. Doombram, listen closely. Looking down, he declares, you're not worthy of me. All you have is arrogance, thinking you're superior. Realize that. Luin raised his arm high, clenching his fist, and Doomcram's pupils shrank in terror as his body froze. Luin's punches fell like thunderbolts, his coattails flying with each strike, as all three watched a light erupt from Doompram's body. Z panted, clutching his chest, utterly terrified. If Luin had lost, I would have been next. Luin chuckled, just luck, I almost lost. Suddenly his eyes drifted towards Iron, who seemed saddened nearby. Her eyes drooped slightly, her mood clearly troubled. Luin approaches, saying, sorry for interfering in your match. Iron composes herself, forcing a smile. Why apologize? I'm the one who should be saying that. She lowered her head, her voice filled with self-reproach. I endangered the entire team because of my selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone, he stammered. Because of me, you couldn't achieve your goal in this competition. Iron turned and walked away indifferently, but Luin was still confused. Never mind, that goal is gone now. Iron chuckled. My goal is no longer to defeat Doom Priam. With that, she pointed at him. My goal now is you. Luin frowned and smirked in response. This target won't be easy. Iron gives a playful smile. I know that already, so prepare yourself because one day I'll definitely surpass you. The situation grew more tense, leaving 5 people, including us. Dalian, Manson, and Chai fought back fiercely. While Iron and I put up a good fight, they were no match for our team. Suddenly, a huge explosion and flash erupted from the forest with a cloud of dust mingling with a blue light. Dalian, Manson, Vacharki lay motionless on the ground, bathed in the azure glow. Dalian and Manson lay motionless, and Shieta gasped as they began to vanish. Luin speaks, so that leaves just the 3 of us. Iron grins, that's right, while Zeta can't hide his joy. I never thought I'd make it this far. You suddenly suggest a final showdown. Iron's voice rings out. Wait, Lin. Iron said, I'm throwing in the towel. I'm not in good shape right now. Sorry, I'll do better next time. Luin agreed cheerfully. All right, we'll have a rematch another time. He figured Iron must be exhausted. Set winks and smiles. Well, is it my turn? Luin, even if you're the team leader, I won't hold back. You haven't seen my true skills yet, have you? Luin takes a fighting stance. Then come and get it. The car cries out in alarm. Wait, hold on. He's sent flying into the air. The sound of my car still echoes. I told him to wait. Elsewhere, cheers erupt as someone shouts, congratulations to our Academy's champion. Everyone at the table raises their glasses in celebration, congratulating Lin Lin on being number 1. Suddenly a voice calls out, making him turn. When everyone said you weren't in the dorm, I knew you'd be here. Standing outside the main door were Zeta and Iron, with Iron speaking first. We've fought side by side for so long. How could I miss the chance to celebrate with you? And Zeta here insisted on coming along. Luin puffs out her cheeks as Zeta explains. What is going on? I thought it was over after the competition. Why is this guy still here? She smirks. Oh well, that's just who I am. Luin smiled faintly, noting that things hadn't changed. After the brutal battle, I emerged as the sole leader. Doombram, despite his high kill score, suffered from a low survival score, causing him to drop in rank. Dalian and Irene, though championship contenders, still trail behind me, if I can maintain this lead. Luin imagines the trophy in his hands, the cheers of victory, no longer a distant dream. Jason's eyes turned into hearts as he exclaimed with joy. I never thought I'd be at the same table as Irene Prius. I can die happy now. Irene waves her hands dismissively. Oh, stop it. Everyone happily raised their glasses and cheered. Let's raise a glass to the goddess Irene. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh, a sight that made Luin smile unconsciously. Inside the bar, laughter and merriment filled the air while in a quiet corner 2 figures whispered to each other. Luin can't possibly win this festival, right? Hey, keep it down. Doom hears them now. Oh, sorry. Despite their hushed tones, Doom Pram overheard everything, unable to believe he had lost. Doom Prim stared at the broken sword in the case, realizing he'd been careless, and that his opponent's target wasn't him but the sword itself. He recalls the events, remembering how he realized it at the last moment, yet swung his sword, confident of victory. Doombram now regrets losing the fight he knew he was being watched in. Suddenly he asked, "Didn't he come looking for me today?" The other person mumbled a response. "Huh. Oh no, not yet." The other man then suggested, "Don't worry too much, you're tired, let's find a place to rest first." The Doomprim's sound echoed steadily. "Sorry, I'd like to be alone right now." Hearing this, the other person quickly got up. "Huh. Oh sorry, I'll head out then. Call if you need anything." Now, Doomprim was alone in the room, silently standing before his locker. Doombram stood there for a long time, seemingly lost in thought as cheers echoed from below. Luin Adel defeated Doompram, and a new generation of talented mages was born. "I only thought he would do well. I never imagined he'd go this far. I never thought he could defeat Doompram." Tehran approached from behind. "Luin's victory seems to have improved your mood, Professor. I sense wounded pride. It's hard to face Dan at the arena, isn't it?" Tyrion Ixnit asked hesitantly. "So the arena must be—" He smiled, nodding slightly. "Indeed." Together they looked down at the scene below. The grand festival was nearing its end, and the individual competitions were about to begin. Specifically, the exam is an obstacle course held within the city. The contestants will compete based on 3 criteria: athletics, combat, and swimming. And since this is a competition between mages, they are allowed to summon mounts, or use teleportation magic to travel through space and time. Xe turned to the person next to him, and asked what they thought. Luin's eyes drifted towards the excited crowd in the stands, all chanting his name. "How does it feel to be a star?" Luin turned to look as well. "Well, I wouldn't know about that." Actually, his eyebrows raised slightly, and his eyes darkened. "I want to savor this breathless moment, but now is not the time." Nearby, Doompram's eyes remained fixed on Luin. After all, there's plenty of time to celebrate once the victor is decided. It's a beautiful day with warm sunlight and clear blue skies. Set crossed his arms and cleared his throat. "Today's an individual test. No one's backing out, so don't put yourself in danger." He chuckled. "Yeah, I know, I'll try." The man fires a shot into the air, signaling them to prepare, and Irene, Dalian Manson, and Chucky brace themselves for battle. The gunshot echoes, followed by a cloud of dust, and the frantic sound of footsteps. Each person moves in their own way, but they all have a destination. Suddenly they stop because before them is a group of goblins brandishing weapons. Iron speaks, "I thought you'd be a little slower." Dalian Manson is sent flying through the air. Dalian Manson suggests a temporary alliance between the 3 of us. "What do you think?" Iron politely declines. "Lord Malakin, I'm not really one for team-ups." Nearby, the pounding of hooves grew louder. Doombram, mounted on horseback with a serious expression, unleashed a golden light from his sword towards the fairies as Iron commented, "They seem to prefer individual attacks," and Dalian Manson nodded in agreement. "Even after observing Doomprim for 6 years, I still find him difficult to approach." "Well, let's just go our separate ways." Doomprim's image flashes in the goblin's blue eyes, and before it can react, it's struck down by his blade. Doombram glanced back, wondering why he hadn't appeared yet. And then he sliced another goblin in 2. Has he already left us in the dust? No, it can't be. Doombram glances back again. If that's the case, he must still be behind us. He frowned, asking Iron why he hadn't appeared yet. She hesitated. "Yes, I don't know either. Now that I think about it, it is strange." Iron recalled the goblins they had just defeated. "We've been in the lead, so why haven't Luin and the others shown up yet?" Dalian Mank's voice grew anxious. "That's right, they still had time to catch up to us and the others, but no one has." Before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed past them as Luin appeared, saying, "We caught up." Doompram's brow furrowed, his eyes darkening as murmurs spread through the stands. "What's wrong? Why hasn't Linnale moved yet? Did he give up? What's going on?" "Just watch in silence. He's the one who defeated Doompram." Luin ruffled his hair. He'd been waiting for this day since he decided to join the grand festival, and after half a year of physical training, he was confident in this round. He had his own worries, but as a melee mage, turning his back on his pursuers would be a major disadvantage. After a moment's thought, Lin's eyes hardened with resolve. He quickly ran off, planning to attack each person from behind and move forward. Just then, those moving ahead heard rustling behind them and turned to look. Luin rushed forward, sending 3 people flying. He counted down 2, 9, 2, 8, 2, 7, 2, 5, 2, 4. After that, I forgot what number I was even on. Just as a voice called out. "Oh, what's that?" Zeta glances back suspiciously. He saw Luin and asked in surprise, "Luin, since when?" But Luin cut him off, wearing a harmless smile. "You understand me, right?" Then, opening his eyes, his voice turned cold as he said, "Sorry." Luin kicked Zeta into the air. His figure fades away, and Zeta cries out Luin's name in anguish. After hearing the story, Iron hesitantly asks, "So you eliminated them all?" Luin casually replied, "Just a few. The rest surrendered." A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. "Now nothing stands in our way." Doompriam grits his teeth and calls out Luin Aello's name. He glared at Luin this time. Things would be different. A powerful wind swept through the group, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Doompriam said sternly, "I'm ready to fight you now, but there are still some people chasing us." He clenched his fist and a blue light flashed around him. He leaps onto his mount, Doombram growling, "I'll see you at the finish line." With that, he spurred his horse forward, and Dalian Manson called after him. Doom, do you really have to go that way? Doomgram races toward the castle, a death trap known as the Pitfall Zone. Trap Zone, Lewin muttered, his gaze fixed on the distance, his face etched with concern. This castle is rigged with traps to protect the treasure within treasure that has already been unearthed. Now the traps serve as obstacles in the competition, a deadly gauntlet for anyone who dares to trespass. So, the safest way is usually to disarm the traps, a perfect method for assessing a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. Iron and Dalian Manson quickly focused on creating a barrier as Lewin tapped on the castle wall. But disarming traps takes time, and Chang looks up at the high wall, with Louis asking, "So you want to bring the wall down? Draka would probably do that." He hesitated. "Yes, but breaking down this thick wall is still impossible." Lewin speaks up, "I know." Trang, growing more confused, asks. Then how he turned back and answered, "This place is the ruins of an abandoned castle." He seemed to understand a little. "Oh ho, you mean aim for the spots that aren't hard anymore?" Lewin nodded slightly. Yes. The entire massive wall, complete with information about its hardness, appeared before his eyes. Lewin continued, "That's why I'm using the gamer's eye to observe the wall." His eyes scanned downward, then suddenly stopped. Spotting the corroded red mark and old information, Lewin exclaims. There, he lunges forward, Chang clinging to his shoulder. Fists fly, as Lewin relentlessly strikes the wall, leaving Dalian Mank to wonder, what the hell is he doing? Is he trying to break the wall? He's gotta be kidding, right? Iron thought to herself, he truly lives up to the name Lewin. He glared at her, asking Iron, "I know you're close to Lin, but don't you think this is a bit much? Who punches a wall with their bare hands?" Suddenly, Iron pointed forward and exclaimed, "Look, cracks were spreading across the wall." The two stared at Lewin, who stood before a gaping hole at the foot of the castle tower, as Dalian Manson scratched his head sheepishly. "Hey, can I get through here?" Lewin turned his head, and gave a nonchalant reply. Seeing that he wasn't going to act, Dalian Manson hurriedly called out, "Wait, Lewin." A large boulder falls from above, blocking the hole, and he angrily shouts, "That bastard is so malicious." Lewin hurriedly ran, earning Chang's admiration. Impressive, he broke through that wall with only 2,400 power points. "He's actually using his brain for once," he said, panting as he ran. "So now it's just me and Doomprim in the lead." As Lewin rounded a bend, he spotted Doomprim. Paige was annoyed that guy's out too. Seeing an arrow sticking out of his shoulder, she spoke, but she was definitely in a hurry because he was injured. Lewin, hot on his heels, thinks, "You want to beat me that badly, Doombram." Doombram draws his sword, growling. As he strikes, Lin swiftly dodges. Suddenly a hand grabs Doombram's collar, holding him as they fall, and Lewin says, "Let's get through this final round together." Then they both plummeted through the air. With a splash, they crashed into the water, sending white foam flying everywhere. Lewin surfaced, gasping for air, and thought to himself that if Doompram used magic to cross the cliff, he'd be at a disadvantage, so he had to swim out of there quickly. Suddenly the water grew colder and colder. Lewin turned to see the water behind him freezing rapidly, and he screamed Doombram as he realized his opponent was focusing his magic. Growing angrier, Lewin shouted, "Hey you bastard, can't you see I'm swimming here? Why are you freezing the water?" By now, the water around him had frozen solid, trapping Lewin. Doompram atop his horse on the ice looked down at Lewin and said, "Is that really important right now?" He smirked. "Well, I'll be going then," Lewin mocked. As Doombram's figure receded into the distance, Lewin couldn't help but curse. Damn it! He struggled as the heat wave rippled outwards beneath him, and he knew he had to escape quickly. Cracking sounds echoed as the ice finally gave way, and Bram, riding his horse, heard a familiar sound behind him. Startled by Lin's relentless pursuit, he wondered how this could be. How did he catch up so fast? He resolves to eliminate all obstacles and focus solely on running. Lewin stomps, leaps into the air, and shouts down, "Doombram, let's have a rematch." Doombram was sweating with anxiety. No, before he could even think, a massive explosion erupted, followed by a cloud of dust. Everyone stared intently at the screen, buzzing with anticipation. Who won? I don't know either. Suddenly, a man pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, someone's coming." As the doors opened, a horse slowly emerged from the dust. The horse raised its head and let out a long neigh, and everyone's faces filled with doubt. What's with the horse, and where are the mages? A man pointed and exclaimed that someone had appeared on the screen. On the screen, Lewin is seen looking at Doombram sprawled on the ground as someone exclaims Lewin Adele is standing there. Lewin observes him, noting that he seems to have overexerted himself in the trap zone, and his movements are sluggish. Doomgram's eyes are shut tight as he groans in pain. Lewin turns to leave, saying, "I'll be going now, Doompram." On the field, 3 flags corresponding to the 3 ranks are raised. Lewin stood on the first-place platform, victorious in the survival battle triathlon and individual competition, earning the highest overall score, marking the end of the grand festival. He recalled the past, those voices seeming to speak to someone who had endured everything for 6 years, trapped in a prison of solitude. Lewin's silhouette evokes a sense of lonely ego as he clenches his fist to his chest, the cheers of the crowd ringing in his ears, telling him, "You've worked hard." Lewin's face radiates joy as the cheers feel like a reward for all his efforts. He raises his hands in response. "Thank you, everyone. I don't want to lose this praise." Outside carriages line up as a voice echoes. Wow, so many carriages. Jiashan rested his cheek on his hand, looking out the window. But they're all selected nobles, right? Luin nodded. That's right, I heard not every noble family was invited. He hesitated. So those people are responding to Jia's son, but it has to come from me. Luin sat alone at the banquet table, everyone there to see him. He sighed heavily. This is boring, I want to go back to the academy. A sudden voice startled Luin. That's odd, isn't it? Seeing the person approaching with a wide smile, he suspiciously called out her name, Iron. Iron pulled up a chair and asked, What do you mean by strange? No one here seems to want to talk to you. Luin calmly replies, Probably because I look too arrogant. I can even attend a party in this half-assed outfit. Iron looked him up and down, then nodded. Yeah, maybe, she continued, but from what I know, there's another reason. Iron glanced at the subtle glances directed their way. Clearly most of the nobles here want to get close to him, so even if he seems arrogant, surely someone would approach him. Her eyes lit up as if she'd discovered something. It seems someone's been spreading rumors about him. Iron's words surprised Luin. The culprit must be someone powerful enough to deter any noble from approaching him. He blankly asked her who it was, and as they spoke, someone approached the head of the table. The man cleared his throat and announced, Tonight's grand banquet is officially open. The 32 student representatives, please follow me. The table was laden with delicacies and fragrant drinks, a feast fit for royalty. At the dinner with the Yama king, the dishes were fit for a king, yet the atmosphere was strange. Someone clicked their tongue. I should have faked sick to get out of this. Hey, that's my line. Today's banquet may look like dinner, but it's actually an overall evaluation of the competition. But for the students who performed poorly in the competition, it was like a condemned man's last meal. He's confused. He thought only King Yama would be here, so why are there 2 head seats? The man gestured, signaling their arrival, and everyone rose to their feet. Tehran slowly entered, and everyone bowed respectfully, as he passed, voices rising in unison. Greetings, Lord Yama. Luin bowed his head but cursed inwardly. Greetings, Lord Yama. That sickeningly sweet tone made him cringe. Hearing Tehran say, Come in, he was surprised. What? Hades invites people over. A strange voice suddenly echoed. I hope I'm not interrupting your dinner. This impostor has sword-like eyebrows and brown eyes. The newcomer exuded an aura of nobility. Lu Wei looked on, confused, and wondered, Who is this guy? He recalls the crowd's excited cheers from before. Excellent. New Mage Lin. They call my name, call me New Mage, instead of Failure. Now everyone in the room kneels chanting in reverence, Hail Crown Prince. Hearing that title, Luin was shocked. Huh, the Crown Prince. After the greetings, everyone quickly took their seats. Fear flickered across every face. Each person sat hunched over, wishing they could disappear. Even a slight misstep sends them spiraling. The silence is so thick you could hear a pin drop. Tehran spoke first. Well, none of the 11 stars have ever beaten Luin Adele, not even once. Is the skill gap really that wide? Doombram hung his head, trembling as he heard the remark. A disappointment, I'm ashamed to call you disciples. He didn't dare look up, only able to pledge. I promise I will never perform so poorly again. Tehran's voice turned cold. Second place is for the incompetent. This grand festival proves the old saying, true small streams can still hold dragons. Lin's mood isn't improving, he's deeply uncomfortable. It feels like this party was set up to mock the 11 words, but I'm just a tool for the King of Hell to communicate. He turned his gaze to the person next to Tehran, but he wasn't the only one making him uncomfortable. This guy's been staring daggers at me since the party started. His name is Somerton Zencap. He's staring at Luin without any pretense, and Luin recalls what he knows. Despite being the unfavorable third prince, his strategic mind allowed him to eliminate his brothers from the royal race and become the sole heir. A cold sweat suddenly broke out on Luin. A man as skilled in both arts and war was near perfection. He suddenly recalled Iron's words. Someone was spreading rumors about him. Someone powerful enough to make any noble think twice about approaching him. Duran suddenly asked Luin Adele, how do you feel after winning the grand festival? The question caused him to fall silent. Luin then answered, I'm uncomfortable. Tehran, confused, asked him to elaborate. Uncomfortable. His voice hardened. Yes, I'm satisfied with the results of the competition, but I'm not comfortable with my achievements being used to criticize and demean the honor and efforts of the students here. Iron, sitting next to him, quickly grabbed his arm and called out to Luin. Everyone present was shocked to hear his answer, and Luin remained silent. Even in this situation, there was no fear in his eyes. Tehran said calmly that he didn't want his results used to belittle others. But isn't inferiority one of the very factors that drives human development? You understand that, right? It seems to me you're just trying to provoke people against me. Isn't there a vast difference between pointing out weaknesses to encourage growth and inciting hatred by dwelling on inferiority? Luin's voice turned ice cold. My XN Academy is not some little stream for others to look down on. Tehran's lips curled into a smirk as he let out a loud "oh." Their eyes met, and silence once again filled the air. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped Soman's lips, followed by a burst of laughter, as he clutched his stomach, drawing everyone's attention. Luin's face showed a hint of displeasure as Soman wiped tears from his eyes, his stomach aching from laughter. He's laughing so hard he's crying. Where did this guy even come from? Iron sighed in relief, clutching her chest. Thank goodness. She angrily asks him, Luin, you're not planning anything else, are you? Luin chuckled nervously. Oh no, not at all. But he thinks to himself maybe. Tyrion clasped his hands together and said, but it will probably be a little different. A bit fresher than Tyrion, I look forward to what's to come. Sumpton suddenly looked at Luin, calling him back. Wait, he said, rising to his feet. Linnea, would you care to join me for tea? Then Somerton gave a cold smile. I don't want to hear the answer. No. Then the two moved to another location. At this moment, Luin and Somerton sat facing each other, and he slowly spoke, calling out Ada Luin. Somerton wore an irritating grin. Work for me from now on. I won't take no for an answer. No, he said it like it was obvious. You have one win to arrange. I'll transfer you to the cavalry training grounds and arrange accommodations. Somerton, as if remembering something, continued. Ah, and the matter of citizenship, the Crown Prince's right-hand man can't be a foreigner, right? Luin was growing more and more confused. What? Citizenship, he asked, confused. But why? The Empire already has countless talented mages. Like Doom Prime, for example, Soman said slowly. Ah, that guy. He bowed his head and sighed. In the end, he still lost to you. Soman's voice turned cold. Are you suggesting I keep a failure by my side? Luin remained silent, head bowed. He continued, and one more thing, remember this when you speak to me in the future. A glint flashed in Sumpton's brown eyes as he said darkly, I prefer to listen, yes, rather than question. Hearing Sumpton's tone, Luin looked up, his eyes filled with anger, as Sumpton urged him to answer. He chuckled. The first reason is because Father introduced you. For years I've asked him to consider a talented mage for me, but he never mentioned anyone. Secondly, I like your audacity. He points at Luin. He's the type who dares to dress like that in front of power-hungry leaders. In Soman's voice there's a hint of praise, and the type who dares to disagree with Father. Finally, with a wry smile, he said, the kind who dares to constantly question me despite warnings. Sumpton casually spread his hands. In politics, sometimes you need a jester. After Soman's long speech, Luin cuts to the chase. So my job is just to give advice. He seems displeased, adding, I want you to protect me from my brothers who don't want me as the crown prince. He silently bowed his head, a look of confusion on his face. Sumpton asked again, don't you like it? Luin nods, yes, that's right. Somerton retorts, I knew you'd say that, which is why I didn't want to hear it. No, I don't think so. And once again he fell into contemplation. Luin thought of Somerton sitting before him, a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become the right hand of the Empire's most powerful prince. His thoughts in turmoil, he knew most mages allied with power, even the magic tower. But after a moment's hesitation, Luin replied, there are still many things I want to do. He told himself he didn't want to be anyone's mage. Somerton's voice turned cold. I thought I was being rational, but you're just being sentimental. He asked again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Are you sure you won't regret it? Luin answered resolutely, I won't. Then he stood up. Sumpton didn't try to stop him, only chuckled. All right, let's pretend this conversation never happened. As Luin left, he suddenly spoke. Luin Alo, they say you're the brightest gem at this year's festival. Sumpton made his intentions clear. I collect gems, and there isn't one I can't obtain. Do you know why? Because those I can't have, I destroy. Before leaving the room, Luin glanced back one last time, then resolutely opened the door and stepped out. Standing alone in the hallway, he told himself that the last sentence was clearly a threat, and his decision was the right one, wasn't it? Suddenly a voice called out nearby. Oh, it's Luin. Where are you going? Jia-san asked curiously. Were you secretly picking up girls? Luin immediately retorted. No, of course not, he tells himself. In the end, I just want to be a mage with my own unique style. The room filled with murmurs, and I grew curious about the name the Godfather had mentioned. He seemed special. Taron added, looks like things won't be resolved easily. He nodded, replying, yes, I threatened him a bit, but it didn't seem to faze him. He then asked, so are you planning to give up? Summertan laughed, not at all. He raised his glass, and the light glinted off the ring on his hand. You understand, especially when it comes to collecting. He smirked, deciding that Luin Ael would be his one way or another. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luin was forcing a smile as he endured the questioning of two others, while also relentlessly training in the twilight. Yes, an aura surrounds him, exuding the presence of Lu Ruyan, or rather the white moonlight. The system displays 5,000 over 5,000 punches, 5,000 over 5,000 kicks, 5,000 over 5,000 spinning kicks, 15 kilometers run 1/1, one-on-one combat, training 1/1. Luin pants heavily after reading the system's readout. Alright, that's all for today. Luin collapsed to the ground, letting out a sigh. Trang approaches him. I think your body is getting better and better, isn't it? Hearing that, he turned to the tiny bear no bigger than his hand. I don't want to hear that from a man. Hearing this, she immediately retorted. What are you talking about? I'm a girl. Luin, upon hearing this, shot up as if he couldn't believe his ears. What, how can you be a girl? She retorted, why, because she was born this way, he asks incredulously, wondering if demigods even have genders. Annoyed, Trang snaps back at Luin, who says there's nothing there. It's your fault, for not asking. But yes, we have bathed together. He recalls the times they bathed together, as Trang scoffs, saying there was nothing to see, practically admitting everything. Luine's face darkened as he spat out each word, so you saw everything. Caught off guard, she trembled, turning away to hide her embarrassment, knowing it was futile. But in contrast to Trang's fluster, he simply smiled. He slowly stood up, no longer teasing her. Enough, can I go now? She turned back, a blank look on her face, then ran after him shouting, hey, let's go together. But he had already strode ahead, not caring that it was chasing after him, and still calling out. Then stop joking around. She stammered, trying to explain that she was telling the truth. No, I'm not kidding, really. But he doesn't believe him, laughing and teasing him instead. Do you think I'd believe that? Hearing that he could only remain silent. Cut to a train station, a beautiful day with blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunshine. But a terrifying voice shatters the peaceful atmosphere, as Jae-sun embraces Luin, tears streaming down his face. I'm off, Luin. Take good care of yourself. Remember, he gave you advice like a mother sending her child off on a long journey. Luin, face flushed, patted his friend reassuringly. I'm not dying, you know. His friends couldn't help but laugh at the scene as the train whistle blew. Jia, Shan, and the others boarded the train, as Luinen watched it pull away. The stray cat's voice echoes, all right, I should be going too. He turned to look at him. After my friends left, I'm heading to Leverdie to complete my schedule as the Grand Tournament champion. He and the stray cat sat next to each other on another train, both silent, neither speaking a word. He recalled their first meeting. Just call me Stray Cat, the wizard Stray Cat, a guide from the wizard's tower. The system once again tries to identify the wizard. Name ? Age unknown. Special notes, unknown. Meanwhile, he sat in silence, reading the paper in his hand. The system couldn't find any information, only 3 big question marks. He was shocked. If a player's eyes couldn't identify their name, it meant they were highly skilled. Luin thought to himself that meant they were equal to or even better than the magic school professors. The only thing I can tell you is that they look to be in their late 20s. He turned to look at the stray cat with caution. His eyebrows nearly touch as he finally speaks. Now, I'll briefly explain your schedule. First, you'll go to the royal palace to receive congratulations. And then he guided him step by step while he listened intently, a slight worry on his face. He interrupted him. Sorry, but can you speak normally? You made an offer that surprised him. Go on, you said. I'm only 16. He replied, it's more comfortable for me. His face remained expressionless, cold as ice. He resumed his work, reviewing the schedule again while the boy chuckled nervously, thinking how meticulous and commercial they were, and that he'd learned something new. He then announced the boy's next schedule, a trip to the magic tower to be chosen by an item. He was stunned to hear it to be chosen. Wildcat explains, that's right, you could end up with nothing. The objects themselves do the choosing. Hearing this, a hint of worry crossed his face as he understood Wildcat's implication that, like King Grammar, objects also possess consciousness. As Wildcat announced the final schedule and put the paper in his bag, he explained that he would finally be assigned a mission, something a student wouldn't normally receive. But the champion of a major tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation mage to the world. He continued as he opened the list. So it's like a debut, he replies immediately. Exactly. He continued, then choose a quest from the provided list. He gazed thoughtfully at the list before him. The missions included search, subjugation, assassination, and excavating harmony knowledge. As he read that, Trang appeared out of nowhere and whispered in his ear, startling him slightly. He and Trang stared intently at the list in his hand, their faces mirroring each other. Then he made his final decision, I choose this one. His voice rang out decisively amidst the roaring trains outside, then a scene changed to Moran Palace. The two stand in the hall. This is Moran Palace. The prince's secondary palace, please come in. Everyone is waiting for you, he urged. Then he bowed respectfully, I shall take my leave. Startled, he turned back, shouting, wait, aren't you coming with me? As he struggled to understand why the stray cat wasn't joining him, the doors before him opened. Sumpton stood tall beyond the open doorway while he searched for the wildcat's figure. Hands on his hips, a hint of amusement in his voice. Welcome to my empire, Luin. Luin looked up at him silent and stepped inside, kneeling before him. First, I received 10000 gold taels from the Crown Prince, an amount exceeding A's annual budget. Somatan, seated on his throne, smiled at Lin, saying, if you ever need more money, come any time. If you change your mind, Moran Palace will always welcome you. Hearing this, he could only chuckle wryly, realizing he could never earn this much money in his entire life. Clutching the gold, he thought the prince hadn't given up on him yet, but he was already rushing to his next appointment. Now Stray Cat and he stride through the vast palace. Everyone here must have great endurance. It's a miracle to walk around this vast place all day long, he joked, trying to break the silence. But the wildcat didn't seem to appreciate the joke, coldly telling him to stop with the small talk. Tehran is waiting for you, he says, and you freeze. Oh yes. He forces a smile. Does no one here have a sense of humor? Perhaps these people should live by the sea to gain some of its saltiness. He then asked, so you're certain about this mission? Slightly surprised, he answered with conviction, yes. Receiving his resolute answer, he asked nothing further. I understand. You've chosen the most difficult path, he says, to which the boy happily replies. Haha, this should be interesting. He replied, I wonder what Tehran will say. Their conversation ends, and as the door opens, a chilling gloom permeates the air. Lewin entered the room to find Tehran already waiting for him. He called out to him, come in quickly. A conversation unfolded over steaming cups of tea. Tehran spoke first, asking, do you want to choose that wonderful mission? He immediately replied yes. Hearing this, he picked up his teacup and slowly said, the safest mission is subduing. You could be escorted by royalty to eliminate a few bandits near Siciliano, and you'd be welcomed as a hero. He explained, and you listened in silence. Then he wondered why you would go there. It's just a barren wasteland. You remain silent, but your eyes betray a change, the answer to his question forming in your mind. No, it's more like Mount Heaven rewinding, to when he was choosing a quest and the page appeared. What quest on that list is it pointing to? He asked it curiously. Your first quest, choose that one. But he still didn't understand exactly what it was. It explained, it's Kingram's homeland. He was shocked to hear that. It continued, and that's where Draka has been for about 100 years. An enormous dragon appears in a vast green field inhaling the air. Tian Shan lies at the northernmost end of the Ridden Kingdom. A towering mountain emerges from the thick mist, said to be the home of the ancient elves, but no elves remain there now. The once mighty elves are now a thing of the past. Save for the Kingram artifact at the academy, they all perished in the Great War. The once proud ogres now lie defeated at the enemy leader's feet. Their homeland, a desolate wasteland. A goblin's skull flies in the chilling wind. There's a reason why this search is considered so difficult. Because of the barrier, an invisible barrier surrounds the mountain, a barrier unbreakable by any magic. To this day, countless scholars and wizards have failed to break it, admitting defeat. The quest is to discover the identity of this barrier. Determination flickers in his eyes, as he recalls Trang's stories piquing Tehran's curiosity. I'm curious why you'd want to search for something in that desolate place, he continued. He found the tale of the elven god's wrath, turning the place into a sacred ground rather far-fetched like a child's story. He simply turned to look at him silent. He pondered, but no one else would care about that place. Yet that ruined world was Dracogonia's home for 100 years. That's reason enough for me. No further explanation needed. It's simply the most challenging quest. He tilted his head, listening to the explanation. Just for that reason? Well, if you just want to show off, you'd be better off picking something else. Tehran advised him, not believing a mere 16-year-old could handle such a task. He still advised against it, saying that such hardship wasn't necessary for achievement. It was only difficult because it was an unsolved mystery. Lewin smirked defiantly. Wouldn't it be quite an achievement if a 16-year-old mage solved such a mystery, he needled, predicting Lewin would only end up as another failed mission in the tournament's history. Lewin retorted that achieving something remarkable was also a way to create a notable accomplishment. Tehran changes the subject. Do you know why I introduced you to Prince Quang Te? Seeing his reaction, he explained, to keep you at Black Leber, I wanted to observe you further. It was all calculated from the start. Tehran elaborates. Because of your unique abilities, I wonder if it's related to why you chose this mission. The air thickens with tension. Either way, I've been watching you, the statement made him uneasy. Back in his room, he collapsed on the bed, still pondering the commitment he'd made. But can I really do this well? He wondered, still sounding a bit worried. Standing nearby, Trang asks him why he's worried, afraid he won't find anything. He retorted, wondering how many centuries it had been since that world was disconnected, and if they could even find anything. She retorted that humans haven't discovered anything yet, but he can. He immediately reacted to that. But I'm human too, it replied. You will surpass human limitations. He wonders about this. Me, yeah. Surpassing human limits like Lewin takes time, but who's keeping score? As the two were talking, a knock came at the door followed by a request. Lord Lewin, may we come in? He jumped up and called out, come in. The two people outside enter, and he greets them. Hello. Jungle Mischief. Hoang Mao's companion Trang, perched on his shoulder, wondered why he called the two newcomers that. Jungle Cat. Cat, what are you talking about? He sighed, explaining that it was His Highness's preference. The mages of Maup liked to call it that, but he still couldn't understand what kind of farm it was. The boar happily approaches him. Well then, Lewin, I'll be off. Let's head to the artifact room to receive your reward. The three walk down the corridor, explaining the artifact room to Lewin. The Matop workshop is divided into 4 sections, C, B, A, and X, with Section C containing the most common items, and Section X the rarest. Boar leads the way. Lewin and Wildcat followed behind the latter, explaining and listing the different zones. The stray cat added that Lewin would get to explore Room A, prompting him to ask, "Didn't you mention going to Area X?" Hearing this, the guide turns away with a serious expression, stating that the area is off-limits to everyone, unless something special occurs even for His Highness. Lewin's eyes search, wondering what that something special could be. Following the guide, I began exploring Zone C. The 3 of us entered the room and I picked up a sword bigger than a boar spear. I asked the others, "Is this a dark sword?" Deung Ryung replied, "Yes, that's right. We only collect well-preserved items recovered from battles with monsters and demons." He looked at the sword impressed. Wasn't this the radiant sword used by Doompram? The shiny sword reflected his face. This was indeed Maytop's artifact storage, rivaling the treasuries of many nobles. He marveled, then suddenly noticed a book on the ground. The unique transformation of Tin Brown. I heard it was discontinued, so why is this book here? Pig finds his curiosity amusing. Does he know about it? That book is over a century old, he replied with a smile. Haha, there was a time when all I could do was read. Beyond the 7 Maum yachts exploring uncharted lands seeking ancient creatures, he read the names of the books on the shelves. Are people free to read these books while in the Magic Tower? He picked up a book, opened it, and asked a question. Stray Cat explained, the Tower Lord occasionally allows members to read the books, but not to own them. Section B is a treasure trove of knowledge from forgotten spellbooks to rare ancient texts and even legendary manuscripts. Ignoring the allure of Section B, I proceeded to Section A, but none of the artifacts there responded to me, which made me a little anxious. He turned and asked the others if anyone else had ever been rejected by the artifacts before. Piggy scratched his head, forcing a smile. It's happened, but rarely. He explains that a wizard capable of reaching Area A is typically acknowledged by at least 1 or 2 artifacts demonstrating considerable skill. His mood immediately plummets, disappointed at being ignored by all the areas. He was sad but could only force a smile, which Trang saw and responded to with an executive-like smirk. He perks up, realizing there's no need to be disappointed. They're all just junk. He was floored by what he heard. What did you just say? He explained to him that while they were rare to humans, they were truly rare specimens. Over there, it said, pointing to the door which radiated a murderous aura like the depths of hell. In Sector X, he asked. The door to Zone X was terrifying enough, with a dragon's head in the middle, its mouth open as if to devour anyone who approached. Trang stared at the room. I think there's something in there made by a dragon. There's even the scent of unrefined dragon gold. Hearing this, he simply sighed, not really caring, knowing that no matter how valuable the object inside might be, he couldn't possibly retrieve it. Not really believing in his own abilities, he looked down to search for artifacts, focusing on the task at hand. But before he could find anything, a blue light appeared, drawing his attention. Trang smirks, already knowing what's about to happen, and the blue light startles the other two, making the boar stutter. That light is coming from the X gate. If we can't hold on, we'll be blown away and plastered against the wall, the boar shouted. It's happening. Something special is happening. It's been 56 years, and now that gate is slowly opening. Cut to Tehran's room, where he frowns. He asks, is Khan's Fang reacting? Perhaps it's time to register their marriage. The stray cat replied respectfully, yes. He pondered if this was a sign for him to be the next successor. The 3 exceptional artifacts kept in Sector X, the Staff of Angon, the Scale of Mozi, and the Fang of Khan. These artifacts share a common trait: they allow their wielders to stand at the pinnacle of power. The Staff of Angon was used by the first human sorcerer. The Angon artifact endlessly amplifies the power of destruction and symbolizes the Wizard King. 56 years ago, Tehran was chosen by the Angon staff. Anyone chosen by it is brought to the pinnacle of the Wizard Tower. The armor is impervious and resists all of Mozi's magical attacks. This armor only chooses a master once a century, and those chosen become legendary knights. Yet the Fang of Kun Khan, first leader of Onyo, and a mysterious artifact, it hasn't chosen a master in 100 years. Tehran pondered this. Kun Khan's Fang had chosen Adel. Does this mean he's truly destined for the throne, he wondered. He questioned the wildcat again to be sure he was reporting accurate information. Luin Adel lifted the Fang of Kun Khan. He confirmed to Tehran, yes, he lifted it with ease. Tehran was lost in thought once more. The Fang of Kun Khan was an artifact that most generals couldn't even bring into the tower. He recalled the image of 6 men struggling to carry just one fang, their faces strained with effort. It's not something anyone can just pick up. It has a power like that of an ogre. That's when it hit him, a power reminiscent of the ogre. The special mission chosen was to search the Tian Shan for the Fang of Kun Khan, the first leader of OGR. Piecing together the information, he suddenly spoke, summoning Scream's witch and issuing orders to Wildcat. I decided to head west towards Tian Shan. Wildcat instructed Luin that the mission's deadline was 1 month, and to be sure to make it on time. Having given his instructions, he hands him supplies for the journey along with his fee ID card and train ticket. He took the items and thanked him. Wildcat silently watches him pack, as if wanting to say something. Once he's done, he looks up and asks if there's anything else. Upon hearing his question, the mage replied with a frustratingly vague answer. His answer left him wondering. What did he mean? He replied, as a mage of the Magic Tower, I'm not allowed to express personal opinions, but as a senior, I have something to say to you. Ellen's expression flickered with surprise, unsure why he would say that. The Magic Tower is kind to its own, but indifferent to outsiders. You know where you truly belong. Luin, he's implying something that he's sure you'll understand. Be careful and question everything. With that, his face turned grim, making the atmosphere even more tense. Seeing this, his face naturally became serious as well. The ancient city of Tesseran, built near the Heavenly Mountains to defend the continent from monster attacks, is also known as the Shield of the Continent. Therefore, Tesseran was always equipped with high walls, strong military power, and soldiers with a brave spirit comparable to the capital. At least that's what I read in the books. He stood in the near-empty city, a hint of worry on his face, its desolation unexpected. He replied that it was because this was a city. Their purpose had vanished, and the threat of the OG was gone. It explained, pointing to a beer hall. Look, the guards are getting drunk in broad daylight. Each soldier held a massive mug of beer enough to fill them up for the day. Their constant shouting annoyed Lewin. Tesk, they call this the city where people valiantly fight by day. Suddenly, a large man with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared saying, "Hey pretty boy, in the nice clothes. Hand over everything you've got." Is he really trying to intimidate him with his size? Does Lewin look scared to you? He simply placed his hand on the large man's shoulder. Later as he walked, the world was different from the books. As for that guy, he was lying flat on his back. A thunderous snore echoes through the silence, as one of them sleeps soundly, blowing bubbles with his breath. Lewin could only watch him sleep completely oblivious, unsure of what to say. So he decided to speak up and break the silence. "Forgive me." He groggily awoke to the sound of your voice. He jolted awake at the sight of him. "I apologize, I was fast asleep and didn't recognize you, Mage." He wasn't too concerned. "It's all right, can I still take a horse?" He asked him, and the stable owner looked a little flustered. "Well, the truth is we don't have any horses at the moment." The stables were empty, save for piles of dry straw. "No horses?" he asked again, and the stable owner responded. "Yes." He then asked, "Are there any other stables around here?" The stable owner could only scratch his head guiltily. This is the only place in Terry-san. Seeing this, Chang laughed until tears streamed down his face. "What kind of stable doesn't have any horses?" Lewin chuckled, cutting him off mid-sentence. Things weren't going as planned, and he was clearly disappointed about not being able to borrow a horse. The stable owner explained that there were originally 3 horses, but they were all rented out this morning, the first customers they'd had in a long time. His explanation surprised him, and he awkwardly offered that if he could wait a day somehow. He cut him off, telling him to wait a moment, startling the man. "Yes," he asked the stable owner, "no one's needed horses for a long time, but today someone rented them all." He was a little puzzled himself. "That's true, but why?" He begins to grow suspicious. He wondered if it was just a coincidence that someone other than him was renting all the horses in Terrason, a place rarely visited. But then he recalled Stray Cat's words before he left, "Doubt everything." He turned to his friend on his shoulder. "Trang, what have you realized?" It sighed and crossed its arms at his question. "Human, you're just noticing now I told you back on the ship." It answers his question. "That's right." They both turned to face one direction, realizing they're being followed. Behind the house opposite where he and Trang were standing, a hooded figure was watching them. And after realizing they were being followed, they took immediate action. "I instructed the innkeeper to inform me if anyone inquired about me slipping him a gold coin, which he accepted with greedy eyes. Don't worry, money really can solve anything. I'll be the bait and wander around Terrason." He strode through the streets, knowing they must have seen him leave the inn, and would surely come asking about them. They were definitely Ranak Empire. He smirks as if knowing everything. Whether it's the prince angry at my refusal to join his nation, or the wizard king sniffing around, none of them are welcome. He was determined to resolve this issue before reaching the mountain peak. He couldn't let them keep following him now that he knew they were there. "No one came," the innkeeper replied to Lewin, looking perplexed. He asked in disbelief. "What do you mean?" the innkeeper answered truthfully. "Honestly, I was on edge waiting for someone to come after you left, but no one ever did," Trang said, and she didn't seem to be lying. Suddenly the landlord remembers something, but one detail sounds very strange, prompting him to ask, "What is it?" He revealed something shocking. "For about 3 minutes, my memory was almost completely blank." The words hit him hard, and the landlord continued, "No matter how hard I try to remember." His face grew more tense, as the landlord recounted what he could recall. Mind control, a high-level 6-circle spell that allows one to control and dominate the minds of others. The victim will lose all memory of that time, and the other person can steal those memories. He quickly heads upstairs. "They're far more patient and powerful than I thought. And if their memories are stolen, they'll realize I know someone's watching." Piece by piece, he put it all together. Lewin opened his room to find it empty, save for a note pinned above the bed. The note reads, "I don't intend to harm you, so don't waste your time looking for me and continue your search." Lewin angrily tears the note down. "So you break into my room to leave a note telling me not to worry. That's a threat." Then with a serious face, he says, "All right, let's try it." Lewin leaps from the room. He leaps across nearby houses, landing safely. Lewin's parkour skills are seriously dangerous. Lewin flies like the wind. If he were speeding, he'd definitely get arrested. Then Trang asked, "What do you think?" He replied with a triumphant smile, "We need to find them." Lewin ordered, "Open the map for me." The map revealed 4 red dots, one for him and Trang, and the other 3 for the guys tailing them. He speeds off, not forgetting to turn back with a provocative look. "All right, let's play along." Red circles appeared as Lewin sped off, yelling so the 3 could hear, like he was racing for first in a triathlon. "Should we chase after them?" One of the 3 asks. "Haha, our grand tournament champion wants to play a game, it would be a shame to refuse." The skull-headed one, seemingly the leader, ordered the other 2 to give chase. "Just don't kill them." The 2 cloaked figures heard the order and vanished. Obediently, The sky turns red as the two pursuers fly like birds, quickly closing in on Lewin and Trang while he runs and laughs without a hint of fear. After all, he's the one who invited them to play. What's there to fear? In a desolate place, a purple light appears, followed by three suspicious figures in black cloaks landing. The three began to walk, observing their surroundings as they went. The one in the middle said, "The Screams Linadel Mage's trail has disappeared." The leader turned and said, "He didn't disappear. He's waiting for us." What? Oblivious, they chatted amongst themselves, unaware of their surroundings amidst the wooden crates, until Lewin burst forth, catching the three black-robed figures completely off guard. They cried out in alarm. Before Lin could even utter a second word, one of the two was punched in the face by Lewin. He quickly turned to face the second man, who was so startled that his jaw dropped. Lewin lunged with a fist, but the man quickly conjured a wall of magic in front of him. But then again, how could that stop our boy? Lewin shattered the magic wall with a single punch, and the other man coughed up blood from the force of the blow. Before he knew it, 2 out of the 3 were down for the count. Lewin stared at the last one, who suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, I was curious what he was like, but it turns out he's a real monster." The bearded man in the black robe calmly smiles at Lewin's caution, saying, "Did you know, the Grand Master of the Magic Tower sent us here. We were instructed to protect our youth." Lewin retorts, "Protect or spy?" The bearded man's expression grew enigmatic as he tore the paper in his hand, saying, "It's all the same anyway. It was fun watching you." With that, the old man vanished, leaving behind only his 2 unconscious subordinates, a cloud of gray smoke, and a promise to meet again. Lewin stared at the skull tattoo on one of the men's necks, saying, "This skull tattoo? Dark witches. Dark witches." Lewin, arms crossed, studied the unconscious men and replied, "Yes, a clandestine group, mages from the tower, who handle the dirty work." The skull engulfed in mystic blue flames, the mysterious figures in black robes. This group is trouble. Lin mentions the clandestine group of dark sorcerers. All that's known about them is their name and that tattoo. It's unclear what exactly they do, or what level each individual is. Even the identity of their school is unknown. Chang, excited, looks at Lewin and asks, "So what's your impression after meeting them?" Lewin, as if struck by an idea, smiles at Trang. "It's possible. They don't seem to measure up to the representatives from the last major tournament." Trang, a bit confused, replies, "But we still haven't verified the other one's power." Lewin calmly replied, "All right." He raised his hand to cover his mouth, recalling the mage's attack on the innocent, and said, "They used 6th circle magic, so they're clearly not ordinary opponents, and they can monitor us from afar." Trang, seeing his contemplative expression, asks, "What are you planning to do?" Lewin remains lost in thought. Lewin looks up as if struck by an idea and says, "First I'll make them reveal themselves." A moment later, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as we immediately set off for the heavenly mountains. Lewin spurred his horse towards the mountains ahead. The journey to Tian Shan had been exhausting. We had to walk through arid deserts, but I could feel that we had reached our destination. Lewin placed a hand on his chest. Lewin dismounted, hand on his chest, a worried look on his face as his chest heaved. The light caught the sweat on his face as he smiled faintly and said, "So this is Mount Heaven." Yes, there's no mistaking it. This mountain shrouded in a dark veil is indeed Tian Shan. Lewin stood in a daze for a long time, then said, "This is exactly the feeling of fulfillment." The black barrier wavers as if something has bumped into it. Lewin says, "You said this was where you lived with Draka, right?" Chang replied, "Yes, that's right." Lewin sat down wearily, leaning against the barrier, and said, It doesn't even budge. How am I supposed to get in?" Lewin's expression shifts a hint of worry, crossing his face as he looks up at Chang, saying, "What kind of inhumane idea is this? You're telling me to destroy the barrier like this?" Crawling onto his forehead, Chang replied, "That's right." Lewin says, Chang climbed on top of his head, and Lewin looked down confidently, stating, "If they're human, they'll definitely try to break the barrier, right?" Lewin looked up at Chang, who replied, "Yes, that's the first thing they'd think of. But they can't break it with ordinary human methods," Chang continued. "What if there was an OG here?" Chang's words caught Lewin off guard, a thought he hadn't even considered. Wouldn't it be better to call the Ho OG from the inside? Ask them to open the door like a friend. While Lewin was still thinking, Chang sped towards the ground. He crossed his arms, looked at Lewin and said, "Yes, my mind is very clear now." Lewin was even more shocked to hear that. With narrowed eyes, Dong Tuan looked down at Chang and said, "But didn't you say all the OG here were dead?" Chang, with a confident look, replied directly to Lu, saying that was just the human way of thinking. Lewin began to feel the tension as he turned to face the barrier, Chang's expression darkening. He said, "Remember, Lewin, your power defies prejudice. Break through it." As he finished speaking, a voice echoed from within the dark barrier. "I am breaking it," surprising Lewin outside. Lewin placed his hand on the barrier, then both hands, and hesitantly said, "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend you can't, but I brought the fang of your leader." With a hoarse voice, Lewin kept his hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear me, open the gate." A sudden silence fell, causing unease in both Lewin and Trang. Moments later, an intense purple-blue light erupts from Lewin's hand, creating a shockwave that throws him off balance. But with unwavering will, Lewin stood firm, enduring the immense pressure before him. His pupils suddenly contracted as if he were witnessing something terrifying approaching. The black barrier then fades away, and Luin utters, "It opened." The mysterious old man in the black cloak suddenly appears, rushing forward in a panic. How could a rookie do what no one has ever done before? But unfortunately for him, the barrier reappears, blocking his entry. He was left helpless, pounding on the barrier and screaming, "What's going on? It's closed. What is going on?" Before he could process what was happening, a familiar fist came flying at him. Luin, his face flushed with rage, seized the moment, shouting, "You won't escape like you did before." Giving him no chance to retaliate, Luin unleashed another attack, slamming his hand into the ground, creating a devastating earthquake that shattered the earth beneath their feet. The old man was immediately struck by 2 consecutive blows, causing him to cry out in pain. Not done yet, Luin summons vines that shoot forward to capture the mage. He's quickly bound by Luin's vines sprawled out on the ground before him. Unable to speak or move, the old mage could only manage a helpless groan. Luin says, "You think you can get to me this time?" Calmly looking at the bound man, he asks, "What level are you anyway? Let's end this quickly." Oh no, he's already spotted me, and he's charging with that wooden club. The giant swung his club and charged at Luin, leaving him stunned, a horrifying sight as the giant's wooden club was instantly covered in fresh red liquid. Luin was utterly astonished by the horrific scene that had just unfolded, his eyes wide and his body frozen. The giant turned to Luin with extreme malice, giving him chills as its dark eyes stared him down. He spoke, asking, "Human, who are you?" Luin tried to appear calm, but inside he was deeply worried. Standing on his shoulder, Trang whispered into Luin's ear, "Remember, Luin, they were created with the minds of savage beasts. Fortunately, I was able to enter the barrier on Tian Shan, and as soon as I stepped inside, I felt like I'd entered another world." Here he was surrounded by countless fearsome green giants who gazed at him with curiosity and wonder. One of them said, "A human, what's a human doing here?" But he doesn't smell like a human, he smells just like us." Huff, huff. Luin walked on his face as tense as a bowstring. The next page says, "Master, be careful. They don't have human morals." Luin replies tensely, "I understand." Luin recalled his first encounter with the blue giant, saying, "I guess he won't hurt me now because of Kun Khan's fang, but who knows when they'll kill me." He cautiously trailed behind the giant, observing him until they reached a towering mountain. The giant then declared, "We've arrived. This is the summit of the Sky Mountain." They stopped next to another green giant, and Luin, eyeing the giant with the staff, asked the summit, "There's another peak above, isn't there?" Boom. A tremor shakes Luin, and before him stands another giant larger than the rest with white hair and beard. Luin realizes this isn't the summit, but there is an ogre. The white-haired giant looks down at Luin and introduces himself, "I am Chief Black Khan. Human, I heard you have the sacred treasure of Kun Khan." Regardless, Luin was still shocked by the giant's size 10 times larger than the other ogres. He gaped, thinking how could he be so much bigger than the others. "Human, we welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you apart and feed your corpse to the eagles." "Who are you?" Luin replied, trying to remain calm. "I thought I made this clear at the gate, but I am the one chosen by the fang of Kun Khan." Black Khan's leader sat down and said, "Deceit, that is not an item a human can wield." Luin replied, "But it's the truth." He then produced an object wrapped in a white cloth. He says, "I can show it to you right," the goblin says in a panic. "Oh my, it's true." The Black Mane leader looked at Luin with great satisfaction, saying, "An interesting human. I smell our kind on you, and I also smell the scent of power." Luin replied cheerfully, "That's right, I'm pretty strong." The Black Han leader said, "Then tell me, who are you?" Luin hesitated, "I'm Chot Luin." And Chang's eyes met his, as if they were both thinking the same thing. Luin continued, "Do you know about Dracagonia? That's the name of a dragon living on this heavenly mountain." The Black Khan leader was stunned by what he heard. The Black Khan leader quickly looked at Luin and asked, "How do you know that name?" Luin, with his hands on his hips, replied with a smile, "I heard it from Kingram." Hearing Kingram's name, the Black Khan was even more shocked, exclaiming, "Kingram, he's still alive." Lai recalled his first encounter with Kingram, saying, "He lives as an artifact in my academy. Should I say he's considered one of the professors?" Lai looked at the Black Han leader and confidently said, "You're wondering who I am, aren't you?" The Blue Goblin guide stood silently, as Luin said, "I am a friend of Kingram, the former leader of Mount Heaven." Luin continued, "I am also the one chosen by the Fang of Kun Khan, and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power." The more he spoke, the more surprised Chief Han became. Facing the 2 hulking goblins, Luin declared, "I am Luin Aiello." Then facing Han, he asked, "Even knowing all that, you still intend to crush me and feed my corpse to the eagles?" Black Mane Han pondered for a long time, then said, "No, we will welcome you, human." Lin's face froze, as if he were at a loss for words, now brought to a crude stone table, in the center of a square, surrounded by cheering goblins. Chang, perched on Luin's shoulder, said, "Goblins have a rite of passage even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, you have to prove your worth." Draka also participated when he first came here, Chang said sternly to Luin. "And the test is arm wrestling." A huge, green-skinned ogre steps forward. Flexing his muscles, he cheerfully said, "I am Omerat, son of Merukan Khan. You must be the human we're hosting." Luin's face was already twisting in annoyance. He thought to himself, you're telling me this giant is my opponent, something feels off. In an instant, Luin and Omerat were ready to arm wrestle, and the entire square erupted in cheers. Come on, Cray Omerat, crush that human. Luin leaned on the stone table looking at Chang and said, if I lose the arm wrestling match, they won't throw me to the eagles, right? Chang replied helplessly, I'm not sure. Facing the giant Omerat, the atmosphere is tense, and Luin is clearly dwarfed by his opponent. But as they clasp hands, Luin thinks that just because this giant is trying to intimidate him, doesn't mean he'll go in blind. Lin's face was tense. A match between an ogre and a human sounded ridiculous, but he possessed a unique power granted by the artifact, the white fang suspended in magical energy. Luin declared that since acquiring Kun Khan's fang, his power had increased 1,000-fold. Now at 3,520, this was a possibility. Omerat, looking confident, says, I knew you weren't just any human, but your touch feels different. I am Omerat, son of Omeru Khan, and I won't go easy on you, even if you are human. Luin, not to be outdone, smirked and retorted, that's right, try to defeat me once and for all. You can see the seriousness on both of their faces as they prepare. Begin, the elf referee shouts. Luin's arm is already straining so much that his sleeve rips. Omerat is surprised by his opponent's strength. The match continues with no clear victor yet as Omerat roars. Luin's complexion is worsening, drenched in sweat, as if he can only endure for so much longer. Did he think it was over? Luin roared, channeling the last of his strength. This is my last chance, you furry elf. But contrary to his expectations, Omerat effortlessly pinned Luin's hand with a distinct thud. Luin strained so hard he tore his shirt, but his crushing defeat left him frozen, utterly bewildered. The referee then rose, raising his hands and declaring Omera's wins. Luin lay exhausted on the stone table, sighing, I lost, even though I tried my best. Luin's hand trembled, surrounded by wounds and bruises. He asked if he was going to be thrown to the giant eagles. Luin stared blankly at the sky, as if awaiting his fate when a voice broke through. Get up, human. A blue elf knelt facing Luin with satisfaction. You managed to hold out even against Omerat, the most elite warrior of the Sky Mountain. Truly, you are commendable. At that moment, the system quest appeared, stating that the elves of Sky Mountain greatly respect strength. It took Draka 17 years to earn the elves' respect through strength, just as he did. Subdue the goblins you desire with strength and make them respect you. Winning against Omer in arm wrestling grants 0.1 goblin favor at Tian Shan. Luin looked up in disbelief, stammering his thanks. Happily, Trang tells Luin, well done, Luin, you've won the support of the elves. Luin props himself up, looks at Trang and stammers, Trang, you didn't tell me this would happen, did you? Chang chuckled gleefully, as Luin smirked and glanced at her, saying, you said it took Draka 17 years to beat Omerat, right? I'll do it in a month. Looking up, the atmosphere was cheerful, as the fairies sat together at the table drinking and chatting. As the arm wrestling match ends, a feast is prepared atop the small mountain, and Lin says cheerfully at the table, it's better than we thought, isn't it? I can't believe elves are such good cooks. Trang replied helplessly, I know the food is very pungent, the smell is real. Luin replied, no, that's not it. He sat down looking around and asked, but why do the elves here isolate themselves in this monastery? Luin's expression darkens, sensing something is amiss, and he realizes he's about to overcome something far more important than this mission. Omerat approached Luin from behind, saying, a powerful human. Luin turned to him and replied, yes, Omerat. Omerat looked down at Luin and said, so what are you planning to do with the tooth of our first leader? Luin retorted, do what? What could I even do with it? Omerat grins, offering, if you want, I can help you forge a weapon fit for a human. Luin is understandably surprised by this offer. What was he thinking? In a dark basement, Luin held the massive tooth in his hand, wondering. What is this? He wondered, holding the tooth as Trang explained. It's the main source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the Agres clan inherits it will be the strongest, Luin asks. No, I mean, what is it used for? Armor staffs. Trang explains that the staff of Angale and the scales of Mozi have obvious uses. One is a wizard staff, and the other is magical knight armor. Luin imagines himself in armor staff in hand, laughing maniacally. Chang says, or maybe it's a mace. Take this magic spell. The two walk down the dark corridor, chatting animatedly. Chang said, just keep it for now and figure it out later. It only helps increase my strength, Luin replied. All right. The scene shifts to Omerat, who says with a smile, if you want, I can make it for you, a weapon suited to your form. Stumbling upon this bargain, Luin was a little surprised as he possessed it, but didn't know how to use it. Another unexpected opportunity arises as Omerat confidently points to himself. Kun Khan's teeth are so heavy and hard that no one seems to be able to work with them, but the Omeosira iron trap can. Luin was a bit confused. The iron trap was just like a human blacksmith. Omerat looked at Luin and asked, do you have any ideas for a special weapon, human? Luin hummed, then suddenly smiled as if he just had an idea. So can you help me create exactly what I need? It's been half a month since I came to Thien, Son, Luin said as Anuo lurked in the bushes as if stalking something. Ahead, a green goblin roared. Human Luin burst from the bushes, saying, I'll take care of it. During that time, I helped the Augris tribe hunt or provided them with support. Then he started jogging. He spent a lot of time training me in the things I couldn't do. Lewin, covered in sweat, looked up at the system and happily said, "All right." Then he arm wrestled Omer again, and just like before, Lewin lost. "However, my main task took up most of my time." Chang bluntly announces 15 losses in 15 matches. Lewin repeatedly loses to Omyu-san in arm wrestling, then sulks and rubs his arm saying he lost again. "This is really getting to me," while Omerat just laughs behind me. Haha. Lewin rubbed his arm for a moment and then Chang came over to encourage him. "Keep it up, master. You're getting better," Omerat says with a smile. "Standing like that, you're gradually using your power more effectively." Lewin, still not giving up confidently, tells Omerat, "Thank you. I feel like I'm making progress little by little. I've learned to use my power more efficiently thanks to Omagen's advice, and I can endure a little longer each day." Lewin put his hands in his pockets and turned, saying, "Before I leave this place, I have to defeat Omaju-san." Omaju-san, hearing his name called, was utterly bewildered. Even inside the cave, their conversation could be heard clearly. "Omaju-san, are you hesitating?" Omage replies, "No, no way. You humans don't stand a chance against me in arm wrestling." A few days later, Omaju-san wears a stiff expression. Lewin's small hand defeated Omaju-san in arm wrestling. The referee announced 17 matches, 16 losses, and even Chang couldn't believe his eyes. Lewin happily rises, throwing his hands up in victory, as a stunned Omaju-san looks on. He won. The system appears, triggering a side quest in the Heavenly Mountains. Having won the arm wrestling match against Omerat, you will receive a reward from the Heavenly Mountain Ogre clan. You have earned the respect of all the ogre, and Omerat doesn't seem angry about losing. On the contrary, he showered Lewin with praise, saying he never ceased to amaze him and that he had been defeated. Lewin rubbed his wrist, happily noting, "This is the first time you've called me by my name, Omeran." As Omaju-san walked away, he said, "It seems you're ready." Lewin, watching Omeran walk away, asks, "Ready for what Lewin says, is it that?" "It's done," Omeran turned back and said, "Come here." Omaju-san says, "Actually, it's been finished for a while. I've just been waiting for this moment to give it to you." Ly quickly approaches Omahusan, asking, "Why didn't you give it to me when the weapon was finished?" Omahusan, rummaging for something, replies, "I was waiting for you to defeat me. If you didn't win, I might not have given it to you. The fangs of Kim Khan are very important to us." Lewin's expression stiffened, a little embarrassed as he thought, "Is this like robbing me in broad daylight?" A moment later, Omajusan held out an object to Lewin, saying, "Here you go." Lewin looked at the object in surprise. That's a pair of black metal gauntlets, bare hands, made from the fangs of Kun Khan, created by Omerat, a bare hand decorated with the fangs of the first OGRE tribe leader in Tian Shan. Kun Khan's fangs won't break from any impact, and will destroy everything, immediately increasing strength by 2,000, unlocking a unique skill, leadership, and growing potential. Lewin put on the gauntlets, clenched his fist, and thought, "A gauntlet with Kun Khan's fangs inside will definitely be the most comfortable for me, a melee mage." Seeing his silence, Chang asked, "How is it?" Lewin then asked Omagen, "What do you think of my creation? I made it using the most perfect mold for you." Looking at Lewin, he seems tense, but he's actually lost in thought. "This is amazing. It's not just 2000 strength, it might even be more." Lewin said, "Omeran, can you gather all the warriors of Tian Sun?" Very quickly, all the blue elves were assembled. They chattered, "A strong human wants to arm wrestle us all. That's right, he says he'll defeat every one of us." The ogres were already chattering amongst themselves. "Even though he defeated Omeran, he's still hurting our pride, but to stand against such a challenger, such an event." The more they talked, the more excited they became. "Welcome." Lewin now stands in Dua Square, facing a massive ogre, a challenge that to the Agress seems arrogant. But the atmosphere here is quite pleasant. The Agress tribe reveres strength and loves competition, so they seem to appreciate my competitive spirit. Not only the large ogres, but also the small ones came to watch and cheer. A child shouted, "Go daddy, go." Folding his arms, Trang chuckled, "Ah, brings back memories. Draka did this once." Lewin leaned against the stone table, looking down at Chang, and said, "Even though he fought 17 opponents in a row for 30 years, unlike him, humans can't live as long as dragons, so you better hurry." Chang's smugness fades, replaced by helplessness. Lewin places a hand on the stone table, seriously eyeing his opponent, thinking that just yesterday he'd said this was impossible. But looking at his gleaming black gauntlets, Lewin is confident that with the bare fang gauntlets he feels like he can't lose. The goblin referee calls for the match to begin, and both competitors try to overpower the other, but Lewin seems to be at a disadvantage. But with his honed strength and the power of the gauntlet, Lewin easily overpowers his opponent. Lewin replied, "Yes, but now we need to get to Leverden." The goblin sadly said, "You've given us an unforgettable experience." "Thank you, master." Lewin happily looked at them but said nothing. Lewin reached out his hand, and Omajusa, seeing this, asked, "Do you want another arm wrestle, even though you've already defeated us all?" Lewin corrected him, "That's not arm wrestling," momentarily stunning Omajusan, before reaching out to shake his hand, explaining, "It's called a handshake." Omajusan, slightly confused, repeats, "Shake hands." Lewin, with a hint of regret, explains it's a human greeting. Omajusan felt enlightened as Lewin explained greetings and farewells. And so with the elves' farewells, he set off, Lewin waving and calling out. "See you later" as a type of farewell. Evening falls on the academy, bringing news. In his office, Tehran sat at his desk listening to a report of little importance, propping his head up as he pondered. Reports on the Screaming Witch are still lacking, and it's been too long since those two returned with severe injuries. There's been no word since the Screaming Witch began tailing Luin Alo. He pondered this, recalling the Western mage Luin had beaten to a pulp. After sending another scouting party, no human presence was detected near the Heavenly Mountains. Then he spoke. They've been taken care of. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. My lord, I have a new report. Another figure in a black robe entered. He said Luin Adel has advanced to Leverden. Tyrone was shocked, his face darkened as he pondered some dirty scheme. He ordered him to return at once, but Luin had already arrived in the city. The castle was bathed in the red glow of sunset, as a voice spoke with bitter disappointment. I failed my mission. Terran, hand on his chin, looked both helpless and annoyed as he listened. As the Flame King said, there's a reason no one has ever conquered that place. Arriving at Tian Shan, I realized the mission was beyond my capabilities. Luin explained, dejected that the barrier was too strong to penetrate. Tehran listened in silence before finally cutting him off. You're a terrible liar, you know, Tehran said, slowly, deliberately. Tell me the truth. You were chosen by Nan Kun Khan, weren't you? He sternly states that the mission Luin chose was to find the OGE stronghold. A little too coincidental, wouldn't you say? Luin, flustered and sweating, tried to maintain his composure as he questioned. So you've been watching me? Tehran calmly replies, surveillance. I was simply worried you might become an opponent of the tower, Luin quickly replied. Any mage who dares oppose the Flame King becomes an eternal enemy of the tower, right? Tehran said, looking him over. Enough small talk. Let's get to the point. Be honest with me. What did you see in the Heavenly Mountains? He growled, his face suddenly fierce. Are the first OGE tribesmen still alive? Luin tensed at Terran's question, unsure how to respond, and slowly left the castle. Luin breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly avoiding Terran's threat. Don't lie to me, I know everything. I could delve into your past right now if I wanted to. He interrupted, questioning. But you wouldn't do that, would you? Catching Terran off guard. Is that a bet? Luin smirked provocatively. Surely a great border wizard like you wouldn't resort to such measures, especially against a student like me. Hearing that, Terran's brow furrowed, and he angrily retorted, You dare gamble with me? That student is far too humble, Terran said helplessly. Well, all right, he said softly. Your first official mission has failed, so return to the academy. Luin frowned, lost in thought. He'd bet on the Flame King's pride, and thankfully it had worked. Even if he wouldn't resort to such extremes, there are plenty of other methods. He frowned, thinking anxiously. But if King Flame becomes even more unreasonable, I'll surely be exploited. The thought alone is terrifying. Luin reassured himself that it was surely overthinking of Tehran, his heart filled with foreboding, knowing that the ex-district had chosen him, and everyone knew what that meant for the throne. Though unsaid, Luin knew the Flame King would be watching him closely. He rubbed his weary shoulders and hurried away with a sigh. I don't know. I just want to get out of here as fast as I can. The train speeds forward, billowing smoke. Colorful banners bearing Luin's image flutter amidst cheers celebrating his victory at the festival. The crowd lifts him up, cheering with excitement. Come on over. Luin's welcome left him flustered, and he cried out, Stop it, that was 2 months ago. Jia-san casually drops a box on the table with a thud. Luin sits on the bed wondering, what's this? He chuckled, hands on his hips. These are all letters for you. As expected, the festival winner is bound to be popular. Looking at the pile of letters in the box, he exclaims, Whoa, there are so many. Jia-san interjects, saying that these are just the recent ones. To his question, Jia-san turned to the white cabinet and continued, and these are the ones that have been kept for a long time. Luin's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped as he stared at the mountain of letters before him, speechless, utterly shocked. Son watches Luin, who's sitting cross-legged on the bed, reading the letter in his hands with a surprised expression. What's this? Letters from the prince, letters from prodigies, and letters from true patriots of the kingdom, addressed to Luin A. The pile of letters in the closet never stopped falling out along with his monotonous voice. I was delighted to hear that you refused the imperial prince's offer to join him. Are you truly a patriot, my dear Luin, even though I've never met you? Jae-sun sighed in response. Dear isn't for people you're already close to, but for those you want to be close to. Do you know anything about that? Lying on the bed, he watched Luin, intently reading a letter, wondering, But Luin, what's your plan? A sly smile crept across Luin's face as he replied, I'm thinking this year will be different. Luin rode his horse slowly through the sun-dappled forest, excitedly thinking, It's been a long time since I visited home last year. I've just been cooped up in the dorm. Remembering that time, Lin couldn't help but lament that he had no face to meet his countrymen, not confident enough to smile and answer their questions. How is life at the academy? Luin's eyes now filled with confidence, he said, but now I can proudly face them. He sat on horseback, looking down at the European-style villages in the vast land. The villagers in disbelief cried out. Young Master Lu scratched his head shyly, replying, How is everyone? The villagers cheered wildly. Is it really you, young master? Others exclaimed in surprise, What young master? Surrounded by the villagers, he scratched his head, embarrassed, and explained, Sorry everyone, I've been gone too long, haven't I? A villager laughed, asking, Ha 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 ha. How was your apprenticeship? Was it like the rumors say? Another chimes in, but our young master is the best, right? Luina suddenly runs up and embraces him, calling out brother. The little girl, hands on her hips, sulked and said loudly, not a single letter all this time, and now you show up. Her father watched with a gentle, slightly helpless smile as Luin called out, Father, Luin? Luin playfully ruffled her hair. Luin, you've grown so much, haven't you? I almost didn't recognize you. This made her angry, and she shouted, What? He smiled brightly, silently, adding, And just as lovely as ever. Lai gently instructed her father, Please gather all the family members, father. It's been so long since I've had the chance to talk to anyone. The bright moonlight in the night sky is obscured by clouds. In the living room, everyone gathered to listen to Luin as he recounted the events of the past 6 years to his family and close friends. Of course, omitting the details about the players, Luina wiped away her tears. You've really been through so much, Luin, the maid exclaimed. But you overcame all those hardships, and we're so proud of you. The young man spoke up. So does that mean you won a major competition, and you even had a private conversation with the Empire's prince? He replied gently, Yes. He thought to himself that it had been 2 months already, but it was still news to his village. His father held a letter in his hand, his voice full of pride, so that's why the royal family sent this. He laughs, boasting that countless letters from noble families have also arrived, causing our hero to chuckle helplessly, thinking I wanted to be the first to tell you, father. Bin said sternly, There are a few things you need to keep in mind regarding that young master. His father replied, Let's begin. We'll finish that discussion later. Bin advised, You need to know more, it'll benefit you. Does that make your head spin, wondering what's going on? He turned to his father, questioning, Father, tell me, because I'd be disappointed if I heard this from someone else. His father sighed, propping his head up with his hand. It would be useless anyway. Remembering the wooden box full of letters he received, he lamented. As I said, our family has received countless letters from nobles all about you. Many letters propose aiding our family as a pretext to use you or arrange a meeting. Luina and the maid both look worried as they listen to his father. Of course I refused them all, but there's a problem. Luin, with her hands on her lap, looked at her father and asked seriously, What is it? He answered Benoso. He worried that Monzo would use Luin as leverage to threaten the Ale family, as most of the goods produced in Ale territory were traded through Monzo, the only commercial city nearby. In other words, the Ale territory is maintained by the money earned in Monzo. Luin looked at his father, wondering if they were really offering such ridiculously low prices for their goods. He turned away, replying gloomily, That's right, they want to take Ale territory hostage and force you to become Monzo's guardian mage. Luin's father sighed, adding that at this rate, the Ale family's finances would collapse. He sighed, head bowed, but there was no clear solution at the moment. Ly recalled the cheerful faces of the farmers, eagerly saying, Oh, come on, I'll definitely be the first to host the young master. Someone even boasted that the quality of our goat milk is especially good this year. Your father and Bin were surprised when you said, I suddenly thought that a bad guy needs to be taken down. He looked at his calloused hands and said calmly, If they're eager to see me, I'll have to go there and meet them. Please be careful on your journey, young master. Luin replied, thanking Becken. He looked at him apologetically, saying, I'm so sorry to burden you with this as soon as you got home. Luin patted the horse reassuringly. It's all right, you're just doing your job as manager. And I'm just trying to fulfill my responsibilities as a young lord. As he prepared to spur his horse, the man called out, Young master, please don't resent him. Luin asked in surprise, What do you mean? With worried eyes, Bin tried to explain. Lord, he's done everything he can, even using his own money to compensate for the damage caused by the gate. Most people in the AEL territory know nothing about this. Luin listened with his head bowed as he was told that the current peace was thanks to the Lord's sacrifices, and he admitted somberly, It's shameful. I was too arrogant. Hearing this, he was stunned, and asked what he meant by will, and remembering his father, he couldn't help but lament that he was honestly disappointed, and wondered if his father was just enduring it all. Thinking back to last night's conversation, he couldn't help but feel ashamed, admitting that he thought he alone could accomplish what his father couldn't. Luin's eyes were filled with sadness and despair as he spoke. Even as a child, I knew my father loved and cared for this land more than anyone. From atop his horse, Luin presented a wooden box, saying, Could you deliver this to my father for me instead? The man respectfully accepted it, wondering what it was. Luin calmly stated it was 10 gold bars neatly arranged in the box, explaining it was the prize from the grand tournament, hoping it would be used for essential matters in the territory, suggesting it would be most effective to buy more land, believing AEL could become self-sufficient without relying on Mondo in the future. Bin frowned, pondering, It could happen, but our territory is struggling right now and no one wants to sell us land. He was taken aback by what he heard. What if we just take it, Luin said confidently, and then we'll proceed with a clean sweep. He explains that they'll reclaim the troublesome Wolf Hills and the mud people-infested Trainee Plains within their territory. Not a bad idea. Seated on his horse, Luin carefully lays out his plan with this money. If we hire mercenaries to reclaim the territory and cultivate it for rent, we could make even more. Begin realizes that if they can hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it's worth a try. Luin turns to Bin and says he'll leave the details to the manager and his father, and then he'll be on his way. Lewin spurred his horse, leaving Begin behind, and shouted, "Let's go Monzo Trading City, the largest territory in the kingdom's south. All the nearby supplies are concentrated here, and the Lord Benos Monzo has many bad rumors surrounding him, such as buying his position through loan sharks or being a former Wanama gang leader." Lewin thought to himself that they needed hearts of steel. He stopped before the gates of a pristine white castle heavily guarded. From horseback, Lewin respectfully tells a guard that he is Lewin Ale, the second son of the Ale family, and asks if the Lord is inside. Lewin's face darkens at the guard's mocking tone. It's Ale again. One of the guards wondered why they kept making a fuss, knowing they'd never succeed. The tall, skinny guard agreed. Yeah. The fat guard chimed in, sneering that they were just children learning to beg. The skinny guard clutched his stomach, laughing and mocking Lewin on horseback. "Ha ha ha, will you be able to speak properly this time, young master?" The fat guard next to him scratched his head and laughed along. Ha ha. Lai closed his eyes, wondering if he was always treated this way. How many times has his father come here? A guard mocks him as he dismounts. "Hey, young master, go inside and ask the Lord." If it were Ale, they would have thrown him out. The skinny guard, seeing his partner's bored expression, deliberately asked loudly, "But this time is different, right? Hurry up." Lewin thought to himself that he wasn't here as a trainee, but as the second son of the Alo family. If I accept this rudeness, it'll make the Ale territory look foolish. The fat soldier, surprised to see Lewin take a stance, shouts, "What are you going to do now?" The skinny soldier narrowed his eyes as Lewin reminded them, "You should go home and train some more." To the guard's surprise, he hurled the skinny soldier backward with great force. Bin Kios Monzo, along with another soldier, returned and cheerfully announced, "Oh my god, look who it is. Lewin Ale, the hero who won the grand tournament this year, the mage of the new generation." He frowned and asked, "Are you Lord Benos Monzo?" The man bowed deeply, feigning respect. "Indeed, I am Benos Monzo. To have someone of your stature visit this humble place, I am ashamed to even lift my head." He was shocked when Lewin arrogantly retorted, "Then don't look up." He glared menacingly, grinding his teeth as he said, "If you're ashamed of my presence, you'd best keep your head down." Bin Monzo frowned at this, speechless, then smirked. Bin Monzo straightened up, adjusting his smile as he replied, "As rumor has it, you're quite straightforward. Well, I'll raise my head despite the shame." Lewin nonchalantly responded, "Good, but you need to train your guards better." He groveled, asking, "What crimes have my children committed?" "They treat my family like goblins, so I gave them a light warning." He glances back at his guards, defeated by Lewin, speechless. Bin Mono, provoked to fury, gritted his teeth, eyes wide with rage, as Lewin, seeing his expression, mocked him. "Is everything all right, Lord?" He turned and smirked. "Heh, feel free to treat them like your subordinates." But inwardly he fumes. "How dare that kid lay a hand on me?" Lewin rubbed his hands together, chuckling. To Benos Monzo's shock, he kicked the other guard, sending him flying backward. The guard collapses to the ground. He claps his hands and says casually, "That's enough. This one needs some etiquette training," leaving him speechless. Lewin added with a smirk, "You're probably thinking of making me stand here longer, aren't you? Please allow me in, Lord," he says, stepping inside to see what appears to be a wolf's head with sharp teeth mounted on the wall. He gave a disingenuous smile and shared with Lin, "My hobby is collecting works of art like this." He stared intently, finding it all rather unsettling as the old man continued, "I understand everyone has different tastes." He. Lin fell silent, contemplating for a moment, secretly judging in his heart. To collect such things and call them beautiful, this guy's taste is just awful. The things he displays are all strange and frightening objects, things a normal person would never buy. The more he thought about it, the more concerned he became about the old man who clearly displayed those items to instill fear and anxiety. Is he trying to intimidate me? Next, the man poured water and offered it to Lin. The old man introduces the tea he's prepared, a rare southern variety called param. "Have a taste." He declines the offer with his arms crossed. "No need." "Oh, you don't like tea? I'll get you a soda instead." "Never one to beat around the bush," he retorted. "Are you pretending you don't know? Do you really not understand why I refuse to drink this tea?" he asked, his face tight, as he poured the tea out, staring directly at the man. The two locked eyes, understanding each other's intentions without a word. The atmosphere grew tense, the spilled tea mingling with the terrifying silence. A mysterious smile crept across his lips, as he calmly picked up the warm cup of tea. "Do you think I would poison your tea? But I have no intention of becoming your enemy, and of course there's no poison in it. I only want to be your friend." He emphasized the word friend, and whether there was poison in the tea or not, his attitude was certainly suspicious. He asks, "Is that what friends do, threaten each other? How absurd." "It was merely a well-intentioned proposal," he chuckled. Enraged Liu immediately retorted, asking if that was a proposal or a despicable scheme to weaken the AEL territory. With that, he flatly rejected the offer, and the two locked eyes once more as the man lowered his head, speaking in a mysterious tone. "Unfortunately, since you rejected our friendship, Adel's goods will remain dirt cheap." He spoke with a mocking tone and the eyes of a petty bully. Seeing this, the main character's face filled with murderous intent, threatening that he should return the price of goods to its original state. A silent standoff ensued, both sides as tense as could be. No sooner had he spoken than he was called ignorant and unsophisticated, and the old man clenched his fist in anger. You think you're the only one who can refuse a deal. You should be begging me. You're the weak one now, not me. The old man was furious. Didn't anyone tell him that Magic Academy students couldn't use magic during breaks? I'll teach you some humility. As the brat finished speaking, his soldiers appeared and surrounded Lin. Unafraid, he calmly responds, so he never intended to let me leave. At his command, the soldiers immediately charged to attack him. Kill him. I'll turn that bastard's corpse into an exhibit. And he still manages to fight and talk in this desperate situation. You want to make me a trophy? You're even crazier than I thought. Even the bear on his shoulder thinks he's insane. He didn't expect much from this conversation, but he couldn't have predicted such crude behavior. He sees the man as an old pig stuck in his own southern well. He thought of them as he engaged one of the soldiers. When they were face to face, he suddenly stopped holding up a finger, freezing the soldier for 5 seconds. With a snap of his fingers, he unleashed a blast of power that sent the soldier flying. What followed was an incredibly satisfying battle, as golden light radiated from his power, sweeping away the soldiers like flies to honey. With a confident look, he turned to the man and said, "Let me tell you something. A special skill appears Chiefin's will until utterly exhausted is backed by the first leaders of Mount Hakan and Kunkan. Kunkan's fangs appear and move above the user's head." He immediately panicked. "What? Why is there smoke all of a sudden? What are you doing?" Then a great fire appeared, forming the face of something neither human nor beast. Luin boldly declares that even on vacation he can use magic if his life is in danger, and the fire being he summoned brutally attacks the soldiers. Witnessing the scene, the soldiers trembled in fear, knowing they wouldn't survive if they stayed. Immediately they scattered, desperate to escape with their lives. Luin clenched his fist, and the fire elemental mirrored his action, radiating confidence and pride. Luin laughs, saying running won't help. He and the god within his skills surge forward, unleashing a burst of energy, a massive explosion erupting and destroying the entire castle. Witnessing the growing inferno, everyone panicked and fled for their lives, while the silver-haired elder lamented the loss of his bizarre collection, including a 2,000 gold portrait. He approached from behind. "You still have time to worry about your work." In the next second, he glared menacingly. "Well, now's the time to worry about your own life." The fire rages and the space is devastated by the flames. But the main character isn't finished yet, gloating. "You will restore the ale's commodity prices to normal and compensate my family 10 times what you took. Those are my terms. What do you say? Can you do it?" The old man trembled and knelt. "Compensation. Just how large of a sum are we talking about?" He grabs the man by the collar, demanding payment. Now a harsh lesson in underestimating others. He bullied the weak, and now he's paying the price. Luin rides his warhorse home, wondering how surprised his father will be to learn that he's resolved everything. A sense of relief washes over him as he travels alone. "And so I resolved the issue in Monzo and returned to Adeo." But one surprise follows another. Before he could celebrate, it wasn't over yet. A voice called out to Luin. Surprised and sweating, he stares at the girl before him. A long-haired, white-haired guest is waiting in Adeo. It's Lady Irene, smiling gently at him. Picking up where we left off, Lady Irene makes a surprise visit, and we flash back 2 months to a lavish banquet. Luin stood to the side, hands on his head, looking utterly bored. "I'm so over this. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home." As I stood there, a beautiful white-haired girl approached and asked, "Are you talking about that cute little Edon?" The beautiful Irene stands with her hands on her hips, looking annoyed. "I'm just glad the party's over without any problems. I really thought something terrible was going to happen because of someone." He chuckled nervously. "Haha, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. Seriously, they were making light of the trainees' efforts and our estate." She wonders, is Adel really that beautiful? He happily tells her about his home. "Of course, it's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You should visit sometime." "Really? Well, don't ask me why I came when that time comes." "Haha, I won't." And so the story begins. But what he didn't expect was for her to actually come. Back in the present, he sits awkwardly as she enters his home. The whole family laughed and talked together, and his father, mistaking Irene for his girlfriend, was overjoyed. Luin has grown up, and the girl beside him is visibly angry. What is their relationship? It seems she might be jealous. "Honey, can you explain this situation?" He was a little worried about what was going on with her. Furious, she demands, "What's between you two? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Tell me." A barrage of questions erupts as we cut to Luin and his father discussing the earlier events. He's surprised that the cheeky girl wants to be Irene's guide. Luina actually volunteered to guide Lady Irene. "As soon as I suggested you do it, she immediately said she'd handle it herself." He understood, and his father continued. "Isn't that adorable? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen in 6 years." Still doubtful of Luin and Irene's relationship, he asks again if she's really not his girlfriend, telling him he can be honest. He immediately denies it, and his father's face falls. "What a shame, father. Why would he be so disappointed to hear that?" He immediately changed the subject, wanting to set aside personal matters and talk about something else. Suddenly, an old man with brown hair and a beard entered the room. He brought something with him and approached Luin and his father, and Lord Ale politely thanked him. His father turned and offered it to him, saying, "Luin, we can't accept this money." He was surprised. His father explained that this was Luin's money, not the Ale family's. He wondered why not. Wasn't he a member of Ale too? He gently replied, yes, no one denies that you are the heart of Ale, but you still have much to do outside of Ale, don't you? I know very well that you say this out of concern for me, and I know that you are a very upright and moral person. I respect you for that, but it hurts that you always discuss the estate's affairs without me. Lost in thought and filled with sorrow, he mustered his courage to tell the Lord everything on his mind. No, I want to use my own money for Ale just as you have, father. Hearing this, his father suddenly came to his senses. Bin chimed in. Haha, I think the young master should know that you've been supporting Ale with your own money all this time. In the future, I'd appreciate it if you discussed any rash decisions with me first. Hearing this, he forces a smile and scratches his head. Yes, father, I'll keep that in mind. The twin lord then turned to his son. Whatever your intentions, I cannot accept them. You're not ready to bear the responsibility of the estate. He took the money pouch, saying, so we still have 3600 gold. That's the money we deserve, but finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. He turned and whispered to Bin 3600 gold. How could that be? I definitely gave you 10 times that amount. He explained that the man didn't ask for the rest of the money, and was so firm that he couldn't bring up the subjugation. The two of them were still huddled together like a pack of wolves. Why was father being so stubborn? Yes, I've given up trying to persuade him. With his blue eyes and handsome face, he looked at Bin, who seemed worried about something but still forced a smile. Our Lord has always been like that, hasn't he? He offered a gentle smile. His mood softened and a faint smile graced his lips as he looked at his father, simply saying, yes. Luin stepped outside, spotting the beautiful woman strolling through the training grounds with young Luina by her side. Luin approaches Lady Iron, asking if she's enjoying her tour of Adel. Luina excused herself, leaving the two alone much to Iron's discomfort, but not before offering a warm farewell and a few words of advice. Be nice to her, okay, brother? She seems like a good person. Luin is furious. Luina, what are you saying? It's a surprise to see the girl's attitude change so drastically. Gone was the angry, stubborn demeanor she had when she first met Iron. Her words left her in a state of confusion. Why would she say such strange things? Blushing, he shyly asks her to take a walk with him. Would you like to go for a stroll? As they walked, Iron spoke of Luina, saying how truly adorable she was. I wish I had a little sister like that. He's happy to see them getting along so well. She asks him if something is on his mind, noticing he seems preoccupied. Do I look like that? He asks without hesitation. As the family heir, I want to do something for the estate, but I can't think of any ideas. He was lost in thought. Combining the tournament prize and the money from Mono, I have over 40000 gold. Father said I could use it as I wish, but as he pondered, she spoke up. He couldn't help but think of the estate. His face turned green at the thought, especially since she had come all the way to Ale. He then realized she had gone to the trouble of coming all this way, and he had been ignoring her. She must be upset, he thought immediately, changing his attitude. Haha, Lady Irene, how did you get to Adel? Our estate is quite far, so it must have been inconvenient. She smugly opened one eye and replied, not far at all. I arrived in Levered in 2 days. He quickly apologized, a small question escaping his lips in regret. She pointed back in the direction she had come from, saying it was quite close if you crossed the mountains over there. Hearing this, his mind immediately raced. But within that answer lay the solution he'd been searching for. Mount Nam, while covering a large portion of the Ao estate, is too rugged for cultivation and plagued by monsters, leaving the land barren. However, its geographical value is high due to the nearby E Lake. What if we use that to create a trade route through Nam Mountain? Luin thought seriously. By relying on places like Mono, we could build our own independent manor, a powerful manor, with the only road south to the Genek Empire. Why didn't I think of this sooner? This will surely be a great help to our estate. The beautiful white-haired girl beside him watches intently. No sooner had he thought it than he wanted to jump for joy, turning to hold her hand and thank her profusely for the idea, causing her to blush with embarrassment. He immediately ran off, leaving her behind with a quick goodbye. He ran with determination and joy, while the young lady stood frozen for a full 50 seconds. She smiles, thinking he's a truly interesting person. Could this be love at first sight? Even after being left behind, she's completely smitten. Lord Ale declared defeated impossible. Luin asked, confused. What? In the vast room, his deep voice echoed, I tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake, 8 refused. He pressed. They refused. Why? Before a surprised Luin, he slowly explained. From their perspective, the Ale family isn't profitable. Begin standing nearby, chimed in to support him. Master, even the Lord knows this is a great opportunity, but he immediately cuts him off. No much has changed. It's small, but progressing, a very clear thought running through his mind. Just because the merchant guilds refused once, we can't give up on something that offers so much hope for the people. Luin confidently smirks. Who knows, maybe a champion's proposal can make a difference. Lord Ale and Bin remained silent before he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Luin still had the gate incident to resolve. Then what reason do you have to stop me? Alright, go ahead and try. He thanked his father, and as Luin stepped out, someone called out to him. Are you going to Lake 8? Iron approached from a distance, casually striking up a conversation. So now you're in the same boat as me, an illegal immigrant. You still can't seem to read her mind. What? What do you mean? Louis suddenly jumps up. Wait, don't tell me you crossed the AEL border without permission. Iron smiles, neither confirming nor denying. That's right. Hearing this, he exclaimed. That makes me an illegal resident, crossing a desolate border alone. Were you always this bold? Didn't you think that could be dangerous? She crossed her arms triumphantly. I don't think it compares to what you've done. Unaware of what's coming, Lewin can only ask as she closes her eyes, slowly listing his supposed hidden crimes. You broke into someone's dorm, and you used an extraordinary method in the competition without considering the risks. And you won it all. To keep up with someone like you, isn't this just a little mischief? Didn't I say I'd catch up to you? Only now does his face relax a little. A gentle breeze caresses their shoulders and hair, as Lewin announces ambitiously. But I intend to go even further, and Iron quickly made her decision. Then I'll go with you. I'm already an illegal immigrant, so what's one more time? The two of them had already climbed the mountain together, so we headed straight to Lake 8, deciding to cross Namsan to scout the path ahead, exploring together. The terrain was so rough that even with a compass it was difficult to find our way, so we decided to use magic to locate Insan's hidden village. Suddenly Lewin was startled by something he saw despite the rule against using magic during vacation. They weren't sure who said it, but they ran reminding each other that students weren't allowed to use magic during vacation, so they should just follow the compass. Iron had been using this magic since arriving in Adeo, but the detection spell meant for humanoid monsters inadvertently led her into a werewolf den, placing her in danger. A pack of werewolves growls before them. He uses magic to leap into the air, then strikes one down. The golden energy unleashes a massive explosion, shaking the earth itself. The werewolf is engulfed in magical flames, but by exploiting their dependence on their leader, we quickly defeat him and escape. We also received an unknown quest. Lu In was somewhat speechless. Following a magical trail, we continued toward our destination, and thankfully without encountering any more monsters, smiles finally crept onto their faces. It seems we finally found it, Iron whispered. Lake 8. Lake 8, a massive guild, where the Great Lake 8 meets and connects to the sea. Like Antine, it's also a neutral nation under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from 8 merchant guilds rule the country as co-representatives. As a trade nation, it dominates commerce on the continent, and rumor has it they even deal with pirates. If it brings profit, this place values money above all else. She tilted her head, seeking Lin's opinion. So where are you planning to go now? He quickly asked. We're going to the Golden Hall. Furthermore, the Golden Hall is a large mansion in the middle of Lake 8, where representatives hold daily meetings at noon, making it the perfect place to persuade them. Following protocol, the guard asked, Do you have an appointment? Lewin subtly hinted for help. No, I'll wait here. Could you please deliver a message? The guard, Tron Tru, seemed hesitant to grant their request as submitting official documents would require a lengthy verification process. He confidently told the guard to simply announce that Lewin Adele had arrived along with Irene Bros. Recognizing them, the guard was immediately shocked. Wait, are you Gran Linu Adele, the tournament winner? Sorry for not recognizing you, I'll report this at once. Lewin crosses his arms and laughs. See? Irene wasn't all that surprised, just as Lin had expected. Lucky for us, we got in right away. Stepping inside, they were immediately met with a dazzling golden statue of an angel with a trumpet. Irene immediately exclaimed that the place truly lived up to its name. Golden Hall, Lewin agreed. Yes, it's incomparable to the Isle family's home, isn't it? Arriving at a large white door, the guard bowed respectfully, inviting them inside as he reassured himself. Don't be pressured. I'm here to make a fair deal, not beg for favors. The guards quickly threw open the massive doors. We are honored, I am Lewin Adeo. All heads turned to look as they entered the round table chamber, where only 2 seats remained open. The others watched as they took their seats and someone spoke up. I thought it was just a rumor, but it's true. I saw you in Tin. You're the champion. The heavily bearded man raised an eyebrow and asked, What brings a prestigious next-generation mage like you to this remote place? Lewin thought to himself, so the title of champion from the grand tournament does hold weight here. I was worried about coming unannounced, but it seems we can talk. The others laughed and chattered amongst themselves. Yes, it would be great if it benefited our guild. Ha ha ha, don't be hasty, I'm interested as well. Unlike them, you present with such a serious face. I'm here to negotiate a trade between AEL and Lake 8. The others across from me fell into thought. And in another corner they were at a loss for words. Trang whispers to Lewin that he seems to have diffused the situation, and hushed whispers begin to spread. A man turned to the person next to him and asked, Excuse me, I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is? The man also in the know replied, It's located south of the small nation of Jadi. The woman behind him chimed in, resting her chin in her hand. Ah yes, that countryside used to try selling keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord once visited there. What was that like? The man began gesturing with his hand. We refused. It was unanimously decided with 8 votes against and none in favor. The woman was curious. Why? The man then explained that because it wasn't profitable, they only wanted to sell unilaterally. Lewin fell silent for a moment, as the man at the head of the table declared with a sneer. In that case, I don't think there's much to discuss. Now he begins to feel the pressure. They are merchants after all. In the end, the moment they heard something against their interests, their attitudes immediately changed. I'm both a new generation mage and the young master of A, but they only see me as the young master of A. A poor country bumpkin trying to swindle them. Their cold and blunt perspective was frighteningly clear. Lewin and Trang looked displeased, wondering if this would be the same old story. But Lin stood up, lamenting that they hadn't even begun to present their proposal. Here a total of 3,000,000 gold. The crowd is immediately shaken and he smiles as if victory is assured. Now then, are you more interested in a deal? A vast city-state where 8 great lakes converge and flow into the sea. Instead of a king, 8 representatives rule the land as co-representatives. I'm here to establish a trade route between Lake 8 and A. I crossed the northern mountains to get here, facing many hardships along the way. But if these negotiations succeed, it will all be worth it. Lin's eyes suddenly gleam. So what do you think? Are you interested in making a deal now? I'll buy 3,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake 8 for Ale, in exchange for allowing Adelo's product exchange. The man beside him, puzzled, voiced his question. 3,000 gold. Are you preparing for war? Otherwise, why would you need 3,000 gold worth of weapons? He remained silent, as expected. They were surprised. 3,000 gold. Is the budget for a rural territory like Ao for 3 years, or the annual budget of a mid-sized city? Spending that much on weapons is shocking, but the Mono incident taught me something. Natural power attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. If I must buy weapons to gain strength, I will build my foundation here. I knew each of the 8 representatives specialized in different goods. Who was in charge of weapons? Unexpectedly, they introduce a quiet child who's been sitting there all along. The number 1 representative. Weapons, ore, flora, fauna, and even ships, they manage the widest range of goods. Surprised by the answer, Lewin's face showed clear shock, looking even younger than Lewin himself. But the child's eyes were not those of a child, an extraordinary presence. What kind of life has this child lived? Cecilia calmly inquired. By the way, what do you intend to do with so many weapons? I know it's impolite to ask, but as your supplier, I can't help but worry. First, we plan to conduct a large-scale monster hunt near Ale. The arms deal is just the first step. Cecilia hesitantly repeated that it was the first step, but he cut her off. Lewin immediately explained that they planned to establish a trade route connecting the 8 lakes and Adao. Cross the path through the northern mountains, the chairman whispered anxiously to Lewin. Please don't mention that mountain range by name here. He didn't understand. Sorry. Why is the atmosphere so tense? Iron asked, glancing around the table. What's going on? Lewin echoed, carefully observing the others. I'm not sure either. He cautiously surveys the crowd. I don't know what's happening, but I know who caused it. They've gone completely pale. Why would that be? Cecilia warned with a frown. You mean cross the northern mountains? No, that's impossible. Because a demon resides there. Elle's mind raced. A demon, could it be? He then tells them, last night I crossed those mountains myself. The girl's face darkens, clearly in disbelief. You're lying. Lewin stated, reaching into his coat for something. This is no lie. I encountered something in those mountains. Is this the demon you spoke of? That's silver wolf fur, Cecilia exclaimed, jumping to her feet in alarm. You've completed the task, earning the respect of the Vanchas family. Lewin confirms to himself that it's true. Tears welled in her eyes. It was finally over. 3 days later, Lewin and Cecilia walked side by side when she politely apologized for keeping him waiting. Of course, he didn't blame her at all. It was perfectly understandable. With rosy cheeks, Cecilia confessed, I never thought I'd face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy, but it's different now than before. The calamity that took my father is no more. It's all thanks to you, Magician Lin. Lewin politely replied, it was nothing, I just happened to find it on my way here. The two of them looked up into the canopy, as Cecilia laid out a very specific route. If we build a road through the southern mountains, we can establish a direct trade route from Ale to the western Sand Kingdom. Oyota, we won't need to waste time and money going around the central region as we do now. And as for building the road here, our Vancha family will provide support. He raised his voice in shock, apologizing. Everything was the complete opposite of Lewin's expectations. I thought we'd start by establishing a relationship through arms dealing, and the trade route would come later. I even thought I'd be responsible for the cost of opening the trade route, but with the Vancha family's help, this is a huge boon. He hesitated in disbelief. Are you saying you'll accept my proposal? She calmly admits, of course, that any goods produced in Adel will be bought at a higher price than the market price at Lake 8. Lewin thought to himself that buying at above market price was an extremely generous condition. Cecilia across from him explained softly, merchants will do anything for money, but we also have hearts. I, Cecilia Vanchase, promise to show gratitude and trust worthy of a benefactor. Lewin closed his eyes, finally giving in to the offer. He reached out and took her hand, saying, I look forward to working with you. With that, the deal with Lake 8 is complete. Lewin and Irina walked through the forest where he shared his emotions with her. I'm glad everything went smoothly. Now I can finally deliver good news to everyone and father. Speaking of Cecilia, it's amazing how much she's grown at such a young age despite not having a father. Iron quickly notices a change in Luin. You don't seem like yourself. Luin, are you emotional? He blurts out an unexpected answer. He felt a moment of empathy, as he was in a similar situation. A look of surprise crossed her face, as Luin turned back with a gentle smile. Anyway, just wait and see, Miss Iron. If you ever visit Adel again, you'll be surprised at how bustling it is. Iron sighed. You truly love your homeland, Luin. I wish I could feel the same. He put his hands behind his head, asking curiously, isn't one's hometown a place everyone remembers and cherishes? She immediately refused, but not to me. Luinen followed up saying, I'm very curious. Will you ever invite me to your hometown, Miss Iron? Iron answers vaguely, who knows. Iron seemed unwilling to talk about it, but I'll definitely visit Fru someday. Golden rays of sunlight gently enveloped the village in warmth. Mixed in with that was Lord Adel's utter shock. What? At a price higher than the market rate. Bin's astonishment, their promise to open a trade route, and the anxiety unrelated to Luina's story. Do you two have a private room at the inn? Lynn quickly covered her mouth. Ignoring his sister's excitement, he answered his father. Yes, Father Cecilia Vancha promised all of that. Bin exclaimed loudly. After all, the notoriously cold representative of Vancha said she would repay the favor. Incredible. Luin calmly explained, yes, but we'll need time to prepare that amount, and they said it would take 3 months for the weapons. Construction on the Southern Mountain Road will begin this month, and the Lord of Ale couldn't be prouder of his son's capabilities. A direct trade route to the Empire, Ale will finally prosper. You've grown up so well, Luin, to achieve something so difficult. Thank you for growing up so well. Seizing the moment, Luin makes one final request. Then, Father, will you trust me, and allow me to do one more thing? He asked softly. What is it? He clenched his fist on the table, resolutely stating what he wanted. The Ale bloodline, the dream of the Ale people, and revenge for his mother and himself. It was the Red Plains hunt. Everything faded into memory. Faced with a horrific scene of fire and destruction, Luin recalls his 6th birthday, a day that should have been a happy memory, but instead became his worst nightmare, as the Mud People invaded the grasslands, attacking the village, and claiming countless lives. The most painful thing was that my mother was among them. My mother, whose face I can barely remember now without looking at her portrait. Too many people, including my mother, lost their lives, and many more were gravely injured. That day I swore for the first time that I must become stronger. As Lord of Adel, I won't let Ale remain weak. Back in the present on a beautiful morning, Lynn and Iron strolled together, observing the villagers diligently training before them. The villagers train with spears every day, their shouts and movements filled with determination ever since the extermination order was issued. The movements were repeated tirelessly and in perfect unison. Iron watched them with excitement, noting how different the villagers seemed, and Luin added that their efforts were truly commendable. She noticed something special, a mix of surprise and admiration, and their spear techniques seemed unique. Iron wondered who taught them. Hearing this, Luin looked towards an old man with his hands clasped behind his back, replying respectfully, Ah, our knight commander taught us. This gentle-faced man with wrinkles etched by time was once known as the Lightning and fought on the kingdom's front lines. Bovapan Ao's greatest knight. Louis remembers his powerful figure facing monsters and feels gratitude. If not for Bova during the Mud People attack, the damage would have been far greater. I still remember him felling 5 Mud People with a single strike. He was lost in thought. Even now, Bovapan preferred a fishing rod to a sword. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out the name Bovava, pulling Lin back to reality. He quickly turned to respond, Yes, is there a problem? Bovava approached, calling out as if to confirm something. Oh, are you young Master Lin? Seeing him approach from afar, he quickly greets him. It's been a while, Bovava. I was planning to greet you after practice. He replied with refinement. The practice just ended. It's no problem at all. Suddenly, Bova grabbed Luin's hand, laughing excitedly. I heard you've made a big splash this time, winning a major award and now leading a subjugation campaign. He awkwardly forces a laugh. Yes, that's right. After a warm greeting, B turns to the girl, curious. And who is this? She places a hand on her chest and politely introduces herself. Pleased to meet you, I am Irene Brius. She closed her eyes in admiration, saying it was an honor to meet the Lightning Knight Bova, a name uttered that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Luin, overhearing this, is also surprised, glancing over as if to ask what she means, but after a few seconds of shock, Bova regains his composure. He asks Miss Iron, what are you talking about? I've only heard about him in the knight's lecture called 11 Children. Iron clasped her hands, respectfully explaining, I was certain after seeing the villagers' spear techniques. The Kingdom of Rid's one and only spear knight. I heard you suddenly retired and disappeared at only 30 years old, a legend among legends. His voice lowered soft but full of nostalgia, as if returning to a bygone era of glory. Haha, I never expected anyone to remember such trivial stories. She gently brushed her hair aside, her eyes calm, her voice as gentle as if recounting an obvious truth. Of course I read it in great detail because I was so impressed. Iron, facing BVA, saw instead the armored man, spear in hand, standing strong behind him. The story of him cutting down over 10 high-ranking mages from the opposing PNA nation is legendary. He closed his eyes indifferent, as if the past no longer concerned him. I'm honored the young lady finds it memorable, even though I'm just an old man now. Mr. Ba, why would you hide that? He turned to face him casually replying, I never hid it, you just never asked. To think I had to hear from someone else that you were once the lightning knight even though I was right beside you. Suddenly one of his statements makes Lin's eyes widen as if awakening. If anything, don't you know more about me, young master, don't you agree? He begins to talk about what he knows about BA. That's just a fraction of what I know. Images begin to flood my mind. He enjoyed fishing and living in the house on the hill. Memories of warm sunsets spent with Bova suddenly flood his mind. And he often took me for walks when I was little, he added. But seeing you grow up like this is a joy. Bova clasped his hands behind his back, his voice serious. Wasn't that enough? Bova Ponluin was awakened by his words. You step forward, your gaze unwavering. I hadn't thought things through. I understand you better than anyone. Bova bowed his head in response, delighted. Thank you for understanding, young master. B didn't give him much time to think before making an offer. Oh, and by the way, I promised to help the young lady with her swordsmanship training today. Would you like to join us? Lewin was intrigued and immediately agreed. Observe, I'd be glad to. Suddenly his face remained gentle, but his voice was filled with seriousness as he cut in. No, Bova clarified his intentions. Not just watching, I'm talking about a sparring match. Hearing that he was so surprised he couldn't speak, his face stiffening as he asked again as if afraid he'd misheard. What, in a lush forest, Bova is sparring with Luina? The clash of swords rang out and Iron, watching intently, marveled. She's incredible. To have such skill at 12 is astonishing. Lewin didn't respond, her face serious, but inwardly agreeing, I agree, and frankly even I'm surprised. He watched the girl gripping her sword with both hands, her spirit blazing, and marveled at her. Her blade was perfectly balanced and her footwork was consistent proof of a solid foundation. Then he glanced at his opponent, who had restricted most of his combat power to reduce damage to Luina. He was a little envious. And Mr. B was only using his left hand against Lewin, and with a wooden sword, not even his preferred weapon. B's closing words echoed. That's all for today's training, young lady. He slings the sword over his shoulder, watching the girl proudly praising Lewin with her hands on her hips. See that? The young lady's skills have progressed this far. At this rate, even you won't be able to match her swordsmanship. Lewin smiles, proudly agreeing that his sister is truly exceptional, praising her in his heart. You've worked hard. Luina Ba offered, not letting him dwell on it. Now it's your turn, right? Lewin reaches for the wooden sword, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Yes, around the age of 9 I used to spar with Baova using wooden swords because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He makes his decision. It's my turn to show you what I've got. His face hardens, eyes sharpen, and he says, I await your guidance, Bova. The match ends with Lewis sprawled on the ground, face bruised, eyes dazed in disbelief. Amidst the laughter of the two girls, B.A. encouraged him, saying his movements had improved compared to 7 years ago. The old man felt delighted while he lay helplessly, finding no comfort at all. Lewin sits up a bit puzzled, asking, By the way, how would you compare your level as a knight to today's standards? He hears the question and isn't so sure of his answer. I'm not sure. It's been so long since I retired, I don't know how the younger generation fares these days. He lowered his eyes, pondering. Is there a good point of comparison? As if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, remembering someone. He suggests I know Sir Gunter Perante, the only 6-star knight in the Ridian East. He recalls gratefully, he helped me train in martial arts before the grand tournament. I remember him being very strong. B's face darkened at that. As he recalled, he said, 6 stars 20 years ago before I left the knights. I was a 7-star knight. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked, eyes wide, and thought, what? He muses, he was a 7-star knight 20 years ago. That's almost the strongest in the kingdom. Lewin stares at the system window, wondering why such a person would be in ale. The order is given, fight the knights with wooden swords. An unexpected mission. Fight a 3-star knight. He glances at the ticking clock, 3 days remain. Sweat drips down his face as anxiety sets in. Can he really do this? With my current swordsmanship, I'm far from ready. Iron's voice suddenly pulled Lewin from his knightly thoughts, trained by a 7-star knight. Young Master Lin, are you really having such a rare experience? He asked, dumbfounded. What she excitedly elaborated on what she had just said. Lord B.A. is the only one in the Raiden Kingdom to have reached the level of a legendary knight, a priceless experience. Lewin smiles, finally understanding. Yes, this is an incredible opportunity. I can't believe I hesitated, afraid of failure, and Bova still has one hand behind his back. He caught the moment, marveling, oh, young master, I love the look on your face right now. Meanwhile, Lewin regained his composure, stood up and raised his sword, his resolve now firm. With 3 days left to complete the mission, he gripped his sword tightly, a determined look on his face. I'm counting on you again, Lewin says to Mr. Bao, burning with determination. With that much time, I'll succeed, it's fine. Lewin was surprised to receive a notification from the system. While sparring with Mr. BVA, a new quest appeared requiring him to block, dodge, and counter with critical hits against Mr. B. Lewin resolved to train with Mr. BA every night to complete this task. With the clock ticking down, Lewin trained relentlessly, his face bruised and grimy, his mind racing as he moved. At first I wondered if these matches meant anything. Thinking he'd carelessly lost his guard, Bova seized the opportunity. There was an opening here, but believing there must be a reason the system gave me this quest, I continued to practice. With just over 42 hours left, Bova Va casually pointed out another opening. And finally, with only 2351 left on the clock, Lewin had to focus more intently than ever, lunging at Bova with the speed of the wind. After a moment he smiled faintly, his eyes showing clear excitement and satisfaction. It was done. Bova smiles kindly, offering praise. Well done. He thought to himself, Mr. B said the results of your efforts are gradually showing. Time passes, and the final day of training arrives. Concerned about Lewin's overexertion, Bova asks, Young master, are you tired? He affirmed resolutely, No, I can keep going. With his wooden sword over his shoulder, Bova gently told him not to push himself too hard, that dawn was already breaking, but Lewin, focused on his quest, was more determined than ever. Yes, I've sparred enough with BVA, but he stares intently at the only remaining quest, landing a critical hit. I haven't met that condition yet. With barely half an hour left, Lewin was lost in thought, unable to believe this was all he'd accomplished after a sleepless night. Was landing a fatal blow on a 7th Circle Knight an impossible task from the start? His grip tightened as the seconds ticked away with so little time remaining. What's going on? Have you been up all night? Luina's older brother then woke up and she tried to persuade him. Brother, stop, you've practiced enough. Begin sighs deeply. Honestly, I followed the young lady as a precaution, but why is the young master pushing himself so hard? Luina tried to say more, her anxiety rising. Even you have your limits. Brother, stop and rest. Lewin ignored them, focusing on Bova, emphasizing that he only needed 30 minutes, repeating himself as if to discourage anyone from interfering. But inside, Lewin was filled with unease. I knew all too well that a miracle in 30 minutes was unlikely. But he slammed the wooden sword he was holding into the ground, declaring the bow and sword remain planted in the earth. Lewin quickly rolled up his sleeves, saying, I'll consider this the last try and approach it differently. Thinking to himself, he said, From now on I'll change my approach, leaving Luina and Iron bewildered by his strange actions. Even Bin and his father couldn't hide their surprise, both furrowing their brows as Bin muttered to himself. Anna Bova was also slightly surprised, and he calmly replied, Young master, judging by your face and stance, are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. Lin's eyes narrowed, his mind focused and unwavering. Through our wooden sword sparring, I've learned to anticipate a knight's movements, and now my goal is complete. I need to win using my strengths. Bova, with his keen senses, realized, I thought it was strange that you've been practicing swordsmanship all night for the past few days. So you want something from me, Lewin says, making no attempt to hide it. He chuckled softly at the man's deduction. You noticed. Bova, now even more eager for this final match, says, Very well, I'll add another rule for you, young master. He's generously given you a huge opportunity. For the next 30 minutes you can use magic against me. Lewin blankly repeats the word magic. Bova replies, wielding his yang sword, I'll get a little more serious. I want to see your true abilities. Lewin braced himself, lifting his heel and pointing his toe towards Bova. I'm coming. And in that instant both of them flew into action. Lewin gritted his teeth, thinking, I have to get closer than the sword's reach, even without a wooden sword. In exchange, my body becomes lighter, and my balance improves when moving. Closing in this much renders the sword useless in its blind spot. BVA suddenly stopped attacking for a moment, laughing with delight, so that's how it is. At the same time, Lewin hesitated a bit, flustered, realizing Bova revealed no openings beyond the wooden sword's reach. The same method he used against Doombram at the Grand Assembly. Breaking an opponent's sword isn't a strategy that works on everyone. Knights of Bova's caliber don't directly confront power differences, they redirect them. Bova analyzes Lewin's fighting style, as if he can see right through him, planning to move beyond the reach of the wooden sword. That was a good choice, but once it's discovered, I won't have many options left. The opponent will always try to widen the gap, but this only excites Lewin more. He lunges forward, tightening his fist. Mr. Baova is right. All my battle power has been seen through. But just as the fist was about to land, Lewin suddenly grinned mischievously, something Baova hadn't anticipated. In a split second, his curled hand unfurled and Lewin cried out for light. Instantly, a blinding blue light engulfed them, both obscuring Lewin and Bova from view. When the light fades, leaving only wisps of smoke, Lewin is seen clutching Bova's collar, pinning him to the ground as Luina cries out in shock. Even in defeat, Bova smiles gently at him. I feared you'd use some terrifying magic, but all you did was blind me with light. You completely defeated me. The young master looked at him and replied humbly, That's all I could come up with in the moment. I sincerely apologize for catching you off guard. He was exhausted. These simple words held so much more meaning for him. Truth be told, if the golden bumblebee had been at his best, I probably would have failed. He hadn't rested all day because of me. And finally I succeeded. The system announced that the reward LY received was the Steel Annihilation skill. As Lewin happily reads about his reward, he suddenly struck hard on the shoulder. Brother, what are you doing? Luina, shivering from the cold, scolded him. Even if it was just practice, how could you knock Bava to the ground like that? Luin sheepishly grinned, mumbling an apology while Bava interjected, I'm fine, please don't be too hard on the young master, lady. Luin then bowed respectfully, offering Ba his hand. Now that the sparring is over, I just want to soak in a hot bath. Oh dear, I've taken up too much of your time. He helped him up his heart, filled with positive emotions. I've learned so much during this time. The two slowly made their way back, and it was quite the experience for an old man like him. Master, your vacation must be coming to an end, Luin replied. Yes, I'll be leaving soon as it's a 10-day ride to the academy. This long yet short vacation is coming to an end. A tinge of sadness washes over him as he shoulders his bag and departs. The day to leave his hometown has arrived. Standing on the bridge, he and his father watch the young men working diligently below. Okay, just a little more. Let's finish up and have a few beers. For sure I'm going to drink my fill tonight. He politely explained to his father that these were the workers sent by the Vanchase family. Since we're building a base in Adel, we'll need a lot of manpower. This route will allow us to transport weapons from Lake 8 and carry out extermination missions, while also bringing prosperity to the entire region, as more workers utilize Adel's restaurants and inns. This is the beginning of change. Speaking of which, he suddenly lowered his voice. And there's one more thing I want to tell you, father. He hands his father a box containing 12000 gold coins for the Adel project, but Luin's father seems hesitant to accept. He frowned, son. But understanding his father's thoughts, Luin quickly interjected, I've kept 400 gold for myself, so don't worry too much. You won't refuse again, will you? He looked at Luin with loving and proud eyes. I'm ashamed. I only owe you. To bid farewell to his dutiful son, he unhesitatingly embraced him, saying, Thank you, my son. Son, all right, you're off then. Luin continued to drift into thought. I must say this was a very productive vacation. I said goodbye to everyone, and even walked part of the way with Iron. As the road diverged and I prepared to say goodbye, Lin heard Iron say something that made him ask again. Huh. What did you just say? I must have misheard you. Iron emphasized each word deliberately. No, you heard right. She grinned at Luin, saying she'd help him with monster extermination missions after graduation. I told you I'll follow you until I defeat you, Master Luin. Watching Iron walk away, Luin thought so she hasn't forgotten. What a strange person. And so we parted ways, promising to meet again someday. About a week after leaving AEL, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region, which was far more populated than the south. Barely having arrived, Luin's curiosity was piqued by a street brawl, and he stopped to watch someone shouting. Say that again. A black-clad thug berates a young man in a white shirt. What did you just say? That weak kid, the screaming only gets louder. Say it again, you bastard. Seeing this bullying, Lai began to feel uneasy. What was happening? The man in black maintained his high-pitched, condescending tone. Say that again. What did you just say? The kid. The young man with a face full of small wounds pleaded, Please let my sister go. But in the next moment he glared at them and declared, I'm a knight too. If you don't release my sister now, I won't stand for it. The man in black laughed, his voice dripping with mockery. Did you hear that? What are you going to do if you don't stand still? Then he suddenly stood up, continuing to lecture the poor young man. All this happened because your family couldn't pay. We have to make a living too. His fists clench and insults spill from his lips. He declares he'll collect his father's debt even if it means selling his sister. Ha ha. The young man frowned, his eyes filled with resentment. What hearing his family threatened, he charged forward without hesitation. Did you think I'd let that happen? For the first time, he dares to sneer, how pathetic. But before he could attack, he was met with a punch and a furious shout. Do I look like I'm joking? He kicked him repeatedly while berating him, and you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Is this Hansen's standard for a knight trainee in 4N? And to top it off, he grabs the young man's hair, yanking his head up, ordering him around like a slave. Say that again. What did you just say? The brave young man emphasized each word. Try selling my sister. He glared, his voice devoid of emotion. I will kill you all. Luin watched, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Am I really seeing this? Is this happening in broad daylight? That boy looks like a trainee knight from a nearby territory, but even for a trainee he's frighteningly weak. However, that's not an expression I often see. It's the look of someone who has something they must protect. As Luin approached the brawl, someone tapped his shoulder, a fearful man warning him to mind his own business and leave. Causing trouble with Ongi lumber would be a disaster. Yes, they're incredibly brutal. Luin doesn't thank them. Instead, he seems intent on provoking them. I see. Then what are you doing here, they wonder. Huh. What do you mean? Luin continued. You didn't try to stop them, nor did you save that young man. His eyes widened, teeth bared in disgust. You should be ashamed. You're no different from them. With that, he continued toward the young man, a look in his eyes that could become so much stronger. Suddenly, I'm curious about that boy's true worth, especially since Luin is now enraged by the man's well-intentioned warning. What fine, do whatever you want with all my worries about you. The thug who was beating the young man stopped when he saw Luin approaching. He glared at him then, in a menacing tone, asked, Who are you? Here to get beat up too. Unaware of who he was dealing with, the thug started to yell, but before he could finish, Luin used magic to send him flying backward. His eyes widened with confusion and fear, as he stared at Luin's cold face. Why am I seeing stars? The onlookers could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief. His underlings stood frozen, asking what the hell, while he could only stand there as Luin ravaged his body with magic. What just happened? After toying with him, Luin finally unleashed his magic, striking him directly in the face. He cried out in agony, "Stay away from me, retreat, retreat." The young man was still stunned and he stammered, "Who? Who are you?" Luin's shadow looms proudly as he replies Luinadio. Then turning back to the young man with a gentle smile, he continued, "That's a terrible name." That night, Luin visited the young man's home. The young man who introduced himself as Han invited him in, and his story was a familiar one. Two sisters burdened by their father's debts, and a young man forced to wield a sword to save his sister from a brothel. Luin, curious, couldn't help but ask, "But where exactly is this Ongi lumber gang? The name sounds harmless, but their actions are anything but." "They may sound like it, but they're incredibly brutal," Han said with a shiver. "They tie people to Ongi trees and kill them. Their leader has killed 4 people, so no one dares to touch them." Still troubled, Luin asks, "Does Florin allow such villains to run rampant?" Han explains that they don't operate in Florin. "They operate in our village, and a few other small villages, all too small to have guard squads to help. They're worse than I thought. I want to deal with them myself, but I don't have time to take them on one by one." "Thanks for your help, and I've heard of you," he inquired gently. "They say you were the champion of that tournament, weren't you?" Luin replied, catching Han off guard. "Yes, that's right. Did you hear that from Sir Gunter Pirante?" He straightened up and looked at Luin. "How did you know that?" Luin explained with a smile. "I heard that thugs say you were a trainee knight from the Fen territory, and if that's Mr. Gunter, I figured he would have mentioned me." Han shot up his words full of excitement. "That's right, our captain spoke highly of you. He said there was a very strong mage at the academy, but not as strong as our captain. Is that so?" Luin thought to himself, "But I beat him in arm wrestling." Han, still full of enthusiasm, pounded his chest and declared, "I want to become strong, fast, and a knight as outstanding as our captain." Luin paused, pursed his lips and thought, "It's good to have the captain as a role model." But Han was too weak to achieve that. He wasn't even sure he could graduate from the academy, let alone become a knight. Suddenly he lowered his voice as if ashamed and confessed, "Actually, I'm at the bottom of the academy, so I get mocked every day. They say, 'How can you even stay in the academy with skills like that?'" His confession was sad, yet laced with hope. Everyone criticized him except for their captain. He said I had a talent that others didn't, and that if I kept trying, I would shine someday. Luin suddenly realized it was just like when the two-headed professor and the headmaster had believed in him until the end. Gunter Pirante believed in Han because he had experienced the same thing. Luin eagerly encourages Han, reminding him that hard work never betrays you. He took a bite and continued to encourage his new friend. "Even if you're slower than others, if you persevere, a miracle will come someday, just like it did for me." Seeing Luin's pained expression, Han was flustered. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to warn you. My sister's cooking is unique." "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" he thought. Their warm conversation is interrupted by a brazen shout. "Come out here, you filthy brats." The Ongi lumber thugs were standing outside, and it was all because of that damn noble. I should have torn him to pieces, but instead I'm here to kill these 2 brats. The leader of the group growls, "Kill them or sell them." He stormed into the house, kicking down the flimsy wooden door. "Come out, stop hiding." But his face suddenly fell as he squinted at Han. "What? Where are those 2 kids? Han's sisters are nowhere to be seen. Only Luin is waiting inside." The boss shouts, demanding, "Who are you?" Luin, with some protection on his arm, smirks. "I was wondering what to do, but thanks for coming right to me." Less than 3 seconds later, he attacks with magic, sending the man flying from the house and into the yard. His terrified underlings asked each other, "What was that?" Panic sets in as they wonder if it's the nobleman from before. "Why are you here?" Luin noticed. The Han sisters huddled together in fear and instructed Han, "This place is dangerous. Protect your sister." He anxiously asked Luin, "What are you going to do?" Luin smirked. "I've got to earn my keep." He clenched his fist, his words filled with determination. "Don't be afraid, everyone. No matter how skilled he is, there are more than 20 of us." "That's right, let's all charge together." The men in black, weapons in hand, rush forward as one. "All right, come at me all at once." A blue power emanates from Luin's hands. Through the fight with Baron Bova, I learned a new skill, Steel Destruction. When used, the sword's spirit vanishes the moment it touches a fist. As he fought, he wondered, "What is this? My dagger?" Someone cries out in terror. Normally he would only inflict a light punishment, but these are clearly villains, so there will be no mercy as Luin's immense power descends upon the demonic horde. "Please have mercy. We have committed a grave sin." The fallen beg for mercy, finally realizing further attacks are futile, as Luin contemplates a distant scream echoes. As expected, not everyone sensed it. Someone's been taken hostage. "Damn you, if you move even an inch, I'll slit this woman's throat. What are you all doing? Get up now, quickly, get up and tie up that damn nobleman." The man in black ordered, and he was worried. "Damn you, are you the leader of this group?" "Yes, I am the leader of the Ong Yi gang," he announces. "If you know what's good for you, kneel." "You bastard," he frantically searches for Han. "Han, what happened?" Han, injured, speaks up. "You were hurt protecting your sister, weren't you? Then there's no other way. I have to handle this. He advances toward him as the captor yells, "Don't come any closer, you think I won't kill her. Don't move a muscle or I'll cut her down right here." Lu In seethed. Damn it, they don't teach this at the academy. I don't have time to use magic. Damn it, what do I do? A sword slash comes. He was shocked. You bastard. Han angrily grabbed his sword and approached. If you don't want to end up like your leader, get out of here now. You bastard, let's get out of here. The men scattered and fled. Han, are you okay? Han's sister rushes over, and Han is in disbelief. I've killed someone, how could I? It's okay, Han, it was necessary. And congratulations. Lu In comforts him as Han turns his head in confusion. Congratulations. Explain yourself. That's Perito's sword, right? Mastery of aura. I saw a blue aura emanating from you earlier. Didn't you just reach the 4-star level? The appearance of that blue intangible energy means... Han is shocked. Huh. I reached the 4th star. Yes, the 4th star. Considered top tier among knights, you still can't fully control your aura, but you've shown definite progress. Yes, you did it just as I predicted. I wasn't wrong. Your thinking was correct. He's touched thanking Lu In, saying it's all thanks to him that he wouldn't have had the courage without him. Seriously, stop with the mushy stuff. Lu In responds, ensuring Han's sister will no longer be bothered. And so Han's incident was resolved smoothly. As soon as it was morning, I headed straight to the academy, and now I'm back. Before leaving Ale, I wished the break would never end. But now that I'm back at the academy, I realize how much I missed it. Lu In, what did you do during the break? As for me, I just talked with Seal and Jia's son. What should I say? A lot happened, but nothing worth mentioning here. Well, he hesitated, but he did train. He surprised you, someone as strong as you actually trains. Swordsmanship, oh geez, Lin vacations are for relaxing. Besides, isn't swordsmanship part of the knight-related classes in the 2nd semester? Why are you practicing beforehand? Preparing in advance during vacation is called preparation. As the two chatted, Professor Lin called out to him. So here you are. What brings you here, Professor? Look outside, we have a guest. Many knights and the golden sunbird symbol on their flags. It must be him. It seems Lu In recognizes who the guest is. I'll be right out. We've exchanged letters, but I didn't expect to meet him so soon. The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived. The carriage door opens and the princes have arrived. 2 princes emerge from the carriage. Don't even think about coming between Lu In and me, Crown Prince, Kroster Raiden. Don't get your hopes up, brother. No matter how hard you try, Master Lin will choose me. While the two were arguing, Lu In stepped forward and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you, your highnesses. I am Lu In, a young master. I apologize for the sudden visit. I have a gift prepared and I hope we can speak privately. No, the gift I have prepared is far more valuable. Forget my brother, and talk to me first. Their intentions are all too clear. If I or you win the martial arts tournament and support one side, it'll be a huge step toward becoming king. I have a solution. He spoke up. A solution. All right, we'll play it your way, young Master Lin. You two discuss this together. The Ladian Kingdom, where I and the Academy belong, is now known as the weakest nation on the continent, yet it remains internally divided. The monarchist faction of the first prince clashes with the reformist faction of the second prince, fueling the ongoing conflict. And most mages are merely pawns in their power struggle. Looking back, it's clear why they sought me out. This kid's got it coming. I'm sitting here. No, the seat across from Sir Lu In is mine. The 2 princes are arguing over who gets to sit opposite Lu In. He was also at a loss with these 2. Well, this is troublesome. Don't make a mess. Aren't you the one making a mess, brother? It's because of childish people like them that the country is in this state, he thought. How absurd. What did you just say? Stop bickering. I'm a little surprised by your sudden visit, but it's good that you've both come. I also have something to say. I have no intention of choosing a master between the 2 of you. I foresaw this, but hearing it directly still stings. That's right, but even the legendary strategist Jigus refused the offer 3 times. You must know that story. Jis, you refused the Grand Emperor 3 times, yet eventually joined the Emperor's faction. Are you really comparing yourself to the first Emperor? The first Emperor was a 9th level knight. Even if you keep making offers, the result will be the same. As Lu In Adel, I have my own path as you have yours. I intend to return to my homeland. Ale territory means you won't leave the kingdom even after graduation, meaning I could become a force for the kingdom. Oh, it's good to hear that, but the situation in Ale isn't easy. I trust you understand why I can't abandon my homeland. The 2 princes are taken aback by this statement. The kingdom's future strength shouldn't be burdened by needless worries. Prince Kroster Ladian will fully support you no matter what. Don't ask me first. Don't ask my brother money, food. I'll give you everything. Hey, can't you see I'm talking to this young master? Stay out of this. The 2 of them continued to argue. No matter what happens, I won't choose either of you. That's for sure. Why? Because it benefits me more if you 2 keep fighting. Lu In is still scheming. He'll send a wonderful gift for his graduation. No, I'll send a gift even grander than my brother's. Fruit is fine. However, I expect you to handle what I've mentioned. Haha, don't worry about a thing, just focus on your graduation. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied that I took no sides and departed. Furthermore, I made my loyalty clear by confirming that I would not leave the kingdom. However, I did make a few requests. First, I asked for approval of the plans AEL is currently pursuing, and I requested military support concurrent with the subjugation. Things are progressing smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Ah, and his train of thought is cut off. Everyone listen carefully. Duke Luanail is Yonglai and a treasure to the kingdom, so I appoint him as the royal guardian. Show him the respect he deserves. This wasn't part of the plan, but this is how things have turned out. As the guardian closest to the royal family, no one would dare look down on him. Though not yet official, the prince's recognition makes it so in effect. I'm relieved everything worked out. Now let's get going. The two princes bid farewell and departed. To be appointed as a guardian of the kingdom is truly impressive. Exclamations fill the air as someone shouts to clear the way to class. As Jia-sun loudly tells everyone to move now that the princes are gone, it's finally time for the classmates to gather. Looks like things are about to get noisy again. The position of guardian has always been monopolized by the Gary Hill family. Hey, quiet down, M is coming. All chatter ceases. What are they saying? Are they talking about me? He's barely arrived and he's already acting important, how laughable. Seriously, who is saying what about whom? It seems those words really struck a nerve. Have you forgotten I'm a Gary Hill? No matter how much noise you make, you'll all be under my control after graduation. Gary Hill. Michel Gary Hill, who faced expulsion for using banned substances during the midterm exams of his first semester, avoided expulsion with a 30-day suspension, all thanks to the Gary Hill family name. It seems the Academy's magical world, even that of the royal palace, is now almost under Gary Hill's control. Is that so? But it seems that's not what the princes wanted. Long time no see. Damn it. He gritted out each word. You think you've already won, don't you? What's that? Just wait and see who's laughing in the end. He turns away, but his face still shows his discontent. John reassured him that he was just jealous, and not to pay him too much attention, adding that M's expression was truly something to behold when he won the grand tournament. This situation with the princes probably affected him more. Right, Genti? Those things aren't worth considering. M's tarnished reputation in this matter is directly related to his family's honor. He might be planning something. This class is a special lecture for alumni, right? Yes, let's go. After all, my opponent is Gary Hill the Ruthless. Alumni are coming to the academy to lecture. I wonder who it will be, hopefully someone nice. Jia-shan hoped in vain, and somehow this feeling of unease was never wrong. It seems the person behind the door has failed to meet his expectations, as the entire class stares at the pair in disbelief. He was shocked. What's going on? The person on the platform finally spoke. What's wrong? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could that person be Lewin Ale? It's a pleasure to meet you, Lynn Adello. That man is Jack and Gary Hill, and as mentioned before, the second semester of the graduating class focuses more on practical application than theory, with classes involving knights and alumni coming to the academy to share stories of current mages. A lecture of sorts. A well-intentioned one, but that nagging feeling is never wrong. Lewin and John warily take their seats silently watching what's to come. Especially since the guest lecturer is Jack and Gary Hill's brother, who introduces the lesson with book and chalk. Today's story is about the relationship between the Gary Hill mages and the court mages. He smirked arrogantly. Everyone knows this already, right? Of the 14 court wizards selected last year, 11 were from the Gary Hill family. He smiled, but his eyes were chillingly cold. As a senior from the academy, I'll share a truth you need to know to succeed. In this world, there's nothing I can truly call my own. Up above, Lewin listened intently to every word. Therefore, the weak must unite even more. From now on, you'll focus more on reality than ideals. Just because you praise student representative Lewin Adel doesn't mean your lives will turn out like his. He suddenly called out Lewin's name, stunning the entire hall. He savored each word. Lewin Ale, what do you think? Ji-Seon slams the table and angrily rises, but seeing him about to do something reckless, he quickly cuts him off. Well, I can say this. Before everyone's eyes, he fearlessly voiced his opinion. Even if 10 pieces of trash combine with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At most, it will only be a huge pile of trash. Feeling mocked, he paused slightly. Are you talking about me? He immediately denied it. No, do you feel that way about yourself? The tense atmosphere sparked hushed whispers among the students, and seemingly at a loss for words, he changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my brother. Mike, you're quite the unlucky one, aren't you? He simply replied, I guess you haven't heard the other stories, about how that unlucky guy beat him so badly. His confident smirk fades, replaced by a dark scowl. What an arrogant kid. It's clear now that the feud between Lewin Adel and Gary Hill won't end easily. Since Jane appeared, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. With the statement that anyone could join Gary Hill if they wanted, Jane blinded the lower-achieving students. Jaken's realistic and straightforward style proves effective as an argument erupts. One student spoke up. Did you hear what Jacken said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can be successful too. The other side retorted. Ha, you really think Gary Hill cares about you? I'd rather quit than work for that weasel Gary Hill who uses cheap tricks to manipulate people. Eventually, the academy's students were divided into two factions, Gary Hill and Adeo, and with Gary Hill's petty attempts to humiliate Lin and his growing anger at such childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy grew ever more heated. However, an opportunity soon arose to put Gary Hill in his place. Headmaster Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the table and gently spoke. "Oh, come in, have a seat." Luin sat down across from him, quickly replying, "Yes, how have you been, Headmaster?" He slowly raised his teacup. "Haha, I'm doing well. Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, right? So how is life at the academy?" He closed his eyes slightly, his brow furrowed as always, except now a troublemaker was stirring things up. As a man of knowledge, experience, and wisdom, he quickly understood the situation. He set down his teacup. "I understand. I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about." He leaned back. "Gar Hill. I don't like them either, but what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom is connected to them, so the academy is no exception." He continued to explain the current situation. "However, unlike last year, this year we're only assigning them courses that don't directly affect grades. Even so, they're quite noisy both in and out of the academy, and it seems they hold quite a grudge against you." He wondered what kind of person was the alumnus Jack and Gary Hill. He recounted that he was extremely popular with his good looks and speaking skills, his social relationships seemed smooth, and his academic results were excellent. At 23 he became the kingdom's youngest chief mage, but then his face suddenly turned serious. But behind that facade was a giant serpent living inside him with deep desires, power, and ambition. His personality compels him to achieve anything he wants at any cost, and after understanding the serpent Jain he becomes wary. He may seem fine, but inside he's completely rotten, and he'll use any means necessary to get what he wants. That's Gary Hill. He clenched his fist, knowing he had more than enough reason to act. The question is, what reason will he use to do it? He suddenly speaks up, by the way. "I want to discuss your upcoming special lessons with you." His face betrayed his confusion. "Special lessons," he replied. "That's right, the upcoming classes." Suddenly a crazy thought popped into his head. "I have a great idea." But would he even agree? That's what he asked so many people, but the reactions were mostly negative. With that thought, he headed to class, remembering Headmaster Tyrion's words, which gave him strength. What if I ask him directly? And with that he opened the door. Hearing the door open, every student turned to look. Even Jain on the podium paused, a hint of surprise in his voice. Luino. My dear junior, I have a request for you." Hearing everything from the side, Mo burst out laughing. He stood up, pointed directly at Lin, a wide grin stretching from ear to ear, and said, "All right, it was only a matter of time before you said something like that." Lin replied sternly, "Don't get me wrong, it's not the kind of request you're thinking of." Then he continued, revealing his true intention. "I heard you received a proposal from the headmaster regarding the joint night class next week, and you rejected it." With that, Luin's lips curled slightly. "So I've come to make the request in person. Allow the alumni and us to have a joint class." In that moment he froze, his usually arrogant face now stunned. A joint class where alumni participate as special lecturers teaching alongside the students. In other words, it's Jane and I's official chance to face off on the same stage. With just one sentence, the atmosphere ignited. A joint class, does this mean we'll finally see Jane Gary Hill's skills? The students couldn't hide their excitement, their eyes turning to him, and to the thought of him and Luin facing off on the same stage. Wow. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "Why?" he said slowly. "Our alumni are seasoned professionals with years of field experience. A class like that is unnecessary and, frankly, a waste of time." "Do you really think so little of us?" It sounded convincing, but it was all within his expectations, and he delivered the killing blow. "That sounds a bit absurd. Aren't alumni visits to the academy meant to teach us?" He's surprised. "What is she?" He feigned sadness, yet he dismissed the joint class, the best opportunity to impart knowledge to his juniors. All because that type of class constantly emphasized Gary Hill as a collective. His face twisted into a grimace, as the boy's taunting words dripped with sarcasm. "Then why the sudden change, or is there another reason?" "Like you're scared," he said with a villainous smirk. "Even though you won the grand tournament, you're still just a student with limited experience." He quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had happened. "Before a real blade, you'll be clinging to your useless pride. Why do we even need such a troublesome class?" Before he could finish, the students chimed in, eager to see his skills. He paused, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, but then a student spoke up, and others quickly followed suit. "That's right, we want to see the skills you've honed in real combat." At that moment, Mikkel excitedly slammed his hand on the table. "Come on, brother, what are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush him in front of everyone. Accept it, Luinadel, you'll regret this proposal for a long time. My brother is a powerful mage." His reaction is exactly what he wanted. He grinned. "That's right, Mo, that's exactly how it should be, so our esteemed senior won't refuse." Jin sighs in resignation. "All right, if it's a joint class, the apprentice knights from foreign will be participating, right?" However, he justified himself, saying, "I rejected the proposal because I didn't want to steal your chance to shine as the student representative, but if you want to forego that now." Without hesitation, Luin approached him step by step. "No, please do it, I'm asking you to." He extended his hand. "As a junior at the academy, I'd like to see your skills." The man reluctantly shook his hand. "In that case, I have no choice. Let's give it our all." Suddenly a sharp pain shot through him, so intense he gritted his teeth. He seethed, and the boy whispered in his ear a stone-cold murmur, "I'll leave you to it, senior." His eyes gleam with excitement and challenge, prepare to be amazed. 3 days prior, the apprentice knights of 4N arrived at the academy. Before the gathering, Lin had a brief meeting with Headmaster Tyrion where he declared, a special lesson. Really, he calmly rested his hand recounting. That day, I thought about pairing alumni with students to form teams for the lesson, but most declined. He smiled. However, if asked directly by a student representative, a senior wouldn't be able to refuse. What do you think? Recalling the suggestion, he could only chuckle his smile, a mix of helplessness and surprise. How cunning of the headmaster, he thought, devising a plan that a senior couldn't refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere explodes with excitement as someone points forward, unable to contain their enthusiasm. Look, they're here. It's the Foren trainee knights. A wave of cheers erupted across the field. As Gutter spotted Lewin in the crowd, a bright smile spreading across his face, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Oh, look who it is, the stubborn brat. How have you been lately? He replies. Of course I'm fine. What about you, Gutter? He shrugged, his lazy expression unchanged. Business as usual. I heard about you winning the grand festival not long ago. You tilt your head, a hint of modesty on your face. Yes, thanks to your guidance. Gutter laughed heartily at this. With that, he turned and walked away, waving goodbye. Haha, I'm off to see the headmaster, so please guide the children for me. You're taking on the task immediately, I see. He placed his hand on his chest, formally introducing himself. A pleasure to meet you. I am Lewin Odell, the academy representative. May I know who the trainee knight representative is? The lion-headed knight averted his gaze. Ah, our representative is currently busy. Following his gaze, his eyes widened in disbelief. Before him was the all-too-familiar sight of bullying, one figure laughing with glee. Haha, come on, Manip, you're scaring the kid. The other one replied, no one would care if this brat died. So, what? He paused slightly, his eyes lingering on a familiar face, bruised but recognizable. Han, the bullied boy, looks up as Lin approaches. What are you doing here? Just then a brown-haired guy in the crowd chuckled. Oh, so you're the famous Lewin A. I've heard a lot about you. The guy then introduced himself. He lifted his head, a hint of arrogance in his eyes. I am Manip Gagan, the representative of Foren, he continued, his tone full of smugness. Vengras Gagan, commander of the Golden Knights, the only 7-star knight. Have you heard of him? He's my father, though, no one asked. Why bring up his father during an introduction? Is he trying to brag about his dad's accomplishments? And just like that, he brushed the man's words aside. Indeed, but I'd be more pleased if you answered my question first. He scowls, clearly ignored. A question. What question? Your eyes are sharp. Say it again. I asked what you were doing, and he answered so nonchalantly. Oh, this kid's been disobedient lately, so I'm personally training him. Is there a problem with me training a commoner myself? He frowned, grinding his teeth in obvious displeasure, while you impolitely concerned yourself with a commoner while greeting us. You know him, your hand is clenched tight. He's my friend. Is there a problem with that? His laughter echoes across the courtyard, as if he's heard the most ridiculous thing all day. Wait, are you serious? Friends, huh? Seems commoners understand each other better. Manip taunted. The Ale family is no different from commoners. Talking to a low-born representative of the academy is disgusting. He couldn't understand the sudden change in the man's attitude. What was he planning? Then the man's eyes lit up as he saw someone in the distance. Huh, brother? Instinctively, he glanced back, wondering brother. The moment he saw the man, he finally understood why this guy was so hostile towards him. Jain approached casually, saying with a smile, Greetings, Manip, you're here too. Why is a trainee knight like him here? Birds of a feather flock together. It seems Lewin and Han were destined to clash even if they didn't know each other. Sir Gutter boomed. All right, everyone, gather around. As you know, today we'll be conducting a joint training session. He stood with his hands on his hips, full of confidence, with the ever-serious Vice Principal Du beside him. He ordered, before we start training, let's divide into groups. He continued explaining that each group would consist of 2 academy students and 1 knight trainee, for a total of 54 groups. Manip scratched his head in dismay. I didn't want to come here at all. Why do I have to train with these kids? Jane quickly chimed in agreement. I graduated ages ago, and I still don't know why I'm here. Great minds think alike, I guess. He grinned as he made the offer. So what do you think? Let's just get this over with. It's clear we're going to win no matter what. He nods in agreement. Yes, that makes sense. With M, we'll be a team. He laughs gleefully. He sounds good. We'll easily crush these weaklings together. Nearby, the atmosphere buzzed as students quickly formed groups, but amidst the excitement, Han could only hang his head, standing silently like a forgotten shadow. Suddenly, Lewin approached Han. Join my group. Unsure if he heard correctly, Han asked. Huh, Lewin, are you sure? Are you really okay with being in a group with me? He knew all too well what it felt like to be on the fringes. His voice, soft but firm, echoed. Why not? You're my friend after all. He looked at Lewin with deep gratitude, softly calling his name. John slowly approaches. Wow, that's a bit unexpected. If we're choosing friends, I should get some love too. He approached, his face beaming. Since you're Lin's friend, that makes you my friend too, right? He explained. Thanks, Jae-sun. Han seemed a little uncomfortable, so I thought I'd jump in first. He reached out and patted Han on the shoulder, saying, Your name is Han, right? From now on, feel free to talk to me comfortably, okay? He seemed a little surprised at first but quickly agreed. Oh, yeah, okay. Then he declared loudly, listen up, our goal here isn't just to get high scores. He put his hands on his hips, tilting his head in puzzled wonder. What else is there? His eyes flickered to the gathering of Mage and Mantip from the Viper Guild on the other side, his brow furrowing with caution. We still have to deal with that nuisance. After the team assignments, there was a short break. Luin and Han walked through the hall together and he gently asked, Hey Han, are you okay? After getting beat up like that, I can take you to the infirmary if you want. He immediately waved his hand in refusal. I'm fine, I don't need to go anywhere. He lowered his head, clutching his arm. Luin, it's nice to meet you, but it's probably not a good idea to act like you know me. He pauses. What did you say? His insecurities consume him as he stares at the floor, but with no one around you, look him in the eye, your gaze unwavering as you refute his childish thoughts. No, as I said before, I'm your friend, so you don't need to be wary. Anyway, is that the guy who harassed you at the training center? He replies, yes. With that, they both turned their gaze to Mantip up ahead, and upon seeing his stats, he understood why he was so afraid. A 4-star knight with Mantip's potential would certainly be strong. Meanwhile, he glanced sideways, recalling the blue aura surrounding Han as he killed the gang leader with a single strike. Though he seems weak and insecure now, his stats give him pause. Even at 3 stars, he meets the requirements for 4, and with such high potential, he has plenty of room to grow. Thinking this, he suddenly speaks up. I'm thinking of taking care of that Mantip guy soon. What about you? Hearing this, his eyes widened in surprise. He continued to encourage him, as if to give him strength. Are you just going to keep getting beaten? What about that determined look you had when you protected your sister? Where is it? He hesitated. Can I really win? Without hesitation, he affirmed with certainty that he could. The boy, as if never considering it before, repeatedly asked, I can. Annoyed by this, the executive turned around. I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. For a man with an ego as high as Everest, losing to someone he's always looked down on is unacceptable. Defeat me. This useless commoner is just taking up space. Han, come here. Despite his fear, he dared to stand up. No, I don't want to. It seems this is the first time he's resisted, so the man is furious. What? This bastard must be crazy. Standing next to him won't make you special. Just a bunch of fools sticking together. He draws his sword, ready to teach him a lesson. Has all that abuse finally driven you mad? Come here, I'll kill you myself today. He immediately drew his sword, but Luin quickly stopped him. Don't hit him. Anne was bewildered. But you explained that you're not like him, right? You shouldn't act like that, bastard. Then you stepped forward. Today isn't the day for you to face him. Wait for the right opportunity to wipe him out. So I'll handle things today. No sooner said than done, the two clashed like moths to a flame. Man's face flushed red with anger as he yelled, Who the hell are you? Get lost. Get out of here, you bastard. Suddenly, someone kicks him in the face, sending him flying 15 feet, his sword soaring into the air. Luin stares in shock. Mr. Gutter. He frowned furious. Luin's eyes widened at Gutter's sudden appearance, his actions completely unexpected. Mantip was struck with such force that he flew backward, slamming into the stone wall behind him. He sternly questioned Mantip Gegan, what is the meaning of this? He stammered in a panic, immediately making excuses. They started it. I did nothing wrong. I swear he was still standing. His stern eyes pierced through the man's facade. So you drew your sword to strike. His voice dropped cold as ice. Manip Gegan. From this day forward, you are dismissed from your position as captain of the Academy Knights. The vice-captain will temporarily take over, and punishment will be applied upon your return to the Academy. Unable to accept the truth, he threatened, if anything happens to me, my father won't let you get away with it. But just one sentence from him was enough to shut the guy up. Yes, I thought so too. But when he finds out his only son drew his sword in the Academy and tried to attack someone, Vengerus Gegan will probably faint. Hearing that the guy had no choice but to give in. I apologize, Looney silently observed with a sharp gaze, judging with disdain all bluster, terrified of his father's reaction. He frowned, realizing that after catching the guy's murderous glare he'd made himself a target. The first training session of the intensive course. The first lesson was on combat and defense. Gutter Pirante taught us how to exploit a mage's weaknesses and their casting time to neutralize them, while Professor Haidu demonstrated how to predict a knight's movements and effectively evade their attacks. Each group practiced these techniques as instructed while Milu's guild members relaxed in the shade behind a tree, observing the trainees' hard work. Manip scratched his head, his face clearly showing annoyance. He was already irritated by that Luin guy, and now he had to train in a place full of people like him. Jin simply replied, Forget it, we already know this stuff. Right. He sighed, let's just do it. Though he appeared calm, his mind was racing. He said that, but how was he supposed to train? He made a guess, but quickly dismissed it. In front of all these students, do they expect me to reveal my full power? Never. Meanwhile, in a corner, Luin's group was also training hard, and Han was panting with his hands on his knees. Luin, take a break, Han gasped. You're still standing straight, not even a drop of sweat. Sure, Jia Shan sighed. Does this guy ever get tired? I'm intimidated already, and I haven't even fought him yet. Feeling the previous exercise wasn't enough, he casually rested the wooden sword on his shoulder, and nonchalantly replied, I don't know, but it seemed like just a warm-up. The two others, unsure if he was man or beast, shouted in unison, What? Suddenly he interrupts their conversation. If you're not too tired, could you spare me some time? Surprised, he exclaimed, Mr. Gunter already has his wooden sword in hand. I want to confirm something. He wondered. Confirm what you mean? He explained swordsmanship of this level cannot be self-taught in such a short time, unless you have a very talented teacher. Hearing that, he paused for a moment, remembering his master. Wow, Gouda is more perceptive than he looks. So he continued, I have a favor to ask of you. He pointed his sword at him, issuing a challenge amidst the rising tension. Louin Adel, I challenge you to a duel. He paused, a look of bewilderment washing over his face. What was happening? A buzz of whispers erupted like a disturbed hive. A duel with the Academy's representative? Why is the commander acting like this? After a moment of composure, he speaks. Are you kidding me? Mr. Gutter, I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly win? Besides, I've only been learning for a week. He looked directly at him. I'm not asking you to win, which makes this even more confusing for you. Then what is it? Then he revealed his true purpose. I want you to teach the trainees here. No one here has swordsmanship skills superior to yours. The trainee knights were stunned by this revelation. What did you say, Commander? He took a breath, thinking that suddenly being the center of attention was too much. But his brow furrowed slightly, and his lips pressed into a firm line. He didn't say it out loud, but he knew this was a golden opportunity, a chance to prove himself and rise through the ranks. With that in mind, he grew eager and quickly got into position, saying, I look forward to learning from you, Sir Jer. He smiled with satisfaction, a natural lift to his lips. Impressive stance. Let's see what you've got. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Gutter shot forward with incredible speed, stunning the onlookers. People exclaimed, Wait, what speed is that? Is he taking this too seriously? If that blow had landed, I wouldn't even be able to pick up my bones. Yet he blocked that attack with ease. Someone exclaims in disbelief, He blocked that. Even so, he sighed heavily. His sword swing sent him sliding across the arena. He spoke again slowly. I find it hard to believe your skill. I'll ask again, where did you learn this swordsmanship? He narrowed his eyes, looking at him suspiciously. Is it a name that cannot be revealed? He hesitated, wondering if he should say it, but it's not like that person was deliberately hiding it, so it should be fine. After a long hesitation, he utters a name, Batten. A name no one expected, leaving everyone present in stunned silence, including Gutter. From one surprise to another, everyone was stunned. The legendary war god, Bovapan. Impossible, I heard he was dead. Gutter quickly regained his composure. Oh really, he wondered, could you elaborate? How did you know him? He explained. Mr. Bova retired, and has been living in AEL ever since. He's been with me since I was little. Before he could finish, the manipulator hastily cut him off. Don't lie to me. He stomped forward, his eyes burning with rage. Don't lie to me, you strange boy. Lie. He pointed a finger in his face as if he'd caught a liar. That's right, deceitful. Jealousy said so. Bovapan is dead, and you can't prove otherwise, can you? He was visibly annoyed. Why should he have to prove it, and don't call someone who's still alive dead? He gritted his teeth slightly, his face still in a mocking smile, but his eyes revealed a clear bitterness. Even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. The strongest in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing this, he understood that this was what the man was worried about. The kingdom's strongest knight is officially recognized as Mantip's father, Vengras Gagon, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bva Pawn is still alive, the official rankings could be overturned. He lazily replies, Fine, believe what you want. What's he so dumbfounded about? His gaze hardened, his tone unwavering as he stated his opinion. Believe in the kingdom's strongest titles or whatever, Balva doesn't care about those trivial rankings. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in rage. Trivial? Did you just call it trivial? He immediately drew his sharp sword, asking how dare I insult his father. Now he's like a madman, ready to kill anyone he sees. Louin Ale, I challenge you to a real duel right now. As he screamed madly, Come here, fight me now. Gutter delivered a headbutt, causing his eyes to cross like a gasping baby. He hit him to stop him from doing something stupid while out of control. What the hell is this? A challenge. So you really want to fight, Louin? He curled up like a puppy, clutching his head. Yes, he finally made the announcement. So the first match of tomorrow's group sparring session will be Louin's group versus Mantip's group. Any objections? Both responded in unison, no. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye, and his powerful voice echoed through the sky. All right, is everyone ready? As we discussed yesterday, the first match will be Lin's group versus Mantip's group. The two groups faced off as Jane suddenly stepped forward and called out Louin's name. His face showed no worry, only ease. Are you guys ready? Louin immediately became alert. What's this? Why would he ask that all of a sudden? He flashed a sly grin. Oh, never mind, just try to fight well in this match. Hearing that, Gutter gave a signal. All right, let's begin. As if waiting for those words, he charged forward with incredible speed, leaving him bewildered. Luckily, he reacted in time. A moment's hesitation and he would have been caught. What kind of speed is that? What's going on? No one should be this fast. But then he noticed the status window above his head, and his eyes narrowed with disdain. How desperate was this guy to win? He carries 6 ancient artifacts. The night before, polite greetings echoed through the residence. Well, who do we have here? It's Vengerus. Ha ha ha, long time no see. Commissioner Joss George, commander of the Golden Knights Vengras Gegan, continued. I heard about Jane that he was invited to give a special lecture at the academy as a representative of the alumni, right? George Gary Hill, a senior commissioner of the Ladyfield Kingdom's Ga Tower Council, humbly replied. It's unexpected that Headmaster Tyrion Zignet personally invited him. Is Manip doing all right? He was helpless, his face clearly showing boredom. Yes, but he caused too much trouble, so I sent him to Gutter for proper training. He must be at the academy now. He sighed, his eyes closed, as if he had been agonizing over this for a long time. Actually, I'm here because of the academy's representative, he mused. If you're a representative, do you mean Louis Al? He then pondered the information he'd previously heard. Rumors of him spread so far that even I know his name. Apparently he won the festival, and even caught the Empire's attention. But then his tone immediately shifted. A country bumpkin from A shouldn't have such an easy path. As if waiting for this, he immediately agreed. Haha, exactly, we must stop such a person from seducing the prince's right. As loyal subjects who truly care about the kingdom, of course. He wondered. Do you have a plan? As if waiting for this, he replied. This time my son and Manapip are on the same team, and they'll be fighting Lewin Adele, so I was thinking why not give Manapip an artifact? He couldn't believe the lengths the man would go to. His eyes widened in shock and his breath hitched. What, he guaranteed it? If you leave that lifeline, I'll make sure Man receives it, he stammered. Are you suggesting we cheat? He placed his hand on the other's shoulder. That's not what matters right now. If we want to crush that kid before he becomes a bigger problem, we have to do whatever it takes. I already gave the artifact to my own son. However, he hesitated, but even so, he played his final card. Does the name Bovapon sound familiar? His face immediately changed and he stammered. Why bring up that name all of a sudden? His face darkened. I heard he's still alive and seems to have taught Lewin swordsmanship in Ale. Lewin Adel, favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bva Pon, the glorious knight. If he defeats our son in the upcoming match, our position is finished. He handed the necklace to the old man, saying, I hope this brings good results. He smirked, a calculating glint in his eyes. Of course it will. Finally, they clasp hands tightly. All of this is for our kingdom. Back in the present, Jekken smirks triumphantly. Ha ha ha, how do you like that? Lewin scoffs, unleashing magic vines that ensnare Lewin's group. You're so confident with such mediocre skills. How disappointing. Magical vines tightened like shackles, causing them to writhe in agony, and Lewin's face darkened with anger and contempt. He anticipated their tricks, but not their level of depravity. He stood there relentlessly provoking him. What are you waiting for? Show your incredible power. Lewin or Mantip will beat you to a pulp. No sooner said than done. He lunged from the side, a wooden sword in hand, as Jay shouted anxiously, Lewin, get out of the way. His legs quickly severed the vines, and a brilliant golden light tore through the earth, erupting in a violent explosion. Luckily, you dodged that, he exclaimed in shock. What? How could a wooden sword be so durable? A strange light now emanates from it. The Montigagan relic received from Vengerus is a powerful amulet designed as an easily carried necklace that enhances weapons, making them sharper and more durable. He chuckled derisively, a mocking sneer twisting his lips, and lamented, Ah, I missed. I could have killed you. He continued to swing his sword, charging forward. This time I'll definitely kill you. Lewin, you bastard. He watched intently, thinking, as hard as steel, huh? He clenched his fist, activating the Iron Breaker art. With a single flick of his wrist, the wooden sword, hurtling forward at breakneck speed, instantly exploded. He was horrified. How the hell did you do that? Not giving his opponent time to recover, he lunged forward like lightning, landing a devastating blow that sent him flying. He stared in disbelief, his voice hoarse as he called out a name in shock: Mantis. His face contorted in pain as agony spread through his body. How can this be? Even with everyone wielding relics, he hasn't been pushed back at all. Lewin slowly tightened his gloves. I was hoping to go easy on you, but clearly that won't work. Since it's come to this, I'll fight seriously. With that, the will relic on his hand was immediately released. Everyone present was stunned, gaping at the unbelievable scene before them. Even the usually composed Professor Hyde Gutter couldn't hide his bewilderment. If outsiders were this shocked, what must his opponent be feeling? He muttered, No way. A goblin. Behind Lewin, a colossal, lion-like goblin appears, sending the surrounding crowd into a chaotic frenzy of screams. Run, everyone, run, it's a demon, a demon. The terrifying pressure made his legs give way, and he collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward. He calmly stated, Let's end this. 6 ancient artifacts don't seem to be enough for you, a statement that left the man reeling. What? Without explanation, he simply reached forward, his immense spirit following suit. Its massive finger slowly reached into his necklace. The treasured necklace snapped and fell apart instantly, igniting the atmosphere as murmurs spread. What, is he serious? Senior Jakin actually used an artifact. Using an artifact against a junior. Unable to bear the whispers, his face twisted in anger. How long do you think you can last? Gary Hill won't sit still, he interrupted, annoyed. You say Gary Hill won't leave me alone. First M, then the eldest son. Who's the next Zeke in Gary Hill? Could it be Joss Gary Hill himself? Hearing his father's name, he immediately charged like a moth to a flame. What did you just say? The mutt dared to speak that name. A sharp spark erupted, striking him square in the forehead. Annoyed, he said, "You're too loud. Just rest for a bit." Suddenly, Bear Trang appeared on his shoulder. Are you sure about this? He wondered, about what is the goblin really okay with revealing this in front of everyone? It was then that he realized thousands of strange eyes were fixed on him as it continued. Look at the principal's face. He's in complete shock. He calmly stated, "I can't hide it forever," and it agrees. That's right. Then his eyes shifted and he fell into thought. After all, Jane Gary Hill had fallen, and it seemed Mikkel had fainted foaming at the mouth from the shock of seeing the fairy. That meant the winner had been decided, and he glanced at Gutter. Catching his gaze, Gutter coughed and declared, "And so the winner is," when a loud shout interrupted him. Wait. Everyone was taken aback by the sound turning towards its source. It was Han carrying 2 wooden swords, indicating the match wasn't over. He stopped in front of Mamp and tossed a sword to him, saying, "Your sword broke right here. Then pick up your sword and use this." The air instantly grew heavy, and all eyes turned to him, seemingly unable to believe his choice. And of course he immediately lost it, veins bulging on his temples. "Are you really crazy, you filthy commoner? How dare you?" he growled, but stopped short as his eyes fell to the sword in the boy's hand. That's Perito's sword, now engulfed in a fierce blue lightning. The Perito Holy Sword meant he was at least a 4-star knight, skilled in aura manipulation, blue for 4 stars, and red for 5. From 6 stars onward, the aura gradually turns purple. And beyond that, the aura is no longer bound by color, manifesting according to each knight's unique characteristics. The average level for trainee knights is around 3 stars, and the male students can't believe what they're seeing. Manip was silent, speechless. Behind him, someone whispered, "Impossible." All eyes turned to Han, whispers spreading. How could someone as weak as him? I haven't even mastered aura yet. Does that mean many official knights haven't reached 4 stars? Chang whispered from Luin's shoulder. Luin, aren't you going to stop? The match is already over. His eyes full of determination, he replied, "No, let's watch a little longer." He thought to himself, it's finally back, that look in Han's eyes. Luin's eyes were glued to Han's stern face and furrowed brow as Manip grabbed a wooden sword from the ground, declaring, "I won't accept this." He charged at Han, yelling, "I will never accept this." Manip's sword swung down towards Han's head. He growls, "You're just a lowly commoner, and now you dare say you can use aura." Han struggles to hold his sword and block the fatal blow. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on as Manip's voice echoed in his ears. "Impossible." He increased the force in his hand, his face close to Han's, sneering, "There's no way someone as weak as you could be on par with me." Manip swings his sword, yelling, "Stay down where you belong." Han retaliates with a sweeping strike, sneering, still clinging to that commoner's logic. Caught off guard by the counterattack, Manip asked, "What?" Han shouts, veins bulging in his neck. "You're just a lucky kid born into a good family, a selfish, narcissistic nobody." Manip's face contorted with rage as a strange smile crept across his lips. "Are you out of your mind?" Manip stomped his foot, creating a loud crash. He said grimly, "Very well, Han." Manip channels his power into his weapon, a blue light engulfing the blade. He said condescendingly, "If you want to die, I'll help you achieve it." Man then stomped forward, leaping high before bringing his sword down as Han screamed, "Die, you bastard." Seeing the dire situation, Luin ran as fast as he could, shouting, "Han, watch out, Gutter is also running towards the arena." He cursed under his breath as he ran, Mantip's goons scrambling to catch up. A deafening crash echoed from the center of the arena as blue light rippled outwards like ink in water. Luin's pupils constricted in shock as he froze, staring at the scene unfolding before him. Before them, Han remained in his counter-attacking stance, while Manip's sword had been flung away, and he himself was sent flying. Manip, unwilling to accept defeat, roared in anger. Unaffected by the jeers, Han remained serious, his expression unwavering as he watched the motionless Manip on the ground as the other students rushed to his side, urging him to hang in there. "Damn, is he unconscious?" Whispers spread through the crowd. "What just happened?" "That was fast." Han beat Mantip. Meanwhile, Han stood frozen in place. Before Luin could reach him, he anxiously asked Han, "Are you okay?" Han turned to Luin and called his name. Luin stopped, stunned, before finally exclaiming. Pointing at Han's hand, he says, "Han, look at your wooden sword." He looks down at his hand and asks suspiciously, "My sword?" At that moment, golden light radiated intensely from the sword, and Han muttered, "Aura, it's red." Elsewhere, a sound echoed from within the castle just as expected. "You're incredible." Luin, Tyrion, Ignat, and Luin spoke as they walked. He marveled, "I had a feeling, but I didn't think you'd defeat a senior graduate." He clenched his fist and asked, "You only had a feeling?" Luin turned and said, assertively, "You, headmaster, were the one who called Jean Gary Hill in the first place. Didn't you foresee this outcome?" Tyrion Ignat chuckled, "Oh dear, it seems I've been found out." He glanced at the portraits on the wall and said, "I wanted to teach Gary Hill a lesson in humility, but it seems I've only deepened his hatred." Hatred, Tyon Ignat explained. "Rumors of this match have already spread to the capital. Because you defeated the eldest son of Gary Hill, the nobles are saying this could be the family's downfall. He reminds Lewin and Jose that Gary Hill will do anything to restore his family's honor. That means you could be in danger soon. Tyon Ignat's voice deepened. As headmaster, I can't allow my students to be in danger. That's why we're here. The two stand at the top of the stairs looking down. He introduces the staircase leading down to the academy's basement. Then Tyon Ignat recounts how Kingram awoke from his slumber a few days prior. The first thing he said upon awakening. Lewin's grip tightens as he recounts Kingram's words. I smell one of my own kind. Tyon Ignat acted mysterious, saying they just needed to go down to Kingram with a gift. Seeing Lewin's lack of reaction, he asked, Why don't you ask about it? Lewin suspiciously questioned. Ask about what? Lewin joked, I suddenly showed up with a fairy on my back. Is there no magic in this world that interests you? Whether you arrive with an elf on your back or carrying a goblin's head, the Lewin Adel I know is someone I can always trust. That's all I need. Lewin responded with equal sincerity. Thank you. Tyon Ignat gestoord. You can get down now. Kingram has been expecting you, and now you stand before a great door. Lewin slowly opened the heavy door, its hinges groaning, and stepped inside, venturing deeper into the unknown. Soon a deep voice echoed, Long time no see, little destroyer. Lewin chuckled softly in response. Yes, it has been a while. Before him sat Kingram enthroned upon a grand chair, as Lewin offered his greeting. Kingram's deep voice rumbled. Little destroyer, I still can't believe it. I can smell my clan on you from the heavenly mountain. I can even sense my father. Kun Khan. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, If you could, would you tell me what happened? Without hesitation, Lewin nodded. All right, I'll tell you everything. And so the two stood face to face and began to talk. I told Kingram everything that happened at Heavenly Mountain, and how I crafted a treasure from Kun Khan's jawbone, which made him laugh with delight. You arm-wrestled 100 goblins, you reckless fool. Lewin added, and what's more, I won every match. He nodded. That's just like you. My tribe must have had quite the time. Kingram covered his face, his voice choked with emotion. I thought I'd be trapped in this treasure forever fading away, but I never expected to hear news of my homeland again. He then looked at Lewin with gratitude. Thank you, my little destroyer, my benefactor. Lewin accepted the thanks with ease. It was my pleasure. Suddenly the system screen lit up before Lewin announcing the treasure's unlocking. He wondered to himself as the shimmering screen displayed the words Elf Friend title upgraded to Elf Lord. Thanks to the Elf Lord's passive effect, strength has increased by 1,000. The avatar of power has reached 5 stars, and its human form can now be used thanks to a special skill. Companion, your strength has permanently increased by 500, Kingram announced. You are the incarnation of Draka, our benefactor, and the only human trusted by the Tianshan elves. This is my gift to you. Lewin was astonished, hardly believing his eyes. His strength immediately surged by 7,000, and Chang reached 5 stars, before letting out a massive burp. What a feast. I reached 5 stars far faster than expected. Then leaping from Lewin's shoulder, it exclaims that it's been trapped in this useless child form for far too long as Chang's body grows more exaggerated and radiant. Frowning, she clenched her fist and asked, Do you know how boring it was? A blinding yellow light erupted, forcing Lewin to shield his eyes. He stammered, Girl, what the hell is going on? Long brown hair swayed gently, followed by a soft chuckle. What do you think? A girl appeared, but her voice was incredibly familiar. Isn't it wonderful, Lin, she said, tossing her hair back with a smug look. This is what I've longed for, his human form. A moment later, Lin returned to the top of the stairs. Since my reunion with Kingram, I've received 2 more gifts, the authority of a leader allowing me to command the elves as one a summoner of elves. Next, the second gift was a special privilege to summon Kingram, who is bound to the academy for life to my location just once. Ly recalled that before parting he told me to only summon him if my life was truly in danger. His ears ringing with laughter, he thought with some annoyance. Forget about it. Paige leaps for joy, exclaiming that transforming into a human is the best. Meanwhile, Tyon Ignat asked suspiciously, Lewin, who is that young girl? He pondered others must have seen Trang transform. Even Lewin had to ask to confirm, Wait, you're really a girl. Annoyed, Trang retorted, How many times have I told you? His voice lowered as he muttered, I thought you were lying. Tyon Ignat's voice echoes again. Only one went underground, yet 2 emerged. Can anyone explain this? Lai closes her eyes and sighs. Oh dear. In the silent space he cleared his throat and spoke. So Tyon Ignat stroked his long beard and inquired, With my limited understanding, I can only assume you're a spirit, am I right? Strangely enough, Trang replies, Close. I am more precisely an incarnation. Lewin was a little confused, wondering if this explanation would really work. Slightly embarrassed, Lewin asked, Hey, is that how you talk to the headmaster? Trang scoffed. I've lived for decades longer than him. Lewin felt a little guilty, thinking that might be true, but Tyon Ignat's voice cut him off. Since you came here through Kingram, the noble incarnation of Lewin, I will arrange for you to stay at the academy. Chang seemed quite interested, asking, Oh, do you have a plan? He nods slightly in confirmation, and the scene shifts to the academy, where a surprised voice rings out. Wait, what is this? Everyone stared at Trang in disbelief, and then hesitantly asked, So you're saying Lin has a cousin like this, a male student exclaimed in surprise. And she just enrolled today. Trang grins, introducing herself as Trang Adel. Luin sheepishly adds that she's in the same year as them. Jia-sun, clutching his pounding chest, asked graduating class, but you said she's younger than us. Luin explained, she skipped grades. She's a genius. He raised his voice, exclaiming, a genius. Jason extended a polite hand, happy to meet her. My lady. Jason knelt on one knee, introducing himself. I am Jason's son Damon, a close friend of Luin's. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it, I can show you around. Trang calmly asked, who are you? Luin, oblivious, wondered what he was doing as Ji-sun offered to take her to the cafeteria. The baguettes there are delicious. Trang refuses outright. I don't like bread. Get lost. He changes the subject again, asking if she likes the ocean. It's wonderful. Lai closes her eyes and sighs. Well, as long as everything goes smoothly. Suddenly someone approaches and calls out to Luin. Seeing who it was, Luin greeted him. Han, that's right, you're leaving today, aren't you? Han smiled. Yes, I came to say goodbye. Luin sighed. It's a shame we have to part ways again. I'll visit you in foreign someday. I'll be looking forward to it. You're always welcome. After a moment's hesitation, Han spoke. And Lin, after I graduate from the training center, can I come to? Luin replied heartily. Ale, of course, come anytime you like. He says with resolve. No, I don't just want to visit, I want to become a knight of Adio. Hearing this, he was stunned and asked, are you serious? Hang nods firmly. Yes, I want to do something meaningful like protecting Ale, the place you will lead, so please give me a chance. Lu-in responds with a smile. Of course, thank you. Suddenly, someone interrupts. Were you two planning to keep this all to yourselves? Jae-sun jumped on Luin's back, shouting, I want to go to AEL too, I'll do dishes and clean, but I'm staying with my little miss. He throws cold water on the idea, saying, I never said you were allowed. Stunned, Jae-sun clutches Luin's neck and yells in anger. Hey, that's too much, and I know you're joking. He happily thought to himself, my friends moved to Ale after graduation. This is actually a great idea, isn't it? Cut to the Lottian dukedom's capital, where Jadi shouts in anger. It's over. Everything has collapsed. Do you know how much money I invested in this? Wenger was defeated by a mere trainee knight. Mantip, he raged. The same thing happened to the Gary Hill family. Even Gary Hill's eldest son was defeated by Luin Adele. The era of Gary Hill is over. Historically, the Gary Hill family maintained its reputation as a family of magic, and Vengerus Gagan was revered as the kingdom's strongest knight because of the support of the nobility. But what happens when that support vanishes? He strained his neck as he shouted. You may be the strongest now, but when our children become the pillars of this nation, your descendants will have no chance. Another added that the solution was obvious, they should switch sides. The voices grew louder and more resolute. We must switch sides to Ao immediately. Then someone hesitantly spoke up, but the head of A doesn't take bribes. Another person scoffed. Oh please, everyone loves money. Look at Gary Hill, someone suddenly said as they approached the crowd. Are you talking about me? Everyone gasped in shock. Councilman Joss George, he growled. Having a good time, are we? Whose side are you all on anyway? The man forced a smile, searching for a reason. Ah, it was a slip of the tongue. I didn't know you were listening. Joss showed him no respect as he questioned him. A slip of the tongue. If I weren't here, you'd be gossiping about this all night. Listen closely, all of you. Since the Lady Tian Duchy was established, Gary Hill has always been in power. History never lies, so your worries will never come to pass. One person nervously replied, yes, we'll keep that in mind. Joss gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Luin Adele, I was going to use him as a stepping stone to elevate Jackin and Michael's reputation, but he's completely crushed our honor. Joss's face contorted with rage, a murderous glint in his eyes. I will kill him no matter the cost. Another important class in the second semester is a visit to the capital, and the chatter in the carriage is non-stop. We'll get to see the Magic Tower and the Royal Mages. Sounds amazing. Luin observed everyone thinking to himself, this class is a great opportunity to visit the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace, where we can observe and learn from the current mages. He was a bit troubled, but once again the purpose of the class was great. But Chang suddenly spoke up. Joss Gary Hill, does that mean we'll finally see him? Luin couldn't deny it. Bringing the Gary Hill family head, who likely harbored a deep resentment to the capital, was like stepping into enemy territory. Chang voices his concern. In such a place where he can easily manipulate the royal mages, there would be countless opportunities for him to target me. Is Joss Gary Hill strong? Lai quickly responded. Rumor has it he's a 7th circle mage, just like the headmaster. A level 7. If I were still in my prime, I could take him down with a finger. He wondered, I'm not sure how strong Trang was back then, but a level 7 mage is not someone to be trifled with. Luis looks at Tyrion Snit ahead. His system panel reads information unavailable. From that he understands one thing, the principal being at that level cannot have his information accessed through the player's eyes. Luin tells himself he can't let his guard down for a moment in the capital, as the announcement rings out that their next stop is J. Raiden, the capital of the Raiden Kingdom. Everyone cheered with delight. We've arrived, they excitedly told each other, just as expected. The capital is different, so magnificent, isn't it? It really is the best. Luin was a little envious. Indeed, the capital is still the capital, but he remains wary, seeing only a glamorous facade undeserving of such a small kingdom. Just then someone approaches Tyon X-Nit, greeting him. "Headmaster, it's been a while." He asks suspiciously, "What brings you all the way here?" Kiri called out his name. "Chairman Jose. Isn't it a little cruel of you to ask why I'm here as soon as you arrive? When the future seeds of the kingdom visit the capital as protectors of this land, I should at least greet them." He then emphasized ominously. "But there was another reason." Joss stared at Lin and said, "I wanted to see how much these sprouts have grown and confirm how he crushed our son." It glared menacingly. "So you're Luanail." He was a little uncomfortable with that look, feeling like a snake coiling around his body. But something's not right. The Joss Gary Hill I know is a 7th Circle Mage, but the system says Joss Gary Hill 6th Circle Mage. Lewin was baffled. The player's eyes claimed Joss was only a level 6 mage. How could he deceive everyone? Then a realization struck him. Could Lewin have been fooled by the holy artifacts adorning Joss's hands? He smirked, a hint of mockery in his expression, whether father or son. Irritated, the old man asked, "What's so funny?" Lewin turned away, then replied, "No, it's nothing. I'm leaving." Joss immediately grabbed his hand. "Where do you think you're going? I'm not finished with you." He glared and demanded, "What are you laughing at?" Deongnit quickly stepped in to mediate. "Chairman Josh, he's still just a student. Please stop." Enraged, Trang demanded Joss to be quiet. "Headmaster, he's threatening him. You may be headmaster within the academy, but once the students have set foot in the capital, managing them is my responsibility." Tiri Ignat immediately retorted, "If that authority is used to threaten innocent students, I will never accept it. I will take the students back to the academy at once." Hearing this, Joss could only laugh. "Planning to return already? Of course, our noble headmaster, thank you, is always like this." He sneers. "Do you think I don't know? Your goal was to humiliate my son in front of the entire school by luring him out. Are you still upset that I was appointed as his guardian instead of you?" "The headmaster is nothing but a petty, jealous man," Dion Ignat roared. "Joss Gary Hill." A cyclone immediately engulfs everything around them. Those present cried out in fear. "What is this wind?" Joss smirks, unfazed. "Do you truly wish to see this through to the end? Fine, have it your way." Ellen suddenly spoke. "How very interesting." Stunned, he asked, "What? That's why you were laughing." "I'm laughing because it's interesting. I've never seen anyone wear so many rings before." Lewin's next words shocked. Joss, Mikkel, and Jael, my seniors, also love accessories. It seems the wealthy are all the same. He wondered what the hell this guy was implying. Joss quickly concocted an excuse, saying there was no particular reason, it's just that they happen to have too many accessories, as if he understood everything. "Ah, I see, of course." He glanced at Tyrion Snit and snapped, "Headmaster Tyrion, step aside and let me lead the tour. From today on, I will personally oversee all classes under my authority." He remained silent, lost in thought. As Joss turned to leave, he muttered, "I'm out of here." This tour of the capital was turning out to be no tour at all. Lewin recounts that George Gary Hill, who vowed to attend the entire schedule, vanished without a trace upon arriving at the royal palace, replaced by an imposter mage as our guide. He nodded in appreciation. Though the tour itself was unremarkable, the atmosphere wasn't too bad. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, and compliments rang out constantly. "Is that really the magic tower? Incredible?" "Except for one thing," Trang asks Lewin. "You feel it too?" He confirms honestly, "Yes, I recognized him immediately." Lewin knew they were obviously tailing him. As night fell, Lewin sat by the window, carefully pointing out to Trang, "Look over there, Trang." Looking down, they noticed several suspicious figures lurking about and began to discuss. "Isn't that the guy we ran into before?" "Yeah, he's been there since we entered the rest area. What's up?" "I knew something was off." "What is he planning?" Lewin points out that it's an illusion. Chang asked in surprise, "An illusion spell?" "He's creating illusions with illusion magic. I can sense the magical energy all around us." Lewin quickly adds, "The scenery and people below are fake. He's using a magic barrier above to separate this place from the real world." Chang exclaims in frustration, "Damn it, I can't believe I didn't recognize this magic. Even though I've successfully become human, I'm still far from my original power. You muse I foresaw this, but I didn't expect him to act so quickly." Suddenly, Lewin notices something as the cloaked figure abruptly flees, prompting a surprised Trang to exclaim he's running away, which he calmly denies. "No, he's luring me outside. I'd have the advantage in a confined space like the resort. But he knows I can't let the other students get hurt, so I have no choice but to fight outside." Lai recalls what the system board displayed Hain Gary Hill, a 6th Circle Mage. He then surmised that a level 6 mage was manageable, but the scale of this illusion magic couldn't be the work of just one. Lewin analyzed meticulously. There are 2, maybe 3 enemies, perhaps even more. If they're all 6th Circle Mages, my chances of winning are slim. The thought of Jose flashed through his mind, and Lewin wondered if he could use that thing if Joss Gary Hill himself joined the battle. Lewin nodded. "Yes, I have to go down there." As he stepped forward, he thought tonight will be a long night. Hours earlier, Joss slammed his fist on the table, enraged. "Is this all?" he roared, utterly displeased. "I convened this meeting, and this is all who showed up. A hesitant voice reported, "Yes, it seems everyone is deliberately avoiding this meeting." Joss grumbled in annoyance. "Luwin Ale is finished as of today, yet they're still so afraid of Ale that they don't dare show up." He angrily cursed. Normally this place would be packed with some even standing due to lack of space, but today only 4 people showed up. Joss gritted his teeth silently, cursing Luwin in his mind. Damn it, that bastard ruined everything. He finally sighed. Oh well, they'll regret it sooner or later. I trust the matter I entrusted to you has been handled. The other quickly replied, yes, the capital's night watch is now entirely under our control, so no matter what happens there won't be a problem. Joss then turned to Vengras and asked, what about the task I gave the captain? He replied nonchalantly, we received confirmation last night that the assassin has arrived in A. Vengras continued detailing the plan to infiltrate the manor after midnight and take Del and Adele's head. Hearing this, Joss was delighted. At least the father and son wouldn't be lonely in death as they would die on the same night, he added. Not just them, but Del and Adele also has a young daughter. Vengras emphasizes that B.A. Peyton must also disappear. He believed there should only be one sun in the sky, Bova thought to himself as he strolled. Everything was eerily quiet. He pondered the young master's recent victory over Gary Hill's eldest son had drawn the attention of many nobles to Adele. But the Gary Hill I know isn't the type to give up so easily, Bova thought, recalling Lord Ailey's words. If you notice anything suspicious, report it immediately. He nodded in agreement. It seems the Lord shares my concerns. Caution is paramount. Bova then noticed a man carrying a wooden crate, and he approached him with a question. Finished for the day, Bova the worker replied with a smile. Yes, I've just finished cleaning and was about to head home. Bova continued to inquire. I wanted to ask, did anyone suspicious visit today? He pondered suspicious people. The worker quickly recalled. There were 5 merchants, but I've never seen them sell anything and I haven't seen them leave. Bova concludes that the assassins disguised themselves as merchants and have now disappeared into the territory. The servant suddenly exclaims, and they were carrying swords, you should be careful. Bova, wary of the unknown, suddenly sprints in the opposite direction. Seeing this, he felt a little relieved. Perhaps there was not much to worry about. Inside the mansion, an eerie silence hung as assassins searched, whispering amongst themselves. Could Lord Ale have realized something? He hasn't returned to the mansion yet. You saw the atmosphere in town. No one suspects a thing. He'll be back soon. We just need to wait for the right moment. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, there's still time. Suddenly, one of the assassins collapses to the ground. As they saw the man before them, they cried out in terror. What the hell, it's Bova. He glared and roared. How dare you? Do you even know where you've just wandered into? The assassins wondered. Wait, how did he know we were here? As expected of a 7-star knight, I guess. Hiding won't work on him. He immediately draws his dagger and says, but this is actually good for us. We were going to kill him anyway. They yelled, everyone charge. We're assassins hired by Vengeris. The intruders hiding in AEL are all at least 6-star masters. Bova muttered softly, so, a 7-star knight has long put down his spear to take up a fishing rod. So the people in the territory thought his skills were gone, but they were gravely mistaken. Bova raises his spear and shouts, come at me all at once. The spear flashes, cutting down the assassins one by one. They were scattered through the air, the assassins' heavy bodies flying straight into the wall. One of them fearfully wondered, 7 stars, is he a 7-star? He doesn't look like much. We've taken down over a dozen 7-star knights of the Empire. Just then he heard Bao speak slowly. Do you know why I stopped honing my spearmanship? The assassin exclaimed in horror, cursing inwardly. No way, don't tell me he was an 8-star. Baova reveals to him, no matter how much I honed my spearmanship, I reached the limit of what technique alone could teach me. Die, you monster. A cold spear pierced through him, leaving the assassin hanging in the air. The remaining assassin retreated in terror until his back hit the wall. This guy's insane. He screamed in terror. Vengeris, that bastard, this is absurd. He dared to lie about the target's strength. Even if he paid us 5 times the original fee, we would never have accepted this mission. The assassin stammered a curse, and Bova finally realized who was behind this. Vengras was behind this all along. He grabbed the assassin by the neck and said, go back and tell Vengeris Gagon this. Never set foot in Ale again. Bova emphasized each word. Silence fell over Luwin as he and Hai faced each other, and he chuckled. So you've come to me, Hain continued to sneer. Luwin says, but it seems you're not alone. A companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. How amusing. Luwin quickly retorted, don't worry, we don't intend to die here. Hai was taken aback. They don't intend to die. He scoffed. If everything in the world went according to people's wishes, how wonderful that would be. But reality doesn't work that way. As soon as he said that, countless black-robed mages swarmed to surround him and his companion. Luwin watched silently, counting about 7 of them, quite the gathering. He summoned red flames and said, as someone who's lived far longer than you, let me give you some advice. Keeping a low profile is the best way to prolong your life. Haidan continued to ramble, but he pointed to the black-robed mages, then added, now you only have one future. They attacked, and he yelled, die. Lin Haiyin laughed with amusement, accepting death in silence, quite a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought upon yourself, so don't hold too much of a grudge. But the sight before him stole his laughter. What? Hai suddenly cried out in shock. How is this possible? How are you still standing after that attack? You should be dead. Luin simply smirked. Yes, let's just assume there are people like that in this world. He confidently declares that some can never truly die. Luin knows well the avatars, the entities that cannot be destroyed or extinguished. The only way to truly subdue Jang is to kill me his tether. The system window appears displaying the unique skill, the leader's will until your last breath. Kun, can the first leader chosen by the Sky God will always stand behind you. He raises his fist and declares, but as I said, I have no intention of dying here. A powerful storm-like punch is unleashed, and Luin thinks to himself, good at this level, I can win without too much effort. His eyes widened in shock as two hands gripped his legs and a voice declared, I didn't expect you to be this strong, kid, but no matter how strong you are, let's see if you can survive this, he rasped. Luin wondered, what? A forbidden dark art seal. There are those who practice forbidden dark arts, a magic despised by all true mages, dark sorcerers. Among them, the water seal is a technique created by the evil sorcerer Shui Yuan Shui. Once cast, it never releases until it drains the life force. It is one of the most infamous dark arts to ever exist. Luin broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Dark magic. I can't believe these bastards would go this far. Ha Fan Kitch says, it's a pity, Luin, now that you've seen this kind of magic, you must die. He continued mockingly, I was going to kill you anyway. Ha spoke triumphantly. Now that your friends who dared to interfere are helpless, things have become much simpler. He sneers, telling him not to hold too much of a grudge as he won't be lonely on his journey to the afterlife. Hearing this, Luin stammers, what did you say? Haidan's next words horrified him. By now, your father and sister are likely dead. Luin stammered, what Haidan kindly elaborated. Ah, of course you wouldn't know. If you did, you wouldn't be standing here. Then Duzan glared and questioned him. Why would you dare to resist the commissioner? Do you really think you can win? He continued to scold, but before he could finish, Hailin grabbed his face. He shouted in a panic, what? How can you use the water imprint? Haidan's eyes widened in agony, and in an instant his head was crushed with ease, leaving the remaining mages in utter terror. Lu Inan coldly muttered, that doesn't matter anymore. The system quickly appeared, along with a unique skill. Summon Kingram. Summon Kingram to the caster's location once. He growled, emphasizing each word. You bastards crossed a line you should never have crossed. A massive monster suddenly appeared, roaring loudly. Don't harbor so much resentment. You brought this upon yourselves. Luin thought to himself as only one thought echoed in his mind, in this fleeting moment. Kill. He began to sink deep into resentment. Like the world destroyer Draka, he would destroy them all. Kingram asked gravely, hey little destroyer, what did you summon me for? Lin replied seriously, I want them all slaughtered, spare, not a single one. He grabbed his axe and charged, declaring, very well, so it shall be. The mages cried out in terror, someone help us. With Kingram's support, Luin clenches his fist and charges toward the enemy. I can never forgive them. I'll kill them all, especially that defenseless mage. Consumed by rage, he tells himself it doesn't matter what he destroys. Luin loses all reason and slaughters his opponents unconcerned with who his magic kills. Just then, Trang rushed over to stop him. Stop. She tried to bring Luin back to his senses. Stop it. Enough, the mage managed to say with difficulty. So you were always a madman, huh? How are you any different from us? He angrily shouted, let me go, I'll kill that bastard. Trang scolded back. Why are you acting like this? Nothing will happen to Ale. Just trust in that knight. BVA, he's much stronger than you think. She continues to advise Luin, get a grip, if you lose yourself in that power you'll end up like Draka. Don't you remember Draka's final days? Chang reminds him, why do you think Draka was called the World Destroyer? He went mad with limitless power, and ultimately destroyed the world. Grabbing Luin's shoulders, he said, but you're not Draka, not if you end up like him. He finally calmed down. Okay, sorry for making you worry. Luin confronted the surviving mage, demanding, tell me everything you know what's happening in Adel. He struggled to speak, you'll regret hearing it. The mage excitedly reveals, have you heard of the Plum Blossom Unit? It's an elite assassination squad comprised only of 6-star warriors or higher. 5 of their assassins have already arrived in Adel, he laughed maniacally. By now, your father and sister are probably dead. Suddenly, a sharp spear pierced through his chest. Joss clicked his tongue, I only came to check and look at this mess. He angrily berated the fools, unable to believe Gary Hill's elites couldn't handle a mere nobody. Luin exclaimed in shock. Joss, Gary Hill, you dare lay a hand on my family. An incredible force suddenly bears down on him. Joss threatens in a deep voice saying, you should have just kept your head down and studied at the academy. Why did you have to provoke us? Luin and Trang are pinned down, and they quickly realize what this is. Dark magic. He angrily questioned, are you also a dark magic user? If this gets out, you'll at least go to prison. Joss just smirked, then it's no problem if you die right here. You're just a useless kid after all. Luin is frustrated but helpless. Damn it, I can't move an inch. Kingram's summoning time is up and he's gone. He heard the headmaster say, let's end this now as he summoned countless spikes from the magic circle. Joss attacked Luin yelling, it's time to die. Luin could only think in fear, no, I can't let it end like this. As expected, a huge explosion erupts, but he's unharmed, staring blankly at the figure in front of him. Headmaster Joss exclaimed in shock, Tyon X, why is the headmaster here? Thank you, Snit angrily cuts him off. Joss Gary Hill. His immense power fills him with dread. It can't be. The illusion field, this simulated world, was created by Sixth Circle mages under George Gary Hill, ensuring no one outside could perceive what happens within. However, that only applies to ordinary people. A mage of Tyon X9's caliber can quickly detect the presence of unusual mana. Moreover, the fatal flaw of this magic is that if a higher-level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion will easily be broken and destroyed, and just like that, Josh's illusionary field begins to shatter. Unwilling to accept defeat, he threatens Tyrion Nixnit. Are you willing to destroy the entire capital just to defeat me? He immediately retorted, no, the only one injured here is you. Tyrion Xnit then reveals, I've set up a barrier to prevent any damage to the capital. Not only have you dabbled in vile dark magic, but you dare harm my student. Fueled by rage, Tyrion Xnit unleashed a torrent of mana upon Joss, declaring, I will deliver the punishment myself. Gritting his teeth, he angrily shouts, while Tyrion Xnit calmly states that, as expected, the difference in their levels is too great, and the match ends overwhelmingly. Luwin had to agree. Yes, he thought he still had a long way to go. He acknowledges the difference is on another level entirely. Headmaster, a 7th Circle mage, a level he can only dream of. I thought I was strong, but I still have a long way to go. Xgit asked him with concern. Luwin, are you alright? Luwin stammered a reply. Oh yes, thanks to the headmaster. The noise outside woke everyone in the house, and they came out to gossip. What's all this commotion in the middle of the night? What's going on? Suddenly someone cried out, huh? That man recognized the headmaster, but why was Counselor Joss acting like that? Just then someone suddenly shouted, Luwin, we're here. He looked up in stunned silence. Luwin finally recognized the prince, and Forder quickly explained, we came as soon as we heard Gary Hill had taken control of the capital's security. Croster added, and the only one Gary Hill was targeting was you, Luwin, who just happened to be visiting the capital. Gasping for breath, he asked with concern, are you all right? Luwin humbly replied, yes, I'm fine. They frantically explained that they had been worried something might happen on the way here. They were so afraid. My heart was pounding like crazy. He was a little speechless with them, as was he. They quickly turned to greet Tyrion Xnit, and Headmaster Tyon Xnit is here as well. So the one lying there is indeed Luwin, and he doesn't deny it. Yes, it's Jay. He tried to target me with dark magic, but the headmaster stopped him. Hearing this, Croster angrily retorted, how dare that devil harm our beloved Luwin? This is a challenge to the royal family and an act of treason. I will go see my father immediately, and arrest Gary Hill for treason, Forder declared. It's rare that we agree on something, brother. Indeed, this is treason. And since we've confirmed he's learned forbidden dark magic, we must arrest the entire Gary Hill family on this land, Luwin suddenly declared. I have a request to make. The two princes immediately inquired. What is it? I will grant you anything you ask. He spoke urgently. In Adel, I need to check on my father and sister. Luwin waited anxiously. To get news from Adel as quickly as possible from King's Domain, they had to request information from the nearest trading city. It took almost half a day for Monzo to receive the news, but it felt like an eternity. A messenger approached him, saying, we finally received information from nearby Mono. He quickly announced, thankfully they were all safe. He continued reading, revealing that he had anticipated potential assassins, and Lord Bova had completely subdued the 5 assassins. Furthermore, they discovered who ordered the assassination. Croster impatiently asked, isn't it obvious that Josh Gary Hill ordered the assassination? The messenger didn't deny it either. Indeed, but there were accomplices as well. He spoke a name the most deeply involved was Sir Bengris, captain of the Golden Knights. Bengris Croster slapped his forehead in dismay. Damn it, they're all corrupt. Forder immediately issued the order. Bengra Gagon was dismissed from his position as captain, and George was stripped of his position as a counselor of the Magic Tower, as well as his guardianship. The messenger suddenly spoke up, Your Highness, since those two held very important positions, you must appoint replacements. He then decided that the vice-captain would temporarily take over as captain. Forder then announced Joss's counselor position and guardianship, turning to Tyrion Ignis, asking could the headmaster temporarily assist. He exclaimed in surprise, Forgive me, Your Highness, I am but an old man. Forder quickly replied, Yes, I know better than anyone that you have no interest in politics, but as you can see, the situation is dire. At least until a successor is chosen, I implore you to help. Tyrion Ignis hesitated, but the prince's efforts to bring the headmaster to the capital were well known throughout the land. But the headmaster always refused, saying an educator shouldn't be involved in politics, until now. Suddenly someone spoke up, Headmaster please. The students cheered. I think that position would really suit you. Yes, no one is more suitable than you. Their pleas moved him. Please, Headmaster. Finally, Tyon Zignit makes his decision. If that's what the students believe, he should honor their wishes. But only until a successor is chosen. Hearing this, everyone cheered with joy. Very well, we're counting on you. Our kingdom will prosper even more. Luwin had a feeling that a new successor would appear soon, and he was relieved that everything had turned out well. As the capital tour concluded, and graduation neared, Luwin reflected on his long yet fleeting time at the academy. A tour that seemed doomed from the start, facing rumors of cancellation yet ultimately proceeding as planned. So we stayed in the capital Lie for a few more days. He overheard people gossiping. Have you heard? Is it true that Mikhail Gary Hill, from the Gary Hill family, is dropping out? With graduation just around the corner, rumors spread throughout the palace that Mikhail had left the academy. His father, George Gary Hill, is imprisoned in the dark prison, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him have scattered, so it makes sense. The students also added that Jane Gary Hill has disappeared as well. I heard he joined the PNA rebels. What's the truth? The name Gary Hill had vanished completely. The fall of Gary Hill, the victory of Adele, banners bearing these words began to appear throughout the capital, and the news spread not only among the nobility but throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, screams echoed in a certain castle. I said, "No, get out, wait just a moment." Jin tried to reason, "I just need a little time," when someone approached, asking what all the commotion was about. Forgive us, the guard stammered. This man was trying to force his way in. Jin immediately knelt before the newcomer. "I apologize for my intrusion. I am Jin Gary Hill, eldest son of the Gary Hill family. It is an honor to meet the Crown Prince." Before him stood Crown Prince Somanon Janak of the Janak Empire. Jin continued to plead, "Though my actions were brash, please understand they were not intentional." Somanon spoke coldly. "That's enough." He then asks, "So why have you come all this way?" Ji quickly replied, "I've come seeking asylum in the Empire for myself, my siblings, and the magicians of our family, over 40 of us in total." Somanon questioned him. He pleaded, "To offer even a small measure of strength to the great Crown Prince, and for the endless glory of the Empire's future." Somanon glared and snapped, "How annoying, you've come here just to flatter me." He pressed further, "What crime have you committed?" Jin was confused. "Forgive my curiosity, but why would the Gary Hill family, the strongest in that small kingdom, abandon their homeland in disgrace to seek refuge in the Empire?" Jin stammered a response. "A plot to assassinate," he said sternly. "You defied the royal family over such a trivial matter. Don't tell me you tried to assassinate a member of the royal family." Jin stammered, "No, that's not it." Somanon then rejected him, stating, "No matter how small the Jian kingdom is, harboring a criminal like Gary Hill would go against my principles. In fact, handing you over would do more for my reputation." His next words made Jin's eyes widen in terror. "I see no reason to grant you asylum. Go, I won't grant you asylum, but I also won't imprison you." Jackin then trembled as he spoke a name, Lewin. He then revealed the truth: they had tried to assassinate Lewin. Somanon asked in shock, "The Lewin I know?" Jin nodded, trembling. "Yes, that's right." He suddenly approached and said, "I want to hear more about that assassination." Somanon smirked, "Let's have some tea." Despite the many incidents that have occurred, they all seem trivial now. Time has passed peacefully since the visit to the capital, and 3 months after the new year have arrived. And just like the heavy snow that winter, many nobles have come to the academy, all for the graduation exam. This is a system where graduating students showcase their skills, offering nobles a chance to recruit them, and today, that very exam is taking place at the academy. Lewin Damshio thought, graduation? Once this exam is over, it'll finally be time. 6 years, both long and short, are finally coming to an end. Suddenly Jiashan asked him, "Lewin, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're nervous." Lin quickly denies it, saying, "No, not at all." "You've prepared a lot for this exam, haven't you?" He chuckled. "An exam? That doesn't matter to me. I'm going down to the abyss with you anyway." He was a little speechless. "I didn't say I was taking you anywhere." Jiashan was furious and shouted, "Hey, are you serious?" Just then someone approached. "Oh, father." Lin's eyes widened as he saw her, thinking, "Hearing you were safe was one thing, but seeing you, I'm relieved." Now Luina stands before Lewin, greeting him. "It's been so long, have you been well?" He quickly approached her and replied, "Thank you all for coming. Nothing has happened since that day, has it?" Lewin bowed his head in remorse. "I'm sorry, father. You ended up in danger because of me." Lord A gently replied, "It's all right. You don't need to feel so bad. I'm truly proud that we didn't compromise and fought against them." He then turned to his father. "Thank you, father, and Mr. B as well. Thank you so much." He laughs heartily and politely. "It was nothing, young master. I only did what was necessary." Luina suddenly speaks up, "But Oppa." Lewin turns back, puzzled. "Uh-huh." The girl pointed at the page and questioned him. "Who is this woman?" He inwardly cursed, startled. "Damn it, even the cousin excuse won't work with family." Luina suspiciously asks, "Don't tell me you got a new girlfriend just because Iron's not here." Bova stood by, silently assessing the situation, thinking, the young master always had it in him. He's really grown up. Lewin quickly explained that she was just a friend, only a friend, when someone came to greet him, saying it had been a while. Meanwhile, Sun approached Lord Adele and announced, "Father, I am Lewin's close friend." Lewin was overjoyed to see him, relieved that her family wasn't the only ones attending her graduation exam. "Han, you've fulfilled your oath and become a full-fledged knight," he exclaimed excitedly. Han and 2 others approached to greet him, asking how he'd been. Lewin exclaims in surprise, "Even Set and Iron are here." The bonds forged in the grand tournament, and as a reward, everyone suddenly buzzed with excitement. "Wait, those guys. Croster and Forder are here too." "Lewin, we're here." Lewin was overjoyed, even the strongest of his connections. "These 2 even respect you, Lewin. You have no idea how hard we searched for you. The car behind me is extremely admiring. You're truly on another level. Just then, an announcement rang out that the final year students' graduation exam was about to begin, and the upperclassmen were asked to gather in the arena's main hall. Luin quickly turned back to his visitors and said, "I'll see you all later." Luina speaks for everyone. Appa, good luck, we'll be cheering for you. He told himself that this final test, he would give it his all for everyone who was supporting him. As he entered, Luin noticed two unfamiliar faces. He wondered warily, "What's this?" Luin thought, puzzled. "I've never seen them before, but they feel familiar." He immediately turned to Chang and asked if those two looked suspicious, to which Chang revealed, "You're just noticing that now." "You know who they are," Chang elaborated. "The one on the left is Fire King Terran." She continued, "The one on the right is the Crown Prince." Chang added, "As a transcendent being, no ordinary magic can fool my eyes. They may have changed their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura." Luin was bewildered by this. Why would the Fire King and the Crown Prince come all the way here themselves? If they wanted to visit the Tang Emperor could have come. Countless questions ran through his mind. Don't tell me, is this all for me? Are they trying to gauge my strength through this exam without raising suspicion? Thinking this, Luin couldn't help but smirk. How thoughtful of them. He told himself that if they made a similar offer as before, he would refuse it just as he had back then. Luin smirked, but since they had gone to the trouble of coming, he should at least give them a show. He stared intently, sending a silent message, "Watch closely, and see how far I've come." The graduation exam consists of 3 parts: isolation, subjugation, and destruction, a timed test where you must quickly overcome all 3 challenges. The first challenge, isolation, requires escaping from a locked room. There are various ways to break free. Jia Shan stands before the lock, deep in thought. You can disable it with unlocking magic or use a mana crystal key to open the door. There really are many ways. It doesn't matter which method you use. Because no matter the method, the important thing is escaping the room. After a while, cheers erupted as 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room almost simultaneously. Then someone lamented, "Too bad another one was stopped by the monsters." Starting with the next challenge, the difficulty has gone insane, from defeating hordes of ice beasts in a freezing glacier to using their strongest magic to destroy a solid stone wall in the final challenge. One person stuck here screamed in frustration. "Why is this thing so stubborn? If you can overcome everything, you'll finally complete the graduation exam successfully." Ji-sun excitedly shouts, "I'm number 1, as the announcement gradually echoes. Jason Daeon's son, 3 minutes and 55 seconds, he's the first from Group 6 to complete the challenge. They continue reading the results. 3 out of 10 students in Group 6 managed to pass the test, leaving the remaining students muttering nervously. "What should I do? I don't feel confident." Luin thought calmly to himself, standing to the side. "Ja-sun, you act like it's nothing, but you've prepared a lot, haven't you?" Then, getting serious, he thought only 3 out of 10 passed, and most barely made it in under a minute, with the rest within the 15-minute limit. "I better come up with a plan to pass this as quickly as possible," the judge announced. "Next up, Group 7, please step forward." Ly moved quickly, his turn had finally come. The audience buzzed with anticipation. "Isn't that Luin Ale, our academy's pride in this group?" "That's right. I heard many distinguished guests came just to see Luin. I'm eager to see what he'll show us." Someone speaks up, saying he's eager to see how much stronger he's become. "What does his godfather think?" Terran simply remarks that he hasn't changed. He suddenly asked, "What do you plan to do?" which made some wonder. "About what?" Terran glanced unconsciously toward Luin. "The reason I'm here today, you call it my last regret, right?" Some doesn't deny it. "Yes, that's right. My last regret. He believes that if he joins your side in the future, he will surely be a valuable asset, but if you can't bring him under your command, he may one day become a threat. When that time comes, I'll handle it myself." As he approached the locked door, an announcement echoed. "The challenge for Group 7 begins now." Luin tapped on the door, calculating. "The headmaster must have put everything into this, even with my strength breaking that wall. Won't be easy. Should I just unlock it like the other students?" He smirked confidently. "No, that wouldn't be any fun. Didn't I learn this at the tournament, that nothing in this world is perfect?" Luin knew that no matter how strong a wall seemed, it always had a weakness hidden somewhere. A system window appeared, steel breaker able to destroy anything made of steel in a single use, no matter what it was. The audience buzzed with curiosity. "His name is Luin, right? I wonder how long this will take. Let's hope he lives up to the hype. He is the tournament champion after all." A sudden massive explosion echoes, and everyone stares in disbelief. "Wait, what was that explosion? Hold on, look over there." As Luin emerged, they exclaimed in disbelief. "No way, it's Luin." They looked at him with pride. He had opened the door to room 1, a door that usually took 5 minutes to open. Somerton and Terran smile with excitement. As the proctor's words echo, "In just 13 seconds, this graduation exam will solidify Luin's already stellar reputation." Luin was destined to win anyway, and he advances to the second challenge as the system announcement booms. Luin cleared the first gate in just 13 seconds, leaving us to wonder how quickly he'll break through the next ones. The announcement left the spectators in stunned silence, except for Ter, who calmly rested his cheek on his hand, already expecting this. "I knew he wasn't normal the moment Kun Khan's Fang reacted to him, but his growth rate is still completely absurd. Luin, you use your blazing flames to fight 2 huge ice monsters. They're dumbfounded, growling, wary of Luin and the system, and the crowd erupt in cheers once more. Aluin is cleverly overcoming the second gate, and the commentators are hyping up the crowd who are glued to the match. He's running with a fireball. At that size, no monster would dare approach him. Well, yeah, with a fireball that size, only a fool would dare approach. Lu Inan ignored the whispers, fighting with increasing fervor. He intends to fight these demons to the bitter end, does he? The blond man stood with his arms crossed, a smile plastered on his face. Haha, what is this? He's truly a madman beyond all imagination. Terran, who had been listening to his nonsense, frowned in thought. He always achieved the impossible. All right, I've seen enough of your skills, Luin. So how will you break through this final gate? Luin wouldn't keep him waiting, showing him the true answer. He moved with lightning speed, hurtling toward the final gate, his eyes focused on crushing the unyielding wall before him, every ounce of his power channeled into this one strike. I'm just showing you guys this once. Terran's eyes widened in shock as he immediately understood what Luin was doing. There was no doubt about that power. Heaven created the highlight, and Luin's punch was the exclamation point. It was a heaven-rending strike, an invisible magic, formless, tearing everything apart with sound waves too fast for the eye to see. Boom! A massive explosion erupted in an instant, lighting up the sky, blinding onlookers not only with its light but with the sheer overwhelming power it unleashed. Large pieces of broken brick fly everywhere, and in the silent space only the sounds of great impacts and mournful cries for the deceased remain, along with the tolling of a death knell. Luin leads the charge, his confidence striking fear into all who witness it, a magic only those who have reached level 6 can wield. Luin, you've reached that level, it's a question on everyone's mind. A shining violet sash drapes across Luin, signaling the end of the match. It all happened so fast. Some were still reeling from witnessing such unimaginable power. The system announced a time of 2 minutes and 57 seconds, too fast, too intense, leaving everyone gaping at each other, then back at the figure standing in the arena. Finally, the host's announcement echoed. Luin of Group 7 had cast a level 6 spell and completed the test in just 2 minutes and 57 seconds. The cheers of victory echoed throughout the arena, while our protagonist calmly wiped the sweat from his face with a relieved smile. And the least relieved person at this moment was probably Terran. He was lost in thought, contemplating the boy who was now the center of attention. Level 6 was a realm he might never reach. Yet Luin achieved it at just 16 years old. This is not good. Before he grows any stronger and threatens my position, I have to crush him no matter what. Terran openly glares at Luin, who smiles and acknowledges the crowd, fearing his own position is threatened. Princes Croster and Forder celebrated with raised hands, chanting, "Long live Luin, the future of the kingdom." The man behind them was speechless, watching the royals act like children. Anyone would think they were Luin's parents celebrating his victory. Luina was just as enthusiastic, shouting loudly. "Congrats, Big Brother Zeta," was beaming, waving his hands in celebration. "I knew you could do it." Luin now stands in the center of the vast arena, where he can witness the full extent of the audience's enthusiasm for how brilliantly he has shown. They cheer his name, celebrating his victory. Luin stands in the clear sky, snowflakes gently falling, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. At this moment, everyone is congratulating him, but the young man can't help but think back to the old days, facing the taunts and harsh words. Now no, he doesn't have to silently ignore them anymore. Who could have imagined Min graduating like this, surrounded by cheers? "Oh, Luin, when did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is already a high-level mage." The brat startled him, catching him off guard, and before John could even finish his kiss, everyone rushed in to congratulate them. "Even I didn't think you'd reach that level so soon, Luin." "Well, there's one thing that's absolutely essential on a day like today." His friend beside him is curious to know what it is. "Huh, what is it?" Sean grinned, revealing his teeth in a bizarre, eerie expression, and drawled out his answer. The answer was revealed to be 2 large glasses of beer, but he made it sound so mysterious. Everyone joyfully raised their glasses of barley, arms around each other, celebrating like a festival, happily shouting and partying. "Now that we're all adults, let's drink like crazy. Wow, alcohol, alcohol, let's drink more." Avatar went all in while Luin stood still, watching their boisterous, determined to drink until they drop attitude with a mix of helplessness and fondness. But in truth, he was also enjoying this precious, joyful moment. Surely one of the best memories of Luin's life. It's really starting to sink in. Tomorrow is graduation, and this might be the last time we're all together like this. I'm sure everyone just wants to enjoy it to the fullest. And before he knew it, Avatar was stumbling behind him, dried up and swaying face flushed with beer and wine. Without a word, she clapped him on the shoulder like a long-lost brother, pointed to the sky, and ordered more drinks. Luin stared at her, stunned by this unfamiliar sight. "By the way, I just found out today that even avatars can get drunk. 2 men are walking this way." The old man with long white hair and a beard steps forward. "Luin, are you enjoying the party?" Hearing his name called, he turned to see the headmaster and Professor Hido. He glanced at the avatar, slumped on the floor, then stood straight and politely addressed the 2 people before him. "Thank you for arranging this event. Thanks to you, I'm enjoying myself immensely." The headmaster chuckled. "Haha, you're graduating soon. You should enjoy it while you can, shouldn't you?" Luin nods his head, expressing his gratitude. Tomorrow we'll be busy with the ceremony, so let me say this now. Thank you for everything, headmaster and professor too. Hearing this, the two smiled warmly. You're welcome. Ah, I'm touched. It won't be long before I can't see you, even if I want to. The headmaster said, continuing to tease him enthusiastically. Then we'll have to invite Louine as a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Of course, just say the word. You promised. Professors, you're my witnesses. Don't pretend you don't know anything after graduation. People came and went chatting happily amongst themselves. By the time the party ended, the sky had grown dark. With a weary sigh, Luinin walked silently across the brick path in front of the estate. He rubbed his throbbing head, lamenting the effects of too much beer. Louine, still reeling from the alcohol, fails to notice a figure standing in wait. A man in shoes approaches, offering a sudden greeting. Excuse me, are you Louine? A voice startled him, and he turned his head. The man in front, dressed in black, bowed respectfully, hand over his chest, and introduced himself. I am Rika, a merchant running a small trading company in the east. If possible, I'd like to speak with you privately for a moment. Louine remained calm. You're wary of these two strangers, but you don't refuse. Yes, go on. Prince Somerton. The words had barely left his mouth when the man visibly flinched. What, so that introduction was a complete fabrication? He probably never imagined being exposed the second he started lying, so his expression froze for a moment. The slicked-back, silver-haired man behind him was Tehran. He glared and stepped forward, demanding, how did you know it was me? Then he stopped threatening the young man before him, saying he better answer truthfully. In contrast to his theatrics, Louin simply smirked and calmly replied, you can hide your face, but not your presence. Your eyes reminded me of a prince I once knew, so I took a gamble. He then stared at the man's displeased face and cheerfully greeted him. Then you must be Fire King, long time no see. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Tehran was surprised by Louin's unexpected explanation. You recognized me just by my eyes, I'm impressed. He must think highly of your perception to reveal himself so easily in your first conversation. Someone interrupts, extending his hand with undisguised arrogance. This is my final offer, there won't be another. Come to the Empire with me. His eyes widened, his face contorted in a threatening scowl, as he warned Louin with a concise but meaningful message rejection was not an option. Oh really? But Louin has never known the meaning of fear. He scoffed from the depths of his heart, replying with 3 simple words. I refuse. The 3 of them stood in a tense standoff amidst the cold winter snow. Siotal grew increasingly frustrated with Louin's stubbornness, but continued to persuade him. You really won't listen, will you? I warned you already, any jewel I can't obtain, I will destroy. Oh, what's with the attitude? But Louin didn't stop there. You could do that, it's true. But I don't think you would. Somerton didn't anticipate this response, but it did shift his thinking somewhat, so he asked, what makes you so sure? Because the prince I knew would never stoop so low as to sneak around in disguise and order the death of a mere student. Sommet sneers, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ha ha, are you calling me an ordinary student? Louin humbly retorted, yes, after all, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow. Upon hearing that, he smirked mysteriously. I don't know if it's courage or intuition. After some hesitation, Soman turned around with an air of arrogance, reminding him one last time, I'll withdraw today, but look forward to our next meeting. Because next time we'll meet as enemies. Faced with his words, Louin remained silent. With that, the 2 men radiating arrogance silently departed in opposite directions, and soon after, Louin turned to see Jia-san stumbling towards him. It was Jia-san still going strong, his face flushed from all the drinking as Swan kept nagging him. Louin, what are you doing? No more drinks. You have to be there. It won't be the same without you. Seeing him constantly hitting on her, Louin happily obliged. Yeah, I'm coming. But little did he know that this party would unleash a catastrophe beyond his wildest imagination. The next day, as the sun rose illuminating the snow-covered trees and red rooftops, amidst the grand castle, discarded glasses littered the table, and a weary groan echoed. It was Louin stirring from a drunken stupor after a night of heavy drinking. His head was pounding now, even worse than before. He clutched his head dizzy. Waking up with a blank mind, Louin forgot to pay attention to his surroundings when a gentle voice approached him, whispering, You're awake. He looks up surprised. Oh, Lady Iron. Ignoring his curious gaze as if asking why she was there, she asked, Do you feel any better now? You don't remember anything, Louin stared back, bewildered. Less than a second later, he was horrified, breaking out in goosebumps, and exclaimed that was Dragon's Kiss. Iron sat on the table, shook the blue bottle in her hand, and calmly explained, Jason secretly mixed that drink into the beer you were about to drink. Louin then suddenly stood up and declared that the whole group would go to AEL. As she recounted the events, he recalled the embarrassing scene Louin, Seda, and Jason's son acting like fools in the bar for everyone to see. Remembering it all, John flushed crimson. Iron, not wanting Louin to wallow in embarrassment, spoke up. Should I go down there too? He seemed to have just woken up his mind, not yet catching up to the speed of things. Confused, he asks, go where? She gently strokes her hair, a smile playing on her lips, unable to hide her amusement. Adel, I've been there before, and it's a wonderful place. She desperately wants to defeat him. Iron declares seriously, As I said before, I must become stronger quickly so I can defeat you. Luin, still half asleep, was stunned into silence by the challenge, but after a few seconds he smiled warmly, embracing her declaration. It would be an honor. You're always welcome, Miss Iron. Perhaps more than anything, he admired her spirit and determination. Luin Yang's eyes softened, his cheeks flushed as he gazed at her adoringly. That's what they said to each other, but anyone with a brain could see through it. Iron didn't reply, only answering with a bright, angelic smile as she basked in the morning sunday. The real reason Iron wanted to go to Ale was clearly not just that. And hours later, in a large, brightly lit room, the murmurs of the crowd were drowned out by the voice from the podium. Graduating students of the Zenith Academy of Magic, you must have endured many hardships. I hope all those experiences were meaningful, and I look forward to seeing you all become great mages in the future. It's the head of the class giving a speech to all the students on their graduation day, including Lin. The moment arrives. My speech concludes, and now the student representative will deliver their graduation address. Those polished shoes carry him forward step by measured step, none other than the school's most outstanding student. The principal formally introduces him to everyone, the student representative and valedictorian. Luin calmly approaches the podium as the principal steps back, giving him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Luin, don't be nervous, just speak freely. But you don't seem worried at all. Luin replies politely, yes, don't worry, headmaster. They say you can't judge a book by its cover. Luin is a perfect example. Don't let his calm demeanor fool you, his heart is pounding in his chest. I say that, but I'm actually very worried. Just the thought of being the center of attention in front of all these people makes me so nervous that I've forgotten everything I prepared. Before Luin stood, thousands of students, all eyes fixed on him as he prepared to speak. He took his place and inhaled deeply, trying to calm himself. But no matter, even if I forget what I prepared, I still remember what I want to say. Everyone is watching, including Iron and Han listening intently. And so he began his speech. As you all know, I won the tournament. A feat achieved in a year, but the journey was far from easy. For 5 years I suffered from mana release disorder. Luin recalled his past, his voice low as he continued. For a mage like me, being unable to release mana was a devastating blow. But worse than that was the way people looked at me. Many wondered why I remained at the academy, why I refused to give up even at the very end. He spoke without resentment, only a gentle smile. But he couldn't give up because magic was everything to him. It's the only way I can protect myself, my family, and those I care about. That's why I persevered. Winner or loser, let's see how fate unfolds. The speech wasn't over, but the enthusiastic cheers and excitement were already palpable. More than anything, it struck a chord with them. Luin continued, and if there's anyone here struggling and not seeing results, despite your efforts, I must tell you this today. So keep moving forward. He stood there powerfully declaring and encouraging everyone to continue on. Lin's eyes swept over the audience, absorbing their attention. Even if you fall, get back up. Even if you feel unnoticed, someone out there will see you. Just don't give up and a miracle will come. Thank you all for your 6 years of hard work. With that, the rousing speech and today's graduation ceremony come to an end. The applause thundered through the ceremony, a mix of emotions echoing without end. As the day drew to a close, pure white snow blanketed the trees and roads, the sound of horses' hooves, a steady rhythm on the frozen ground. Carriages lined up, leaving the academy one by one, and inside a luxurious black carriage voices chattered. That speech was amazing, brother. Everyone seemed to love it. You're always amazing. Thanks, Luina. It turns out the two male leads are discussing the hottest topic right now, especially Luin's powerful speech, as Luina contemplates something, glancing out the window at the pristine white carriage moving alongside theirs. So your friend will be coming to Adel soon. Through the window we can see Iron, Seda, John, and Han inside. They also seem to be enjoying each other's company, Luina observes. All four of them. The young man's voice was even. Ah yes. The horrifying drunken memories of that day come flooding back. It feels like just yesterday. The whole gang was here running their mouths non-stop. Lu Inan even climbed on the table, pointing at a crying drunken mess, and said, Seda, be my comrade. They say alcohol makes you forget, but we remember everything crystal clear, giving you goosebumps. But I was too embarrassed, so I pretended to tell Luina. I don't know how things turned out this way. Behind the two lead carriages, a long line of soldiers followed. Right after graduation, we decided to head straight to Adeo together, or rather I hired them. Not only that, but 3000 soldiers would join us. The twin princes promised reinforcements for the southern subjugation, but I never imagined they'd send this many troops. Lost in thought, Luin was suddenly startled by a voice. A Lu Inan, after the conquest, do you plan to stay in the territory permanently? Luin smiled, readily sharing his future intentions. No, after all, our father is still there. He thought he might travel a bit afterward, but hadn't considered the specifics. For now, he should focus on the conquest at hand. Under the clear blue sky, snow continues to fall as the two exchange words. A short break, then we prepare for the conquest, right? The other person immediately replied. Well, I plan to start by surveying the terrain. Ah, it's our protagonist, an avatar standing before a map laying out their plans for this expedition. She asks, have you devised a strategic plan yet? He replies, I'm considering a few ideas. As they discussed their plans, they heard the hurried footsteps of soldiers rushing past. Luin and Avatar looked up, curious about the commotion. As two men hurried past whispering, "We need to prepare thoroughly," Luin approached them to ask what was going on. "Excuse me, where is everyone headed?" One of them turns and recognizes him. "Ah, you're young Master A. We thought you knew since this concerns your friend." How would Luin know? He looked blankly, not understanding. So the man continued. "One of our knights will duel your apprentice knight friend." Hearing this, he immediately put two and two together. "If he's an apprentice knight, don't tell me you mean Han." Over on the empty snowfield, soldiers are gathered in a circle eagerly awaiting the upcoming duel. At the center of the arena, Han faces a knight, wooden swords in hand, ready to fight, but a worried look remains on his face. Han is dueling a fully fledged knight. Just hearing that, you can already tell how mismatched this fight is. Luin can't help but worry since Han just completed his knight's oath. Snow continues to fall heavier than ever as Han and the knight begin their duel. The two trade blows, neither giving an inch. But it seems the knight has held the upper hand from the start, relentlessly pressing the attack. By the time Luin rushed over, the fight had reached this point, and he couldn't help but worry, as he watched Han gradually being pushed back. And so it begins. He watches from outside the circle with the other knights observing the two. Suddenly a voice from the sidelines shouted to the one in the arena. "Hey V, take it easy. Don't you think you're being a little hard on a new recruit who just swore their oath?" Luin was taken aback. As Avatar approached, Luin moved to join them, curious about the situation. "Why are those two fighting?" One of them turned to Luin, paused for a moment, and replied, "Oh, no particular reason." The knight glanced over, inviting him to watch the intense fight, then recounted the recent events. "While cleaning up after lunch, we got bored, and since we had an eager junior, I suggested a sparring match." At that moment, Bithulu silently approached, greeting from behind. "Young Master Lin Shang is here too." He wondered where he'd come from, then snapped to attention and greeted him politely. "Are you here too, Balva?" He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling, and replied with a hint of enjoyment. "Of course, how could I miss such an interesting sight?" Hearing this, Luin glanced at the subject of their discussion, chuckling to himself. "Interesting, is it?" Thinking this, Luin continued to watch the increasingly fierce battle between the two. Suddenly, he turned to Bova and asked, "What do you think of this match?" Bova, without much thought, he offered his assessment. "Both are not bad." His attention turned to the young man with faint purple hair, his face showing a resilience beyond his years. Not knowing who he was, Bova asked the young man beside him, "And is that young knight a friend of yours, young master?" Luin smiled at the question, proudly introducing his close friend. "Yes, his name is Han." B spoke in a low voice, more serious than before, analyzing from his perspective. Clearly he's being pushed back a bit, but just holding out this long against a gold knight is admirable. Luin was curious now too. A gold knight. Knowing he was curious, he explained what he'd overheard during lunch. "I heard he's considered an elite in the kingdom, but I'm not sure." At that very moment, a breakthrough occurred in the center of the arena, as a dark shadow shot forward, attacking before the opponent could react incredibly fast. It goes without saying that Dark Shadow is the knight whose power we just mentioned. With a single swing, Han's sword was sent flying behind him, eliciting a cry of surprise, though Hava noted he still had a long way to go. Luin listened, contemplating, realizing that Bava could see Han's talent. So he stepped forward, looking serious, as if he'd made an important decision. And he asks, respectfully, "Master Hauer." His sudden question piques Hauer's curiosity. "Yes, young master." Luin asks if you could teach Han a move or two. Mr. B didn't answer right away, only offering his usual warm smile. Just one lesson from him would be enough. If the legendary Holy Spear Knight Batten would impart even a breath of his knowledge, it would be a great boon for me, for Han, and even for all of AEL. But the important thing now is to get his approval, a man of great resolve. Bova simply closed his eyes and sighed. "Young master, that's not my decision to make. You'll have to ask that boy first," which seems to surprise you. He responded with a chilling smile, his demeanor shifting, becoming far colder than before. Bova explains that he treats the knights harshly just as he taught me swordsmanship. Bova gives a sinister smile complete with a bizarre wink, full of hidden meanings. Back to the scene, the knights stand in the extreme cold, so bewildered that their mouths hang open. They must be witnessing something shocking. One of them couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is that?" They stood to the side whispering, "It's just a crude training method. He's really making him do that. I heard he's the Knight Commander Adeo." The man in question seemed at ease, smiling calmly, as if enjoying himself. Following close behind is Han, perhaps the unluckiest man in the world, struggling under a boulder, heavier than himself. While Bova watches on unmoved by the young man's suffering in the freezing cold. When the exhausted Han collapses, Bova demands to know if it's too difficult. Han immediately denies it, and Bova pounces, telling him to stop dawdling. He'd made it clear that Han needed to be ready. The knights can only watch on, exasperated. Watching those two go back and forth like that, I feel bad for Han, but oh well. He just sighed, seemingly to encourage his friend, and then pitied the poor porter's fate. He said he'd be strict, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I'm starting to feel bad for Han. Well, too bad for him, I guess. It was only moments ago that Ruin extended the invitation, and Han accepted like an eager puppy, practically wagging an imaginary tail. He agreed immediately without hesitation. "Really? Day and Pawn are training you," he warns. "I heard it's incredibly difficult." perhaps you should. I'm confident. I'm sure I'll succeed. That's how decisive he is. Luin is speechless. He gave him the right to choose after all. Mianman was helpless with his friend, startled by a voice from behind. It's the knights from before, approaching Bovava cautiously. It seems we've discovered something. The lead knight spoke softly. Sir, may I ask your name? Bovava remained silent, his eyes tightly shut, lost in thought and failing to respond. He must be racking his brain about them. Why didn't he notice anything before, but now he does? Seeing this, the knights exchanged worried glances, concerned by his stillness. Why isn't he answering? There's a rumor he once single-handedly eliminated 5 assassins. Perhaps I should ask about that, he replied. Hey, it's probably just a rumor. How could he have taken down 5 assassins alone? At that moment, life's fleeting nature meant the unwanted was coming. Little fool Han rushed over, shouting sir, and he and the other gasped for breath, as if someone had stolen their air, exhausted from standing in the center of the gossip, to report that all 10 spears had been moved, and as he finally looked up after fighting for air, the answer was not spoken by the one waiting. More question marks arise from the 2 men standing nearby. What did you just say? Little Han, confused, could only react. Both sides stared at each other, one side puzzled the other, wide-eyed in disbelief. So much so that they have to confirm, did I hear that right? Who did you say this person was? Meanwhile, Luin and Bova remained the calmest of them all. After a while, the group and the knights set off again. Carriages and a line of people travel through the white snowstorm, led by a white carriage, while the A siblings sit snugly in the second black carriage. Luin and Luina sat side by side, and she turned her head to look into the distance, asking the person next to her with great curiosity. Wow, are the knights really that devoted to Balva? He asked, glancing in the same direction as his sister. Apparently so. Inside the carriage, the 2 chatted away, a stark contrast to the scene outside. The labored breathing of the knights filled the air, a predictable result of Han and the knights undergoing special training together, courtesy of Lord B.A. Each of them struggled, drenched in sweat, following behind the vehicle, marching in unison with heavy packs on their backs. One of them loudly complained, "Don't overdo it. This training method was personally recommended by Master Balva. Just do it and stop complaining." One of them snapped back, as their complaints only made the work harder. Meanwhile, Ba is relaxing in a car, eyes closed in bliss. Luin sighs, calling out to him. Ba responds quietly, "Speak, young master. Is the training truly effective? From what I can see, it looks a little rough around the edges." Luin quietly offered his opinion. This was true partly because he saw them struggling to the point of collapse, sweating profusely in the freezing weather, looking miserable. Bova understood his sentiment, and instead of criticizing, he gently explained. It's not exactly a good method. If your posture is wrong, you'll get chronic injuries first. Luin was bewildered, not understanding what he meant, and asked her, "So why are you making them do it?" Bao smirked his answer, laced with hidden meaning, half joking, half serious. "Well, there's not much to do on the way down to AEL. I just wanted to train the new students after a long time." Luin and Luina remained silent for about 10 seconds, lamenting their companion's misery while looking at Ba, speechless. No wonder they called him the Tiger of Adeo. A moment later, the group moved to this barren land, colder than any they had crossed in recent days. And the first place they set foot was here, where our hero stood before countless small, slimy monsters. The person beside him sure does complain a lot. Luin, dressed in dark clothes and a thick cloak, shivered at the intense cold, despite being used to this place. That's right, we finally arrived. Luin and Avatar stand in the middle of this land, surrounded by monsters and towering mountains, the wind biting at their skin. This is the Crimson Plains. This land lies south of Nam Mountain and was once part of Adeo's territory, but since the Mud People occupied this area, they have become its rulers. Yes, the race Luin mentioned is the horde of squishy round monsters at his feet. Their terrifying reproduction rate has turned this land into crimson fields, hence the name Crimson Plains. Avatar looked down at them. Its beak growled menacingly, looking extremely ferocious. She looked on helpless, not knowing what to do with them. She turned to Luin and asked, "What's your attack plan?" Luin crouched down, studying the situation, lost in thought. What if we charge straight through the narrow canyon near the coast? It might work." The Avatar sharply suggested, only to be immediately refuted by Luin. "It's not a sure thing. They'll attack from the cliffs as well." She continued to offer solutions she'd come up with. What if we put BVA Peyton at the front line? He could lead the charge and crush everything in his path. Luin paused to consider, but the answer was still no. There were simply too many of them. The Mud People had a core in their heads that couldn't be destroyed by ordinary attacks. So that's the problem. Even the BA would struggle to defeat them one by one. This is troublesome. Now I understand why previous subjugations have failed. There's no path wide enough for a large army to enter at once, so heavy losses are inevitable. Is there really no other way? Luin could only accept the truth. For a moment he looked up and stared into the distance, pondering something. Perhaps there was still one way. The next day, the unfamiliar man's booming voice echoed powerfully through the room, declaring there was only one way: a direct breakthrough. He slammed his hand on the strategic map, standing firm before his equally powerful opponents, unwavering. This man is Moro, commander-in-chief of the capital forces and captain of the Golden Knights. If we hesitate to fight, how can we ever win? A direct confrontation is the best option. The man confronting him, Lewin's father, Lord Adele, knew this, but he didn't agree with the choice torn by the commander's words, yet wary of the projected losses. Moro stood firm, trying to persuade him. Sir, didn't we initially plan to launch the subjugation operation with just 300 men without the support of the capital's army? Lewin's father responds nonchalantly. That's right. Moro scoffs, failing to understand why. We were ready to fight with so few, so why hesitate now with such a large force at our side? Father Lewin looked at the man before him, explaining further, because this wasn't about numbers. To destroy the mud people, we must cross a narrow gorge, and those bastards will never let us pass peacefully. Whether we have 3 soldiers or 3,000, it won't make a difference. That's why he didn't approve of Moro's plan. But then the Lord offered a solution that seemed a little more feasible, saying, instead of entering the canyon, we must lure them out. But sir, we have no way of doing that. Moro was concerned. Either way, a direct assault. He hadn't finished speaking when a warm voice echoed from the doorway. Sounds good. It was Ruin. He agreed with his father's solution, his sudden appearance catching everyone off guard. But Moro quickly recovered. Okay. What do you mean by that, young master? He questions them, not understanding what they're thinking. Lewin chuckled, replying, didn't you just say the right answer? Instead of going in, we lure them out. Based on my earlier scouting, I've devised a plan I'd like to discuss with everyone. We'll attack from the cliffs surrounding the canyon. Moro knew the cliffs Lewin spoke of and turned with clear disapproval. Those cliffs? No one can climb those cliffs, right? Are you saying we all have to climb up there? This guy is truly difficult and hard to please. Lewin had to explain again that they didn't need many people up there. All we need is one H2 mage up there to lure them out with magic. Even the difficult Moro seems to agree this time. That's a good idea, but how do we get up there? Mage, can you use flight magic? These words were directed at Jason, who was standing next to Lewin. Ree was already startled by this person, and now he's being teased even more. Lewin pokes at him, half joking, half serious, saying that this guy can climb up there himself. He stutters, completely terrified, asking what Lewin is talking about. How could I ever climb that cliff? There's no way I can do it. Lewin's words were sincere. He wanted Ja-sun to try and not back down. He pats him on the shoulder, urging him on. Yes, you can do it. Jason stares in disbelief. Even he can't believe it. Me, hey. Of course. Lewin instantly put on a sinister sheep's clothing, smiling with utmost friendliness. Yeah, because I'm going to throw you off that cliff. You really are hopeless when you act like that. Jia-shan, ever the scaredy cat, turned pale at Lewin's words, his eyes wide with shock and innocence. What another beautiful sunny winter day, clear skies, a sign of good fortune. Snowflakes still flutter in the air, voices echo in the distance, and finally the day we go to war has arrived. Is everyone ready? Only Moro could be so gleeful about going to war, but all the knights responded with a resounding roar. They stood tall, their faces grim with a thirst for battle, and leading the charge was the banner of House Ado. Everything is ready. The commander leads the way. With a guttural yell, Moro gave the order to advance, and at last the conquest began, led by Commander Moro, the Golden Knights, his father, and Lord Bovapon. After a long time, I finally donned my armor, and everyone was serious about this advance. Each carries a heavy responsibility, advancing solemnly towards that land. And at the rear of the formation are my friends and I. And behind them a carriage carries Lewin, Seda, Iron, and Avatar, all looking tense. No one was sure of the outcome of this battle, or what awaited them, but above all, they fought together. The carriage speeds along, orders are barked, and the commander's command to halt rings out. Everyone stops and dismounts nearby. Moro and the 2 leaders gather. All right, everyone, let's gather around and review the plan one last time. And so our young heroes approached one by one. But before the protagonist could stop, he heard a soft, fearful voice call his name, Li Ni. Lin turns to the voice. It's Jason, but his current appearance is rather unique. He's completely covered in a large cloth bag with only his face exposed for breathing, and he's tightly bound with rope, making him look like a cocoon. Left with no choice, Ja-sun, his face full of resentment, said to Lin, I know it's for my safety, but really is this the best way you could come up with? It's just too humiliating. Louis Yi stifled a laugh. No, I think it looks pretty cool. Then, as if to prove her point, she glanced at the knights who were looking at them and whispering to each other with glee, proudly saying to Ja-san, look over there, even the knights are looking at you. He was speechless. Are you kidding me? They look like they're mocking me. It seems this approach won't convince Jason, so it's time for a new tactic. Feigning regret, huh? Don't you like it? Too bad that was a good opportunity. And the naive friend is immediately intrigued. What opportunity? Lewin knew him too well, grabbing onto his itchy tail, explaining, this is your chance to be the star of this conquest. As expected of Jae-sun, just imagining the academy girls fawning over him is enough to inflate his ego. The main star. Sure enough, a few seconds later, his eyes lit up like he'd struck gold, his mouth agape with glee as he put on an act of righteousness. Leave it to me, Lewin, I'll take care of everything. Who? Lewin smirked. How naive. Moro approached them, asking Han, is your young master ready? Without a second thought, Lewin agreed, no problem. Then without pausing, he tossed this hot potato to the clueless guy beside him. Right, Ja-sun. He was in a tight spot, and hesitantly replied, of course. But Ja-sun could only glance with dread at the hand gripping the rope around his neck. His brow furrowed, his lips pursed as if to say, I can't breathe, bro. Finally, he had to complain, Lewin, please be gentle. He'd barely asked him to be gentle when he was suddenly yanked up. Ja-sun screamed in terror. Easy, easy. Fate is fate. Lewin throws him without mercy, a single toss straight up into the air, accompanied by Jason's continuous anguished screams. His mouth gapes open because Lewin's throw is truly powerful, creating a seismic wind that makes Irene and Moro exchange pitying glances at the cocoon. The peaceful bid, farewell to the sorrowful, as Gia-san, now friends with the sky and clouds, wept, tears his head throbbing speechless. It felt like his heart was about to stop and he would die right there. Before he could catch his breath, he was confronted with a harsh reality. He was now perched atop a mountain held aloft by strange, magical vines. He stares blankly, letting out a long, huh. Well, that surprise wasn't so scary after all. Is he kidding me? Gia-san somehow escaped his cocoon and fell to the ground, oblivious to the people below, congratulating each other. Irene praised her father's accuracy, saying they might not even need blankets or rope. Haha, Lady Irene, your skills are as sharp as ever. He stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, seemingly calmer than before, secretly relieved that he was halfway to safety. Okay, I just need to do my part now, he said, then looked up, eyes wide with shock. Gia-san saw a sight he never wanted to see. What is this? He knew the mud people reproduced quickly and in great numbers, but he never imagined it would be this terrifying. Thousands, no tens of thousands, just looking at them he couldn't even begin to count. You want me to lure out that many mudmen? Just thinking about it makes me sweat. This is hard, so hard. Bro Jae-sun is completely overwhelmed by the conquest before him. It seems too difficult for him. I can't do it, how could I? You can do it, Jae-sun. Lewin's encouragement echoes from below, and with just those words, half of his self-doubt vanishes. Meanwhile, Lewin understood his friend, he just wasn't ready, didn't believe in himself yet. What he needed most was a word of encouragement to push him forward. Lin's cheers echoed above, he's my friend, he can at least handle that much, right? Now go and smash those mud people. Turns out his encouragement really hit the mark. Now that Jason is different, Long is even more determined, gritting his teeth as he vows to himself. I can't let Lewin down. He trusted me enough to bring me here. Jason summons a ball of fire energy, and soon the sky turns dark and gloomy, the sunlight obscured by clouds giving way to a storm that's about to break. He looked incredibly cool, a far cry from his earlier carefree demeanor, raising his hands as if summoning immense power from the heavens. Fireballs like meteors snaked through the clouds alongside snowflakes, suddenly plunging down towards the mud people below. Lewin, who had been watching John fight fiercely, smiled with satisfaction and pride, knowing he had chosen wisely. All right, John, you're doing great. Those fire clumps falling from the sky, like small meteors with explosive power that Jason is using, are called Fire Dance, also known as a third-level spell. Jason's sun's level isn't high enough yet, so the clouds aren't that big. Now we understand. He summoned those ominous dark clouds that now cover the clear sky, but his skill is not yet at its peak. The mud people are caught in a relentless barrage of fire dance attacks, their lazy slumber shattered by agonizing screams. Lewin tightened his gloves, ready to turn and give Moro instructions. Captain, now's the time. As I said before, I'm leaving it to you. He immediately obeyed, understood. Young Master Irene is at the front looking over and urging us on. Lewin, let's go. He responds, yeah, let's go. The monsters surged forth and he rejoiced that everything was going according to plan. Good, the mudmen are moving to a single point to avoid John's attack. They're scurrying on their stubby legs as fast as they can toward the ocean, concentrating at a side passage out of the canyon. But it won't be that easy for them, because the extermination trio is here. They're doomed. The remaining three leap down and charge forward. Lu Inan stood in their path, unmoved by their plight, noticing up close that these mud creatures barely reached his ankles. He couldn't let them escape the canyon so easily. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at how tenacious these creatures were. Damn, there are so many of them. Zeta is the first to attack with his flames. Alright, come on. Alright, from here on out, the real battle begins. The snow falls, the wind howls, the air is frigid, yet the atmosphere is strangely hot. Irene and Lewin stood silently behind their eyes, icy as they stared into the center, while Zeta, radiating power, summoned flames and sneered, "Welcome, you filthy worms." From afar, he unleashes a torrent of flames, engulfing the mudcrawlers as he proclaims, "I'll burn you all to ashes." Amidst the sea of flames, their faces contorted in rage, mouths agape in agony, as Zeta satisfied with his strike beams with a triumphant smile. Haha, loony, so how are my skills? I've improved a lot, haven't I? Lewin calmly replied, more than I expected. Lewin paused briefly before stating frankly that he thought it was still too early to be proud, a simple sentence that froze the other person in place. Upon hearing that, Zeta broke out in a cold sweat, his face etched with worry as he blurted out, "It seems these mudworms are a little too resilient. Their mouths are always wide open, squawking and screaming like a flock of ducks, and now they're trying to crawl up the cliff to attack." Suddenly, a desperate scream came from Jason above. What's going on? They're climbing the cliff. So it's climbing to attack him. Smart. Faced with the choice of attacking one person or two, they chose the weaker target. Jia-shan is overwhelmed by their tenacity. They're like leeches. Meanwhile, the mud-crawlers were still trying to climb up with surprising speed, their faces full of resentment as they stared at him seeking revenge, as he sat on the cliff desperately trying to back away, panicking and shouting for help. Ah, help me, Lewin heard the commotion, clearly anxious and confused, unsure how to resolve this situation. Taking a breath, he cursed. Damn it, Jorn. Iron was just as worried, but a solution flashed in her mind. Lewin, throw me up there too. He glances at Iron, surprised and worried. This decision was dangerous, so he asked again, but Iron smiled, resolute, her eyes firm and full of confidence. Lewin bit his lip, hesitant, knowing any choice was dangerous, but with their lives at stake, he made his decision. Just then the mud-crawlers scurried up the cliff face with their stubby legs. They roared, letting out guttural cries. Jia-shan, paralyzed by fear, could only sit there begging the mud monsters to back away whether they understood him or not. In this life-or-death situation, Jason thought he was about to become monster fodder and could only curse his fate. He was terrified, his eyes widening in fear on the verge of tears. Teeth clenched, he couldn't die here. Even now, John regretted his passionate school days. He'd never even been in a relationship. Oh, so the young man regrets never having had a romance. Jason screams in utter despair. I haven't even had a girlfriend yet. Before he could finish regretting it, Iron suddenly appeared somersaulting through the sky, ready to fight the mud monsters. He must be ecstatic right now. Iron in a free-flying stance, her eyes full of murderous intent, no longer as gentle as usual. A beautiful blue light emanates from her hand, a display of her signature, graceful magic. While fighting tooth and nail, he's still caught up on Jia-san's near-death confession, so he's never been in a relationship. A powerful blue light flashed from Iron's hand, piercing through the mud creatures and engulfing them in its glow, freezing them solid in an instant as she landed on the stone floor. Oh no, the ground is now frozen from that last spell. Iron teases Jason, who desperately wants to disappear. Jia-san, are you all right? Thanks to you, I learned something interesting. He has no regrets left. Thank you for saving me. Iron stopped joking and turned serious, looking down below, and as Lewin had said, everything was going according to plan. Clueless, John didn't understand what was happening, did he? She watched the mud people scurrying below, explaining it all to him. The mud people can't escape through the side roads or climb the cliffs, so they're retreating towards the coast. It's only now that Jiasen realizes something suddenly snapping to attention, his face pale, as if he's just understood everything. That means it's time for the capital's army to take action. Our valiant knights are ready to advance, led by the Lord and Mr. Bao, but despite the guidance of these skilled leaders, the knights are still worried about this battle. They were armed, but their hearts were not at ease. The air was thick with tension as they approached. Moments later, the mud people emerged from behind the ice, swarming like a storm. The situation spiraled out of control as they flooded in, angrier than ever. They must be enraged by those Lewin sled bastards. A knight shouts, a warning. The mud people are coming and he's terrified by their sheer numbers. There are so many of them, this is impossible. Moro, as expected of the capital knights, Captain still maintains his iron will, loudly trying to calm the anxiety of everyone in the unit. You fools, don't retreat. Do you intend to disgrace the kingdom of Rid? He reassured them, promising that the mages would provide support. Our mission is to hold this line as long as possible, and we've earned their trust. The knights no longer hesitate. One by one they raise their bows and swords, and under the king's blade, the order is given to advance towards glorious victory. While the vanguard charged ahead, the knights stood ready, but hesitant, surprised by their leader's unwavering resolve. They couldn't be like him, fighting with such single-minded devotion. All the knights were wary and fearful. The man who'd lamented being demoralized by the Mud Islanders gritted his teeth, resolving to fight back and not be defeated by them. He immediately charged forward, followed by all the knights united in their newfound courage. Together they faced thousands of grotesque mud monsters beneath the king's sword, striving for glorious victory, while Seda and Lewin desperately strategized to survive, relying on each other for protection. They knew the other army had begun their assault. Seda turned, whispering, I hear fighting. It seems the royal army and the mud monsters are clashing. Lewin clenched his jaw, racking his brain for their next move. That means the number of mud people on this side has decreased and the remaining ones have been pushed back to the beach. Realizing the mud army here was no longer a threat, while the other side was struggling, he made a surprising decision. See, I'm leaving this to you. I should go help, I can't let anyone get hurt. Seda simply smirked, knowing Lewin trusted him and trusting in his own abilities. Yeah, that's what I was waiting to hear. Leave it to me and go. He was just waiting for Lewin to say that, and then Lewin vanished, not forgetting to send a message. Thank you, thank you. The ZSE Ta snaked from behind him, weaved around, and flew towards the mud creatures, dodging them at top speed, making them dizzy before blasting out. Meanwhile, the soldiers on the other side relied on their teamwork relentlessly, striking down the monsters, their spears piercing through without fear or hesitation. I'd wager they're the ones who should be afraid now. Their bodies are being torn apart by the sharp blades ripped asunder, releasing a strange odor. Lord Bova and Captain Moro seem much more relaxed than the knights. Still mounted on their horses, their swords danced effortlessly through the air, striking enemies with deadly precision, truly befitting the strong. The knights couldn't help but glance at the two of them, truly admiring their skill. It was so unbelievable that one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Are they even human?" A knight with a goatee exclaimed in shock, utterly stunned. The others reacted as well, hearing the loud noise from behind, and turned their heads in shock. What was that? Where did that explosion come from? Could it be him? They were confused, unsure of what was happening, but one thing was certain: someone was wiping out the mudmen. And it was undoubtedly Luin. He appeared as a savior, rescuing everyone from danger, with blazing fireballs that relentlessly struck the mudmen, causing them to writhe and melt in an instant, leaving both people and mudmen stunned by his sudden, unannounced arrival. The knight with the goatee and his companion froze their hands, still gripping their blades, taking a few seconds to regain their composure. He slowly came to his senses, his voice choked with emotion, a mix of joy and relief as he gritted out each trembling word. "Lord Luin is here. It's the mage's support," the knight shouted to everyone around. Luin, the man they'd been waiting for, soared into the air, delivering a devastating flaming punch that shattered the mud monster, sending pieces flying everywhere. Mr. B had also seen it. He smiles, watching him fight with unconcealed pride. Moro, the all-rounder captain, never missing an opportunity, just as expected. He raised his sword and commanded, "Now is our chance. Everyone advance and eliminate every mudman." With Luinen's legendary magic providing constant support, the battle situation is improving significantly. One by one they were cut down, big and small. Only when their numbers dwindled did Ryuinen dare to relax, and in that moment the past came flooding back. The horrific devastation this land suffered at the hands of the mud people. These beasts may act on instinct and remember nothing, but I remember every detail. Ale was destroyed by them 10 years ago. Homes, streets, and even the largest trees were consumed by the raging flames everywhere. Plumes of smoke rose, revealing this place's tragic fate. My people were attacked by those monsters, hunted down and devoured, uncaring of who they were or their desperate cries. And the innocent people suffered, fleeing in terror, wounded, but above all, facing death and devastation. And my mother, you lost your life because of them, a kind woman with radiant brown hair forced to relinquish her life to those monsters. The more Luin recalls those painful memories, the more his hatred boils. His eyes are firm with determination. He will make them pay dearly for what they've done. With that, he erupted, unleashing a murderous aura and a devastating fiery punch upon the battered mud monster's beasts, driven only by instinct, never ceasing. Lai spoke these words to steel his resolve and avenge the past, his fierce spirit driving him to strike the monsters again and again. In the blink of an eye, night falls and the full moon shines brightly, illuminating the myriad things stirring on earth. In a tranquil, shaded space, a man's hushed voice can be heard. "So my next target is these vile mud creatures. Son Damon, the mage, will obliterate you all here and now." After his loud outburst, the incessant chatter resumed, and he even puffed up his chest, boasting of his accomplishments. Who else would it be? Gassen sat on the long wooden bench, boasting to the two girls in front of him. He stopped mid-boast, looking helpless and annoyed as he complained to the girl listening. "Hey, are you even listening to me?" She smiled shyly. "Sorry, I must have dozed off there." Well, to be fair, she did try her best to listen. Meanwhile, Luin and C leisurely approached to eavesdrop, just in time to hear the naive fool's reproachful tone. "Listen carefully, because this is the last time I'm telling this story. These sad, wicked people." Luin chuckled, feeling sorry for the two girls listening to Krat's story, as he was quite content at the moment. The conquest of the Jinhung Plains has ended with over 1500 injured, but no fatalities. After more than 2 hours of fighting, we emerged with a complete victory. Though the injured knights are regrettable, the end result is a win, and that is cause for celebration. Even Lord Moro seemed pleased, saying the princes would be delighted with the outcome. I'm glad he seems satisfied, and it seems he truly is. He was even laughing heartily when the cart we were riding in passed by the market and someone called out Luin's name. He looked over and responded. He's pointing at me. I told him with a smile that I'd be returning to Iota tomorrow. You probably won't believe it, but the Holy One has been searching for me all this time. I was actually a pretty promising mage in Iota, so no wonder he's not sad at all that I'm going back. He's actually grinning from ear to ear. Luin nods in agreement. Yes, I know. You've become much stronger. These are genuine words of praise, for he's witnessed my growth since we first fought together. He laughs, saying he'll get the kid back for what he did. After that pleasant conversation, things slowly returned to normal. Luin returned home only to find the butler waiting for him at his door. He greeted him. Ah, young master, you're smiling already. Yes, butler, where is my father? He pointed to the door, gesturing for him to enter. Lord Melvin is on the terrace. Furthermore, the butler reported on Melvin's behavior since returning from the subjugation. He seems burdened, so I think he's taking some time for himself. Looking at the portrait of Luin's mother on the wall, his father must be lost in sorrowful thoughts of his late wife. Luin couldn't help but ponder the butler's words. He seems burdened with worries. He thanked the butler, but the butler insisted that he was the one who should be grateful. His voice, unusually serious and choked with emotion, called out Lewin's name, to which the young master solemnly replied, though he understood nothing. Yes. The butler placed his hand on his chest, sincerely expressing his feelings. I've lived in Ale for a long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life. He paused, then closed his eyes and bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you again, young master. What you've done today is something no one in this territory, myself included, will ever forget. Even Lewin was touched, and on the verge of tears. Butler, he's worried the master will be sad from waiting too long, so he's urging you. You should go in, he's probably waiting for you. He politely replied, yes, I understand. Lu's hands gripped the door handle, hesitant and emotional. Today's victory is worth celebrating, but not everyone can smile. Especially his aging father, whose heart has been carved deep by a dull blade never to heal. Lu Inan slowly walked through the door, never before having stepped into the hallway with such suppressed emotion. He looked up to see the man weathered by hardship yet still retaining his dignified air before the table of drinks. He was also filled with sorrow, lost in thought as he gazed up at the distant moon. Luin paused, lost in thought. Just as the memory of losing his mother was still vivid, his father must also be remembering that day. Melvin Ancho was surely recalling that day 10 years ago amidst today's victory. Amidst the kingdom's celebration, he chose the most somber way to recall that haunting memory, grieving for his beloved wife, who was no longer by his side. Lost in emotion, he was suddenly called by his father. Luin was startled, not expecting this. Oh, you knew I was here. He could only awkwardly rub his hair, unsure how to explain. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you, father. His voice, gentle as a breeze yet full of meaning, beckoned Lin closer. The father and son stood before the wine table, 2 glasses placed as if preordained. Melvin held up the wine, inviting him. Would you like to taste the wine I offer? And he agreed immediately. He gently poured the wine, taking his time to introduce it. This vintage has been aged for 17 years. It's called Selvoke, but Maria and I used to call it something else. Luin froze his heart, skipping a beat at the name Maria, his mother. It was the first time in a long, long time that his father had uttered that name from the past. His father continued, holding one glass and offering another to him. We used to call this wine Amoros Luin, meaning lovely Luin, a name as meaningful and sweet as its taste. Melvin then continued the story, telling Luin for the first time that he had made this wine on the day he was born, promising that they would drink it together on a day even happier than that one. Luin stared at his reflection in the wine glass, his heart heavy. The day his father considered the happiest was today, when they achieved a glorious victory in the conquest, or what he saw as a debt repaid. Melvin, his heart just as heavy, maintained his composure, and raised a glass with his son full of pride. Though I couldn't keep my promise to drink this with you, and your mother being here with you now makes me feel like I'm drinking with Maria. After a gulp, Luis compliments his father, saying the flavor is amazing, which makes Melvin smile with joy. To break the somber mood, they quickly changed the subject, and Melvin asked his son about his future plans. Luin, what are your plans now? He boldly declares his intention to expand their territory, adding, now that the conquest is over, we'll cultivate the canyon. Suddenly, a mystical blue screen appeared and a system window popped up, shocking Luin as he read the information. Huh, what's going on? And within that system window, a message leaves him utterly bewildered, as the little bear, long absent in secluded training, finally reappears. Luin suddenly appeared on his shoulder, chattering away. Something's wrong. I think something's happened to Kingram, he said, his brow furrowed in frustration, while Luin remained unresponsive, blurting out the words reflexively. I know today was supposed to be a good day, but we need to get to the academy now. But you were completely out of it, your mind elsewhere after reading that message, oblivious to what was happening. Trang urges Luin to snap out of it, saying they have to go now. Only a loud voice jolted him awake. Damn it. The message is finally revealed. Defeat the approaching threat, and save Kingram. Luin read it over and over, still wondering what it meant. You want me to defeat the threat approaching the academy? What happened to Kingram? Regaining his composure, he regretfully told his father, I'm truly sorry, father, but I must leave for a while. He stared at his son in surprise, his eyes questioning what had just happened. Father and son had only just reunited. But now hearing that Lin has to leave again is like a bolt from the blue. What's going on? What are you suddenly saying? He remained silent with guilt because this was something he truly couldn't reveal. But Melvin understands his son, and with a sigh his tone softens. Alright, if you're this serious, there must be a reason. Then go. Hearing the approval, Luin doesn't hesitate for a second, and since he's on the open rooftop, he'll just go this way. He leaped away like the wind, and Long couldn't help but lament. Why now? Why did the mission have to appear at this moment? Right after the subjugation, Luin departs filled with resentment for his ruined vacation with his father, but he has no choice. What exactly is happening at the academy? As the situation unfolds, a robed mage conjures a lightning sphere towards a blue monster sitting in a chair. It's Amarat. It seems he's about to be targeted. So what sinister events will unfold at the academy that require Luin's intervention? A hooded figure gathers power into a sphere in their palm. Kingram, seated on his throne, is furious, unable to believe what he's seeing. You barge in and attack me. Are you insane? Kingram threatened, enraged. I've heard the rumors about you at the academy. So the cloaked figure was Fire King Tyrone. Terran recounts the strange events, beginning with the moment Ruin Ain was chosen by Kun Khan's Fang. How could he wield power comparable to an orge? So I dug through Ain in the academy, and finally unraveled the mystery. Then Terran's voice suddenly shifted to one of authority. Org Kingram, what have you done to Ruin Ain? A voice called out from behind. Whatever your reasons for coming here, I will hold you accountable. Terran was taken aback, but nothing could faze him for long. Terran immediately spotted Tyrion Zignet, who made no attempt to hide himself, saying, You truly are different, noticing my presence so quickly before turning serious. Terran, how do you intend to bear the consequences of all this? Tyrion Zignet remained firm. But Terran indifferently replies, If I were worried about the consequences, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. Terran recalls, I felt it during Ruin Aiden's graduation exam. If he continues to grow one day, my position will be threatened. If I eliminate all the key targets here, that will no longer be a concern. And finally, I'll find Ruin Aiden and end it all. Suddenly, someone ran up to report, shouting Kingram, startling everyone. So it was Lewin, and he's with a girl. He seems a little surprised by the scene here. Fire King Terran and even the headmaster. What's going on here? Hearing that, Terran puffed up with pride. Thanks to you, I don't have to go looking myself. Terran suddenly interrogated Ruin Aiden. What's going on here? He rushes towards Ruin, furious. How did you figure it out and track me down here? Then he continued, stating that whether or not he answered didn't matter because he was going to die anyway. Tyrion Ignet steps in to advise Lewin, telling him to get out of here quickly. Lewin hesitated, but Tyrion carefully reminded him. Listen to me, he's not someone you can deal with. With that, Tyrion Ignet rushes to fight Terran. Unfortunately, Terran's power was overwhelming and Tyrion Snit fell. Lewin, seeing this, anxiously called out to the headmaster. Then the vicious Terran turned his attention to Lewin Tween Aden. Now you D2. Terran attacks, but Lewin is ready. Kingram, who had been silent until now, suddenly roared in anger, unleashing his power to defeat the ruthless Terran. With one blow, Kingram tears Terran to pieces, leaving him to curse the damn orc in impotent rage. How dare you? Lewin, caught in the blast, stumbles and falls. Confused and enraged, he wondered what the hell is going on. Why is the Fire King here looking for Kingram? Lost in thought, Lewin was startled by Kingram's voice and asked worriedly, Han Kingram, are you all right? Kingram doesn't reply but instead rages. Damn it, even sacrificing all the underground artifacts, all I managed was an expulsion. Kingram spoke with remorse. I'm sorry I've put you in danger again. But Lin brushed it off, saying, please don't say that. I couldn't do anything. Then he looked at Tion Zignet with concern. Are you all right? Chief Tion Zignet, unharmed, replied, yes, I'm fine, don't worry. But then he remembered something. Ruin, I sensed Terran's energy because I was close by. But you were supposed to be back in Ain. How did you find out about this? Kingram was curious as well. I want to hear this explanation. Lewin found it difficult to explain, but ultimately he was honest. What I'm about to say may be hard to believe, but I hope you'll listen. And so Lewin began the story of an artifact called the Player Andraka, an incarnation of a mage. Hearing this, everyone began to understand, so that's why Ruin could use powers related to the ogre race. Now everything is clear. Lewin felt a pang of regret, apologizing for not speaking up sooner. Headmaster, this information is highly sensitive, but we all understand. Now we finally understand the situation. Tyrion Ignet voiced his opinion, saying there's no way the Fire King Tyrion could know everything, but with Lewin's growth rate and Tyrion's personality, he'd never let him be. He must have thought you'd one day threaten his position. Hearing this, Lewin was a little angry, frowning as he thought, so, the Fire King is really targeting me. In truth, I'm far from being able to defeat him. Suddenly, the system notifies Lewin that the mission is complete, and the reward is that he can break Kingram's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to gaining immense power. A revelation that shocks Lewin. What, according to the description, Kingram's contract dates back hundreds of years, when after being defeated by Freen Ignet, the principal's ancestor, he was sealed in an antique and forced to serve the students for life. Upon learning this, Lewin suddenly adopts an unusually stern demeanor, questioning Kingram. What exactly does it mean that we can break the contract? A surprised Kingram is taken aback by the question. How do you know that Kingram says breaking the contract means he can return to his original form and leave this place? Lewin asks if the player's creation can break the contract, to which Kingram calmly replies, that's right, the contract can now be broken as a reward for this event. But then Kingram carefully warns. However, to break that contract, you need the consent of the curse itself, Tyrion Ignet gravely stated. You really need my consent. My will is Duin's will. Hearing this, Lewin was overjoyed and grateful to the headmaster. Lewin then decided, let's leave this place, Kingram. And with that, the contract between Freuden Ignet and Kingram was broken. Kingram felt his body being released and rejoiced. Unbelievable, even players can break contracts. Kingram expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you everyone. Kingram asks Han if he seems troubled by the challenges ahead. Lewin didn't hesitate to share. Yes, I'm too weak to face the Fire King Tyrion. Hearing this, Kingram suggested, excellent, I've just thought of a good method for that. However, it comes with conditions, but to try it, this place is not suitable. He then suggested, what do you say? Want to come with me to Tian Shan? Lewin was taken aback, and soon after, Chaos erupted as the alarm sounded. The underground prison had been attacked, and prisoners were on the loose. This caused an uproar. Who in the world would attack a prison? Is there a description of the suspects? We don't know. They looked like mages. Damn it, who would dare attack the capital's prison? And what about the escaped prisoners? Have they been identified? Yes, so far only one prisoner has been identified, Josh Jerry Hill. Josh Jerry Hill, caught red-handed, is unconcerned and even proud, saying it's an honor for the man to personally rescue someone like him. The hooded figure calmly replies, "Don't misunderstand, it's not that I particularly like you." The man seemed dangerous, just a little diversion. It turned out to be Prince Renan of the Somt Empire. Under a clear sky, the Kingram lookalikes converse, when suddenly someone calls out Chief Amarat. The man announces the return of the human war hero to Thien Sun, along with Luin and the orange-haired girl, prompting Amarat to wonder who's backing him. Amarat and Hakan were both perplexed. Seeing Kingram, they exclaimed, "You've finally returned," Kingram replied. "Yes, I have finally returned to my homeland." Observing the situation, the Black rejoices, declaring that with two great warriors appearing at once, a celebration is in order. But then Amarat grew concerned. "But Kingram, your arm." Kingram calmly responds, "I'll tell you about that later. It's a long story." Suddenly he spoke up. "I apologize for the sudden request, but there's something I need to ask." Hakan happily responds, "It's all right, go ahead, we're all ears." Kingram casually shares that it's an elixir made from the tendons of a spirit beast, and upon hearing this, Hakan's expression suddenly changes. Kingram calmly explains, "For our dear friend, the Little Destroyer, can you concoct that elixir?" Inside an old coconut shell was some kind of liquid, the Heavenly Mountain Elves' secret elixir, so precious, it's used to nurture young elves as they grow. Luin, beholding the treasure, felt a strange emotion, but now, seeing it firsthand, he asked with concern, "Kingram, do I really have to drink this?" Without hesitation, Kingram said, "You must drink it. Didn't you say you needed power to defeat the Fire King? I have my reasons for giving it to you, so you must drink it." Hearing this, Luin felt reassured. Well, if Kingram insists, there must be a good reason. So with all his might, he lifted the coconut bowl, determined to drink it all. Never mind. As soon as Luin finished drinking, he felt a strange sensation within his body. Luin put down the coconut, thinking how awful it tasted, and Kingram finally showed concern. "So how do you feel, Little Destroyer?" Luin answers honestly. "This is the worst thing I've ever tasted." But that's not what Kingram wanted. "Don't you notice anything different?" Luin was taken aback by this. "Huh, what do you mean?" Luin then understood, but he could hardly believe it. What was going on? Luin wondered. A power increase of 100. This wasn't a lie, as the system had already recorded it. "You have consumed a specially made elven tendon elixir, strength increased by 100. Luin was confused again just from drinking a bowl of elixir. This left him utterly bewildered. "Kingram, does this even make sense?" "No, that's not how it works. It's only effective once for each elf." Luin only had one question. "What about me? If I keep drinking, will my power keep increasing?" But, contrary to his expectations, instead of answering, Kingram changed the subject. "Why do you think Draka stayed in Tianshan for 100 years? It's all because of this elixir." Then Luin asked, "Does that mean there's none left?" "I'll drink as much as you want as long as you have it." Kingram replies, seriously stating that the bowl of elixir was the last in their reserves, and they need more ingredients to make more. Hearing this, Luin sighed. However, Kingram reassured him that he no longer needed to worry about the ingredients. Hearing this, Luin was taken by surprise, as he suddenly saw a group bringing back ingredients. Kingram explained, "When I suggested we help you, everyone pitched in. Heartwood, fruit, tendon, grass, stone, moss, and so much more. They all wanted to personally bring the ingredients to him, the Little Destroyer." Luin was overjoyed to hear this, that everyone would go to such lengths for him. But Kingram then revealed a problem. There was still one ingredient they couldn't find. It's understandable that elven tendons are hard to find. Luin wants to help, so what should they do now? Kingram reassured him, "Don't worry, ironically, that Fire King bastard has already prepared it for us." With that, Kingram placed the arm on the table. Even so, Luin didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Kingram explained, "Use this. My arm alone is enough to make dozens of elixirs." Luin disagreed. But Kingram calmly replied, "Don't refuse. Accept it as my gratitude for freeing me from my oath of the past." Luin was deeply grateful. "Thank you, Kingram." Kingram added that consuming too many elixirs in quick succession would put a severe strain on the body. Even Draka took 100 years, so who knows how long it will take you. Luin was worried. "So what am I supposed to do? The Fire King Terran is after me, and I have to deal with him." Kingram remained imposing. "There's no need to worry about that." He reveals, "I've come up with a plan." Then he shared, "We just banished the Fire King. Remember when we used the power of creation?" Kingram explained. "Among the abilities of creation, there is a magic related to time, and the right to use that magic is still valid." Kingram concludes that they will use that magic, the very magic he is practicing. It creates fire, Kingram demonstrates. To slow down time inside that cave, from now on, time inside will flow countless times slower than outside. Then he suggested, "Little Destruction, are you ready?" "You're about to go through an incredibly harsh time," Luin stated firmly. "Yes, I'm ready. I've prepared myself for this. With that, he turned to leave. Then I'm off. Once Ruin was gone, the orange-haired girl wondered, Kingram, are you sure about this? Even Ruin will need quite some time. Kingram didn't deny it. Yes, it will be harsh. 1 hour outside is equivalent to 10 years inside. The orange-haired girl remained uneasy, knowing that even without aging, it was still a terrifying trial. Right, I'm an incarnation, so I'll be fine, but Ruin is just a human. But Kingram is confident that the little destroyer will overcome this without any problems, so let's head back, we still have to reorganize. Someone wonders where Kingram is headed. As everyone returned to the sect, a voice echoed out. It was Ruin. They didn't expect you to come out so quickly, did they, little destroyer? Kingram wondered if he really drank all of that. How long did time really pass in there, Lewin wearily recounts. I'm not sure either. I counted about a week, then I lost track. Lewin then declared clear and dignified. In any case, I've accomplished what I set out to do. Kingram was confused. What did he mean? What was it you wanted to do? Inside, Lewin consumed a mountain of elixir shells scattered around him, and yet he rose again. Lewin recounts. Every day in there, I promised myself that if I could get out of this damned cave, then gathering his strength, I swore I would destroy it. As a result, Lewin destroyed the cave. Everyone there witnessed this glorious event, except for Kingram, who spoke up. Now that's more like it. With the quest complete, Lewin suggests, shall we be off then? According to the system, Lewin's power has now reached 20 newtons, and he feels more confident than ever. Fire King Terran, I will destroy that bastard. Back at the kingdom's castle, pleasantries were exchanged. I thank you again, Crown Prince Somerton said, politely seated on his throne. I told you no thanks are necessary. I only need someone to watch over doing ale for me. Joe then asked. By the way, where is Fire King? Wasn't he by your side? Somerton shook his head. I'm not sure, he just wanders around without a word. Somerton, slightly annoyed, wondered how his adoptive father could wander off like that, and vowed to hold him accountable before turning to Joss. You said you'd take care of Ruin Adel, right? Do you have a plan? Joss knelt respectfully. Yes, of course. He then began to discuss using the sword tournament being held in the Empire, agreeing with Soam that it was on par with the Festival of Competition. Hearing this, Joss felt relieved as it was a tournament on par with the Grand Martial Arts competition. I heard Ruin Adel's sister will be participating as a representative of the Ale family, and since he dotes on her, he'll surely come to watch the tournament. That's when I and the Black Mages will ambush and eliminate him. If Tyrion Igris hadn't interfered last time, we would have eliminated him. This time we will succeed. Summer sits regally on his throne, looking satisfied and heroic. Very well, I'll trust you this time. But a serious look then washes over him. Don't disappoint me. As for the sword tournament, if mage tournaments exist to honor mages, the Knightly Order has its own sword tournament. And this sword tournament, like the mage tournament, is held for young knights across the continent to compete. The preliminary rounds select knights to represent each region in the main tournament. First up is Lewin's older sister Luina, who has been chosen to represent the Ao family. As she entered, the entire hall erupted in applause and cheers, but it only made her feel overwhelmed with nervousness. The old butler sadly informed her that something had happened to Ruin, so he wouldn't be able to attend the festival with them this time, a thought that gave Luina pause. If only Ruin could be here. She felt a pang of sadness. Hadn't he promised to cheer her on? Lost in thought, Luina suddenly hears someone call her name. Luina, you can do it. So that's Iron encouraging Luina. Your sister and everyone else is cheering you on. You have to win. Could those nosy onlookers be Irene Bruce? Her connections are truly something. Iron, far from angered by the comments, simply smiles with pride, thanking everyone. Encouraged, Luina grew stronger, determined to win at all costs. At that moment, the referee called out, telling them to prepare themselves. Then he signaled, and the battle began. Immediately, Luina and her opponent engaged in an intense, spirited fight. One is fire, the other water, each striving to overcome the other. Sompton and Josh watch the fierce battle unfold. Sompton speaks first. What's wrong, Mr. Jogger? Soman retorts. Weren't you the one who said this plan would lure him out? Even searching the stands, Ruin Ale was nowhere to be found, leaving Josh sweating with unease. This can't be happening. Something must have gone wrong. If we search more... Unfortunately for him, Soman is tense. I was wrong to trust you. The plan has gone off course. He then coldly declared that he was withdrawing, and Joss, looking remorseful, apologized and said they would withdraw as well. But Sompton had another idea. If they eliminated his sister, would Duin Adel come to them? He ordered them to proceed as planned. Below, Lewin and his opponent were evenly matched, but suddenly the arena changed. Everyone scrambled to escape. What's going on? It's up, run. As everyone else panicked, the Ale family calmly observed. Luina's companion is a little confused. Wait, he shouted Luina, but B managed to hold him back. Sir, it's too dangerous. The old butler is losing his composure. What the hell is going on? Why did this have to happen during Luina's match? He begged her to please survive. Everyone below, including Luina, was knocked down by the explosion. Thankfully, she's still conscious. Then she turns to check on the other person. Hey, are you okay? Luina's opponent asked politely. Yes, I'm fine. At this point, Luina was a little suspicious. Why did it suddenly explode? Was it an accident? A voice suddenly approached. There you are, you treacherous bastard. If only Ruin were here, his subordinate remarked. No, wait, brother, wouldn't it be better to eliminate his sister and make him suffer? With Ruin's personality, he'll surely blame himself for not protecting her. The mastermind laughs triumphantly. Indeed. So he really is your brother. Luina, terrified, still mustered her courage. Who are you people? And why are you talking about eliminating me? The ringleader grew secretive, wondering if a dying man needed an explanation. The man suddenly felt like talking. Let me tell you something. We are the ones who bear a deep-seated grudge against your brother. As they spoke, they acted, causing Luina to panic. Wait, you guys. Before she could finish, they ambushed her. Well, goodbye then. They unleash their wicked techniques to destroy her. Luina watches the situation unfold, wondering what to do. It's too late to run now. Someone, please, someone save me. Suddenly something happens that shifts the situation. Irene, the butler and B.A., stared blankly from above, while Somerton, sitting in his room, smiled contentedly at the scene. What a sight to behold, a truly magnificent sight. Joss felt a glimmer of safety. Good, at least the prince is in better spirits. Well done, my children. Wait, something's not right. And the three figures in the stands were equally shocked. Where did Lewin come from to stop the attack? Luina was stunned to see her brother, while Lewin simply apologized. Was he too late? Lewin, seeing her brother, she could only sob uncontrollably. Sob. Why did you only come now? Appa Lewin could only apologize. I'm sorry so much happened. He then surveyed the situation, saying he came looking for the Fire King but didn't expect this. The ringleader was starting to find it interesting. Perfect timing. Just wait, our father will erase you. Lewin smirked. Your father, so that bastard was behind all of this. With that, Lewin used his power to fly in front of the man, leaving him wide-eyed, surprised and confused, as Luina gently advised, yet subtly threatened. Hey, Go, who gave you the right to lay a hand on someone else's sister? Then he taught that guy a lesson, and furthermore, if you don't want to share the same fate, you better answer now. Lewin's tone suddenly shifts, becoming serious. Where is that bastard George or Jerry Hill? At this point, both Chom Merton and Joss felt a little scared, as Lewin punched someone until his hand bled, threatening, if you don't want the same fate, then confess quickly. He emphasized, where is that bastard Jerry Hill? A voice booms out, Ruinadeo, so it's Jay. Where did he come from, and why is he making accusations? How dare you, he roared, unleashing his battle techniques in a furious rage. How dare you kill my son, he roared, descending with immense power, forcing Lewin to take a few steps back. It was then that Lewin revealed his confidence, saying, oh, you came to me. Good, saves me the trouble of looking for you. Joss, still enraged, curses this wretch. Then he challenged, vowing to kill him with his own hands, and gathered his strength for an attack. Joss bitterly curses Lewin, but despite the massive fire hurtling towards him, Lewin stands tall, unscathed. Unafraid, Lewin scoffs. How absurd, who said I would die? Then he prepares himself, I'm not the one who's going to die. Then Lewin prepared to attack. You're the one who's going to die. With that, Lewin unleashed a merciless kick upon the arrogant Joss, leaving him utterly bewildered as he scrambled to raise a barrier. But now Lewin has grown so much stronger, and Joss struggles to keep up, sweating profusely. Now he remembers what the hell is going on. Back in the capital, I cornered him all by myself, George wondered. How can the gap be so vast after just a few months? As a result, Lewin defeated Joss, who now looked like a sickly, battered mess, covered in cuts and bruises. But Lewin wasn't finished and continued to fight. The family of three in the stands watched in stunned silence while Joss's men broke out in a cold sweat, fear gripping their spines. Lewin flew in, kicking Joss and pinning him against the wall, asking only one question, Jerry Hill. Joss trembled in terror. Lewin wondered how he escaped the underground prison in the capital with the ruined name of the Jerry Hill family. It should have been impossible. Joss, out of strength, desperately begged for his life, promising to reveal everything. But unfortunately for him, Lewin was decisive, not forgetting he struck without hesitation. After all, it was either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. In the end, Joss died at Lewin's hand. His adopted sons were aghast. No. One of them, consumed by rage, screamed, first him, now our father, I'll kill you, I swear I'll kill you. He then ordered everyone to attack and surround him, saying there was no escape. If they didn't kill him now, Jerry Hill would wipe them out. Hearing this, the mob sprang into action, angrily shouting, Die Lewin Ale, you bastard. Despite the danger, Lewin remained unfazed for reasons unknown. The others all used the same attack against him, yet he fought on alone, determined to win. Trash like you is no longer worthy of being my opponent. As introduced, the powers used by the two sides are different. On one side, the blinding light orbs of the villains, and on the other, the heroes' raging flames that repel all. Lewin's power is 8th circle magic, while theirs is meteor. With a single strike, he defeated them all. Farewell, Jerry Hill. Meanwhile, Somerton watched everything unfold as Lewin finally vanquished the villains. And above, after the battle, Prince Somerton smirked. You're insane, truly insane. Somerton was sinister and afraid. Lewin Adele, you truly are the strongest. Just then, Taranhai burst through the doors. Somerton Saman was confused by this, as Taran was both worried and scared. What in the world are you doing? Some finds this excessive concern amusing. Godfather, why have you suddenly come here, Godfather? Tehran rebukes him, asking if he even knows why. Do you think I'm unaware of the chaos ensuing in the Empire? How could you act so brazenly? Somerton spoke with cold disdain. Ha disappeared without a word. Now you dare raise your voice, Tyrone was taken aback. What did you just say? You saw that magic, and you're still saying that Somerton softened a bit, admitting it was impressive. But what kind of spell was it that made his father make such a fuss? Tehran explained, it's an 8th circle spell. Somerton was utterly shocked. According to the system, 8th circle magic is a realm only the greatest masters can reach. In other words, Lewin Adel now rivals or even surpasses Fire King Tehran. Tehran worried again. Was this truly the outcome the Crown Prince desired? Sending trash from a collapsing nation to provoke him. Somerton was confused by his father's overreaction, wondering why he was so angry. Please calm down and listen to me. But Tehran remained deeply uneasy. I just saw it, he cast 8th circle magic. Somerton was not only scared but also excited. I clearly saw him reach the 8th circle. Seeing the child's stubbornness, Tehran tries to awaken him, and in that moment Tehran's anger transforms him. The prince has made a grave error. He must never underestimate him. He's cunning and likely knows who's been backing Jerry Hill. Saman remained calm, asking his godfather if he really thought he'd hide it from him. Tyrone was confused while Saman calmly asked why his father was so worried. He explains, Father is the archmage holding power over the entire continent, and you are the crown prince who will inherit and rule this mighty empire, while he is just an amusing toy from a small neighboring country. Suddenly Saman's tone shifts. Or are you afraid? At this point Tyrone offered no further advice. He yields to fate. You've always followed your own path, so continue to do so. Upon hearing this, Soman suddenly turned around questioning, what do you mean by that? Tehran then turned and left, implying he had nothing more to say. Your Highness Tehran is serious. I will personally see His Majesty the Emperor. The clear blue sky peeked through the clouds, casting rays of sunlight through the tower's windows. I heard an 8th circle mage appeared in a small country. I heard that too, and they're only 17 right. Voices cut through the silence. To wield meteors at that age. Below him, 5 burly men whispered amongst themselves their reaction for a very simple reason. Ruin Adel of the Ale family reached level 8 at a young age, surpassing even Fire King Tehran in comprehension. Lewin stood with his legs apart, raising a hand to summon a massive ball of fire, putting the team on the right on high. Alert. That's why Ruin Adel, with your growth outpacing, even the Fire King may be aiming for his throne, fueling rumors that the Master of the Mage Tower should be replaced. These opinions put those mentioned in the conversation on shaky ground. And of course the rumors reached the Emperor's ears. A man with a golden beard hesitantly spoke. The next Master of the Magic Tower. What do you think? The charismatic man sat upon his throne in a lavish palace. Below him 2 burly men stood rigidly on either side of the red carpet. A mage from a small country was threatening Tehran's position. I want to hear your thoughts on this important matter. He is Emperor Titan Renus, whose military uniform exudes an overwhelming aura. Yes, your majesty, a man in a white suit hesitantly replied. There are many level 8 knights on the continent, but only one level 8 mage, the Fire King. But now, a young level 8 mage has appeared. Perhaps someone with superior talent is more worthy of the position of Master Mage Tower. He seemed hesitant to speak on the matter. Your Majesty, don't let their words sway you. A sudden voice echoed and all eyes turned to Fire Lord Tehran. They were so surprised, they were nearly speechless, as Tehran quietly entered the hall with a chestnut-haired young man. Tehran, I didn't expect you to come here yourself. Without keeping Tehran waiting, the Emperor continued. I want to hear your opinion directly. Given permission by the Emperor, Tehran continued earnestly. Emperor, can you truly accept this situation? Ruin Ale, who is said to have reached level 8. His eyes darkened and his brow furrowed. Just days ago he was far inferior to me, so how could he have reached level 8 in such a short time? Renek pondered, listening to Tehran ramble on without answering. Renek's eyes widened as Tehran continued, growing more fervent with each word. He must have delved into forbidden powers, black magic or otherwise. He must have used every trick in the book. How else could he have grown at such an impossible rate? He continued to fill the king's head with words. He even used some strange power related to elves. And recently he slaughtered the esteemed Jerry Hill family, including Patriarch George Jerry Hill and all his sons. Lewin's power was so overwhelming that the old man recalled his past achievements as he spoke. If such a person became the Tower Master, it would surely throw the Empire into chaos. His face was drawn tight, and every gesture only made the Emperor believe him more. Black magic. All eyes turned to Tehran and whispers of curiosity filled the air. If it were true, his rapid growth would make sense. Perhaps his manipulative words have sown seeds of doubt. The Emperor paused, then responded thoughtfully. Indeed, as you say, something is definitely wrong. This issue seems to affect not only the position of the Tower Master, but also the stability of the entire Empire. Perhaps we'll have to mobilize the army. In the Great Hall, these otherwise talented people blindly follow the words born of his jealousy and envy. Almost there. As he pondered, a sinister smile crept across his face. With the Emperor's forces, even ruin doesn't stand a chance. These sly old men saying one thing while thinking another. Father, you can't do this. Please stop. The young man's plea cut through the air. From the gates, the light-haired prince with furrowed brows entered, startling the sly old fox Tehran. The prince, he didn't expect Summer to appear now. With a stern face, the prince continued into the hall. Somerton, how dare you show your face here? Seeing his wayward son arrive, the emperor angrily confronts him. You don't understand what I'm saying. Showing no remorse, the prince brazenly disregards his father's words, repeating, You think I don't know, you think I don't know. The emperor, enraged, repeated himself, his face contorted as he roared, You dare ruin it for your own emotions. A crown prince acting so recklessly. The emperor continued to lecture his son, who closed his eyes, as if exhausted, hesitating for a moment, before replying, Father, that's all in the past. Are you just bringing up the past to scold me? The crown prince retorted, acting like a child being reprimanded in public. The fact that you feel scolded means you still know shame. With that, he turned away, as if utterly fed up with his wayward son. Regardless, what do you mean by stopping? Setting aside our familial ties, the emperor sternly questioned his son about his earlier statement. Because I've decided to kill him myself. These words, as cold as ice, came from the crown prince. If he's to die, I'll be the one to end him. Soman's here to stop the emperor from acting first. I had only imagined an angel coming to save Luin. I desperately wanted to see him dead. He continued to spew bitter words, surprising the emperor, who winced. Huh? He asked again, as if he couldn't believe his son's words. As I was about to continue, he suddenly fell ill, his eyes nearly rolling back into his head. The emperor coughed violently, shocking his entourage. Your Majesty, are you all right? I know I've pushed you too far. The emperor struggled to continue, but the crown prince, with an unchanging expression, simply watched him in silence. Meanwhile, old man Tyrone remained fearful, so the emperor told him to make the best choice he could. The emperor's judgment was like a slap in the face, and the old man's distorted expression of panic was unsettling to witness. What is that? How it vaguely ends? He couldn't believe his ears. All this just because of a word from the crown prince. Though angered, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Godfather, he began, startling Tehran, who glanced over. You dragged my ailing father into this manhunt, is that all you are? He frowned, questioning the man, his sudden words only fueling the old man's anger. His brow furrowed in frustration as he glared at Soman. My father's condition worsens, and even the most renowned healers have given up hope. He's already been mentioned, meaning all the power father holds will be mine in a few days. Another blow to the head. Tehran grits his teeth, unable to speak, and says, Father, I'll take my leave. With that, he turned and left, as if nothing had happened, leaving them both seething with rage. How did everything turn out like this? He wondered, unable to believe his fate. I should have been the wings that carried the prince, and you would have become the next emperor. Tehran clenched his trembling fist in anger. But ever since Ruin Ale appeared, his wings have been crushed to pieces. His misguided thoughts flood back as he thinks of Lin. Absolutely not. This old fox's twisted evil intentions are written all over his face. Tehran's face twisted with envy, vowing he could never forgive such a thing. Perhaps he's paved a different path for me. In an instant, he and his disciple returned to their chambers. Tehran sat slumped on a bench, while Doompram stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting orders. Doompram? Suddenly, that old fox called out his name. Yes, Tower Master. Doompram quickly responded like a loyal puppy. What if you had defeated Duanail in the sword tournament? He spoke cryptically. If I help you win, wouldn't history take a different turn? He continued, his words like honey in his ear. Doompram pondered, realizing it was pointless to speak, now a sinister smile creeping across his face. The Tower Master will soon change. No matter how much the Crown Prince resists, he won't be able to stop Doomail. His voice echoed through the room. But why haven't you abandoned me yet? The old fox's expression suddenly darkened as he asked, because for me the Tower Lord can only be the Fire King, no one else. If Ruin Ale is the source of all this, then I will deal with him myself. He mechanically replied to Tehran, I understand, but with your current strength, that's impossible. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Doombram remained silent like a gatekeeper, but this time things might be different. His next words shocked him, his eyes widening in disbelief. This time I will actively support you. As he spoke with a smile, his body emitted an eerie purple light, his eyes darkening with demonic energy, leaving the other man frozen in place. Your eyes have turned black. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, his face turning deathly pale. Fire King, he stammered, fear choking his voice. Don't worry. He swung his hand, striking the unfortunate Doompram in the face, as Tyrone's violet magic surged into his head. You've always yearned for me to take you as my disciple, he said, as he forced dark power into the man's head. He could only try to hold his hand back and stammer a few words. Now isn't this the moment you've always longed for? He cackled, the dark energy behind him growing ever stronger. So smile. Doompram. Tehran's almost final words to him. The old man's purple energy surged, spilling out of the room and spreading everywhere, while in the vast desolate arena, Luin stood cloaked in black surrounded by flickering crimson flames. His silhouette radiated a terrifying arrogance, yet also a deep contemplation, as if he were pondering something profound. Luin stood silently facing the stands. He appears deep in thought, perhaps weighing his options or struggling to voice his discontent. His very presence exudes a terrifying aura and confrontation seems inevitable. They even dragged innocent civilians into this. Luin's mind raced, and he began to formulate different theories. The sinister images of Prince Somerton and Fire King Teron flashed through Luin's mind. Who is responsible for this? Was it the Crown Prince or the Fire King? Despite his menacing aura, Luin suddenly didn't care who the culprit was. But it doesn't matter. Luin suddenly exudes a terrifying, murderous intent. A crimson aura surrounds him, his eyes resolute, filled with undisguised hatred. His brow furrows and his voice, though low, sends shivers down the spine with its terrifying intent. I will crush them both. In the vast palace, along corridors lit by flickering torches casting a warm golden glow, only two figures remain. Iron, dressed in elegant black attire, hurried after Luin's retreating figure. Wait, Luin, where are you going? Luin, still cold and somber, continued forward without turning back, his terrifying aura and murderous intent unwavering. Even Qingshu's face couldn't hide his rising anger, as he frowned, his words firm and resolute, laced with palpable resentment. This must be the work of either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. They're both openly targeting me now. Behind her, Iron reels from the shocking revelation, her hand flying to her chest as a mask of fear creeps across her face. Irina couldn't help but blurt out a question almost instinctively. Fire King. The atmosphere instantly turned grave, as Luin confirmed Iron's suspicions. Yes, but now that things have come to this, there's no turning back. Iron continues to press Luin for answers. Her voice, soft and hesitant, was filled with disbelief, still unsure of what Luin had said. What do you mean by that? Without stopping or turning back, Luin calmly responds to Iron. You see it too, Lady Iron. They dared to attack in broad daylight, surrounded by families and civilians. Luin continued to lay out his thoughts to Iron. If we let them run rampant, not only Adel, but the entire empire will fall into chaos. So the Fire Lord is after ruin. But the overwhelming magic he displayed in the arena earlier definitely reached the level of an 8th circle mage. Iron stared at Luin's back, lost in thought. Now he might be the only mage capable of facing the Fire Lord, but what was he planning? Luin didn't turn around. Please step aside. Lady Iron. Iron was puzzled. What are you suddenly talking about? Her steps faltered, the air thick with tension, as Doombram appeared sword in hand facing Luin and Iron. Iron remained silent as Luin spoke. Long time no see. Doomprim. The Fire King's dog. Have you come to kill me? Doomprim's face darkens menacingly. Don't you dare utter his name with that filthy mouth. Luinen retorts sarcastically. No, you Fire King fanatic. Doombram grits his teeth in anger, calling him arrogant before Doomprim suddenly strikes at Luin. The slash was imbued with terrifying power, carrying sparks of fire. I Doomprim will never let you reach the Fire King. Lupin raises his arms to block the blow, the sparks extinguished by the slash. Lupin looks up with contempt and disgust. Still the same. That attitude towards the Fire King. Suddenly he was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. What Doombram emanates a terrifying dark purple bloodlust, his brow furrowed and his deep black eyes full of hatred as he glares at Lupin, his hand still gripping his sword. Lupin was caught off guard, wondering what was wrong with him as silence fell, and Tehran's gentle voice echoed as if from Doomprim's past. Doomprim, even with the power I grant you, I know it won't be enough to face him, he said to Doomprim, who was kneeling respectfully before him. His hands clenched, he suddenly let out an evil laugh. So you only have one mission. Your mission is to buy time, Tehran told Doombram. Back in reality, Doombram roars menacingly. Doombram raises his sword, preparing to strike Lupin down once more, his body radiating a terrifying bloodlust as he unleashes a powerful, decisive blow engulfed in flames. Lupin reacted quickly, leaping into the air to dodge the blow while Iron retreated to avoid the impact. She stared at Doomprim in disbelief, her mind racing. Doomprim was one of the strongest of the 11 children, but now he's on a completely different level. What is going on? Iron assessed him with shock, Doomprim now appearing terrifying, furious, and more powerful than ever. Doomprim stood ready for battle, as Iron, speechless with shock, stared at him before snapping back to reality. Suddenly, snapping to attention, her eyes fixed on Doomprim, she urgently warned Luin, "Luin, be careful. His form reminds me of something I read in a book. Doomprim has undergone demonization." Iron's voice echoed, startling Luin. Demonization. Doombram lunged at Louis with blinding speed, as he pondered, leaving no room for doubt. The mastermind is clear, a coward to the very end. Fire King Doomprim is no longer himself, driven mad and stripped of reason, likely by demonization. So I know what I have to do, Luin thought as he defended against Doombram. He attacked relentlessly like a wild beast, aiming blow after blow at Luin. He must be subdued and brought back to his senses. Luin stood firm, unafraid, as the wild beast threatened his life. Doombram grew ever more frenzied, his dark eyes screaming at Luin. Let's end this, Ruinateo. A strike of immense power compressing all of Doomprim's abilities is unleashed, creating a massive pillar of light that tears through space. Whoosh. I almost couldn't stop it, Lupin said with relief. Doombram looks up puzzled. What? Because you swung your sword so powerfully, I finally had the chance to use something I couldn't before. Breaking steel of any kind, I can destroy anything made of steel unconditionally once. Luin raises his hand to the sky, beginning to cast his spell. Now let's end this. Luin slams his fist into the blade, unleashing a powerful light. Doomprim jumped back, but it was too late. The sword was broken, my sword. Before he could react, another of Luin's fists came crashing into his face. Sorry, Doomprim. Luin delivered a powerful blow, deforming his face as he spoke. I'll try to hit you without killing you, so try to hold on. Luin relentlessly attacks Doombram while down the hall, a pair of slender legs race towards Somerton's office. The old butler bursts through the doors, shouting, Your Highness. He frantically warns, you must retreat immediately. The Fire King is. Before he could finish, his eyes widened as if struck. The butler collapsed unconscious before Sommet, who remained unhurried, as if it were none of his concern. He spoke with annoyance. Chi, so father has chosen to play this game after all. Sommet sits at his desk, directly facing the Fire King, his godfather in suffocating silence, while behind Tehran, 3 burly guards have fallen, lying prostrate on the floor. I apologize, Your Highness, but I was left with no other choice. He spoke with a calm voice as Zahn suddenly scoffed as if he'd heard something ridiculous. Ah, how absurd. Then he grew angry, shouting at Tehran. Why would you do this? Do you think eliminating me will get you the position of Tower Master? No, I'm no longer satisfied with just that. Tehran's cold words shocked Soman. What Tehran continued to reveal his ambitions. Since my position as Tower Master is threatened, there's only one path left. To seize overwhelming power, crush Ruin Ardell with absolute force, and become not just the Tower Master but the ruler of this entire world. And that power comes from the latent energy within you, Your Highness, the heir to the throne. His eyes turned a terrifying black, and his words were like a hand pushing Sumpton into an icy abyss, leaving him speechless with shock. Tehran continued, Do you remember what I taught you when you were young, never back down from your beliefs? A faint smile crept across his lips. The air grew heavy as Tehran began to cast his spell, raising his hand imbued with an eerie purple light. And as I taught you, I'll make sure everything goes my way. Sumpton stood silently waiting to see what he would do next. Sumpton frowned, suddenly losing his composure and shouting at Tehran. You think I'll give up just because you say so? Guards sights at him at once. Immediately 3 guards descended from the sky, swords drawn and pointed at Tehran, who turned to glare and unleash his dark magic upon them. Tehran unleashed a surge of purple energy, leaving the guards stunned and helpless. With a contemptuous smirk, he turned his back on Soman, one of the guards collapsing at his feet. Are you finished, Your Highness? The purple magic still lingered in the air, creating a terrifying pressure as Soman forced a smile, gradually losing control and breaking out in a sweat. So this is it, this is how it all ends, words filled with resentment. Tehran's powerful magic engulfs the room in streaks of violet and blue. 3 guards have fallen lifeless to the floor. Soman spat at Tehran. Go ahead, try to take down Ruinael. Even in death, I will curse you. With pity, she asked Luin, will he be all right? After taking so many hits from Lin, his face was bruised and swollen, his eyes blank and unconscious, leaving his fate to be decided in the arena. He stood there, hands in his pockets. Well, he's still alive, so he should be fine. Being punched is better than living as a demon, she hesitantly replied. That's right, but he's still motionless. From afar, a foot slowly approaches belonging to a mature figure in a woven white and brown outfit. He spoke, and as expected, he was no match for him. But you did well. Doompriam. As he spoke, the two turned around in disbelief. A satisfied smile crept across his face as he clenched his fist, continuing, You have faithfully fulfilled your role just as I commanded to buy time. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Something was wrong. This power far exceeded the Fire King. He knew an energy many times stronger. He stood there, shrouded in a deadly aura, then let out a bizarre laugh. Ha, Luin, you can never defeat me. With that, a powerful black force erupted from his body, and Luin shouted in alarm, Lady Iron, get out of the way. Then a massive explosion rocked the arena, sending debris and dust flying everywhere, leaving onlookers bewildered. Screams echoed throughout the arena, painting a scene of utter devastation. Someone wondered aloud, what's happening now? Everyone silently stared into the arena, until Luin's eyes landed on something that left him speechless. It's Iron's brother Luin, carrying Bram and Iron, who were blasted away by the explosion. No sooner had he flown out than he shouted, Run, this place is dangerous, get the people out of here now. Her eyes narrowed with worry for her brother's safety, but he landed safely, having saved the two from the explosion. Before he could catch his breath, he angrily questioned the Fire King. What in the world are you doing? Right in the middle of civilians. He landed slowly, lightning magic still gathering in his hand. Haha, what's the point of asking now, he sneered, saying just die already. Violet lightning crackles around him as he lunges, and the boy braces for the attack with every ounce of his strength. His hands struggle to withstand the force, his face etched with fear as he grits his teeth. What in the world is happening? He thought he could finally face this bastard, but this power is beyond his limits. Terran fought with increasing fervor, laughing maniacally with glee. Ha ha ha, that's right. Give it your all, Lewin. His eyes widened in shock. What had he done in that short time? Wait, I sense a strange magical energy. This power, it can't be. The prince is shocked and doubtful, but before he can finish his thought, he's hit with another thunderous blow. He could only clench his fists and take the blows. He had absorbed the prince's life force, and the thought only fueled his rage. He was sent flying backward, but his thoughts raced on. Damn it, is there nothing he won't do for his ambition? Terran stood there, his tone condescending. Louis Nadel, thank you for angering me. Reeling from the blow, he struggles to understand what Tyrone is saying. Thanks to him, he can finally become a demon god. He was surrounded by a dark aura, a sinister light gleaming in his eyes. A demon god. He frowned slightly, a chill running down his spine. So out of jealousy, he dared to touch forbidden power. This power is immense. I can't even fathom how many others besides the prince were sacrificed. He can only grit his teeth in anger for them. Never. Someone like you should never have existed. He begins to rise. If he's allowed to do as he pleases, this world will be swallowed by chaos. Breaking free from those thoughts, he begins to formulate a new plan. He calls him Fire King Terran. Artis catching him by surprise by using his full ancestral name. With unwavering resolve, he declared, I swear I will stop you at all costs. Hearing this, he smiles with amusement. As a quest log appears the final mission, defeat the demon god and save the world. In the empty void, a voice echoes. Sister, oh sister. Iron frantically opened her eyes, struggling to sit up, her face beaded with sweat as if she'd just escaped a nightmare. Rena, what's going on? Rena explained the situation, saying he asked her to lead the remaining citizens out of the capital. As she spoke, her expression darkened. But we alone aren't enough. What do we do now? Appa is fighting all alone. Thinking this, tears of helplessness streamed down her face, and she burst into sobs in Iron's arms. Suddenly, Rena and Iron look forward, their eyes wide with shock. It's a demon. The soulless citizens slowly approached the two sisters. So Doomgram wasn't the only one turned into a demon. They intended to wipe them all out from the start. The two sisters stared at the demons in horror. Rena, get out of here. I'll handle this. A voice called out from behind. Everyone stand back. This may be where I end this old man. He closed his eyes, feeling the longsword in his hand. Bava, I will fight alongside you. With a resolute tone, she pleaded. The young master would be heartbroken if he knew. No, my mind is made up. The demon-possessed citizens rushed towards them. If we can't protect the people here, I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life. With that, they both took a fighting stance. Before them was a sea of fire, and then their eyes met surprised. Damn, we're too late. A white-bearded elder spoke. I apologize, everyone. He had taken far too long to bring everyone here, standing before the silver-haired elder, behind whom stood countless black-clad figures, weapons in hand, ready to assist. Then we will fight by your side. And with that, they charged into battle. He punches and kicks while you use swords and magic, one of them shouted. We need to take him down fast so we can help Lewin. In the distance, an explosion sends dust flying. As the smoke clears, Lewin is seen kneeling exhausted after an attack from the fire, Lord Terran, who floats above, surrounded by a purple aura. Below, he grits his teeth in frustration, realizing he's no match for him. Is this the result of all that training? I have to protect everyone. Aha! He gloats, declaring this a fitting end for ignorant trash like them, his grin widening with each word. Your desperate struggles are now meaningless. I who has reached the realm of gods and demons will erase you all. With that, he summoned a massive sphere engulfed in flames like his namesake poised to descend upon Lin. He could only stand there frozen. He shouts, say goodbye, then forcefully throws the sphere towards Lewin, his face filled with murderous intent. The sphere hurtles closer, its immense pressure cracking the earth around him as he watches it fall. Iron and Rena look on in horror. Oh no, they both cried out in fear. His body frozen in fear. Before that immense power, he could only stand and watch. Is this the end? He'd resigned himself to his fate. From somewhere, a voice echoed, protect them. He opened his eyes in shock, a dragon with glowing blue eyes beside him. Even if I can't, you can. He senses the hidden power within himself and opens his eyes wide in shock. She narrowed her eyes in surprise. This energy was impossible. Then an aura radiated outwards, so powerful that even Tehran was startled. Lu Yi smirks, saying it's not fair if only he gets to play God right. Empowered by Draka, Lewin confidently challenges Tehran. Come on, Tehran, let's have a real fight this time. Tehran wonders, what is this? He panicked, thinking what in the world is going on. Tehran stared in disbelief, as if a true god had descended. Lewin clenches his fist. All right, now it's my turn, he shouts, charging at Tehran. He had to summon a shield while cursing under his breath. Damn it, I have to block this somehow. But before long, Tehran's defenses were shattered, and Lewin's fist landed squarely on his face, sending him flying. Tyon Exnit exclaimed in shock. What is this? Is that truly Louisen's power? Chang is overcome with worry. It's the embodiment of Draka. Lewin summoned that thing. What in the world is happening? He couldn't believe it. Could Lewin really be becoming the new god of destruction? Meanwhile, Luin heard a familiar voice as he resorted to dirty tricks, and Tyrone, unleashing a massive surge of energy, roared, "I won't allow it." He braced himself against the ground, cracks beginning to appear on his face. "Anything that stands in my way now." Tyrone rises, declaring he absolutely won't allow it, channeling magic into his palm as he mocks Luin, wondering how long his arrogance will last. Countless orbs of electricity gather around Ter, as he confidently proclaims that his fate is destruction. But even Tyrone, as a demon god, fails to realize one thing. The Draka that Luin summoned was once known as the god of destruction, so facing it now is more than just suicide. Luin spins his hands together, creating brilliant sparks, and all Tyrone sees is a whirlwind. In horror, he wondered, what nonsense is this? Luin suddenly spoke. "Is it my turn now?" Wielding Draka's immense power, he approached Tyrone, who was once again beaten. Luin follows up with a punch to Tyrone's side, causing him immense pain. Tyrone is sent flying, leaving everyone who witnessed it in utter shock. Despite his injuries, Tyrone continues to ramble. "I concede." "Luin, huh?" He suddenly soars into the sky. Tyrone conjures a magic sphere, admitting that he can't defeat Luin even using every trick he knows. He said grimly, "But if I can't win," Tyrone threatened loudly, "then I'll drag you into this cursed world and destroy everything with all my power." What the hell are you talking about?" With all his might, he struck at him, determined to end it all. Luin cursed in anger, "Damn it, you're crazy to the very end." Driven by envy, Tyrone wants to destroy the world, but Luin stands firm. "Looks like I'll have to stop this attack too. I'll have to put everything I have into it." Luin raises his fist once more, declaring this will be the final time. His eyes burned with determination. "Let's do this together. Draka." Luin and Draka simultaneously raise their hands to meet Tyrone's attack. "In the end, you're nothing before a demon god," he roared, lost in his delusions. "I'll wipe you and those fools out." All those below watched with bated breath. Lu Yi quickly refutes this, saying no one is incapable of anything. He pushes the explosive power towards Tyrone, declaring that it is him. He was stunned, wondering, is this the end? Is this really how it ends? Tyrone curses under his breath in bitter defeat. "Damn it all to hell." In his final moments he cursed, "Even in death I will curse you." Luin cried out as a blinding light filled the space. As the battle ended, Draka's power began to fade, and Luina rushed over, calling out worriedly, "Father." She asks with concern, "Are you okay after all those battles?" Lu Wai quickly replies, "Yeah, I'm fine, I'm still safe." His face suddenly went pale. Luin clutched his head in a panic, wondering what was happening. His head felt like it was exploding. What was this unbearable pain? He roared in agony, finally collapsing to the ground. Luina calls out in a panic, "Father." She immediately tries to reassure him, asking if he's all right. "Oppa, wait, I'm coming right now." Luin frantically shouts, "Don't come." He tried to stop Luina. "Don't come here. You absolutely must not come any closer." Trang realized then that she had been too sure of herself. Luin stares in disbelief at the being before her, the dragon known as Draka, both the most perfect creature and the destroyer of worlds. He was stunned, hardly believing the overwhelming power he felt just from facing him. Luin cautiously asked Draka, "Where are we?" Draka quickly gave him the answer, "I'm borrowing your inner world for a bit. I felt that if I left you alone, something terrible would definitely happen." Then Draka revealed his situation. "Right now, you're one step away from going mad with power, just like I once was." His next words surprised Luin. "That's why, no matter what, I had to pull you into this inner world." "Then what am I supposed to do?" Trang blurted out, clenching her fist. I don't want Luin to go through what you did. I don't want to see another person lose themselves," Draka reassured him. "That's why I'm here. The player artifact connecting me to the little destroyer can be severed, as connections can be broken." Draka bowed slightly. "So if I focus all my power on destroying it, nothing will harm the little destroyer?" Trang quickly asked, "If you use all your power, you'll disappear." He turned to encourage him, "Don't be too sad. Trang, after I awakened as a god of destruction, all I brought was harm to this world. If he could wield his power without being consumed, he would be a much greater asset to this world." Draka continued, "Severing the player link doesn't mean you'll lose your power, so don't worry." Luin called out in alarm, "Wait, Draka, there's something I wanted to ask you." He struggled to speak. "Out of everyone, why me? I truly don't understand why you're doing all of this for me. I don't even know if gaining this power will benefit the world, but Draka assures me that it will." He explained gently, "I gave you this power because you remind me of myself." Draka sadly recounted that before gaining power, his life was full of pain, but he was eventually consumed by it and destroyed the world, unlike Luin. He trusted Luin, and as a player he had watched his entire life. From your powerless beginnings to your current strength, you've always used your power wisely. Unlike me, you will guide the world down the right path. Finally, Draka sighs softly. "Looks like our time is up. It was nice meeting you, little destroyer." He also turned to Chang, and you, Draka, said sincerely, "Thank you for everything, both past and present." Chang grits his teeth, that damn lizard finally forced to say goodbye. "Farewell, Draka." The sky gradually clears, and Luin groggily opens his eyes, hearing his name being called. Luin sighs softly, only to find everyone staring at him. Jia-san scolds him, saying he was scared when Luin suddenly collapsed, fearing something terrible had happened. Lewin forces a smile, apologizing for the worry he caused while Trang stands silently by lost in thought. He was sincere and thanked everyone profusely, saying he'd asked for their help too suddenly. And yet everyone still came. Tyrion Ignat smiles, praising Lin. Even though it was a last-minute request, everyone rushed to help. It just goes to show how amazing you are. Just then, Lewin was interrupted by someone apologizing for intruding on the tender moment, and everyone was shocked to see who it was. Huh, what? They exclaimed in shock. Your Majesty. The Emperor spoke sternly. I have business with Lewin Ale. Jia's son is stunned into silence. The Emperor stands before him. Lewin wondered in confusion. The Emperor came to see me himself, he thought fearfully. Did he come to investigate my defeat of Fire King's close aide? It's likely the Emperor is not thinking clearly, having just lost his son, the Crown Prince. Before Lewin could react, the Emperor spoke again, Sir Lewin. And then he bowed his head. Allow me to apologize in person. The Emperor confessed that the current chaos in the Empire was entirely his fault, that he failed to see Tehran's cruel nature, and even empowered him. A decision he deeply regretted. My greatest mistake was failing to control my own son, the Emperor recounted, and I just witnessed your battle with Tehran. He confessed, and in that moment I was completely convinced. The Emperor believed that if this man fought for the world, it would be a better place. He then revealed his true intentions, saying, that's why I wanted to ask you myself. The Emperor's next words stunned, Lewin A, will you become the master of our Empire's Mage Tower? A few nights later, laughter echoed through the house. You really are on another level. Lewin Jia-san took a swig of beer, and said I always thought you were in a different league, but to be offered the position of Tower Master at your age, Lewin hummed in response. Yeah, I never even dreamed of that. Deep down, you're still struggling with being offered Tehran, the Fire King's position. To become a Tower Master is to become someone everyone admires. Lewin pondered, remembering how he defeated the former Tower Master and traitorous Fire King Tehran, and how the Emperor himself recommended him. If he accepts the position, could be his, immediately. But with Tehran Armis's rebellion and the Crown Prince's death, the world is in chaos, and as the new Tower Master, there will be much to do. Having just graduated from the academy, can I really handle all of this? Just then, someone calls out to him. Lewin was startled. Ah, Miss Iron, she asked, concerned about what he was pondering so deeply. You don't look well. He confides in Iron, overwhelmed by the sudden responsibility. To be honest, I feel a little overwhelmed. It's an amazing opportunity, but I can't help but worry. Hearing this, she made a suggestion. How about a trip? Somewhere you can relax without a care in the world. Lewin was taken aback. That sounds nice. So where should we go? Aaron smiles faintly. Did she lure him to my place? Lewin was struck by this like a bolt of lightning, and his scream echoed through the silent night. Huh. The day Lewin visited Iron's house was a beautiful day. Strangely amused, Trang teased him from his back. Lewin, you've never even been on a date. So you were in a rush from the start. He looked at Iron walking ahead and asked, are you planning to go to her house alone? Your friends are certainly helpful, aren't they? They withdrew just enough so the two of you could go alone. That Jia-san is more perceptive than I thought. Lewin then asked. But why didn't you retreat? Chang Trang quickly reminded him. Hey, did you forget? I'm your only incarnation, remember? Iron suddenly turned back and called out Lewin. What are you mumbling to yourself? He immediately denied it. Oh, it's nothing. Lewin looked at her, his heart inexplicably filled with joy, for he was finally traveling with Lady Iron, just the two of them. He thought to himself, this destination. Prius, all he knew was that it was Lady Iron's hometown, but he didn't expect it to be so mountainous. Even so, there's nothing around here. Suddenly a dark figure lunged forward. Lewin was startled, narrowly dodging the attacker's kick. An ambush, Aduma muses. Not bad, you dodged my kick. Lewin questioned, annoyed. Who the hell are you? Why did you suddenly attack me? He scoffed. Who am I, you ask? Dan, do you have a death wish, so who exactly are you? He exclaimed in confusion. What? Iron lowered her head helplessly. Lewin, please accept my apologies on his behalf. Lewin gasped in surprise. Huh? What are you talking about? She reveals now that Iron introduced my brother. Hearing that Lewin was completely taken by surprise. Huh? Her brother. Then why the attack? Aduma suddenly cuts him off. You dodged my ambush, which means you're no ordinary scrub. He stalked closer to Lewin, noticing him hanging around Iron. Don't tell me you're her boyfriend. Without waiting for an answer, Aduma grabbed his shirt. He threatened, then let me punch you first and we'll talk. Lewin quickly replied, I don't know what you're talking about, but can you let me go? Seeing what was before him, he was utterly shocked. Wait, the system is showing an 8-star martial artist. Aduma Prius Lewin was stunned, wondering how an 8-star martial artist could be here. Aduma, seeing his dazed expression, angrily asked what was wrong. Why aren't you answering? Do you think this is nothing? Iron snapped. Can't you just stop? He quickly released Lewin. Iron turns away, scolding him, saying that even if he's her brother, this is too much, leaving Aduma heartbroken. Are you really taking his side right in front of me? What's so special about him? Iron retorts loudly, reminding him that she was the one who saved him before finally calling Lewin to leave. Let's go. Lewin really is a fool of a brother. He quickly responded, okay. Lewin worried, wondering if the rest of the family was all right. Behind him, Aduma's anger continued to burn fiercely as Lewin reassured himself that everything would be all right. Just moments later, Iron's father An shattered a table right in front of him. "What did you say?" he muttered angrily. "My precious, unbelievably adorable daughter. Iron, my darling, brought a man home." Aiken, red with fury, roared. "Bringing him home means you want to marry him. I will never allow this marriage." The system panel quickly chimes in. A 9-star warrior. Akan Prius. His shouting continues to echo. "If you truly want my daughter, you'll have to defeat me first." Aduma chimed in. "That's right, father should be like that." Ain could only facepalm in exasperation. Lewin was starting to regret coming here. He just wanted to go home. Just then, someone stepped in to stop them. "Stop it," Seda angrily shouts. "What do you two think you're doing? Iron finally brought a customer, and you two can't even give a proper welcome." She bluntly demanded, "Apologize now." Hearing that the two were heartbroken as they called out, "My love." "Madam," they finally had to bow their heads. "Lin, I'm sorry and I apologize as well." He seems to be in much better spirits. Lady Iron truly inherited her mother's grace. How can someone be so gentle and noble? Louison looks at Sa's system window, an 8-star Prius warrior, and his smile suddenly freezes. What kind of family is this? The prestigious Prius clan. They once possessed vast territories and basked in brilliant glory, but that fame vanished as they declined. Some descendants wandered, eventually settling in this remote region. Their descendants lived in seclusion in the mountains, focusing on rigorous training, cultivating day and night without rest. But Lady Iron, blessed with brilliant magical talent, became a mage, driven by the desire to restore her family. After the conflict subsided, Seda, while preparing a meal, said to Lewin, "I'm sorry, your first visit was met with such discourtesy, wasn't it?" She continued, "The men in this family have always been like that. The two men who kicked you out, though, emotional and impulsive, aren't bad people at heart." Seda said, gently explaining that they simply love their daughter too much. Lewin understood, saying that any father would be alarmed if a precious daughter like Lady Iron brought a man home. "Is that so?" she teased, tilting her head. "I'm not flustered at all, though. Sarah believes that if our daughter brings a man home, she must be serious about him." She turns to Iron and asks, "That's not wrong, Iron?" She said, blushing. "Mom, about that." Suddenly burst through the door and shouted, "Absolutely not." He brought more people and loudly warned, "If you want to marry my daughter, you must defeat us first." Seda was speechless, and Lewin was shocked once again. "And who are those people behind them? Does she have more brothers?" The older brother seriously asks him, "Is your name Lewin A?" Lin quickly stood up and replied, "Huh. Ah yes, that's exactly what he said. I believe the most important thing for a man is strength, the strength to protect his woman and family no matter the adversity." Akan continued, "And with that comes a natural sense of responsibility. That's how we live and how we teach our children to live," he stated frankly. "To me, you look like a noble raised in luxury." "Do you truly possess the strength of a man that I speak of?" Lewin smirked slightly. "Strength, you say," he affirmed confidently. "Of course, strength is what I'm most confident in." Akan looked up at the ceiling and laughed. "Strength is what you're most confident in. Brave words, I'll give you that." Lewin's voice hardened, no longer joking. "When it comes to responsibility, I dare say I'm second to none, and when it comes to physical strength, I'm confident I can beat anyone." Aduma interjected sarcastically from behind his father, "Not inferior to anyone. That sounds like something a con artist would say. Isn't it obvious, father? A swindler like him must have seduced our innocent Iron." With that, he flashed a sly grin, suggesting that Lewin prove his words. "We were just about to head out for some training between father and sons," Aduma threatened. "It won't be easy. Even the best avoid our training sessions." But contrary to expectations, Lewin seems interested, saying it sounds fun. Lewin turned to the person behind him and said, "Lady Iron, I'm going to warm up a bit." Iron asked suspiciously, "To the men of my family, yes." Lewin gives a reassuring smile, realizing the best way to connect with these training-obsessed men is through exercise. He followed the Prius family outside, adding, "All right, I'll be back." Seda rested her cheek on her hand, reassuring Iron, "Don't worry, judging by the look in his eyes, he'll handle it." But Iron's words shocked Seda. "No, I'm not worried about Sir Lewin." She asked again, puzzled. "Then what are you worried about?" She emphasized each word, "I'm worried about those reckless men." Meanwhile, laughter echoed through the forest. Aduma, shaking with laughter, asks, "How is it? Everyone around you is singing your praises." "A new record, well done, kid." Suddenly a voice echoed, silencing the group. "You still have a long way to go." "Indeed, reaching 9 stars is still a long way off," Aduma mused. Indeed, surpassing his father is proving to be too difficult, Akan thought, as he looked down at Lewin below. "So what do you think, you womanizer, who dared to flirt with our Iron?" He scoffed inwardly, thinking that should be enough to crush his spirit. Lewin then spoke, acknowledging the man's incredible power. Lewin steadies himself, saying, "So gossiping boy, what's he doing? No way is he planning to destroy the entire mountain." Lewin's eyes flashed gold, the golden light spreading with the force of his swing. A canoe watched the unbelievable scene, his expression growing more serious. So Lewin's strike had cleaved the very mountain that Anne was sitting on, leaving Aduma to stare in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible." Looking at the clean cut, I wondered. Such a huge mountain with bare hands. Lin listened to the chatter with an indifferent expression. What kind of mage is that strong? In Brios, a man's most important qualities are strength and stamina to protect his family. Just as I suspected, they're definitely planning to use this training to break my spirit. Luin takes the lead with Aduma, and the others struggling to keep up shouting, "So you want to fight?" But this became my chance to prove my strength and stamina, as I chuckled at Aduma's words. "All right, I'll play along with you." A few days passed like that, and the group lay sprawled on the grass, panting. A dark figure stood before Aduma and asked, "Are you okay?" Luin reached out his hand asking, "Can you stand? We still have dinner together." He reached out his hand in acknowledgement. "Yeah, thanks." Aduma then asks, "Will you be training tomorrow as well?" He nods in response. "Of course." Luin suddenly looks at him and says, "Hey Aduma." Not understanding why he's being so serious, Aduma hums in response. Luin smiles and asks, "Can we call you Hyung?" He looked at the embarrassed people behind him scratching their heads, and after a moment of hesitation agreed. "Sure, why not?" The barrier has been broken, and the group, having found common ground, chatted and laughed, unaware of a figure watching them nearby. Akan's eyes narrowed, and he remained silent, lost in thought. Time flew by and by. Evening, a surprised voice echoed through the Prius family's residence. "What is that true?" Aduma jumped up asking again. He's really been recognized as the next Tower Master. The Emperor himself recognized him. Iron nodded in Lin's place. "Yes, that's right. He's the mage who stopped the Fire King Teren's rebellion, so it's only natural he was chosen." The sound of whispers filled his ears. Such an important figure visiting our home. To meet the next Tower Master in person? A said reproachfully, "Why didn't you tell us sooner?" He seemed a bit embarrassed, saying if you'd told us sooner we might have treated you differently from the start. But Luin's words surprised. Can I don't care about any other titles?" he exclaimed in astonishment. What he says with sincerity. "I want to be recognized by Lady Iron's family. In that process, I don't think the title of Tower Master is important." An stood frozen, never expecting Lin's answer. Seda covered her face, laughing ambiguously. "He's exactly the type Iron would fall for, isn't he, darling?" Luin and Iron blushed with embarrassment at those words, and she stammered while Mother Akan fell silent once more. Everything happened so suddenly it was overwhelming. Akan thought to himself, "It seems that's true." It was the middle of the night. In the spacious bedroom, each person lay in their own bed, their snores filling the darkness. Luin was still awake when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Seeing Akan standing before his bed, Luin shot up, startled father. He gestured for him to follow. Before leaving the room, Akan turned back and said, "We need to talk." The two of them moved outside under a full moon and a sky full of stars. Luin followed Akan, wondering what he wanted to talk about. He stopped and called out Luin. Though confused, Luin replied, "Yes, father." Ain said sternly, "As I've said many times, Iron is very precious to me." He turns to Luin and asks, "Can you take responsibility for a girl like her?" Without hesitation, Luin answers, "Yes," as Anne closes his eyes, listing each requirement. "All right, skill, effort, character. We may have been rough on you, but your attitude towards the family is beyond reproach." Then opening his eyes, he looked at Luin with a sharp but loving gaze, saying, "But if you ever make my daughter shed a tear, I won't let you get away with it." Then Akan's voice softened. "Take good care of my daughter." Luin Adele responded with sincerity, "Thank you, father." As time passed, it was time for Luin and Iron to bid farewell to the Prius family. Aduma said wistfully, "You're really leaving, that's too bad." He promised I'll visit again sometime. He waved goodbye. "Oh dear, no need, we'll come visit you." Aduma's next words froze Luin and Iron in embarrassment. They planned to host a formal meeting in Adel, so please continue dating until then. Overcome with embarrassment, she lashed out, kicking her brother's leg in frustration. "What are you even saying? That foolish brother." As Aduma crouched down, clutching her throbbing leg, Iron spoke up. "Luin, let's go." Luin quickly waved goodbye to everyone and responded, Oh yeah, take care." On the way, after a moment of silence, Iron spoke, but Luin asked back, confused. "Yeah?" she asked, looking a little awkward. "Now that both our families have approved, and no one stands in our way," Iron asks with a gentle gaze. "So what are we to each other?" Iron asked. "Now that both our families have blessed us, and no one can stand in our way, what exactly are we to each other?" Luin froze, his face flushed as he stammered, "Lady Iron. Iron is suggesting we date seriously." The corners of her lips quirked up as she said sweetly, "Please take good care of me." Lady Iron recounts that year at the Mage Tower, saying it was crazy just thinking about it. "You confessed, Luin, and I remember every word, let's date." Iron sighs and he wonders, "You talk a lot. After all these years, you still remember that Luin orders. If you want to help focus on your work, stop reminiscing about the past." "Thanks to the Emperor's recommendation, I became the Tower Master," Iron replied, dejected. Yes, I know. As for me, I've been living a busy life since becoming the Tower Master. Trang became my assistant, and Adel underwent many changes. Thanks to continuous growth, Ain has become a stable and solid city, all thanks to Hansen. The man who became a Knight of Adel with Jason's help, the one in charge of administrative work, though his father still does most of it. A voice suddenly calls out. Bane looks up in surprise. "Oh, who do we have here? Isn't it our sword tournament champion?" Luina brushes it off, saying, "Come on, Appa, with my skills it was a given." In addition, Luina continued to pursue her dream of becoming a swordswoman, and a few years later she entered the sword tournament and won again. Now she stands beside the Emperor. "You've recovered your health." He asks what brings her here today, and she replies, "I'm here to see if our tower master is working hard, and to see how far along you are with your preparations." Luina was surprised. Prepared, the girl frowns. "Don't tell me you have no idea what I'm talking about." He smiles. "Of course I do." Luina assures, "Don't worry, everything's perfectly prepared, no one will have anything to complain about." A few days later, at the Adao territory, those in charge give instructions. All right, everyone, no pushing, please just slow down." "Hey, I said no pushing," Luin called out Hansen C. They heard someone calling and looked up. "Huh." The two men spoke in unison. "Oh, Luin, one of tonight's stars has arrived." A murmur went through the crowd. "Oh, is that the Tower Master? Is that Lord Luin?" The polite guest wondered. "Thank you for coming, and for all your help." Zeta laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, what's this between friends?" Luin asks, curious, especially you, Seta. "It's been a while. How have you been? I heard you became the head senator in Oyota." He chuckled, saying, "Ha, news travels fast." "Yes, that's right," Seta inquired. "So how does it feel to be getting married?" "I thought you'd be ahead of me with your talent, but I didn't expect it to be this fast." He chuckled awkwardly, then a loud scream suddenly rang out, followed by the wailing of the young masters. "Iron's getting married, isn't it a little too soon?" Someone steps in to calm them, saying, "Come on, people are watching. Stop crying. By the looks of it, your future brothers-in-law haven't changed a bit." Luin could only offer an awkward smile. He speaks up, "It's about to start, so I'm preparing." It seems everyone's here except one person and they're wondering about it. Who could it be? Suddenly, a violent tremor erupts. Everyone worried. "What? Don't tell me. It's an earthquake." He reassured everyone, asking them to remain calm, explaining that the Orges had just been invited. The Orges laughed. "How could we miss the wedding of the little destroyer?" The guests have all arrived, and Jason steps onto the platform. He cleared his throat. Can everyone hear me? First, I'm a mage from the Magic Tower, and I'll be the officiant for today's ceremony. My name is Jason Son Damon. The ceremony will begin shortly, so please be seated." Jason proudly said, "I'm a mage from the Magic Tower, but I'm better known as a friend of the Tower Master. Even so, it's thanks to that connection that I can stand in such an honored place today. Not long ago, I met with the bride and groom, and they asked me to thank everyone for traveling so far to celebrate with them," he announced. "Now let's welcome the stars of the day, the stars of the day." Luin and Luina excitedly shouted, "Congratulations, Dad." The guests applauded enthusiastically. Sir Lin congratulates him on his wedding, and Jason is ecstatic. "And now let's meet the bride. Iron Brius, please come forward." Seeing her, he was shaken. Iron Brius, through tireless effort to restore her family, had become a world-renowned mage, a name everyone knew. And now she is about to become his wife, as Luin takes her hand, gazing at the crowd. He swore, promising to be a good husband. Iron's father smiled. "All right, I believe in you," Luin John continued. "Next, it's time to welcome the officiant of the ceremony. Tower Master's teacher and mine as well, Headmaster Tyrion Exnit of the Academy." The dean began. "First, as the officiant, I extend my congratulations to you both. Standing here today, you have overcome every hardship to be together and stand side by side. Even if similar trials arise, this couple bound by marriage will overcome them once more. Leaning on each other in times of hardship and sorrow, that is the meaning of marriage. Now let us listen to the vows of the newlywed couple." Luin recounts, "I still remember the first day I saw her at Anne's antique shop during the grand festival. To think I've married someone who once seemed so cold and stubborn. I still find it hard to believe." He turns to his wife, thinking, "I suppose I was drawn to her confidence and intelligence." He affirmed, "I, Luin Adel, will be my wife's closest friend." She added, "And I, Irene Prius, will be my husband's loving companion." Together they offered their heartfelt gratitude to everyone attending their wedding as fireworks lit up the sky. Colorful lights burst brilliantly across the sky, as everyone joyfully offered their congratulations to the Tower Master and the young lady. Even now, he can hardly believe that someone as small as himself could have accomplished all of this, thanks to that help. "I've run tirelessly, faced countless dangers, but I've finally done it." Luin wishes Draka could see this moment. Suddenly a voice echoes congratulating him. He vaguely recognized the voice and wondered. "Jang, didn't you hear anything just now?" he asked, puzzled. "Huh, what sound?" "I didn't hear anything." Luin was stunned, but then he smiled. "Never mind, it must have been my imagination." He reminded himself, if someday in the distant future, someone were to ask him, "How would you remember yourself today?" I would answer that not even for a moment. This is the ending I created, and I have no regrets.